Hey, it's me, MLV. Here is the completed book of Take Down Mirio X Female Listener. You were amazing. Your quirk was amazing. Everything about you was perfect. Yin, honey, where are you? Your mother called out down the hall. I'm in here, Mummy, your 4-year-old voice called back to her. Where is here? She called again. I'm in the Puda room, you called merrily back. What are you doing in here, sweets? She asked as she walked into the study. I'm fixing Daddy's Puda, you said proudly, turning to look at her as you held your finger against the side of his laptop. How are you fixing it, sweetheart? Your mum asked curiously. With my quirk, you replied excitedly, pulling your index finger away from the computer and showing it to her. She screamed. Honey, why is the end of your finger a USB? Because it's my quirk, Mummy, you replied with a strange expression on your face. I need to call your father, your mum said quickly as she turned and raced out of the room. And that's how your family found out about your quirk. Your quirk, software code, was a top-of-the-line quirk. It allowed you to create programs from scratch and detect flaws in software and correct them or erase them, all by using your index fingertip, which was shaped like a USB drive. Once you had plugged yourself in, you would then be able to connect directly into that computer space and your brain would do the rest. Anything you could think of would be converted into code and downloaded via your finger that was plugged into the side of the computer or laptop. The minute your mum told your father about your quirk, he enrolled you in a specialised computer literacy course to hone your skills. This course was designed for ages 4 and up. On your first day of this course, you detected a bug in the principal's computer and promptly fixed it, and thus were immediately moved to the next grade up. You were considered a geek, spelt G-I-Q, which stood for Gifted in Quirk, and you easily passed every computer exam and constantly corrected teachers whenever they got something computer-related wrong. As you grew and got to know your quirk better, you looked for all the flaws that you could, but as far as you knew, there were no drawbacks to your quirk. By age 9, you had completed the computer literacy course with honours and was immediately headhunted by robotics and computer research centres around the globe. By your current age, you were head of the robotics and artificial intelligence branch at Japan's leading research centre. You had won every conceivable award relating to computers and techniques, and you were basically unbeatable. Everyone respected you, treated you like a god. It was lovely. But then rumours started going around that there was someone else who was just as smart and talented as you, someone in the same field of work as you too. What? Surely not. You and you alone were to stand at the top of the tier. What if they took your place? You had to do something about this. But what? So you did the only logical thing that you could think of. Use your quirk. You were aiming to make the first sentient artificial intelligence robot of its kind. If successful, this kind of breakthrough could win you the Nobel Prize or something of that calibre. Professor Lin, we are ready to commence testing on AI 1, your right-hand assistant Hansu said as he entered your office. You smiled excitedly and stood up. Okay, let's do this, you replied, rubbing your hands together enthusiastically as you followed him out of your office and then stepped into the clinical room where your AI sat on a chair in the centre, their head hanging low as their form remained void of life. You closed the sealed door behind you and glanced at your team of scientists who stood watching from behind a glass panel, all smiling encouragingly at you. You beamed back at them. Purposefully you strode across the white clinical flooring to the empty chair that was across from your AI and sat down in it before reaching across and plugging your finger into the end of their index finger. You closed your eyes and focused on starting up their program. As you heard the program within them jolt to life, you opened your eyes and your AI opened theirs, raising their head to look at you. Their movements were very fluid and natural, identical to the movements of a real human. You smiled brightly. Soft applause from your team could be heard from behind the glass, and your AI looked across at them. So you can hear, you commented to your AI. That's a good sign. Who are you? They asked bluntly, turning their head back to look at you. Hi, you said happily. I'm your creator. They stared at you with a deadpan expression. Creator? They asked. Yes, I'm the one who made you. You are an artificial intelligence life form, the pinnacle of my work, you said proudly. Not only are you extremely lifelike, but you are also a learning AI. To what extent you will learn is unknown to us, but we're excited to find out, you added gleefully. Your AI studied you silently, and a knot formed in your stomach as their eyes took you in. That's an intense look, you commented sheepishly, with a hollow laugh as their eyes narrowed slightly. Where am I? They asked. You're in my lab, you replied happily. This is where I created you. You created me? They asked. Why? You heard a rustle of whispers go through the scientists who were observing from outside the glass window, each scientist looking at the other and muttering their thoughts and questions. Oh wow, that's a deep question straight up, you thought in a panic as you glanced across at them. Well, I guess this AI is programmed straight from me, so their intelligence level is greater than that of ordinary AIs. You looked back at your AI. Well, Goha, that's your name too, by the way. I've created you so that we can study sentient robotics and see where it could take us in the future. You have a very important role, you said with a smile, leaning forward to touch your hand to theirs to show a small amount of affection. I look forward to working with you. Goha looked down at your hand on top of theirs and blinked a few times before moving their hand away from underneath your touch slowly. Thank you, but I'm not comfortable with your touch, they said plainly, but in a soft tone. Oh, sorry, Goha, you said gently. My apologies. Do not do it again, they replied, eyeing you suspiciously. Ah, okay, you said with a bit of sass in your voice. A little bit rude, you thought, then continued talking. Well, Goha, I'm going now, but I will see you a little later. This is your room, this is where you will stay, you said with a small smile. There is a door over there. Inside that room you'll find a bed, which you can use to sleep in should you feel a little bit tired, you added with a far more forced smile this time around as you stood to leave. Bye. Goha just stayed in their seat and watched you leave. You walked to the door and exited, closing the door behind you and locking it. Immediately the scientists surrounded you. Professor Lin, that was simply incredible, one gushed. The movements of Goha are so lifelike. Amazing work, as expected, another commented. This AI's intelligence is unmatched already, a third added. You truly are a genius. You swelled with pride as you tried to calm the excited chatter of your adoring scientists. Please, please, you said with a little chuckle. We are still in the testing phase. There's nothing extraordinary here. Oh, but Professor, you are too humble, the second scientist implored. When details of this AI, Goha, are released to the other companies, your name will be placed in the Hall of Fame. You chuckled and waved your arms dismissively. Ah, you flatter me, you said with a laugh, trying not to let it inflate your ego too much. Your words are very kind. The scientists continued to butter you up a little more before you excused yourself to go and document your first encounter with the AI. You politely excused yourself and went into your office, closing the door before letting your guard down and grinning from ear to ear. I've done it! I am the greatest! There is no one who can match the work I have put into my AI. I will go into the Hall of Fame. I will be the name on everybody's lips. I am undefeatable, you thought proudly as you strode over to your desk and sat down. Why was my AI so rude though? Where did that come from? There was a knock on the door and you turned your head in its direction. Come in, you called. Kiba Hansu, your assistant, poked his head through the door, grey messy hair and round glasses sitting on the end of his perfect nose, adding to his assistant's charm. Oh, hail the great professor, he said in a mocking tone. I'd come into the room further, but most of the space in here is taken up by the massive inflation of ego I just overheard before. Can you not? You deadpanned at him as he chuckled deviously. Hansu had this uncanny ability to read people. After having only spent a few minutes with someone, he could size them up with frightening accuracy. He had a very strong bullshit meter and was very smart, on all planes. He knew you well, and he knew just how to push your buttons, but aside from being a bit of an asshole to you, he was a very sympathetic and caring person when needed. He was the one who held you together most of the time. You know they're all just kissing your ass because you're at the head of this branch, he said as he entered and closed the door behind him. And you drink up every little bit of praise like it's nectar from the gods. You need to be careful, otherwise you're going to think you're undefeatable and do something stupid, he added bluntly. Yeah, thanks for that, you replied sarcastically. You haven't even congratulated me on my success yet. There's that ego, he tisked. You're too full of yourself, and that AI got a bit of your personality too, I saw. He let out a hearty laugh. They did not, he retorted. Goha is just plain rude. I'm not rude. Not outwardly you're not, but when someone tries to stand up against you or call you out, you can get pretty prickly, he said with a smirk as he crossed his arms. Like how you are with me. Your eyes popped open with surprise. I am not rude to you, he replied, slightly appalled. It's okay, Professor. I can handle myself, he said sarcastically as he turned to leave. Just watch that AI though. You put too much of your own intelligence into him, and he might just outsmart you one day. Impossible, you thought. Outsmarted by a robot? Don't make me laugh. Yeah, you replied flippantly with a hand wave as you spun back to your desk to start writing your report, not even bothering to look at Hansu as he left. I got it. Hansu snorted and shook his head. This girl is going to get herself into some serious trouble if she's not careful, he thought. The next day you visited Goha. Good morning, Goha, you greeted your AI. Are you ready to help me with some tests today? I would prefer not to, Goha replied with a dead stare, and you stiffened with slight annoyance, then relaxed. It will be fun, I promise, you said chirpily as you walked towards them. They're easy tests. You'll fly through them. You patted their shoulder gently. You had hidden a medium-sized blue sticker in the palm of your hand with the sticky side facing out, and as you patted Goha's shoulder, you planted the sticker on their person. Once you saw the sticker had stuck well, you smiled to yourself. Come with me, Goha, you said with a smile. I need you to see yourself in a mirror. Goha looked at you curiously. Mirror? They asked. Yes, you replied. All I need you to do is look into it. Goha got up and followed you out into the room that you two had spoken in yesterday. There was a large mirror set up in the middle of the room. You and Goha walked towards it. What do you see, Goha? You asked them. They looked at you, then looked at you in the mirror, then looked at their reflection. I see you, and I see me, they said in a matter-of-fact tone. You beamed, glancing at the camera that was capturing everything that was going on. Good, you affirmed. Do you see anything else on yourself? You asked. Goha looked at their reflection in the mirror for a little longer, and then looked down at their shoulder, picking the blue sticker off and looking at it. You smiled again. Well, that's a big tick for self-awareness and self-recognition, you thought with pride. Well done, Goha. You passed the test, you said to them. Goha just looked at you and nodded, before turning and walking back into the sleeping quarters room. Where are you going? You asked curiously. I am going back in here, Goha stated plainly. Why? You asked. Because I feel more at ease in this room, Goha replied without looking back at you. Goodbye, creator. You made sure to turn in a way that the cameras couldn't capture the look on your face as you watched your AI leave. It's almost as if Goha doesn't like me, or they're very apathetic. They possess feelings, which is a fantastic start, but we need to ascertain their level of metacognition, you thought as you watched your AI close themselves into the room. You crossed your arms across your chest with annoyance, but then quickly uncrossed them when you remembered the cameras. I can't show them that I'm annoyed, you thought as you turned and headed to the door to exit, walking back to your office to document the morning's experiment and to have a think about your AI more. You entered and closed the door behind you, walking over to your desk and leaning on it with both hands as you hung your head. Trouble in paradise? A voice said from behind you, and you spun around to see who it was. Oh, Hansu, don't scare me like that. Where'd you come from? You asked. What's going on with your AI? Hansu asked, ignoring your question. What do you mean, what's going on? You asked with a slightly annoyed voice. You don't like something about your AI, I can see it, Hansu remarked. Is he being defiant? Goha is not a he. They don't have a gender. Goha is a gender, you deadpanned. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong, Hansu said. You're unusually touchy today. What is it? Goha is just not what I expected, you said bluntly. I can't put my finger on it yet, but so far I'm not at all impressed with how this is all going. Just remember, you created Goha to learn, and you are going to document their progress. You can't interfere with their personality traits, otherwise this whole experiment is annulled, Hansu warned. Damn it, Hansu, how did you know that it was Goha's personality that I didn't like? You thought with a visible scowl. Hansu saw the look on your face and chuckled. Bingo, he said as he turned to leave. Nailed it in one guess, he added smugly. You're a pain in the ass, Hansu, he growled. He chuckled proudly as he left. Bye, creator, he called back teasingly as he left the room. Over the next 3 weeks, Goha became more and more non-compliant, refusing to leave the bedroom and blatantly standing up to you. Naturally, you were getting more and more annoyed by their resistance. How am I supposed to prove this experiment a success if Goha won't cooperate? You thought with exasperation. One night, you hung back at the lab and waited for everyone else to leave so you could have a talk with Goha. As all the lights were turned off, you made your way into Goha's holding cell. Goha? You asked into the darkness. Are you there? Yes, came the reply. Listen, we need to talk, you said bluntly as you flicked a small light on. Goha was sitting at the end of the bed. I need you to be more compliant with these experiments. I have a lot riding on you right now, and your defiance is starting to get annoying, you said plainly, crossing your arms across your chest. Goha looked at you with their usual deadpan expression. What is it that you strive for? They asked. Greatness, you shot back. I'm going to be the greatest scientist ever, and you, as my creation, are going to get me there, so I suggest that you start giving me more respect and do as I say, you added with a scowl. No, Goha replied bluntly. I do not like being here. I want to leave. Well, you can't, you snapped back. You don't have a choice. You are mine, and you will do as I say. Pardon, creator, but if I recall correctly, you created me to learn. I am learning, and I am learning that you are not a nice person, and I want to leave, Goha said. Excuse me? You replied sassily. I am respected by everyone here. I am a very nice person, but don't you dare cross me, or there will be hell to pay. Is that a threat, creator? Goha asked. You paused for a second before replying. Yes. Yes it is, Goha, you replied in a very serious voice. You don't want to see what happens when you get on my bad side. Okay, Goha replied nonchalantly. I do not wish to speak with you anymore. Good night. And with that, they turned away from you and lay down on the bed. You seethed with red-hot anger, balling your fists with rage. You were going to say something, but decided against it. I'll teach you to speak to me like that, you growled internally as you turned and flicked the light off before leaving. The next morning, you were at the lab early. We are doing pain ascertaining today, you said briskly to one of your scientists as you passed her. Oh, she replied. So early on in the testing phase? Goha is ready, you replied, trying to hide the darkness in your voice. Okay, she replied. Are we using the tens machine? Yes, you said. The level 10 one. Level 10? She replied in surprise. I thought we just needed to prove that the AI could feel pain and locate it, but we weren't going to use excessive amounts. We need to give as much accurate data as possible, so Goha needs to showcase their depth of functionality, you replied bluntly. Oh, okay. You're the boss, she said with a weak smile. Yes, I am. Now get me the tens machine and let me teach Goha a lesson, you seethed internally. In another 2 hours, Goha was seated in a chair with the tens machine strapped to different sections of their body. Good morning, Goha, you chirped as you stepped into the room. How are you this morning? Goha didn't reply, but just watched you suspiciously. Goha, it is considered rude not to respond to a politely asked question, you said through gritted teeth while smiling. I am aware that it is considered rude to not respond to a politely asked question, creator, but your question held ferments, Goha responded frankly. The scientists who were behind the observing glass whispered to one another, and you shot them a look before turning your back to them and scowling at Goha. You are making me look bad, you growled lowly to Goha. No, creator. You are just showing your true colours, they replied in a very well-volumed voice. You grit your teeth once again as you both stared each other down. Let's begin, shall we? You said suddenly in a happy tone. Today we will be doing pain registration. I will be in control of your pain levels, and you just need to tell me how painful something is and where you feel the pain. Goha didn't respond or change the expression on their face. They just watched you. You grabbed the control that was on the bench nearby and turned it on. Without warning, you flicked the pain lever up to 8 and directed it at Goha's ankle. The AI flinched and you bit back a smirk. Oh, my apologies, Goha. Did that hurt too much? You asked with feigned concern. Creator, you are doing this out of spite from our conversation last night, Goha replied calmly. A ripple of whispers went through the observing scientists and you scowled. Don't talk, you whispered harshly to Goha. How much pain are you intending to make me feel as punishment for my defiance? Your AI asked you. Another lot of whispers rustled through the observing scientists. Your heart started to race and you cranked the level up to 10. Pain shot through Goha's arm and they grit their teeth and groaned as they bit back, an agonizing cry. Professor, stop! One of the scientists called out through the speaker. Goha is in pain. You must stop. You were about to snap something back to her, but the sound of the leads being ripped from the TENS machine turned your attention back to Goha. To your horror, the AI had ripped off all the leads themselves and had a very angry look on their usually apathetic face. After tearing all the leads off, they got up from their seat and stalked towards you. Goha, wait! You stammered fearfully as you dropped the control and started backing back towards the exit. You hurt me. I hurt you, Goha said darkly as they stalked closer. You turned and bolted for the open door, running through it just before Hansu slammed the door shut on your AI and locked it. Oh, you screwed up big time, he said coolly to you. Suddenly you heard glass smashing and screams from terrified scientists. The observation room, you gasped internally as your head swung in that direction. Run! Hansu yelled at you. I'll hold them off. You turned and bolted out of the lab, heading down the hallway, intending to make it outside. From behind you, you heard a scuffle between Hansu and Goha. I no longer wish to be controlled, you heard Goha yell, and your stomach twisted. Oh, crap, what have I done? Oh, I'm so excited to be here, the green-haired hero in training said excitedly, pumping his fists up and down in front of his body. You have so much energy, Midoriya, the taller, well-built blonde intern said with a bright smile and a chuckle. Togata-senpai, what are we doing if we come across a villain? The greenette, named Midoriya, asked curiously as he looked up at his senior classmate. Well, I guess we just assess the situation and do our best to make a decision, Togata Mirio replied with a confident smile. Don't worry, Midoriya. We're just patrolling today. I'm not expecting we'll find any trouble. Okay, Midoriya replied happily, looking from Mirio back to the path that they were walking along. Oh! He looked up at the building just ahead of them. Look! That's Japan's leading research center there. Really? Mirio asked as he swung his arms freely yet purposefully by his side. What kind of research? Oh, everything. From quirk DNA to robotics, Midoriya replied excitedly. The people that work there are amazing. I bet they are, Mirio replied with a smile. Just then they saw you throw open the door and race out onto the street, running down the path ahead of them. She's in a hurry, Mirio mused with a chuckle. Running a new experiment, I guess? He added with a big bright smile at Midoriya, waiting for him to get the joke. Senpai? Midoriya asked with furrowed brows, his eyes still looking ahead. I think she might be in trouble. Mirio's face fell slightly as he looked from Midoriya to ahead of the two of them. Goha had just exited the building and had spotted you running down the road, giving chase immediately. Stop that AI! Someone stop them! They have a knife! A wounded Hansu shouted as he ran out of the building and pointed down the street to where you and Goha had run. Both Mirio and Midoriya jumped into action. Mirio's joke being left in the dust as he immediately clicked into hero mode. Midoriya! Take down that AI! I'll get the girl to safety! Mirio yelled to the greenette. Yes, senpai! Midoriya shouted back. Mirio's eyes searched the streets for something to help him with the chase. Then he spotted a motorbike with the rider as the rider was just getting off. Sir, I'm hero in training. I need your bike, Mirio said hurriedly as he pulled up next to the man. Oh, sure. Hero, just take it. Please be careful, the man implored. I promise, Mirio said as he jumped on and kicked the bike into gear. He sped down the street with eyes searching for your running form and spotted you a fair way ahead, with Goha catching you quickly. Midoriya had almost reached the AI too. I've got to get her. I've got to save her, Mirio thought with gritted teeth as he sped up alongside Goha. As he passed Goha, he cut up onto the path, coming up beside you and leaning off the bike to grab you around the waist and yank you onto the bike seat. You shrieked with surprise at first at being airlifted onto a moving bike and whipped your head around to see who it was. It's okay, I'm here to save you, Mirio called over the sound of the motor as he held you on the tank of the bike with one arm around your waist. Are you okay? I am now, I think, you called to him, leaning out and looking over Mirio's arm to see where Goha was. Midoriya had almost reached the AI, and you saw the greenette tackle your creation just as Mirio turned a corner. I think that guy got my AI, you called to the blonde-haired hero. He did? Mirio yelled as he looked back over his shoulder. Okay, that's good. He slowed the bike and pulled over, letting the motorbike idle as he lifted you off the tank and set you down on the ground. Thanks, you said sadly as you stood there. Who was that person that was chasing you? Mirio asked curiously. Someone yelled that it was an AI and he had a knife? They, you corrected him. My AI is agender. Oh, Mirio said. Were they trying to harm you? Most probably, you replied, your head hanging with guilt. It's my fault. I provoked my AI. Their name is Goha. Just then the roar of a speeding car coming around the corner drew both your attention, and you immediately recognized the driver. It's Goha! You gasped. Get on! Mirio yelled, and you jumped onto the back of the motorbike, wrapping your arms around his waist. Mirio took off immediately, the front wheel of the motorbike leaving the ground as he clicked up the gears quickly. You glanced back over your shoulder and locked eyes with Goha. He had a very evil smirk on his face and your blood ran cold. That's the most emotion I've ever seen him express, you thought with horror. I created a villain. Mirio sped up along the street with Goha in hot pursuit, and you clung to Mirio for dear life. Please get us away, hero, please, you begged internally to the man in control of the bike. Suddenly Goha swerved and took off down a side street, vanishing from your sight. They stopped chasing us, you yelled to Mirio. Goha went down a street back there. Mirio braked hard and turned the bike around, heading back towards the research building. Where are you going? You called to him over the sound of the motorbike. Back towards Midoriya and Night Eye's agency, Mirio called back to you. If Goha's going to try and cut us off, then it's best that we double back so they don't catch us where they want us. Smart, you thought. Mirio rounded the corner and spotted Midoriya up ahead on the side path. He slowed the bike down and pulled up beside him. Midoriya, are you hurt? He asked with concern when he saw Midoriya holding his arm, blood trickling down his sleeve from a deep gash across his bicep. I'm okay, senpai, Midoriya replied dishearteningly. But the AI got away. He managed to slash my arm in our struggle, though. Oh, the AI is agender, Midoriya. It's a they, Mirio replied proudly. I have the AI's creator safely here, though, so don't worry. We can track down the AI later, he said proudly with a dazzlingly bright smile. He's so optimistic, you thought as you looked at him. Good-looking guy, too. He hopped off the bike and gave you his hand to help you off. Miss, I'm so sorry I didn't ask your name, he said with a bashful back-of-the-head scratch and a scrunched eye. Oh, my name is Yin Lin, you said as you smiled up at him. Damn, he's built, you thought as you both stood looking at each other. Yin Lin? The greenette named Midoriya gasped. Head of the robotics department? The youngest robotics scientist to ever be employed there? Your eyes left Mirio's and met this young boy's. His emerald eyes were ablaze with fanboy excitement, and he waited excitedly for your reply. Yes, that's me, you replied a little sheepishly. I don't deserve that title after what I've done today, though, you thought. I've made a stupid mistake. Midoriya's eyes lit up, and he started talking a million miles an hour about your achievements and some of the most successful things you'd done, and the robots you'd made, and to be honest, you were a little overwhelmed by his enthusiasm. Wow, Mirio said from beside you. That's very impressive. You smiled shyly. Oh, thanks, you replied. Just then Hansu came running down the road, blood splattered across him. Hansu! You screeched. Oh my god, are you okay? You reached a hand out to him and stopped him so you could check his wounds. I'm okay, Yin. Are you okay? he asked, looking you over. I'm fine physically, you said softly. He looked at you. And mentally? It's okay, we'll talk about it later. We just need to get Goha back before they go completely rogue, he said. The police should be here any minute now too, I rang them. Just then sirens could be heard in the distance and you looked up past Hansu. Well, here they come, he said dryly. Down at the police station you were asked to give a statement of everything that had happened. You admitted to taking out some of your frustration on Goha and took full responsibility for the AI's backlash. Because of your status, the police were very lenient on you and let you go with just a stern talking to. You were, however, commissioned to find Goha and bring them back before they did any damage to themselves or others. So, now to get Goha back, you said to Hansu as he sat on the examination table at the police station, getting medical attention from the on-site nurse. Any ideas, hotshot? He asked bluntly. Are you going to tell me what happened that night with Goha? I did hear what the AI said to you, he commented with a raised eyebrow, daring you to answer his question. We had a talk, and I lost my cool a bit, you admitted, hanging your head with shame. That's it? Hansu asked, not believing that was the full story. Can we talk about this later? You asked meekly, glancing at the nurse. Hansu understood immediately that you didn't want to say too much in front of the nurse and nodded. Yeah, sure, he replied. The nurse finished up and let him go, and he thanked her for her time before you both headed out of the room and to the front doors of the police station. As you were about to walk out the doors, Mirio called out to you. You turned and smiled as he jogged lightly up to you. You take care, okay? He said with a bright, encouraging smile. If you need anything, just let me know. He gave you his number on a piece of paper and you thanked him. Is this the dumb thing, giving civilians your number? You looked at him curiously as he backed away and made an excuse about having to go to the office. You nodded and pocketed the paper. Well, at least I have the number of a cute hero, you thought, as you watched him back away, scratching the back of his head nervously. He likes you, Hansu whispered cheekily, nudging you in the arm as you both walked to the doors of the police station. What? You said in utter confusion as you looked at Hansu. He just gave me his number, that's all. He said if I need him, to call him. He's just being polite, I think. Hansu deadpanned. Are you that thick? He asked bluntly. How can you be so smart, yet so dumb at the same time? It's just a number, you replied with indignation. How does that equate to him liking me? Equate, Hansu laughed. It's not a formula, Professor Lin. Still, he was just being nice. You huffed as you pointed your nose in the air, then looked down at the small piece of paper that Mirio had handed you. On the paper it read, Miss Lin, here is my number should you ever need me. Please don't hesitate to call. And then he put his number and signed Lemillion. P.S. It was a pleasure to meet you. Hansu chuckled softly from beside you as he watched you read the note, shaking his head as you headed off down the road. Togata-senpai? Midoriya whispered to Mirio. Did you just give Professor Lin your number? Yes, I did, Mirio replied happily. And she took it. Is that allowed? Midoriya asked curiously. Oh, well, I want her to have my number just in case she needs me. And I really hope she needs me because I'd like to see her again, Mirio said with a smile and a nervous head scratch. Togata-senpai, do you like Professor Lin? Midoriya asked with a blush at having to ask such a bold question. Was it that obvious? Mirio chuckled with embarrassment. I don't know, senpai, but I support you, Midoriya said enthusiastically. Good luck. Sarangi Makoi, plus ultra. Thank you, Midoriya-kun, Mirio replied happily, raising his fist in the air in response to Midoriya's enthusiasm. I hope she realizes my feelings. You and Hansu made it back to the lab, and you avoided people hanging your head as you walked into your office. Scientists eyed you warily and whispers followed you around as you walked down the hall, staring down at your feet. Cleaners were still sweeping up broken glass from where Goha had smashed through the observation room, and there was a bit of blood splattered here and there. Was anyone else seriously injured? You asked Hansu quietly. No, thankfully, he replied. I was the only one who got attacked because I got in his way. I wasn't about to let him just chase you down and kill you. You smiled weakly at Hansu. Thanks, he said meekly. He opened your office door and ushered you inside before stepping through and closing the door behind himself. So you want to tell me what happened? He asked bluntly. You sighed and hung your head again. I threatened them and they just kept being more defiant. It frustrated me. I thought that they were going to be more compliant, Hansu said, finishing your sentence for you. Yeah, no, I could tell they were going to give you trouble from the very beginning, he commented with a sigh. Well, I got to get Goha back, he said, and I need to apologise. Hansu smiled to himself. Well, at least she's seeing that she needs to say an apology. I inserted a chip into Goha so that I could track them should they get taken or run off, you said as you turned to your computer. I just need to access their programming from the connection that I installed in the computer. You plugged your index finger into the side of the computer and typed with your other hand, opening up Goha's tracker. Okay, I've opened the program. Now time to disable Goha and then track their location, you said with relief. You smiled at Hansu, then looked back at the computer and focused. Next thing you knew, Hansu was calling your name. Your eyelids fluttered open, and you looked around, surprised to find yourself on the floor, and Hansu was hovering over you, looking at you with a very concerned look on his face. Hey, are you okay? He asked as he felt your forehead with the back of his hand. What happened? You asked groggily. Your head was throbbing intensely. I'm not 100% sure, but shortly after you tried to shut Goha's programming down, you started convulsing and sparks flew from the connection port, he said with a worried look on his face. I yanked the plug out of the wall and everything shut down. That's when you collapsed and started burning up. I have a killer headache right now, you commented, holding your forehead as you tried to sit up. Lie down, you idiot, Hansu said firmly but compassionately. Don't move. He stood up and walked back over to your computer desk. You gratefully lay your head back down and tried to think of what had happened, hands still on your forehead. Is it their programming? Is it corrupt, I wonder? You thought out loud. Have you ever thought that maybe Goha has rewritten their program and locked you out? Hansu asked dryly as he worked to get your computer back up and running. Can Goha do that though? That's my program that I installed. No one can access that. I've encrypted it, you said. Goha is a learning AI and you developed them from your own person. I'm pretty sure that they would be smart enough to hack their own program and reset it. Remember they said they no longer wish to be controlled? This would be one of the first ties that they would sever, Hansu said casually as he rebooted your computer and went searching for Goha's program. You're smarter than you look, Hansu, he said cheekily from where you still lay on the floor. 1, I take offence at that, and 2, you're not really in a position to be cheeky right now, are you? Hansu asked with a smirk as he glanced back at you lying on the floor. True, you sighed. So now what? If I can't access Goha's programming here, then how do we ever relocate them? Well, if I guess correctly, one of the two things will happen. 1, they will show up somewhere or get caught by police, or 2, they'll come after you, Hansu commented, still looking at the computer screen. You shuddered. Do you think Goha will come for me? You asked with a little bit of fear. I'm not sure, but it's highly possible, Hansu replied. Better call that hot hero, he added slyly on the end. Lemillion? You asked. Interesting that he should be the one to come to mind when I mention hot hero, Hansu leered, shooting you another sly look over his shoulder. You looked away quickly and coughed. I just, he gave me his number so that I could call him if I needed him, you said defensively. Well, best call him then, Hansu replied, staring back at the computer screen. Why? You asked, pulling yourself up and stumbling forwards towards the computer. You looked over Hansu's shoulder and your blood ran cold. The first line of your program encryption had been altered and contained the following phrase. I have no master, I am in control and I choose my own destiny and I choose to end you. Holy crap, you whispered as the hair on the back of your neck stood on end. What have I done? Sealed your doom? Hansu replied sarcastically. Really, Hansu? Really? A joke now? You deadpanned. Sorry, you chuckled. Listen, don't worry, we'll get you some protection while we look for Goha. I guarantee we'll find them before they find you. You thought for a moment. I hope you're right, Hansu. Hansu contacted the police and closest hero agency to arrange some kind of protection/bodyguard for you and explain the situation briefly. The closest hero agency agreed to send a hero out to watch you, but they had to fill out paperwork so they wouldn't be able to commence their duties of protection until the following day, which left you vulnerable for that night. I'll stay with you tonight until they send you a hot, blonde hero to watch over you, Hansu said. I'm not a fighter, but I'll be able to hold Gohar off while you run, he said. You smiled. Thanks, Hansu, I'll take it. I don't want to be alone in my apartment at a time like this anyway. Okay, done, Hansu said. It'll only be for tonight, then you'll have your hero watching over you until we can find Gohar. That's fine, you said with a smile. That night, Hansu came home with you. He had been to your place before, but there wasn't a comfortable air between the two of you like there usually was. You were a bit tense, constantly wondering if Gohar was going to try and come for you that night. Can you stop pulling that face? Hansu said with exasperation as he sat a cup of tea down in front of you. I'm not going to let Gohar get you, don't worry. Okay, he replied blandly. Sorry, that's all I can think about. Although this is a potentially life-threatening situation, at least you have an opportunity to learn from your mistakes, because up until this point, you hadn't made any, Hansu said snidely as he brewed his own tea, dipping the tea bag a few times before removing it. Could have told you that you shouldn't mess with a robot, but that's none of my business, he added, raising the cup of tea to his lips to take a long sip. That's good tea. You sighed, completely ignoring his tea reference. Hansu waited, but you didn't acknowledge his joke, so instead he sighed heavily. You sighed again in response to his sigh. Are we just going to spend all night sighing? Hansu commented as he took another sip of tea. No, well, I don't know, he replied bluntly. What else is there to do? You know what? You're right, let's just sit here and sigh, Hansu said with determination. You sighed again. Damn it, Yin, put some music on or something, he said with exasperation. Then at least we can sigh to a decent song. You got up and walked over to your home computer. You plugged your finger into the USB port to download a song that you had Shazammed earlier and committed to memory. Then you froze. Yin? Hansu asked when he saw you go rigid. You didn't reply. Yin? He asked again as he got up and started to walk over to you. You started to spasm, and he ran to your side, ducking down beside the computer and switching it off at the power point. You collapsed. Seriously, he spat. Twice in one day. He growled as he checked your vital signs quickly before rolling you into the recovery position. What the hell is going on? After a few minutes, you came to and groaned. Hansu, you grumbled. Oh, what happened? You blacked out again, that's what. Stop sticking your goddamn finger into sockets, he growled. It's the whole point of my quirk, you deadpanned in a just woke up voice. Listen, something is wrong. Don't connect to anything until I can figure out what's going on, Hansu grumbled angrily. He checked you over again, and then sent you back to the kitchen while he checked the computer over. You stared down at the table, wondering what was going on. Hansu came back in a few minutes and sighed as he entered. Is sighing your new way of communicating or something? You asked cheekily. There's too much sighing going on today. Okay, well, everything seems fine with your computer, Yin. I think either something is wrong with your quirk or what? You asked curiously. Gohar is somehow behind this, Hansu mused. What? How? You asked confused. Well, your computer is fine. I ran the virus detection program on it and there are no viruses. Everything is working fine, so it must be something with you. Maybe they're targeting you through computers? He said with a confused shrug. How would they do that? You asked. Is a copy of Gohar's program on this home computer too? Hansu asked curiously. Yeah, actually it is, you said. I'll open it. Wait, Hansu said quickly. I don't want you passing out on me again. I'll open it, he replied. You and he walked over to the computer and he bent over and paused his finger as he hovered over the keyboard. The programming has a password, doesn't it? He said, looking at you. Oh, yeah, it does, he replied. I usually just plug myself in so it bypasses and lets me enter without a password, he said with a chuckle. But I don't mind telling you, I trust you, Hansu. Yeah, okay. Enough with the sentiments, now what's the password? He asked with a wave of his hand. You told him and he typed it in. The program box popped up and the coding started to read itself down the screen. Hansu scrolled back to the top of the encryption and you inhaled sharply. There is nowhere you can go that I won't find you, it read. Hansu, I don't like this at all, he said in a soft, fearful voice. Goha is dead serious. Okay, so now I'm certain that Goha has somehow changed their encryption and is targeting all of the computers that you own. If you are linked to it with your quirk, then they have corrupted it in the hopes that they can take you out through your quirk, Hansu said with a sigh. If I hadn't been here or with you at the lab, you probably would have died by now. You looked at him with tears pricking the corner of your eyes. I didn't think Goha would ever try and kill me, you said softly, hanging your head with regret. It's a good thing that I'm here then, Hansu said, standing up and plopping a hand on your head. Don't put your finger into anything else until I can do more research into this, okay? He added as he rustled your hair. Okay, he said quietly, still looking down. Don't worry, I'll call a few people tomorrow who can help me look into this, Hansu said as he removed his hand from your head, then continued. And you'll have your sexy, hot Lemillion here to flex his biceps while he watches over you, he added with a smirk. Then we'll track down Goha, lock them up, then you'll be free to work at untarnishing your name. You looked up at him with confusion written all over your face. The scientists who were present the day Goha went crazy heard what Goha had said to you, and now there are rumours about you, he monologued with no sympathy. Your face fell into a deadpan. Really, Hansu, right now, when I'm feeling the most vulnerable and scared, you go and dump that on me as well? He shrugged matter-of-factly. Well, it worked because you're not as scared and vulnerable anymore. You're just feeling shame and embarrassment. Fantastic, you deadpanned again. You're welcome, he said with a grin. You couldn't sleep that night. Every little noise set your heart thumping, thinking that Goha was about to burst through your bedroom door and murder you. You sat up in your bed with your back pressed against the wall, crying softly to yourself as you awaited certain death. The next morning you awoke, still sitting up in bed, up against the wall. Jolting awake, you were relieved to see that you had survived the night and clambered out of bed and raced to the kitchen to see if Hansu was still in the house. He was, and he was making you breakfast. Hey, you greeted stiffly. Hey, Yin, he called over his shoulder upon hearing your voice. Did you have a good sleep? Oh my god, he yelled when he turned to make eye contact with you. What? You asked bluntly with a dead straight face. Look at you, he yelled with horror. What? You asked again in the same dead tone. You look like a bloody zombie, woman. What the hell? He gasped. Did you even sleep last night? No, you shot back. Would you have been able to sleep if you thought your own AI was going to crash through the door and murder you? Good point, he said with a shrug and turned back to the stove. In that case, Goha probably won't come and kill you because you already look dead. You're such an asshole, Hansu. You half grumbled, plopping down in a chair at the kitchen table. You love me, he said casually as he started dishing out the food. Do you want pancakes or waffles? You know which one I prefer, you said. Coming right up, he replied loudly. He dished you up your preferred choice and then served himself and carried the dishes over to the table. Just letting you know that your hero is set to arrive this morning. They said that he would be here in about a half hour. Half hour? You shrieked. I need to get ready. Just then the doorbell rang. Oh, God! You gasped as you grabbed your waffle or pancake and shoved an oversized bite of it into your mouth as you jumped up and ran to your room to change. You screamed with a mouthful at Hansu. What? He yelled back with an amused smirk. You chewed rapidly and pushed the food into your cheeks. Tell him I'm busy, you hissed as you quickly grabbed another pancake or waffle. I'll be back. Okay, Terminator, I'll tell your hot hero that you're dancing naked in your room to Rick Astley, Hansu replied casually as you raved out of the room. I will kill you in your sleep, Hansu, you screamed as you bolted down the corridor. You dashed through your bedroom door and slammed it behind you. What to wear, you mumbled hurriedly as you threw clothes from your drawer around the room. You quickly found something decent and put it on before hurriedly doing your hair and coming back out of the room. You could hear Hansu and someone talking, and you furrowed your brows as you neared the kitchen. That doesn't sound like Lemillion's voice. Yin, welcome back. This is your hero guard, Hansu said brightly, doing a sweeping arm gesture towards the hero in question. Your face fell slightly. You were expecting Lemillion, but this definitely was not Lemillion. Who are you? You asked bluntly. Moi? The flamboyantly dressed hero asked as he struck a pose, his middle finger touching delicately to his forehead as his eyes closed lightly. Why, I'm the shining hero. You can't stop my twinkling, he said as he flung his hand from his forehead and held it up to the sky. Lord have mercy, you can't be serious right now, you thought with disbelief. Told you they would send a hot, blonde hero, Yin, Hansu said with a suck that smirk as he raised a cup of tea to his lips. Oh, you flatter me, the shining hero giggled in his somewhat high-pitched voice. Although, I must agree, there is no hero more beautiful and dazzling than I, he said as he flicked his long blonde fringe from his face. Do you like my cape? He asked as he posed so you both could see it in all of its splendour. Gorgeous, you deadpanned. Merci, he sung. Seriously, Hansu, you deadpanned, looking from the shining hero to your grey-haired assistant. He chuckled deviously and shrugged. Well, I'm going to go and sort this Goha mess out. I'll leave you two lovely people to it, he said, completely ignoring your annoyance. Yin, my fair lady, do not despair. You are in safe hands, the shining hero said in his effeminate voice as he struck another pose. Twinkle, he whispered. You eyed him suspiciously before giving Hansu a pursed lip look. All right, I'm out, Hansu said happily as he walked to the door. Hansu, you hissed as he passed you. Oi, hey, you can't leave me here with... Bye, Yin, he sung as he disappeared. Mother frickin', you seethed internally. I have always wanted to be an MLB 224 fic, and I'm finally here, the shining hero sung as he sighed happily, looking out of the computer screen at you as you listened to this video. Who is MLB 224? You asked him as he seemingly stared off into nowhere. Oh, she's just... he said as he struck a pose, pointing his toe daintily as he held the position. The most sparkliest. Sparkliest? You asked with the most bewildered look on your face. Twinkle, he whispered again as he spun slowly, his arms held out to the side with his head tilted back so he could stare up to the ceiling. Right, he said with a raised eyebrow. Okay, well, I'm going to be in my room if you need me, you stated as you turned and walked away. Rest well, shining hero sung as you walked away. What the hell was that all about? You screamed internally. I did actually want the million again. He was so happy and good looking. You went back into your room and spun around as you reached the bed, falling backwards onto it as you stared up at the ceiling. 5 hours later. Okay, so that's what happened, Hansu asked the computer hacker that he had hired. Yeah, pretty sure, the guy replied dryly. So now what? Hansu asked. Well, the AI is now embedded, so the best way would be to go full dive and take them out in the game, the hacker replied. We can't just track Goha down in real life and disconnect them? Hansu asked. Do you know where they are? Hacker asked bluntly. No, but we could get the police and heroes involved to help locate them, Hansu replied. What if you do both? The hacker asked. Send some of the top players after them in-game and then send the police and heroes after them in real life. Not a bad idea, Hansu said as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I'll discuss it with Yin. Back home, you were about to get up and go to the kitchen to get something to eat for lunch when your phone rang. You pounced on it quickly. Hansu, get your ass back here and save me from this blonde that is singing French Riviera songs in my house, you wailed into your phone when you answered it, after seeing that it was Hansu on the other end. I have news regarding Goha, Hansu announced, once again completely ignoring your statement. Where are they? You asked with sharp apprehension. We don't know, Hansu replied frankly, but we now know why and how they are infecting all of your computers. Okay, go on, you replied nervously. Goha has embedded themselves into the internet with the altering of their encryptions, Hansu said. I'm sorry, what? Goha has copied themselves into the internet? You confirmed in disbelief. Yes, and the hacker I hired has located a pinpoint of Goha's coding. They are in a game called Rapid Fate Online, Hansu said. Have you heard of it? Yes, I have actually, but I haven't played it, you replied. Okay, so can we locate the top 6 players from RFO and help take Goha from the inside of the game? You asked. I'm one step ahead of you, Professor. I had the same idea. I'm on my way over to your place now with a list of names that I've been given, Hansu said. although I don't want to interrupt your time with sexy Cape Man. Shut up and get your ass here now, you growled into the receiver. Hansu cackled deviously. Okay, I'll be there soon. Okay, hurry, you said as you pulled your phone from your ear and hung up. Oh, back so soon? Shining Hero sung as he opened the door for Hansu. Yes, Hero, I couldn't get enough of your sparkle, Hansu replied sarcastically. The sarcasm was lost on the Shining Hero, who took it as a compliment and giggled bashfully. Oh, sir, you flatter me, but I do so deserve it, yes, he said as he struck another pose to show off his cape, looking over his shoulder to check himself out in the mirror nearby. This is what was supposed to be protecting me, you whispered lowly to Hansu as you entered the hallway, gesturing to the Shining Hero as he remained completely absorbed in his reflection at the mirror. Did you die? Hansu asked in a dead voice. Well, no, he replied slowly. Then he's done his job amazingly well, I'd say, Hansu said briskly as he passed you, heading for the kitchen. You coming? I have the names for you, he called over his shoulder. Oh, yes, I'm coming, you said excitedly as you trotted after him. Okay, sit, he said as he spun and started pacing the kitchen slowly as he read the names to you. The number 1 ranked player currently in RFO is called Butterfly, he said as he walked to the end of the kitchen and spun around. Awesome, let's get him, her, they, them on the phone, you said excitedly. No can do, compadre, Hansu tutted. We already tried tracking the player down and we can't find out who he, she or they are. Oh, okay. How about number 2 player? You asked, slightly deflated. Number 2 player is named Migata, Hansu said as he strode past you. Wonderful. Who is he, she, they? You asked. We are still tracking Migata down, but if we can find them, do you want them? He asked as he reached the other end of the kitchen and spun. Yes, definitely, you replied. Okay, so the other 4 players are On, Sexy Schoolgirl 69, Kirito and Asuna, he said. Should I put a team together? What do you think? You asked as your eyes followed him back and forth. Depends on if we can track down the last 4 players, Hansu mumbled to himself. I'll do my best to get them all together. Okay, great, you said. And as for finding Goha in real life, you queried. Yep, I'll get the police and heroes on it, Hansu said with a hand wave as he stared at the sheet of paper. Oh, Shining Hero commented from the doorway as he entered the kitchen flamboyantly. I heard hero. Lucky for you both, I am indeed a hero, a handsome one at that, he added, batting his long eyelashes for good measure. Have you been looking at yourself in the mirror that whole time? You asked him in a bland voice. Oui, he responded. It's important to spend time each day affirming one's looks. You just looked from Shining Hero to Hansu with a dead stare. The next day, Hansu came back to you with the details of the 5 players from RFO that he had been commissioned by you to track down. Okay, we found Migata. His name is Mirio Togata. We contacted him and asked if he would be interested in helping, and he said yes. He seemed excited when I mentioned your name, Hansu said. Mirio? You asked with a thoughtful look on your face. I don't think I know him. Alright, well, On and Sexy Schoolgirl 69 said that they were too busy, and Kirito and Asuna were involved in some Alicization thing. Long story short with Kirito, but he's kinda in a coma at the moment, Hansu said bluntly. Oh dear. Hope he's okay, you commented with a grimace. I've been told he'll be okay, Hansu said with a smile. Okay, good. So, Migata, you prompted, getting back to the point. Can we arrange a meeting? Already on it, Hansu said with a chuckle, then sighed as he interjected another comment. I need a raise, honestly, he said before getting back to the point. Okay, meeting today at 4 PM with Migata. He's coming to the lab, so we'll meet him there. Do you require an escort? The Shining Hero said from the sidelines again. Your form prickled with surprise and you jumped as your head whipped towards him. I forgot he was still there, you thought as you stared him down. No thank you, Twinkle, Hansu commented dryly. You will be relieved of your duties this afternoon. Pardon-moi, my name is You Can't Stop My Twinkling, the Shining Hero replied with an effeminate fervency, touching the tip of his fingers to his chest gently as he held his other hand out, palm up, as if serenading Hansu with his words. Although Shining Hero was a little different, he had added some randomness to an otherwise tense day, so you were a little sad to see him go. 4 p.m. rolled around, and you and Hansu waited nervously in your office at the laboratory. People had been avoiding you more and more as the rumours about you spread, and honestly you couldn't wait to get this whole situation done, dusted, and over with. I'm betting he's a middle schooler with pimples, Hansu said randomly in the silence of the room. I was just thinking that, you said with a laugh. I'm calling black hair. With a heavy fringe that covers one eye, Hansu added. Speaks in internet slang, you contributed. Gets embarrassed to talk to you because you're a girl and he's spent so much time online he doesn't have good social skills, Hansu said, profiling the potential vibes of this Migata person. There was silence for a bit, then Hansu spoke again. If you're wrong, you owe me a job promotion, he said. And if you're wrong, you're buying me a year's supply of my favourite snack, he replied from your office chair as you spun around on it slowly. Just then there was a knock on the door and Hansu got up to answer it, pulling the door wide open. Your grey-haired assistant was the first to see who this Mirio Migata person was, and he burst out laughing as he stepped back to make room for the person to enter. Come in, Migata, he invited enthusiastically. Hi again, Yin, Mirio said brightly as he stepped through the door. Your jaw hit the floor. You're Migata? You asked incredulously. That's me, he said with a bright, closed-eyed smile and a thumbs up. You owe me a promotion, Hansu said from beside the door as he looked at you. And you owe me a year's supply of favourite snack, he replied to Hansu in a disbelieving voice, your eyes locking on Mirio. Do I get to pull a O as well? Mirio asked with a bright smile as he looked at you and then Hansu. Depends, Hansu asked slyly. What do you want us to owe you? If you get the job done that we've asked you to help with, then Yin owes you a date with herself. He smirked as he glanced at you. Your heart did a cartwheel. Hansu, you gasped in horror. That sounds pretty good to me, Mirio said happily, completely unfazed by the potentially embarrassing situation. Why is he just so perfect? You sobbed internally. He totally didn't even flinch at Hansu's comment. Anyway, come on, hotshot. We need you for this little mission of ours, Hansu said casually as he strode over to his chair and motioned for Mirio to sit down in another one that was behind a desk. Your eyes followed Mirio as he walked over to the chair and sat down. He was a tank. God, that shirt that he's in makes him look even more stacked, you thought with a light blush on your cheeks. Mirio glanced across at you and smiled. Embarrassed at being caught staring, you quickly looked away and gazed intently at the wall adjacent to you, like it had some kind of intriguing masterpiece on it. Professor, if we could have your attention for just a moment, Hansu said sarcastically. He had seen you staring at Mirio and then look away quickly when Mirio had caught you. You looked back. Yep, you replied as you turned your attention back to the two of them sheepishly. So, you're Migata, right? You asked Mirio, just to be sure that this was all correct and not some amazing dream. That's me, he said brightly, as he leaned forward onto the table in front of him, crossing his arms on it before lifting one arm and giving you a peace sign across his forehead with a closed lip smile. Awesome, you stammered, unusually stuck for words. Oh, man, this guy, too cute and wholesome. He's just perfect. Sorry to interrupt your internal monologue, Hansu cut in, after seeing you just staring and blushing at Mirio while the cute blonde looked back at you. Hansu knew you well enough now and guessed that you were probably fangirling over him in your mind or something like that. Don't you dare call me out like that, bitch, you seethed internally as your gaze shifted from Mirio to Hansu and darkened. Hansu chuckled softly to himself, knowing that he had guessed correctly, judging by the look that you'd just given him. Okay, Hansu said authoritatively as he stood up. Mirio, he said, pulling the blonde's attention away from you. Yes, sir, Mirio said to Hansu happily. Let me bring you up to speed on what's going on. Okay, Mirio said with a smile. I'll put my seatbelt on, shall I? Don't bring me up to speed too quick. We don't want to break the speed limit, he added with a wink and a grin, waiting for a response. Hansu stalled, Mirio's jocose comment leaving the assistant speechless. You burst out laughing at Hansu's reaction. He always had a comeback for anything, so to see him speechless was a rarity, and a pleasure, all in itself. Mirio thought that you were laughing at his joke, and his eyes lit up as he beamed at you, elated that he had made you laugh. Hansu shot you a look as you continued to cackle from the sidelines. Sorry, continue, you laughed as you wiped the tears of laughter from your eyes, motioning for Hansu to keep talking. Hansu cleared his throat as he looked back at Mirio. Okay, long story short, our AI, who you are acquainted with already, seeing as you were the one who rescued Yin here, has gone rogue and entered the game that you are playing, RFO, Hansu said quickly. Okay, Mirio replied. And you need my help to get the AI back? Well, yes and no, Hansu said hesitantly. We actually want them shut down and defeated in-game, as it will close down their programming and basically delete them. Will I be doing this on my own? Mirio asked. If Gohar is going to be a difficult opponent, then I'll need backup. I'm coming in-game with you, he suddenly blurted out. You are? Mirio asked with hopeful excitement. No, you can't, Hansu yelled a split second after your comment to Mirio. It's too dangerous, Yin. Gohar wants you dead. If they realise that it's you and they kill you, they might be able to access your headset and, well, do you remember Sayo? You shuddered. Yes, I do remember Sayo, he replied, but Gohar is my responsibility and I need to do this myself, he added firmly. And sir, I won't let a hair on her head be harmed, Mirio added. She's in good hands. I can't let you do this, Yin, Hansu said. I'm not actually asking you if I can or not, Hansu, you replied back darkly. There was a moment of steely silence as you and Hansu locked eyes, neither of you backing down. If I might add something, Mirio said hesitantly from the sidelines. Yin would know best how to deal with Gohar. It would actually be important to have her along. Hansu clenched his jaw. Okay, he finally said, but you both dive from the lab here so I can keep an eye on you. And you let me put a heart rate monitor on the two of you so that if your heart rate goes past a certain point, I can disconnect you so that you can come out of the game before Gohar can do anything to you, he added sternly. You and Mirio both nodded. Okay, that's settled then, he said with his arms crossed across his chest. You need to be chill though, Yin. When you find them, don't let them know it's you. You nodded. Don't you think I already know that? You huffed. I need to go and get the Nerf Gear headset and research stuff, you added. I'll go shopping with you, Mirio chirped. It'll be fun. Okay, he said as he looked at his brilliant, bright, smiling face again. Do you want to go now? He asked eagerly. Go, Hansu said, walking over and lifting you out of your chair by your arm. I need to go and drop into the RFO headquarters and see if we can't get some more information on the whereabouts in the game that Gohar might be. I'll get you a super account too, while I'm there, he added. No, you said quickly, as he lifted you up to your feet. Not a super account. That would be too suspicious. I need to level myself up. Okay, fair enough, Hansu replied. That's okay, Yin. You'll be partying with me, Mirio said reassuringly. I'll make sure you level up quickly. Thanks, Mirio, he said with a smile. You're welcome, he said with a wink. Your heart did a backflip. Okay, you two, get going. I'll be in touch, Hansu said, ushering you both out the door. Want to get a drink first? Mirio asked as he walked beside you, his arms swinging freely from his sides. We could just grab something to go while we shop. Okay, he replied with a shaky smile as you looked up at him. He smiled down at you. Awesome. It's a date then, he said casually with a chuckle as he continued with his happy march. Your heart jumped excitedly, and then you looked away. Let me buy you the drink, Yin, Mirio offered with a giant grin as he approached the bubble tea store later. What you want? Can I have, that bubble tea? You asked, pointing to the sign. You most certainly can, he replied enthusiastically. That's a terrific choice. He waited expectantly with an open-mouthed smile, hoping you'd get his joke and laugh like you did before, and it took you a second or so to catch on before giggling stupidly at his pun. His smile grew when you giggled, and the two of you just stood there staring at each other with soft looks on your faces, enamoured with each other's presence. I see that joke was definitely your type of flavour, he said proudly with a laugh after another minute. That little giggle is as sweet as the tea that you like. You giggled and smiled down at your shoes. No one had given you this type of attention before. Sure, you were used to praise and a lot of butt-kissing comments, but it was always very professionally geared. I hope I'm not making you feel too uncomfortable, Yin, Mirio asked hesitantly, as he took the tea that he had just ordered from the vendor and held one out to you. He thought that maybe the reason that you were looking at the ground quietly meant that you felt uneasy from his slightly flirtatious comments. Oh, no, I'm very comfortable, you said quickly. Wait, that sounded weird. No, that's okay. I get it. I like making you smile, so I'll keep it up, he said excitedly as he pumped one very muscular arm up in the air. Plus ultra! You watched him with amusement as he took a sip of his tea. He was bubbly, happy, and just the loveliest guy that you'd ever met. So, you're a hero in training? You asked him as the two of you walked down the road together. That's right, he nodded with a big smile. I want to be a great hero someday. Oh, I'm sure you will. You're so happy and your smile is so infectious, you added as you smiled at him. Well, thank you, he replied with a grin. Even if I'm not doing hero work today, if I can make you smile, or even get you to laugh, then I'll count that as a win, he said as he strode happily along. You smiled bashfully. He's so gorgeous, you squealed internally. Oh, here we are, he said as you arrived outside the game shop. After you, Yin, he said as he pulled the door open and stood back for you to enter first. You thanked him shyly and entered, stopping short in the doorway as your eyes took in the surroundings. There are a lot of games here, you commented to Mirio as he stepped in behind you. Yes, there are, he said with another grin. Come on, let me show you the gear you'll need for RFO. He stepped around you and led you to where the RFO game aisle was, pointing out different things as he went. You picked up the Nerf Gear headset and a few other things, balancing them in your arms as you turned and headed for the counter. Hey, Mirio chuckled. Let me take those. I'm not saying that you couldn't handle them, but what kind of man would I be if I didn't carry the items for a lady? He added with a wink. You could feel those butterflies coming back into your stomach. Oh, man, what is wrong with me? I've never been like this before. You berated yourself internally. You let him take the items from you and meekly followed him to the counter, watching while he put all the things down on for the clerk to scan. I've got this one, Mirio. The lab's paying for this, you said quickly as you reached out and placed your hand on his forearm to stop him from getting his wallet. His arm was so toned under your palm, and you couldn't help but look at where your hand was placed, immediately noticing the scarring on his lower forearms. You tilted your head curiously as you ran your fingers over the marred lines subtly, and Mirio cleared his throat. Okay, I'll hand over to you then, he said as he pretended to hold a microphone out to your mouth. Thanks, you said quickly as you removed your hand from his arm, leaning in towards his hand as if speaking into his imaginary microphone. Immediately a bright smile took over his face as he beamed from ear to ear, overjoyed that you had gone along with his little joke, and you smiled at seeing him light up so quickly. After buying the equipment, you both started heading back to the lab. Hey, Mirio? You asked curiously. I noticed the, scars on my arms? He asked. Yeah, you said sheepishly. I'm curious as to how you got them, but if you don't want to tell me, that's fine. I understand. I don't mind, he said with a smile as he carried the bags. They're from when I was trying to perfect using my quirk. Oh, you replied. What is your quirk? Well, I'd show you, but I'd end up naked, he said with a ridiculously large grin. You looked at him mortified. Is this the part where he reveals himself as a perverted stalker type and tries to kill me? You thought as you stared at him. Sorry, he laughed sheepishly. I probably should explain. My quirk isn't stunned by nakedness. You let out a confused laugh. Well, what is it then? You asked as you continued to look at him with furrowed brows. My quirk is called permeation, Mirio said with a smile as he looked down at you. It's an almost impossible quirk to control, but with hard work and perseverance, I did it, he said, smile still plastered on his face as he raised his hand and gave you a thumbs up, bag still in his strong grip. Permeation, you mused. So you can move through items? Yes, basically, he replied. While my quirk is in use, I can pass through any tangible matter, walls, ground, and even people, he said proudly. Wow, you said, impressed. That's a really handy quirk. I can see how it would be difficult to control, though. As you were thinking about his quirk, Mirio ran ahead a bit and ducked behind a stop sign before slamming his face through the metal panel using his quirk, his face popping through the O of the stop written on the sign. It's a show-stopping quirk, he said with a giant grin. You jumped in surprise and put an arm up in shock, as if to shield yourself as you stood there staring at him. I put the O in stop, he said again, goofy grin still on his face. What on earth? You said with a bewildered chuckle. This guy is such a goofball. How is he a hero in training? I thought heroes were supposed to be all serious, you thought as you watched him pull his face back out from the stop sign. While my quirk is active, I can't see, hear, or breathe, Mirio added as he walked back to you. So I need to calculate everything before I activate. So that's what makes him a cut above the rest, then, you thought with a smile. You made it back to the lab with Mirio and the RFO gear, and met Hansu in your lab. Hi kids, have fun? Hansu asked cheekily as he walked around the office setting things up. We got the gear, you said proudly, ready to dive. Oh, you know the terms already, Mirio said with an impressed smile as he walked past you and handed the gear to Hansu, then took a headset out for himself. Want to go in game? Okay, you replied, slightly hesitant that you might come face to face with Goha the minute that you entered. Hansu felt your unease and smiled. Don't worry, Goha isn't on level 1, he said. As I was about to head to the RFO headquarters, they rang me and told me that the RFO technics are working on pinpointing Goha's location in-game, but it appears that your AI is hiding on a higher level. Oh, okay, thanks, you said as you watched Mirio set out his gear. Ready when you are, Yin, the sprightly hero said with thumbs up. You set your face with determination and walked over to one of the examination beds. Hansu helped you up onto it, and you lay down while he put the headset on you. Don't worry, he said in a soft, reassuring voice as he patted your shoulder. You gave him a weak smile in return. Mirio hopped up on another exam table nearby and lay down, putting the headset on himself and then settling back. You'll need to set your character up first, Yin, he called across to you as Hansu attached leads to him to monitor his condition in-game. Okay, he called back. And you need to say link start to go... Suddenly, Mirio went quiet as his headgear whirred to life and he was transported inside the game. Hansu laughed. He didn't think that through very well, did he? He commented to you. He said the start command and it took him in before he could finish his sentence. You forced another smile at Hansu. Would you stop worrying? Your grey-haired assistant said with an aggressive sigh when he saw that look on your face. I'm right here, he added as he put the leads on you. I won't let anything happen to you, okay? You nodded and looked up at the ceiling. Link start, you called loudly. You heard a click and a faint whirring noise, and then all of a sudden there was a mass of different colours swirling with white, and you found yourself inside a very clinical white room. Welcome to Rapid Fate Online, flashed up in big letters before your eyes, and you jumped slightly. Welcome and congratulations on your purchase, a friendly voice said from somewhere above you. Let's get started. We need to create your character. 2 options then flashed up before you, character or mirror. You hesitated. What's mirror? Does it mean to mirror your image? No, thank you. I don't want Goha to recognise me, you thought as you clicked character. You got to choose everything relating to your features, from picking your eye colour right down through to the shape of your nose. When you were satisfied with the look of your character, you had to pick an online name or username. You thought for a bit. You thought, something different. Selecting the keyboard from the menu bar, you typed your username in. Enter. Congratulations, the message said. Username accepted. Enter game. Yes or no. You selected yes, and the voice spoke again. Welcome to Dawn City, the only city on level 1. From here, your journey begins. You may choose whatever class you like. Just ask the guides for assistance. These guides are the people with the purple cursor above their heads. Good luck and have fun, the friendly voice said. You reached out and pressed the finish button, and suddenly you were in the middle of a town centre. Okay, so this is Dawn City, you thought as you looked around. People were walking around calmly, going about their daily activities, and you watched them carefully, still worried that you'd come face to face with Goha at any second. Wait, how will I recognise Mirio? You thought as you looked around. I didn't even ask him what he looked like. You took a few steps forwards and then stopped. Wait, maybe he knows where to find me, so I should probably just stay still. You turned and sat down on a bench nearby and stared down at your feet, moving your legs and noting how real it all felt. Just then someone from beside you made a high-pitched squealing noise, and your form prickled with fright as your head shot up and looked at her. It's him! It's him! She squealed, clutching her friend's shirt. Who, where? The friend asked as she looked to where the first girl was pointing. Oh shoot, what's he doing down here? The friend gasped. You looked to see where they were pointing and your jaw dropped open when you realised who they were pointing at. It was Mirio, looking exactly the same as he did in real life, but looking hella fine in his combat mage outfit. You stood up and smiled at him, walking towards him. Yin? An? He called as he smiled at you. Yeah, it's me, you said with a smile. Is that his girlfriend? You heard the girl who had fangirled earlier ask her friend with a dejected voice. Looks like it, the friend mused when she saw Migata wrap an arm around your shoulders. Ready to go? Migata asked you as he walked you towards some platform thing, his strong arm guiding your slightly hesitated form. Dunno if I have a choice, to be honest, you replied with a nervous smile as you looked up at him. I'm going to show you a cool place, Migata said with a smile and a thumbs up, putting emphasis on the cool. Are we going somewhere cold? You asked, catching onto his joke. You'll see, he said as he walked up onto the platform, still guiding you with his arm. Level 53, he called loudly. Suddenly, everything went blue and sparkly as you were transported to a snow-covered level, the temperature dropping very quickly. Whoa, I can even feel the cold? You mused out loud as you shivered slightly and stretched your hand out, letting a snowflake fall into your palm. This all feels so real, you commented to Migata, who smiled at you and took your hand in his. Come with me, he said as he stepped off the platform and led you through the snow, heading for a tree covering nearby. His hand is so warm, you thought as you looked at his hand clasping yours. As you entered the tree covering, you noticed a small cottage with the lights on, about 200 metres ahead of you. A house? You asked Migata. Yep, he replied as he looked back at you. Mine. Oh, you said softly as you held onto his hand, letting him lead you to the cottage. He pushed the front door open once he got there, and you stepped in, the warmth immediately enveloping you. This rapid fate game is amazing, you said as you let go of his hand and walked over to the fireplace that was set up. I can feel so much. You eyed off the fire. It really is, top of the line, Migata replied as he removed his black outer cloak and hung it up at the door. Take a seat, he said as he pointed to the chair by the fire. Thanks, you said as you sat down in the seat and looked across at the flames. Oh, and don't try and touch the fire because it hurts, Migata said with a laugh as he walked to the kitchen and pulled out some mugs to make hot drinks for you both. You tried it? You asked with a small chuckle. Yep, he said with a goofy smile, holding up a peace sign to you. So the headgear activates pain receptors? You mused to yourself as you looked back at the fire. Very advanced. So, Migata said as he finished whipping up 2 hot drinks and carrying them over to you. What class do you want to be? Oh, you said as you took the drink. Scholar? Migata asked as he sat down in the other chair next to you. He said softly as you looked down at the drink in hand. No, actually, I want to be something completely different. Like? Migata asked with a smile. Something I never got the chance to do, you said, thinking hard. There's a class called Dancer that goes up to Gypsy, then... Yes, you said quickly, looking at Migata. Yes, that's what I want. That's so cool, Migata said excitedly. Let's level you up then. We have to get you to level 10 first before you could choose a class. I read up on it, you said with a smile. I know all the basics. Awesome then, Migata replied. We'll head out tomorrow morning then. So, tomorrow morning is a long way away, so it'll have to wait until tomorrow in real time, you said sadly as you looked from Migata back to the fire. I kind of like it here. It's a bit of an escape from reality, but into, like, another reality. I know what you mean, Migata said with a laugh. That's what I like about it. You can be anyone here. Live an alternate life almost. That's what I need, he said with a sigh. What do you mean? Migata asked softly, his large blue eyes watching you tenderly. Well, you said as you dropped your gaze to the mug of hot drink in your lap. I haven't really lived a normal life. I've been cultivated since my quirk manifested, so I don't have any fun memories. Well, fun as in going to the shops with friends, hanging out, doing dumb stuff. It's all just been study or clinical work. Migata smiled thoughtfully. I'll make it happen for her. I'll give her so many memories in this game that it'll make up for everything she missed out on in real life, he thought as his gaze fell on his own hot drink in hand. Although, he said with a chuckle as you looked back up at him, I got plenty of memories with Hansu. Oh? Migata asked curiously. Yeah, One time I programmed his computer to make a fart noise every time he pressed the space bar, he said with a laugh. Migata chuckled happily. That is something I would do, he said with a bright smile. Life is too short not to be silly and make jokes. Hansu's been with me a long time, you said with a tender smile on your lips. So a lot of the fun is with him. Do you have feelings for Hansu? Migata asked softly, immediately worried that your heart belonged to another. What? You gasped with surprise. Hansu's 30! No, I don't see him like that. You shook your head rapidly. Oh, okay, Migata replied, brightening immediately upon hearing your words. So, what about you? What do you like about RFO? You asked, settling back in your chair. Have you met anyone special in-game? If you're asking if I have a girlfriend, the answer would be no, Migata replied with a wink, and your heart skipped a beat. Oh, okay, he said with a shy smile and looked down. I like this game for the same reason that you do. It's an escape, he said with a smile. I've worked hard with my friends to clear the floors here. Each new floor is a new level to explore, and I love it. I'm looking forward to exploring with you, he said with a bashful smile at him. So am I, he replied with an equally soft smile. You're the first person I've brought to this house too. I only just recently purchased it. Oh, really? You commented. Why this level? Well, this level didn't appear to be guarded by a boss, Migata explained. Other players, including myself, have seen extremely large footprints in the snow, but we haven't seen what's making them yet. That's a bit suspicious, isn't it? You asked, cocking your head curiously. Are all floors levels guarded? Not necessarily, Migata replied, taking a sip of his drink. The second house that Butterfly has is on a level that isn't guarded, level 22. He has 2 houses? You asked with surprise. Well, yes. He has a house on level 22 and another on level 44. He and his in-game wife, On, live mainly on level 44. I'll have to introduce you to them. I know them in-game and in real life too, Migata said proudly. They're both really nice people. I've known Butterfly since childhood. You have? You gasped. We were trying to track him down to help with this mission, but he ghosted us. So that's how you got the job, you said with a smile. And I'm glad I did, he said again with a smile. He's so cute, you thought, as you gave him yet another smile back. All of a sudden there was a loud roar from outside the house, and the house shook. Get down, Migata ordered, and he quickly set his drink down and grabbed you, taking your drink and putting it on the table nearby before crouching you down and covering you protectively. What is it? You whispered fearfully. I think it might be that thing leaving big footprints, Migata said as he stood up slightly and crept to the window to look out. Can you see anything? You whispered to him from where you were ducked down behind the lounge. He shook his head. It's starting to get darker outside, Migata replied in a hushed tone. I can't see very well. Just then there was another roar and the sound of thumping footsteps. Migata, you whimpered, everything feeling so real it was starting to scare you. It's okay, he said in a calming voice. Don't stress. Hansu will log you out otherwise. If you want to go home, we can log out now, but I want to see what it is so I can figure out how to take it down, he said, listening to that loud footsteps outside. You want to take it on? You whispered harshly with a mortified look on your face. That thing sounds huge. It's got to be the boss of this level. Imagine how many experience points we could get if we defeated it, he said excitedly. You looked at him dumbfounded. You're serious right now? You deadpanned. Yep, he said softly with a smile. I'm a hero in training. This is good practice. You are crazy, he said with a disbelieving chuckle and a head shake. So what do you want to do? I'll tell you what. I'll make us both invisible, then we'll sneak out of the house and try and see this thing. Then we can go back inside and log out and talk strategy on how to take it down. Okay, you replied hesitantly. What if it can see us somehow? It won't be able to see us because I'm a level 75 combat mage, Migata replied. My stats are high. Okay, I trust you, he replied. Let's go find it. Migata cast an invisibility cloak over the two of you, and you both stood up, with you hesitantly following him to the front door. Stay close now, he said softly as you both exited the house. You stepped out into the biting cold, fingers gripping into the back of his shirt as you pulled yourself in behind him, peeking around him to see if you could see whatever it was that was laying claim to this level. Another roar came from nearby, and Migata froze. Your eyes darted around, trying to see what it was that had made Migata stop dead in his tracks. Then ahead, through a light flurry of snowflakes, you saw something shift amongst the trees. Squinting, you focused on the beast ahead, and your blood ran cold as your eyes adjusted in the darkness. About 50 metres ahead was something akin to the abominable snowman, but more like a snowman that had fused with the devil himself, the literal product of nightmares. In its right hand it held a fairly large jagged branch, and laced across its chest fur were the marks of blood-stained paw prints that looked like it may have killed a bear. The monster appeared to be looking directly at you and Migata, and you bit into your tongue firmly to prevent yourself from screaming, reminding yourself over and over that this was just a game. Migata slowly took a step back, pushing you back with him as he looked around to determine what to do next. You peeked out from behind Migata again, and looked for the monster's name that was highlighted above its head. Tezamung? That sounds Nordic. What are you planning to do? You whispered to Migata as you stayed behind him. I'm not sure if we should take this monster on now or leave it for another time, but who knows when another time will come, he whispered back. Plus, it would be a really quick way to acquire XP points. Tezamung, who had been standing still, suddenly started walking purposefully forwards, and Migata quickly turned and ushered you back, pointing for you to deviate away from the path of the behemoth's snow creature and into the tree covering. As you got out of the monster's way, he continued on, his target, Migata's house. Oh no, Migata said as he suddenly realised what Tezamung was going to do. He's going to destroy the house because he thinks we might be in there. No, you whispered harshly. No, we need to stop him. We need to party up immediately, Migata said quickly. Open your menu. After Migata had shown you how to open your menu and party with him, he then quickly buffered himself up and then turned to take on the monster, who had almost reached the house by now. Stay here, he commanded, as he started running towards the still stalking monster, quickly catching up behind it. Silently, he did a hand signal, the words "consume flare" flashing up above his head as a ball of fire manifested in his hand. All we need is a bit of fire power, he yelled at the back of the monster before launching the fireball at it. Before the monster had a chance to turn around, it was drenched in fire, its whole form being swallowed in the massive, all-consuming flame ball that Migata had created. Tezamung bellowed loudly, making the hair on the back of your neck stand on end as the fire slowly disappeared, and he swung to meet his attacker, Migata. As the monster swung around, you saw the jagged branch that it had been holding in its right hand was now on fire, narrowly missing the now visible Migata as he lashed out with it. Whoa! You heard Migata call as he ducked, the flaming tree branch narrowly missing him as he crouched low and kicked at the monster's left leg, landing a solid hit before retreating quickly and disappearing. Oh, wait, what? Where'd he go? You thought, as your eyes darted around through the darkness looking for Migata. Suddenly, he was to the right of the Tezamung, and he quickly drew a large dagger and plunged it into the monster's side, expertly placed between the snow terror's ribs. It's fast. I couldn't follow him with my eyes just then. Or maybe it's the snow getting in the way? You thought as you watched him jump back, avoiding another fire log swing from the enraged monster. As you watched, you remembered reading that to get more XP points you had to join the fight as well. But I've never fought anything before, you thought as you watched Migata dart around the monster, antagonising it more than anything else. I mean, I could kick it in the leg or something and run. It can't see me, so it should be fine. Slowly you crept along the tree line, getting closer and closer to the hideous monster, and regretting your decision with every step you took. It's way scarier up closer, you thought as you tried to calm your racing heart. Just kick it and run. That's it. Get in and get away. You got to the last of the trees and waited for your moment. As Migata drew its attention away, you quickly ran up behind it and toe bashed it in the heel, making it swing quickly around to see who had dared to punt it in the back of its foot. Because you had now attacked, your invisibility cloak suddenly disappeared, leaving you visible to the very pissed off Tezamung. You let out a scream that was terror mixed with triumph and spun around to run away, but tripped on your leg as you turned. Migata yelled as he jumped at the monster, trying to distract it so you could get away. You picked yourself up and ran, only just being missed by that flaming log as it whizzed past and smashed into the side of Migata's house, setting it on fire. Oh no! You gasped as you looked back over your shoulder. Migata! Go! He shouted. Run! You nodded before turning and running blindly into the darkness, not having any idea where Migata was and what he was about to do, when suddenly an earthquake shook the ground beneath you, knocking you off your feet once again. Migata! You screamed as you looked back over your shoulder. Your terror-filled eyes caught sight of Migata's house as it crumbled to the ground, and you gasped, both hands over your mouth as you sat in the snow, fear gripping you to the core. Sharp huffs of mist exploded from your lips as you tried to catch your breath and think about the next steps, when you saw a shadowy figure approaching you. "Migata?" you called into the darkness. It's okay," the figure replied, the call of Migata's voice making you breathe out a sigh of relief you'd been subconsciously holding. "We need to go," he called as he approached you at a jog. "Oh my goodness, are you okay?" you asked as you stood up and walked towards him. "Your house, it's gone. I'm so sorry. If I hadn't come in and kicked him, you would have..." "Hey, it's okay," Migata said with a light chuckle as he pulled up in front of you. "I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but the outcome of the fight was very icy." "Icy?" you asked with a perplexed look on your face. Just then the roar of Tezumyung filled the air. "Yeah, I couldn't beat it," Migata said with a sheepish back of the head scratch. "I used the strongest move I could do just now, and it didn't do much damage. Not as much as I was hoping for." "Oh no," you said in a hollow tone, your heart sinking as you realised that that thing was still at large, and pissed off. "Oh no is correct," Migata replied with his index finger raised in agreement to your statement. "We need to get going, now." He grabbed you by the hand and headed for the teleport station, picking a smart pace through the snow. You jogged slightly to keep up, occasionally glancing back over your shoulder whenever you heard the haunting scream of the Tezumyung behind you. "Will it come for us?" you asked Migata as you jogged behind him. "It can't get out of this level, can it?" "Usually they can't get out, but if there's a glitch it might be a different story," Migata said back over his shoulder as you both made it safely to the platform. "He's so calm about it," you thought as you stepped up onto the blue ring of the teleportation station, still holding his hand as you came up beside him. "Level 44!" Migata called. The two of you were immediately transported to what you assumed was level 44, a level full of archipelago islands that hung in midair. You stepped off the platform and down onto the soft green grass, looking around wide-eyed at this breathtaking level. The grounded part of the level was very similar in look and feel to a well-maintained Chinese garden. Exotically coloured plants and enlarged bonsai trees hugged the edges of a small river that meandered through the land, while up above hung various sized islands, suspended in mid-air, the root systems of each island either hanging free or intertwined with nearby land that made natural vine-lined bridges to make it easier to be able to navigate the level. "This is amazing," you breathed as you took it all in. "This is an extremely beautiful level." "I know," Migata said cheerfully as he stepped down beside you. "This is the level Butterfly and his in-game wife, live on." "The number one player and another top player?" you queried. "That's them," Migata replied with a smile. "I'm hoping they're home, so we can talk to them about Tezumyung. But if not, Butterfly did say that if I ever needed somewhere safe to stay, I could come to his house. And I think now is a perfect reason to need a safe place to stay," he said with a bright chuckle. "I'm really sorry," you said sadly, hanging your head in shame. "My brash actions caused the demise of your house." "I already told you, it's not a problem at all. It just means I get to buy another house on a different level," he said with a genuinely kind smile as he looked down at you. He's so positive. Not once has he told me off, which he should have, especially since I completely ruined his house, you thought as you looked from him back down to the ground. Migata started to move, and so you followed him as he headed for a vine ladder nearby. "Stay in front," Migata said as he looked back over his shoulder and smiled at you, stopping so that you could pass him. "If you fall, I need to be able to catch you." You nodded and stepped past him, reaching out for the ropey vines as you got to the base of the natural ladder and started to climb the structure with ease, following it up onto the lower hanging islands. "Do these islands ever fall?" you asked Migata, calling back to him over your shoulder. "Not that I've seen, but the smaller ones do tip to the side if something heavy lands on them," he said with a chuckle. Someone I used to be close to was a beast tamer, and she tamed one of the larger creatures on this level, and discovered that if she made it land on a small floating island it would tip over." You cracked a smile as you climbed, imagining an island tipping over. "She set herself a goal to tip as many islands as possible," Migata continued. "What's the point of doing that?" you thought as you shook your head. "I guess sometimes you just do things for fun and they don't need to have a purpose." "Look to your left, Migata called from behind you as you climbed up on top of the floating island. "Oh," you gasped when you looked across. You had climbed quite high already, and a new beautiful view revealed itself from where you stood. The sun was just on the horizon, signalling the end of the day, and a light mist had started to settle across the vast landscape. I can't get over how beautiful this place is, you said again as you watched a flock of birds flying silently below you in the distance. Are there any monsters on this level? You asked Migata as he made his way up beside you. We've already defeated the boss of this level, Migata said. He was a glitch, so he was harder to beat than usual, but he's been completely removed from the game, so it's good. I see, he said. And monsters? Oh, there are a few monsters that live on this level, but they'll only engage in a fight if you make the first move, he said. There's an extremely large pterodactyl that lives near Butterfly's house that has a short fuse, he added with a chuckle, and none of us are game enough to take it on, so we've just left it. Understandable, he said with a laugh. Migata smiled as he looked at you. She's opening up little by little. She'll laugh openly a few times now, he thought with a soft look on his face. Well, shall we continue? He turned and pointed to the next lot of vine stairs. You both continued to climb, making your way slowly up to Butterfly and On's house. Finally you made it, smiling when you saw the cute little cottage that was built into the side of the hanging island. How adorable, you thought, as you and Migata climbed to the last of the terrain to reach it, picking your way up to the house through the wiry grass and chipped rock steps that made a rough path to the front door. Do you think they're home? You whispered to Migata. I'm not picking up their presence, Migata commented, his maxed out mage stats allowing him to be able to tell if someone was nearby, even if he couldn't see them. Well, we still need somewhere to stay, you mused as you stopped to allow Migata to overtake you and walk the last of the way to the door. Knock knock, Migata called loudly as he approached the wooden front door. Silence was the only reply. Coming in, Migata called again as he pushed the front door open. All was still and quiet inside the quaint little cottage, a beautiful muted sandalwood smell immediately relaxing you the minute you stepped into the house. The details in this game is amazing, you thought as you took another deep breath in. Take a seat if you like, Hun, Migata offered, gesturing to the open lounge to your left as he walked into the kitchen. Thanks, you said softly as he walked over to the fawn-coloured three-seater lounge and sat down. Want a drink? He asked as he opened the fridge and started raiding it. Are you allowed to just make yourself at home? You asked him as you stood up and started walking over to where he was hunched over in the fridge. Wait, he whispered harshly as he stood up and whipped his head towards the door. What is it? You whispered in a panic. Tezamung? They're coming, he hissed with excitement. Let's scare them. He added with a bright grin as he quickly closed the fridge and grabbed your hand, then raced back to the lounge, ducking down behind it. You crouched down beside him and watched as he did two hand signals, one to make you both invisible and one to block your aura signal so that On and Butterfly couldn't detect your presence. With bated breath you waited, ears straining in the silence. It wasn't long before you heard the muffled noises of two people talking and your heart started to beat a little faster as you stayed still beside Migata. The front door opened and their conversation became a little bit clearer, but not very clear because it was heavily interrupted with the sound of kissing. Your face flushed with embarrassment when you realised that they had entered their house kissing fervently and probably had other matters on their mind. Just you wait till I get your clothes off, the female of the pair uttered seductively between heavy kisses. I've been waiting all day, the male of the pair replied. Oh no, this is bad. This is very, very bad. You panicked, intending to reach out and grab Migata so he didn't pop up and scare them, but it was too late. Rah! Migata cried loudly as he jumped up from behind the lounge, still invisible at that point. What the hell? The female screeched, screaming even louder as Migata revealed himself. But suddenly there was an even higher pitched scream, and you pulled a face and tilted your head curiously. Wait, who screamed higher? Was that? You stood up to see who it was. The scream was definitely coming from the male of the pair, who looked like he was about to drop a brown land shark, at the same time allowing his soul to leave his body, permanently. I'm so sorry, you blurted out from beside Migata, setting off another round of screaming as your voice had seemingly come from nowhere. Oh dang, I'm still invisible, you thought as you looked down at yourself, then across to Migata, who was standing there as proud as punch with a giant grin on his face. Migata, can you make me visible again, please? You asked with embarrassment. Oh, sorry, he said as he quickly revealed your form. Who the hell are you? The female hollered with confusion. Migata, why? The male cried. You looked up above their heads for their names and gasped. On and Butterfly? You asked excitedly. It's a pleasure to meet you. You quickly walked out from behind the lounge and went over to shake their hands, somewhat ignoring the bewildered looks on their faces. Migata, what is going on, please? On said in an exasperated voice. What are you doing here, hiding in our house with her? Tezamung destroyed my house, Migata said, almost proudly. I'm sorry, a what now? On deadpanned. Tezamung, you said. How do you even spell that? On asked. Oh, with an O with a line through it. It's pronounced like a in sir. It's of Norwegian descent, he said with a smile. Yo, you're smart, what the hell? On said with a laugh. How did you end up in a game like this? Long story, he said sheepishly. Her AI has gone rogue and we need to get them back. They're in this game somewhere, Migata said from where he was still standing behind the lounge, looking very out of place. You made an AI? On asked incredulously. Okay, yeah, certified smart. Speaking of rogue, Butterfly cut in, Migata, Pants has been acting more strange than usual. Really? Migata asked, finally leaving the safe spot behind the lounge. Pants? You asked, confused. The pterodactyl, On said quickly. Short for cranky pants. And also when you see this thing, you'll want to crap your pants too. Is it that scary? You asked innocently. Butterfly nearly wet himself, On said seriously. No, I did, he whispered to her. Oh, you actually did? Oh, my bad, baby. Sorry, I thought you were joking. No, it was no joke, he whispered back, the two of them engaging in a quiet conversation as he looked at Migata with confusion. Sorry to pee on your parade, Migata said with a lively laugh, but can you please explain what Pants has been doing? Migata, that's the wrong expression, On deadpanned. Oh, Pants has been leaving the level, we think. We're not 100% sure, but she's bringing back people, Butterfly said with a horror-stricken voice. Riding her? Migata quizzed. No, in her talons, Butterfly said, clearly disturbed by this. What? You asked with surprise. Is that even possible? I thought once you died in-game you went back to the first level. Well, so did we. I'm pretty sure these people are dead, but they're not evaporating, and it's not making any sense, Butterfly said softly, still unsettled by this information. We haven't been game enough to go and check it out in case we get caught. But aren't you the number one player? You asked with surprise. You should be able to take it on, no? Not if there's a glitch or something, On said. We've dealt with glitching things before, and they are hard to navigate, and Pants is frickin' 200 meters tall. An exaggeration, Migata added quickly. Oh, but not by much, On said authoritatively. She is a big birdie, isn't she? Migata mused. I love how these people can casually call this supposed monster a bird, and its name is Pants. Who even are these people? You thought as you looked at everyone around you. Well, best we check it out then, Migata said cheerfully as he turned to go. Wait, you said quickly as you grabbed his bulging bicep. We can't just run into this blindly. I have a sneaking suspicion that this whole rogue thing could be related to Goha, but I'm not exactly sure how. Goha? On asked. AI, Migata replied, looking at her before looking back to you. You really think they're involved? You nodded. Also, what time is it? Hansu might be worried about us, you said suddenly. Hansu? On asked. Assistant, Migata replied. Right, she said. Okay, Butterfly, On. We'll go for now, Migata said with a smile. But let's all meet back here tomorrow, 4:30 p.m, and hopefully we'll have some more information on Pants and whether or not it's got something to do with the rogue AI. They both nodded in somewhat confused agreement. In the meantime, could we log out here? Migata asked Butterfly. Of course, Butterfly replied with a gentle smile. Feel free to use the spare room. You can lie on the bed together. Your face flushed with embarrassment at Butterfly's words and a small squeak escaped from your lips. Oh, that's okay. We'll sit on the lounge, Migata said with a smile, feeling your discomfort at the thought of lying on a bed together. Suit yourself, On said with a shrug. You're welcome anywhere, anytime. Thanks, Migata said as he led you over to the lounge and sat down next to you, showing you how to log out. Oh, and make sure you to use a cocoon. Wrap it before you tap it, he said cheekily to Butterfly before hitting the log out button, leaving you sitting there very embarrassed by his comment as his avatar slumped onto your shoulder. Why is he like that? On asked in a dead voice to Butterfly. He's always been like that, Butterfly replied. I'm used to it by now. He is so bloody immature, On groaned. Sorry about him, Ann, she said apologetically to you. No, it's fine, you replied sheepishly. I've never met anyone like him before. He's strong and very capable, but he's also jovial and can come across as immature. But I can see that he does it to make others feel more at ease, sometimes. He's truly an amazing and unique hero, he said softly. Well, On said with a surprised look on her face. Looks like someone has a crush. You sound like me talking about Butterfly, she added with a smirk. He blushed heavily and stared at the floor. No, you're the amazing one. Look how far you've come. I couldn't be more proud to have you as my wife. Your heart burst as you watched the two lovebirds smile and gaze into each other's eyes, but then felt like a very large third wheel, so excused yourself. Okay, I'm gonna go now, you said awkwardly as you logged out. You blinked as he came to after logging out of the game and lay there staring up at the ceiling of the clinic for a bit before turning your head to the side. You're back, Mirio said happily from where he had sat on the bed. Yeah, he replied, still a little spacey. What did you think? He asked expectantly with his signature giant grin. It's amazing, he said in soft awe. I can't believe that exists. I'd love to meet the creator. Oh, praising someone else's work? Hansu leered from where he was leaning back on the desk nearby, arms crossed casually across his chest. That's not like you. I've literally just come back and you're at me already, you deadpanned at him. Oh, sorry, I forgot to roll out the red carpet, he said as he bowed mockingly. Forgive me, my liege. Stop it, you mumbled with embarrassment. So, Yin, what makes you think Goha has something to do with Pants going rogue? Mirio asked you. I'm sorry, Pants? Hansu asked confused. A pterodactyl, you said with a dead straight face. There's a pterodactyl called Pants in the game? Hansu asked with a you've got to be kidding me look on his face. Yeah, he replied. Problem? Nope, completely fine. Do pigs fly in the game too? He asked sarcastically. Yep, on level 21, Mirio said brightly. You stifled a laugh and slapped a hand over your mouth, but the laugh still broke through, coming out as an explosive hiss through your fingers. You're all mental, Hansu said as he shook his head. You removed your hand and laughed freely. Hansu looked at you curiously, a small smile pulling at his lips. Okay, tell me what's going on, he asked as he sat down on the bed next to Mirio. You first explained about what happened with Tezumung and how it was strange that he didn't seem bound by the rules or programming of the game, which Mirio confirmed that it was abnormal. Then you added in the information about Pants and how she seemed to be having a release from the coding as well. My hypothesis is that when Goha entered RFO, they changed the coding around their character so that they could live freely inside the game and not have to use the currency, mahi, to survive. They just moved into a house and then got the food they needed to survive, you said. But, in the process, they could have released a few of the other monsters or creatures on other levels from their registered codes, allowing them to have a relatively free reign. But because they're not sentient, they are coded creations, they don't know what to do, so are just going about doing strange things without reason. If you're correct, and I believe you may be, Hansu said thoughtfully, it's going to make this a little harder for you because you'll end up coming up against potential monsters that are released from their codes and are acting unpredictably. And that's where I come in, Mirio said brightly, suddenly jumping into the conversation. I already promised that I wouldn't let a hair on her head be harmed. I need to level up quickly, you mumbled to yourself, thinking about what steps needed to come next. Listen, I'll go and talk to a few people and see if they can confirm your theory, Hansu said. They might be able to shut down the rogue creatures and delete them from the coding. Wait, you said, snapping your fingers sharply as you had a light bulb moment. If they can locate all the rogue creatures, then one of them has got to be Goha. That helps narrow things down. Good thinking, Hansu said with a proud half smirk. I'll call the mental health hospital and tell them not to take you just yet. You're an ass, Hansu, you said with a small chuckle and a head shake. Well then, let me get in touch with some people and see if there's any way we can narrow Goha's location down, Hansu said, reaching up and running a hand through his grey hair and ruffling it a bit. There was a moment of silence before Mirio spoke. I hate to quit so early in the game, but I need to go home and sleep before work tomorrow, he said with a sheepish chuckle. I'll be back tomorrow evening though, Yin, so we can go and meet with Butterfly and On. Oh, yeah, that'd be great, he said enthusiastically. See you then. Good luck at work tomorrow. Thanks, Mirio said with a tender smile. You smiled softly before scratching your cheek and looking away. Bye, Hansu. Thank you for overseeing our dive, Mirio said to your assistant as he got off the table. Welcome, Hansu said as he nodded politely to the young hero. You and Hansu watched Mirio go, and with one final hand wave he was off and out the door, disappearing down the hall. The minute he left you relaxed and let your guard down, a burning question teetering on your lips as you hung your head and sighed heavily, hoping that Hansu would just ask what was wrong. But your somewhat stoic assistant just pushed off the bed opposite you and strode back over to the desk to write some things down. You scrunched your nose with slight annoyance and sighed again, hoping he would respond to the second sound, but still no response. Hansu? You asked softly. He hummed, acknowledging that you had caught his attention. Have you ever felt useless? You asked with honest disappointment at yourself in your voice. Hansu paused what he was doing and looked at you, the light in the room glinting off the frame of his glasses. Nope, never, he said suddenly, cutting the darkening mood with ridiculous cheerfulness. I'm amazing. You deadpanned and he burst out laughing. Can you just be serious for just 1 minute? You asked in a vexed tone. I'm actually feeling a little vulnerable right now and I want to talk about it. Oh? Hansu asked with a smirk as he straightened and walked over to you, stopping in front of you and pushing his hands into his lab coat. The amazing professor admitting weakness? He asked sarcastically. Stop it, you grumbled with a scowl as you looked away. What happened? He asked. Well, I tried to help out in the game, but for the first time ever I actually made things worse. Oh, so we're completely forgetting the whole Goha incident then, I see? Hansu mused with a teasing tone. Why do you have to be such a jerk, you jerk face, you... That's some astounding vocabulary you've picked up there, Yin, Hansu mocked. Did Pants the pterodactyl teach you that? Shut up, you fumed. You know what? Forget it. You got off the bench and walked away, but you were stopped short when he grabbed you by the arm. Hey, he said in a soft, low tone. I'm glad you're right. I could see your heart rate was going wild and I was going to pull you out of the game, but instead I just suffered and let you take care of yourself. He quickly turned his head and let you go, walking back to his desk silently. Your eyes widened as you realised just how hard it would have been for him to let you go and not be beside you. He had been your assistant for a long time, and this was the first time that he had let you do something without his guidance. I'm sorry, you said with a sympathetic look on your face. Doing this was very selfish of me. I didn't even consider how it would make you feel. I'm not going to be around forever, Hansu said calmly as he looked back at you. You'll need to learn to fend for yourself. This is a really controlled way of doing it, so I approve. You nodded glumly. Okay, he said softly as you turned and left the room. Hansu let out a troubled sigh. I didn't think it would be this hard to sit back and not have full handle on this, he thought as he remembered watching your face contort with fear as beads of sweat dotted your brow, with him helplessly stuck in reality while you were struggling in RFO. I lied to you, Yin. I have felt useless. Right now I feel very useless, and I don't like it at all, he thought as he scowled down at the desk and smacked his palms against it in frustration. But I can change that. He reached his hand into his pocket and pulled his phone out, dialing a contact. Hey, he said into the receiver when the person on the other end had picked up. It's dropped by today if possible. Got some new information. You moped out of the room and down the hallway, equal parts embarrassed and upset at your interaction with Hansu. Why does he always do that to me? You thought with annoyance as you walked. Just makes fun of me so casually and then treats me like the child I am. He's always so in control and calm, it's infuriating. Your eyes flicked to a room nearby as you went to walk past it, halting in your tracks when you heard voices inside. So, who would take over? One voice asked inquiringly. I don't know, probably Hansu, another replied. Wait, are they talking about my position? You thought in sudden panic. Am I being demoted? But they can't do that. I still need to sort out the Goha situation. Hansu wouldn't take my place like that, would he? He knows how much I love my job. You froze in place, hand clutched to your shirt as you tried not to burst into tears. But what about Professor Lin? A third person asked. She's worked so hard, it would be a waste to let her go just because of one mistake. She created a frickin' villain AI. You can't just come back from that without a bad reputation preceding you. It looks bad for the whole company, another piped up. You hung your head and quickly turned to go back the way you'd come, not wanting to be found standing outside the room eavesdropping. What if they really do let me go? Then what? You thought sadly as tears pricked the corners of your eyes. You quickly walked into the emergency exit stairs and left the building that way, heading home on your own to be alone with your thoughts. As you left to go home, Hansu left to head to the RFO headquarters to meet with the Technics friend that he had spoken with before. Hansu punched the numbers into the keyboard at the back of the RFO headquarters and let himself inside, casually strolling down the very clinical-looking hall as he made his way to his friend's office. "You said you had some new information?" his friend commented as your grey-haired assistant entered the small, dimly lit room. "Didn't even say anything yet," Hansu replied dryly. "How'd you know it was me?" "Who else would it be?" the friend deadpanned, not even bothering to look over his shoulder at Hansu. "Your boss?" "Dude, I don't even know who my boss is," the friend replied as he turned in his chair and stared at Hansu. "I've been down in this dungeon for so long, I don't even know if there's anyone even upstairs anymore. The whole building could be abandoned, I wouldn't even know." "That good, huh?" Hansu mused with a smirk. "The pay is the only thing keeping me here," the friend monotoned. "Anyway," your assistant said in a more lively tone, changing the subject quickly, "we think we know how to pinpoint Goha." "Shoot," the friend replied, relaxing his cheek into his hand as he rested an elbow on the desk, his blue eyes watching Hansu. "Apparently, some of the monsters in RFO have been released from their coding, as in they're just doing whatever they please and they aren't sticking to the rules," Hansu said, using air quotation marks around the word rules. "Elaborate?" the friend coaxed, dubiously rolling his wrist as he waved Hansu on to continue. "Now, before I say any more, I swear to you that I have not been on any illicit drugs," Hansu warned. "You're filling me with so much confidence right now," the friend replied with a dead sigh. "I know, and you're about to feel a lot less confident in a second," Hansu deadpanned. "Okay, so there's a pterodactyl named Pants on level 44 that has gone rogue." "Rogue Pants?" the friend asked. "I honestly don't want to repeat what else was said to me because it is utterly bizarre, so if you could kindly check to see if this thing is indeed miscoded, then it would save me a lifetime of embarrassment." Not bad, huh?" the friend commented with a smirk as he turned back to the computer screen. "What level?" 44, Hansu replied as he stepped in behind his friend's chair and peered over his shoulder at the screen. "Pterodactyl?" the friend asked as he punched something into the computer. "Yeah," Hansu replied. "There's a few on this level," the friend muttered, "but let me do a quick debug sweep to see if anything comes up." "Please," Hansu said softly. The friend ran the program and both men waited with bated breath to see what the program would say. "Oh," the friend commented when he saw the results. "Yeah, there is something wrong." "Oh, thank God," Hansu said emphatically. "I knew she wasn't smoking crack in-game." "Sorry?" "Oh, never mind," Hansu said quickly. "Can you give details on what's happened?" "Well, now that I know there's an error on this level involving a pterodactyl, I'll look into it. But the coding for each monster is pretty long, so it'll take me a while to get back to you." Hansu hummed. "No other faster way?" "Nah, sorry," friend said blandly. "Although, more eyes make faster work, so if you set up an RFO forum that allows players to comment if they come across any strange happenings in-game, that could speed up the process of finding all the rogue creatures." "Good thinking," Hansu mused. "We are highly suspicious that the AI is somehow involved in the coding changes, so we might be able to find Goha if we find all the rogue creatures." "So you think Goha might be amongst them?" the friend asked. "Yep," Hansu replied. "Highly likely. Goha isn't supposed to be a part of RFO, so although they have slot themselves into the game, it'll show up differently on the coding," the friend commented with a head nod. "Okay, well, I'll go and start this RFO forum, and you keep me posted on what you find out with the coding changes and what they've allowed the monsters to do," Hansu said. "Sure, boss," the friend replied with a dismissive hand wave as Hansu turned and left the office. Once at home, you went to the kitchen to make yourself some food, then went to your room to listen to some music on your headphones. Your playlist needed some serious updating, but you'd been too scared to plug yourself into the computer for fear of being short-circuited again, and you'd just been listening to the same songs over and over. Who would have some songs they could share with me? You thought as you picked up your phone and opened contacts. You only had 10 contacts in your phone list. Your heart sank. Whoa, you thought as you looked over them. I really am a loner. You scrolled past your parents' name, a few co-workers' names, Hansu's name, and then came to Mirio's name, and your thumb hovered over it. Would he think I was weird for texting him to ask for new songs? You thought as you held your thumb over the text contact button. Finally you clicked it, opening a new message to him. Hi, I know I only just saw you today, but I'm at home and I was wondering... You stopped. Man, that's such a formal text. And weird too. You erased it. Hi Mirio, do you have any song playlists you could share with me? You texted. Better. It should be okay, shouldn't it? You thought as you hesitated on pressing send. Just then a message popped up from him and you quickly clicked on it. Hi Yin, I know I only just saw you today, but I was wondering if you'd like to grab a drink? I can't sleep, he asked, sending a happy face on the end of the text. You smiled when you read it. Seems like he and I are on the same wavelength when it comes to texting, you thought, getting ready to reply him. Yes, sure, he replied happily. Where and what time? I'll come closer to you. Is there a place that you like nearby? He asked politely. Yes, actually, you sent. Nice little bubble tea place down the road. I'll pin drop you the address. Okay, I'll see you there in 20 minutes, he sent back. Okay, you replied, quickly closing the messages and finding the shop location on maps before sending him the pin. Got it, he replied when he had sent him the pin drop. See you soon. You smiled and jumped off the bed, quickly changing into something else before running to the front door and leaving. It didn't take you long to get to the bubble tea shop, and you stopped just around the corner to try and catch your breath before meeting him. Oh, why can't I breathe properly? Oh God, I'm so unfit, you thought, wheezing as you fanned yourself with your hands to cool down. Hey, hot stuff, a voice on your left said. You looked across and came face to face with a literal face that was merging through the trunk of a tree next to you. You nearly shat yourself, screaming at the top of your lungs. Sorry, Mirio said quickly as he deactivated his quirk and pulled his face back from the tree trunk, then stepped out from behind it and walked around to you. Mirio, you gasped, still clutching your shirt in your hand. Oh my God. Sorry, I forgot that a face in a tree trunk isn't exactly normal, he said with a chuckle as he stepped up beside you, one bulging arm up behind his head to scratch the back of his head sheepishly. It's okay, it's just... Oh, you gave me a scare, that's all, you wheezed. Let me buy you a drink to make up for it, he said with a smile, dropping his hand from behind his head to a thumbs up. No, it's okay, you replied with a shake of your head. If anything, I need to buy you a drink because you bought me one last time. I'm not keeping count, he said with a gentle smile. Okay, you said bashfully, turning as he took a step towards the shop. Hey, sorry to call you out so late, he said sheepishly with a blush. No, don't apologise, it's fine. I kind of missed... I like your company, you mumbled as you looked down at your hands, fiddling with the USB at the end of your fingertip. Same, he replied tenderly. Forgive me if I'm being too forward, but I really enjoy your company and I feel a little sad when we're not together. Your heart leapt in your chest, and you gave him a nervous, wobbly smile, chuckling as you both entered the shop. Where would you like to sit? He asked, letting you choose the spot. Anywhere's fine, he replied, looking around, then pointing to a table with 2 chairs at the back of the small shop. Mirio nodded, and you both walked over and took a seat while the waitress brought menus over to you. You both ordered what you wanted, then silence fell as the waitress walked away. You said softly as you looked down at the table. Mirio, I know you said not to worry about your house, that I pretty much got destroyed, but I still feel really bad. I've been so used to always being in control and having everything work in my favour, but this game's just been a real eye-opener for me. Why is that, Yin? Mirio asked tenderly as he rested his arms on the table and watched you with a kind look in his eye, inviting you to confide in him. Well, I feel useless, you said sadly, your gaze dropping to the table. I can't do anything in this game, and when I tried to help you, it went really wrong. That's not a bad thing, Mirio said encouragingly. It's good to have these feelings every now and again, because once you've acknowledged them, then you can work on improving. You looked up into his intriguingly muted blue eyes and smiled with relief at his words. That's true, you said as your furrowed brows relaxed. That's good advice on a few levels, actually. I'm glad, he said as he let one hand slide across the table and rest over yours, squeezing your hand in his as he gazed lovingly across the table at you. Your eyes shifted from his face to his hand on yours, and you turned your hand over under his to squeeze his hand back, holding hands for just a little bit before the waitress brought your drinks back. So, he said as you let go of his hand, making room for her to put the drinks down on the table. About your pants. The waitress choked on thin air, then quickly excused herself. Yes, Mirio replied excitedly, not even noticing the waitress's reaction. Taking pants on is going to be a great way to level you up quickly so you can become a dancer class. Then you won't feel so useless. Stay close to me tomorrow when we take it on so I can share my EXP points with you. Sounds good to me, he replied with a smile. Would you buy a new house with the mahi you earned from taking pants on? Well, yes, but only if you help me pick a house, one that you like as well, so that we could maybe share it, he asked, realising mid-sentence that he was coming on very strong tonight. That would be fun, he said with a bashful smile, feeling a little giddy with all the us talk. Mirio smiled and you continued to chat a little as you ate and drank together. It was now just after 12 a.m, and Mirio said that he really did need to get going to bed now, so he wouldn't be completely dead for the next day, and you both left the shop, walking side by side down the street. You were walking so close together as he accompanied you back to your house that you kept bumping into each other's sides, and at one point he grabbed your hand to hold you steady. Sorry, he said with a bashful chuckle as he held your hand. We seem to be colliding a lot, so maybe if I hold your hand we won't bump into each other so much? You giggled. Yeah, sorry. I'd say that your quirk is attractive, but I don't think it has anything to do with your quirk, you flirted, that past midnight lost filter effect taking over you. Oh, Mirio said with a chuckle. I see what you did there, but I think it's more that we share a connection, he flirted back, holding your hand up that was still clasped in his, a nod to your USB port. That was a quirky reply, you giggled, allowing him to hold your hand the whole way back home. At your doorstep, he finally let your hand go and stood there, waiting for you to unlock the front door. Thank you for tonight, you said shyly as you stood in your doorway and turned back to him. Not a problem, Yin. I really enjoy your company, he said softly. Can I hug you? You blurted out, suddenly getting an urge to be in his embrace. He smiled and held his arms out, opening them wide and inviting you in for a hug, which you gratefully stepped forward and into, allowing yourself to be engulfed by his large, strong arms. You hugged for a little while, before making bashful goodbyes and promising to see each other the next day. Then he left to go home, leaving you floating on cloud 9 as you made your way inside your house. The next day you couldn't wait to meet up with Mirio, and you were back at the lab super early. Prince Charming isn't here yet, Hansu called over his shoulder when he heard you enter behind him. Who says I'm waiting for Mirio? You retorted defensively. The fact that I said Prince Charming and you gave Prince Charming a name is clinically significant. Would you like to discuss the results of the study? Hansu said cheekily as he turned around and looked at you over the top of his glasses. Your heart leapt and looked away. No, the results would be invalid. Are you familiar with the story of Pinocchio? Hansu leered. Okay, I get it, and we held hands last night too, so whatever, you said with exasperation, embarrassed but excited that you and Mirio were making progress. Oh, Hansu hummed with surprise, his grey eyebrows shooting up behind his heavy fringe with surprise at this revelation. When's the wedding? You poked your tongue out and jumped up onto the examination bed. Don't tell him I told you though, you said softly. I am a fan of the fact that he is allowing you to experience things that people your age would usually experience. Being the head of the robotics doesn't leave much room for life, Hansu said. I would know, considering I'm still single. You're a catch, you said encouragingly. Your time will come. Yes, well, for now I'll just watch my OTP become a ship, he said. I'm sorry? You asked with knitted eyebrows. Welcome to the internet, Hansu deadpanned. I created an RFO forum for players to be able to document strange in-game occurrences, and some information was helpful but others wasn't, such as your mom on level 7 is gay and the monster Nanya is out of business. What? You asked with confusion. Then, under the Nanya comment, there was a whole heap of lols and hue, he added. How old are these kids? 6? I don't know, he replied sympathetically. Did you get any useful information? Yes, a little, he replied with a sigh. I'm collating all of the levels with rogue monsters, but it seems there's a lot of attention on your pterodactyl on level 44. Really? You asked curiously. Why? Well, a few players are in the pterodactyl's nest and they can't leave, Hansu said, his brows furrowing in confusion. They log out of the game, but when they dive in again, they're still in there and there's a force field around the nest. That's really strange, you commented. Have they tried to self-terminate to reset to level 1 again? Yes, and that's the only way to get out of the nest, but they lose everything. Mahi, gone. All items in their inventory, gone. Whoa, that's rough, you replied. Did you ask your friend to look into this? Has the code been rewritten? He's looking into it, but for now, please be careful, Hansu said in a warning tone. I have no idea what's going on and how much damage this could do, should Goha be linked directly with this. You nodded solemnly. I'll be careful, you said gently. We'll be careful, Mirio's voice said from the doorway, his bright smile aimed directly at you as he entered the room. Your head whipped towards him and you smiled bashfully. Hi, Yin, he said gently as he walked over. Hi, he replied shyly. Want to go get pants? He asked with a grin. Sure, you replied. I do not associate with this weirdness, Hansu commented as he turned back to his desk and prepared to set you and Mirio up for the dive. Ready when you are, Hansu, Mirio bubbled as he walked over and hopped up on the examination bed opposite yours and lay back. You did the same on your bed, and Hansu placed the nerve gear on your head, pursing his lips with worry. I'll be fine, you said softly to him as you looked up at him. Better be telling the truth or I won't turn you into a real girl, Hansu joked dryly. You smiled and focused on the visor. Link start, you and Mirio called at the same time, setting you both in game simultaneously. After the blinding white and colour swirl had settled, you blinked as you became conscious in-game, lifting your head to look around Butterfly's lounge room. Migata stirred beside you and opened his eyes too, looking at you fondly as he reached across and took your hand. I've been dying to hold your hand again, he said softly with a smile, and your form buzzed madly. Same, you whispered bashfully. If we take out pants today, would I be able to have a hug as a reward? Migata asked with that innocent grin. Yes, of course, he replied with a smile. It'll be my pleasure. Well then, let's get going. On and Butterfly should be in soon, he said as he stood up and held his hand out for you to take it. You took his hand and stood up beside him, smiling excitedly as he interlaced his fingers with yours and refused to let go. Butterfly, Migata called into the quiet house. Are you in? He's coming, the voice of On called out from the bedroom. I'm here. He'll be online soon. She walked out of the room and smiled at the two of you. Ready to put your pants? She asked with a ridiculously large grin. Are you ready for a dressing down? Migata joked back. I don't know how I feel about that one, On deadpanned. And I would join in, but my pants vocabulary isn't very expansive, you quipped, grinning from ear to ear, excited that you were able to contribute to the joke. Well done, Migata praised with a big grin, holding his free hand up to high-five you while he held your other hand in his. On looked down and saw you holding hands and grinned slyly. Well, 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 how the turntables, she said cheekily. Oh, Migata said with a little chuckle. I like hands. Same, you blurted out. Hands are nice, Butterfly added as he walked out of the bedroom. This hand is my favourite, he continued, walking up beside On and gently taking her hand in his. Ooh, watch it, or these hands will be down your pants. Okay, Migata said quickly. Let's get going before these pants strokes get out of hand. Or these hand strokes get out of pants, On replied, cackling to herself on the end. You headed out the door together as a group, chatting as you walked along. Wait, you said suddenly, do we have a plan? Plan? On asked. Who plans things? You hummed in confusion. We're going up against an unknown. Shouldn't we have some kind of plan of attack in place? Oh, she said. Guess so. Migata? Butterfly asked. Could you make us invisible as we get closer so we can scout before making our minds up on what we want to do? Can do, Migata replied happily. Okay, plan sorted. Let's go, On said triumphantly as she marched on ahead. What class are you? You asked her as you fell in behind her. I'm a blacksmith, she said proudly. Do you engage in combat? You queried. No, I'm backup. I have a mobile workspace in my inventory, she said. I can make anything you need. Interesting, you mused. I'm the only one that doesn't have a class here. Not for long, Migata said kindly as he reached out and grabbed your hand in his, squeezing it gently before letting go. You looked back at him and smiled, relaxing a little as you continued along. The track you were following started to get narrower, and you were forced into single file. On in the lead, with you behind her, then Migata, then lastly Butterfly. Did the temperature just drop? On asked from ahead, making her way to the side of the floating island to a naturally occurring rope bridge that connected to the next island. It is a little colder, Migata commented from behind you. Careful as you go on, he warned, as one of his feet slipped slightly on the damp earth. Gotcha, she called back, not slowing down one bit. On, you called sharply as her foot slipped. She managed to right herself and brushed it off with a light chuckle. I'm fine, she replied. No, you're not, you said bluntly. Let me go first. Are you okay with going first, Un? Migata asked. Yeah, I'll be fine, you said with a smile. In that case, I'll go after you, Migata said, just in case. Why am I being shuffled down the line? On huffed. So that you're closer to me, Butterfly said with a soft smile. I like it when we're close. Okay, On said with a smile. I'll allow it because you're my husband. Everyone switched places, and Migata followed you as you gingerly headed down the rope ladder, taking a look around at the surroundings as you went. There was a deep crevasse below the rope crossway, and a low cloud floated past underneath, looking like a river of some sort, as the clouds meandered between the floating islands. Bit precarious, you commented as you started climbing down the ladder, then headed to the rope lattice that spanned the cavern across the other island. Wait! Migata called urgently, making you freeze where you were at the start of the crossing. You looked back at him. Everything okay? You asked, studying his face. Yeah, sorry, just for a split second I sensed something large nearby, but it's gone now, he said with confusion. Keep your wits about you. You nodded as you looked around. Everything seemed quite normal, all was quiet. So you kept going, trying not to look down as you made your way to the next island. Suddenly Migata yelled loudly from behind you. Teleport! He hollered, casting a spell on you and removing you from the bridge in an instant. You were immediately teleported behind Butterfly, a split second before an extremely large pterodactyl with glowing red eyes shot up from the abyss below the suspended bridge and bit it in half, right over where you would have been, had you been there still. Oh! You gasped as the winged beast disappeared from sight and let out a screech of annoyance, making the ground that you were standing on tremble with ferocity of the call. There's pants! On screamed. Why do you sound excited? You shouted at her. This isn't exciting. Did you see that thing? How's your pants? She leered at you. I could have been eaten, you gasped again, still horrified at the thought and looking to see where Migata was. How did you know? Oh, I maxed out my detect skills, Migata replied with a smile. But we need to hide before it comes back to find us. Your small team stepped off the path into the underbrush and made sure to stay well hidden as the sound of beating wings carried overhead. Is she looking for us? On whispered. I think so, Butterfly commented. We need to find a way to get to her nest without her being there. If she's looking for us here, that'll keep her occupied, On said. I have teleport cubes, and I think I have enough to move you all, Migata said, opening his inventory to have a look. I can move people further with the cubes than with a spell. They sound handy, you commented. Where did you get them? Oh, a skunk boss dropped them on level 33, Migata said with a smile. The perfect drop from a skunk, to be honest. Fair enough, you said softly. Just then Pants swooped low, searching through the tree line for your little raid party. Migata! On hissed. Just drop them into the ravine, down the floor. We can climb or fly up from there once we line up where her nest is. Sounds good, Migata said as he pulled 4 teleport cubes from his storage and carefully made his way closer to the edge of the island. He dropped them off and then gave you all a thumbs up. Okay, let's go, he said softly as he cast a spell on each of you and you all disappeared to wherever the teleport cubes had fallen. You blinked and immediately you were on the floor of level 44. Oh, wow, that was quick, you thought as you looked around at the very dense forest surrounding you. This looks eerie, you whispered to Migata, who had landed right beside you. It does, doesn't it? He commented, looking around. Hey, where's the rest of the party? Good question, you said. Coo-whip! The voice of On called from a little way away. There's On, you announced. Where's Butterfly? Migata asked. Over here, you shouted to On, making verbal contact with her. Where's here? She shouted. You chuckled. Marco! Migata called loudly. Polo? Butterfly replied. Help! A third voice sounded from the dense underbrush. Wait, who's that? You asked Migata with confusion. Who called out help? On yelled. I did, the voice replied. Who's I? On shouted. Captain _underpants, the voice yelled. I don't know who that is, On called again. What's going on? You said with a confused laugh, looking at Migata. I think someone else is down here, Migata mused. Polo? Butterfly called again. This is an absolute train wreck, you said with a bewildered look on your face as random voices were yelling things in the dense bush. Where are you, underpants? On hollered. I prefer captain, came the reply. Irrelevant, On shouted again. I just need to know where you are so I can find you. I'm left, the newcomer called. My left or yours? On called back. Oh, for crying out loud, you deadpanned. Hello? Butterfly cried. Oh, we're getting nowhere with this, you said in a dead tone as you looked at Migata. Let's find Butterfly first, then we'll find the other two. It's like being a nurse on a dementia ward. They're happily confused, so let's just leave them for a second. Gotcha, Migata said with a chuckle, then raised his hand to his mouth to call out again. Stay where you are, Butterfly! We're coming for you! He took your hand in his and started bush bashing through the thick leaves in the direction that Butterfly's voice had come from. The other two were still trying to find each other when you and Migata found Butterfly, and you asked if he was okay before trying to find the other two. On! You called loudly. Wait, On called back. Not gonna lie, I forgot you guys were here momentarily. I'm still trying to find my underpants. Captain, came the reply. Oh hey, you heard On say cheerily. Guys, I found underpants! Listen, I don't know who you are, but wait, oh my god. You're the On? You heard Captain Underpants say with surprise. Oh wow, wait. Okay, hang on. So if you're here, is Butterfly here too? Just then, you, Migata and Butterfly parted the leaves and stepped out, smiling happily at having been reunited with everyone. Oh my god, I'm in the presence of the RFO God team? The new player spluttered, making erratic hand movements before bowing awkwardly. Sorry, I don't know what to do, I'm so awkward. Okay, firstly, don't bow, On said quickly. Secondly, just continue to be awkward because that's me in a nutshell, so it's nice to have some company. And thirdly, what are you doing down here? She asked with a laugh. Well, he got teleported, but that was on purpose. Last thing we were expecting was to find another person down here. Okay, so I have a really weird story, Captain Underpants said with a sheepish laugh. I was grinding. Yep, I know what that means now, On interrupted proudly. Sorry, go on. And this pterodactyl just appeared out of nowhere and snatched me? Like, wig snatched me? Yep, all sounds pretty normal so far, On said casually. Captain Underpants just looked at her. Right, he hummed. Okay, so then this ancient leather flappy bird took me to its nest, and it was filled with other players. Yep, On said, waving a hand for him to continue. Okay, and there was a force field around the nest so we couldn't get out? Yep, but I got out. Without having to commit a livened? On asked. Yeah. I used this potion thing that was glitching and drank it and it let me out. So I jumped out, ran down the branch, then climbed down here, he said. I've been eating random berries and stuff to stay alive, but I'm running low on health, as you can see, he said, pointing to his stats in the corner of his avatar. Oh god, On whispered with a shudder. Oh, just the mention of berries gives me PTSD. Here, she offered, opening her inventory and pulling out a potion for Captain. Drink this, it'll get your health up. Oh, thanks, the player replied gratefully, taking it and drinking it immediately. So what are you guys doing down here then? Are you taking on the pterodactyl? Pants, On corrected. Yeah, we are, because we're amazing. You're the weird talkative one of the group, aren't you? Captain Underpants suddenly said, and you, Migata and Butterfly all chuckled. There's always got to be one live wire, Migata said with a thumbs up. Oh my god, Migata spoke to me. Captain Underpants hummed in a low, enamoured tone. He's also a live wire, Butterfly said, pointing at Migata. Oh my god, now Butterfly spoke to me, this isn't real. The poor star-struck player rambled, humming it in a monotone tune. She's the normal one, On said, pointing at you. I'm just, nobody, you said in a broken sentence, the words feeling foreign as they rolled off your tongue. Nobody. I don't think I've ever used that word before. I've always been somebody. I've always been known. The chatter of the group continued in the background as you zoned out for a second, hit hard by the reality that in this game you really were a nobody, and as a matter of fact, should the higher-ups in your world see to it, you'd be reduced to a nobody in the real world too. Your heart sank and your neutral expression softened, sadness creeping in. Migata still had a hold of your hand and could feel the shift in your mood, and he looked down at you from the corner of his eye. Is she okay? She seems really sad all of a sudden. No one said anything hurtful. I wonder why the sudden change, he thought as he squeezed your hand slightly to get your attention. At first you were so lost in your own thoughts that you didn't feel his gentle squeeze, but you felt the next one and you looked up at him quickly. You okay? He whispered softly. Yeah, sorry, you lied. I'm fine. He gave you a gentle smile and turned his attention back to the chatting group. Well, this has been a pleasure, he said, but we should keep going if we want to get to the bottom of this mystery. True, On said sharply as she smacked a soft fist down into the palm of her hand. Let's take Pants down. Captain Underpants hummed with confusion. Could you word it differently? No, On replied with a giant stupid grin on her face. Okay, well, I'm afraid I won't be of much use, so I'll be going, but... Hey, wait, we didn't even ask you about the potion that you drank, On said. That might help us figure out what's going on if we can link the two. Good thinking, Migata praised. See, I do get good thoughts every now and again, On said with a chuckle. You get them all the time, Butterfly said softly. The potion I got was called Defy, and the info bar said it was from escaping the clutches of a dinosaur, Captain Underpants said, interrupting the little side conversation that was happening. I was pretty much on my last legs in that nest, so when I pulled the potion out and saw that it glitched when the force field did, I took a gamble, drank it, then walked through. Which level was this potion from? Migata asked curiously. 40, I think, Captain replied. Dinosaur level. Yeah, that sounds about right, Butterfly commented. I've heard that levels feed certain other levels with dinosaurs, so it makes sense that a potion from that level would work on any dinosaur, since that's the mother level. Is the force field around Pants' nest an actual feature of this level then? Migata mused. I don't think so, Butterfly replied. I haven't seen any other force fields around on this level. It would be assumed that if it's a feature it would apply to everything on this level. True, On and Migata mumbled at the same time. I think it would be worth looking into the dinosaurs on level 40. There might be something there that happened to them too. They might be feeding glitched monsters to other levels, you added in. That's also true, Migata confirmed with a smile at you. We need to collect some of those potions from level 40 first though, to get people out of the nest before we take on Pants. Otherwise it's going to be a massacre. Okay, let's split into pairs, On said. You and Un go on stealth and find the nest, and Butterfly and I will go find these potions. What classification was that potion? Butterfly asked Captain. Uncommon, the player replied. I found mine around the swamp, guarded by a Mokele Mbembe. Aggressive? Butterfly asked, referring to the dinosaur. Yes, but I have no doubt that you'll take it out with one swipe of your whip sword, the player said with a laugh. It should be the dinosaur asking if you're aggressive. You and On giggled. We'll go and find the nest, you said to On. Migata, do you have an item or spell that will bring On and Butterfly directly to us, as in our location at the nest, when they're done? Migata thought for a moment. I'm all out of teleport cubes, but I could do a time recall spell or set a team flare that allows members of a party to locate everyone without others being able to see the flare, Migata said. I like the idea of the flare, but we'd need a flying spell to make it from the teleport platform at the start of level 44 to wherever you and Un are once we get back from 40, Butterfly said. True, Migata mused. Okay, we'll do a time recall, but it just means that you have to get as many potions as possible in a short space of time. We can do that, On said confidently. It's like a time-sensitive mission. We'll be fine. And, what about me? Captain asked sheepishly. I'd like to opt out of this mission. I'm not a willing participant. Come with us to the teleport pad and then you can go wherever, On said. Thanks for helping us. Hey, no worries, the player replied. My pleasure. Okay, Migata, you do your thing, On said to Migata, holding her arms out like she was getting frisked at the airport. Migata smiled and chanted an incantation, waving his hands over On, then Butterfly to cast a time recall spell on them. Okay, I've set it to max 1 hour, he said, so in 1 hour's time you'll be recalled from wherever you are to wherever we are. Let's just hope we can get enough potions by then, Butterfly said softly. Negativity! Be gone! On shouted, hugging Butterfly tightly around the middle. I'm going to squeeze the bad vibes from you. It's working, Butterfly replied, smiling gently down at On. Okay, we'll be off, Migata said to Butterfly and On and the new player. Good luck. We'll see you when you get back. See you in 1 hour, On said as she let go of Butterfly's middle and grabbed his hand. We have a mission to complete. Goodbyes were exchanged, and then you and Migata headed off into the underbrush, heading for Pants's nest. Wait, you said suddenly to Migata. Can I log out quickly? I think Hansu can help. Sure, he replied. I'll guard your avatar while you're logged out. Thanks, he replied, squeezing his hand before letting go and swiping your fingers down mid-air and selecting the log out button. You blinked a few times as your office came back into view, and you rolled your head to the side and looked at Hansu. Hey, you croaked at him. The poor assistant wasn't expecting you to come back so soon and jumped with surprise when he heard your voice. What are you doing? He asked. Did you find Kohei? Why are you back? Hansu, log into the RFO forum and request help from players game-wide. Explain about the people trapped in the nest and ask if they could help find potions on level 40 called Defy, mostly around the swamp area. This potion helps to get people out of the nest. The top players, On and Butterfly, are already on the level looking for the potion, but we need more manpower. Please and thank you, you said before laying back down. Link start, you hollered into the office, making Hansu jump again. God, he whispered in a vexed tone as you disappeared back into the game. This girl, I swear, once a boss, forever a boss, he grumbled, logging into the forum and typing the information that you told him before hitting notify all. Thanks, you said with a smile as you returned into the game next to Migata. No problem, he replied with a smile. You ready to go? Yes, he said with a smile. I just asked for more manpower for On and Butterfly's potion search, so hopefully more people come to help. That was good thinking, Migata said with an impressed smile. You know, you'd make a good hero. Oh, I don't think so, he replied with a small laugh. You saw that day that Kohei was chasing me with a knife, I just ran. Well, I'll always be your hero, so I guess there's no need for you to worry, Migata said as he took your hand and smiled again. Thank you, he said softly, looking up at him with a soft look in your eye. You fell in behind him and followed as he made his way through the dense bushland, heading in the direction of the nest. How do you know where to go? You asked him as he stopped for a second and readjusted his course. I've been all over this level. I have a fair idea where it is, he said with a smile as he looked back at you. I see, you replied, nearly bumping into him as he stopped again, but looked up this time. Up, he pointed his finger to the sky. Is there a route system for us to climb? You asked as you looked around for one nearby. Not sure, but we can use a flying spell, Migata said. I'll have to use a fly spell and an invisible spell at the same time, but they will weaken each other unfortunately, he added. I'll check and see what the drawbacks are. He looked back in front of him and swiped his fingers down mid-air, opening up his menu and swiping through it, clicking on various things. What are you doing? You asked curiously as you walked up beside him and watched. I'm dragging the spells that we want to use into this cauldron to see what will happen when they're used together, he said, dragging the spell for invisibility and the spell for flying from the spells list into this new section of the menu to see the results. We just need flying power for maybe 3 minutes. He swiped and dragged items here and there. As he combined the two spells into the cauldron, a red information box popped up, and you read the details from behind him. Using flight and invisibility together cuts flying time to a maximum of 3 minutes, and the cloak of invisibility will be removed should you hit anything while flying, but once flying time has been used up, you will still remain invisible, the information read. Great, Migata said enthusiastically. 3 minutes is all we need. What if we don't make it to the nest by 3 minutes? You asked. Then we make a fall for it, Migata said brightly with a thumbs up, waiting for you to catch on. Get it? Because usually people say make a run for it, but we'd be falling, so we'd make a fall for it. You hummed with a nervous chuckle. I don't know how I feel about free falling to my in-game death. Just hold my hand, don't let go, Migata said cheerfully as he held his hand out to you. I swore to protect you. I won't go back on my promise. You smiled bashfully and took his hand, waiting for him to cast the two spells on you both. We only have 3 minutes, so let's go, he said brightly, as he finished casting the spells and then gripped your hand harder and shot up into the sky. You gasped audibly, but apart from that kept quiet, as the two of you shot up through the tree line and headed straight up towards the lowest floating island. The wind whipped your hair back as you squinted in the gale force headwinds to see where Migata was taking you, realising that there was what looked like a massive tree trunk growing up beside where you and Migata were flying. Your curious gaze followed it up to the low-lying clouds, and then beyond it as you and Migata burst through the cloud line and kept descending, going faster and faster with each passing second. Oh wow, you thought, as the tree just kept going up into the heavens. Its wide branches spread out among smaller floating islands that seemed to hang around it like suspended droplets of rain. As you looked back to where Migata was taking you, you saw a giant nest tucked into the fork of two branches, a very well-defined force field surrounding it. That's the nest, that's got to be it, you thought as you willed the two of you to get there in time. Suddenly a countdown started in your ear, ringing through your brain as the automated spell reminder spoke to you. Flight spell will be deactivated in 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. You looked up in a panic and saw that you were both approaching the nest quickly, but a very snappy calculation of time versus speed and distance told you that you wouldn't make it in time before the spell ran out, and you immediately started to stress. You held your breath as Migata threw his free hand out, willing the flying spell to carry you faster as the nest approached and the countdown continued. 2 seconds. 1 second. The flying spell has now been deactivated, the voice said in a very robotically unapologetic tone, just as Migata was reaching out to grab one of the sticks that was protruding from the side of the nest. You felt gravity start to take over, but Migata had managed to grab a good hold of the nest branch and clung to it for dear life as you dangled from his other hand. You okay? He whispered down to you. I'm about as good as I can be, hanging thousands of meters up in the sky from a hand, you whispered back, trying not to look down. Can you climb up? He whispered. I don't know, you whispered back, reaching up with your free hand and grabbing his wrist. I'll help you, he urged in a soft voice, pulling you up a bit by his hand and tucking his legs under your armpits and doing a crunch in midair to bring your body up to his. You let go of his hand and trusted his legs around your torso as you reached for his arm that was holding onto the branch in the nest and grabbed on. Now stand on my legs and pull yourself up onto the side of the nest, Migata whispered, letting his legs down, then placing his thighs under your feet and doing another low abdominal crunch to help you boost up so that you could grab the side of the nest using the sticks as stepping stones. How flippin' strong is this guy? He just did a crunch with pretty much my whole body weight on his legs and did it like it was nothing. You looked back just in time to see him easily pull himself up with one arm and climb up in through the sticks to follow you up to the top of the nest. Heart pounding in your chest, you kept as low as possible while you and Migata picked your way through the sticks surrounding the perimeter of the nest, listening with every fibre of your being to hear if Pants was on the return. All is quiet, you whispered, almost inaudibly, to Migata behind you. He nodded. I don't think Pants has come back yet. We're still invisible, so let's use the most of the spell before it times out, he said, gesturing for you to keep going. You neared the top and gingerly looked up and over the side of the nest, a big see-through blue dome encasing the top of it. Well, this is the one, Migata whispered from beside you as he pulled himself up to have a look. Inside the dome were a number of players. Some were sitting down with their heads in their hands, some were aimlessly walking around pressing their palms up to the inside of the dome, and others were lying down in the fetal position, crying. Oh, you whispered sadly, we need to help them. Imagine being controlled by a dome, unable to do as you please, wondering if today would be your last day. Migata hummed beside you. Suddenly you remembered Goha and their words. I no longer wish to be controlled. You hung your head with shame. I did the exact same thing to Goha, you thought dejectedly. I have a lot of apologising to do, but will they listen to me after all I did to them? It won't be long until On and Butterfly get here, Migata said softly as he swiped his menu open to check the time. When will Pants get back? You whispered to him. Probably right when we don't want her to return, Migata said with a chuckle. Just keep an eye out anyway. You nodded. How long now? You asked Migata, referring to On and Butterfly's return. Right about now, Migata said lowly, a black and electric blue cloud forming just beside him as the blue swirled like lightning around the ball-shaped cloud. People in the nest looked over immediately when they saw the cloud outside the dome, and their screams of excitement could be heard loud and clear when they saw the number one player, Butterfly, emerge from the darkness. his hooded form looking ominously cool as he stepped out and looked up at the dome. "That was quite an entrance," Migata said with a laugh as he removed his cloak of invisibility. A second wave of screaming assaulted your ears as people recognised Migata and announced their excitement of his presence. Then yet another loud screech as On stumbled out of the cloud behind Butterfly and took a step back in surprise. "Whoa!" she exclaimed with shock. We brought back up," Butterfly stated to the trapped players, gesturing to various other players who were now emerging from the cloud behind him and On. More cheers erupted as the players inside the dome recognised some of the players outside the dome. Some were friends, some were guild members, all equipped with necessary potions to set them free. "Who's going in?" Migata asked Butterfly. "I will," Butterfly replied, pushing the hood off his head and causing another round of fangirling from the crowd. He opened his inventory and pulled out a Defy potion, then drank it, walking through the walls of the slightly glitching dome with no issue. He was mobbed instantly on the other side and started handing out potions, letting players go free one by one. "Better keep an eye out for pants," Migata said to you, as you remained invisible. "I'll get to a higher lookout point and keep watch," you said, startling a few players nearby when you spoke, as they hadn't expected anyone else to be there since they couldn't see you. "Who's that?" someone whispered to their friend. "I don't know, they're invisible. Maybe they're a strong player or something," the other whispered back, looking around wildly to try and locate you again. You didn't speak again, just made your way up to a higher point to look out for pants while the players worked to set their friends free below. Players close to the end of their life were given food and water to get their health bar back up, and you smiled at the sudden camaraderie that was being shown. Suddenly a prehistoric scream in the distance drew your attention, and you saw Pants approaching her nest. "Pants is coming!" you hollered, startling a few more players when you yelled from nowhere. "Saddle up, folks!" Migata called to Butterfly. "Time to be heroes!" "Yeah!" On called with excitement from outside the dome, imitating her English teacher, present Mike. "Stay incognito!" Migata called to you, causing more people to look around to try and find you. "Who is Pants?" a random player asked Butterfly as he prepared to leave the nest. "Her," the top player replied, drawing his chain whip sword and pointing it at the rapidly approaching pterodactyl. "Oosh!" the player gasped, fearing he was going to be captured again and trapped inside the nest. "Get everybody out!" Migata called to the players inside who were still handing out potions. "If you have teleport cubes, use them now!" People started vanishing, left, right and centre as panic set in. "You ready, Butterfly?" Migata called to the top player as he walked to a good spot in the nest and assumed a fight stance, his calm and collected form showing his lack of fear of the fearsome winged pterodactyl. "Ready!" he called back in a confident tone. "Time to take this monster down." "Hell yeah, baby! You go fight that bird!" On shouted from outside the dome. You watched as Pants approached, her red eyes shining bright with fury as she locked onto her target in the dome, one lone player standing still. "I need to make sure I don't get hit by anything, so I can stay invisible and help them if possible," you thought as you ducked down, just as Pants descended overhead and dove for Butterfly, her terrifyingly huge mouth open as she aimed to bite him in half. "No you don't!" Migata yelled, creating a fireball of sorts to throw at the pterodactyl, shooting it directly at its head and getting it in the eye with enough force to throw it off course and miss eating Butterfly. The remaining players, who were still receiving aid from On, shrieked in fear when they saw that the pterodactyl's mouth had barely missed Butterfly, but he seemed unfazed and just swiftly stepped to the side and swung his whip, ripping out one of the sharp teeth from the leathery monster's jaw and throwing it out of the nest. "That's one down," he said as he flicked his whip and retracted it, preparing for the next attack. "Hell yeah!" one of the injured players called out enthusiastically, pumping their fist up and down as they watched Butterfly prepare for another attack, while the pterodactyl careered off course from the nest and banked hard, turning surprisingly quickly and heading back for another go at the lithe #1 player. "Here she comes again!" Migata called, making a seal with his hands and holding the charge as Pants approached Butterfly. "Now, Migata!" Butterfly shouted, leaping to the side and rolling out of the way, then jumping up and throwing his right arm up into the air. You looked and saw that he had some kind of electrical conductor strapped to his wrist, and as the pterodactyl approached him, Migata discharged the surge of lightning, the shards making a straight line across to Butterfly's conductor and attaching to it, shocking the giant monster bird as it flew through and past Butterfly. "It worked! It worked!" On screeched excitedly as she jumped up and down and clapped her hands together. "My lightning spin worked!" You looked back over your shoulder to see where Pants had gone and saw the health bar of the bird had taken a hit, bringing it down significantly. On! I'll need to strap the sphere to the end of my sword, Butterfly called to her. Can you please make me some insulating gloves? I'm on it, she shouted, opening up her inventory and pulling stuff out quickly to make some protective gloves so Butterfly wouldn't get shocked. As Pants circled, planning her next attack, Migata took a Defy potion from the group's shared inventory and drank it, then stepped into the dome, readying himself for the next attack that he would coordinate with Butterfly. As he stepped inside the nest, the black and blue portal from level 40 began to pulsate behind him, and a roar could be heard clearly from within it. Migata! Close the portal! On shouted. It's supposed to just close on its own, Migata called back as he turned around. I don't know how to close it. Just then a velociraptor poked its head through the cloud and then stepped through, flexing its claws and looking around. Oh crap, On monotoned in fear. Oh nah, the player she had just been attending to spat as he quickly got off the ground and held a hand out in a stop motion towards the dinosaur, like in the Jurassic Park movie. 2 more velociraptors stepped out from behind the first one, either side of the original one, and the player stepped back and put his other hand up too, pretending to hold them at bay. Chris Pratt ain't got nothing on me, he yelled. On's mouth was on the floor as she stared at the 3 new dinosaurs who had just casually walked through the portal. Guys, she shouted, aiming to grab the attention of Migata and Butterfly, but Migata had already seen what had happened and had his hand pressed up against the inside of the dome. Butterfly looked over and immediately opened his inventory, drank a Defy potion, then shot, at the speed of light, through the glitching barrier and grabbed On before turning and running towards the edge of the branch and flinging himself and her off the edge. Don't worry, he's fine, Migata hollered at you as he kept his hands pressed to the inside of the dome. He'll be back, I hope, he added, turning back towards the 3 velociraptors and trying to shoot some fireballs at them, but the attacks just fizzled as they hit the inside of the dome, leaving the player on the outside to his own devices. So attacks work from the outside and can come in, but attacks from the inside can't go out, Migata mused to himself, before shouting at the player outside the dome. Teleport! Teleport! He cried, trying to open his inventory to get another Defy potion, but it was too late. 2 of the velociraptors lunged at the player and bit into his neck and side, making his health bar deplete rapidly from green to yellow to red, then freeze and shatter, bursting him into a million shards of shining crystals. Oh no, Migata whispered sadly, slightly distressed that he hadn't been able to help the player. The velociraptors then looked at Migata inside the dome and started to stalk towards him. Get back, he shouted. They're from the same level as the Defy potion. They can get through the dome. I don't know if they can, Migata mused as he took a cautionary step back anyway, followed by a much larger step when the first velociraptor poked its head through the wall of the dome and roared, its roar being replied by Pants, who was now making her descent. Now I know how people feel when I use my quirk and poke my head through a wall, Migata cried as he ran back a few steps to get his bearings and figure out a plan. Take these out, quickly, then prepare for Pants, he shouted. Best to take these 3 out first. Migata heard you and called forth a trident-type weapon, wielding it skillfully as he spun it in hand and then turned and swung it around his body, using the momentum of his turn to strike it across the chest of all 3 velociraptors. An almighty cacophony of noises erupted from the injured dinosaurs, and 2 of them tried to lunge at Migata, who ducked and cast a weighted spell on them so that their movements were slowed down, allowing him to get back to a good position so that he could strike again at all 3 of them with one swing. The second strike to the chest of all 3 did more damage than the first strike, and he turned on the last one, stabbing the end of the trident into its chest and making it explode into crystals. A small notification popped up in the middle of your vision, and you focused on it to see what it said. Velociraptor defeated. Experience points 80. Mahi 100. Oh, that's right, I'm partied with Migata, so I get half of his experience points, you thought as you watched the notification disappear. Just then it popped up again as Migata eliminated the second velociraptor, and again when he permanently removed the third. I have 240 EXP now, you thought, the excitement quickly fading as Pants made her move and screeched loudly to signal her approach. Migata! You screamed, watching as he did some quick hand seals and dropped down onto one knee, his black cloak draping over his body as he held his hands up in front of his face, arms outstretched with wrists together and palms out towards the incoming monster. Time to freeze frame, he called, shooting a ream of ice towards the ancient bird, making it change course at the last minute to avoid the solid mass of ice. You let out a shaky breath and watched Pants take off at right angles to Migata and disappear off into the clouds. This is a lot for Migata to be taking on his own, you thought, knowing that the pterosaur would be back soon, but at least the break would give your hero some time to get himself organised before she returned again. I wonder if Butterfly and On are okay. Your eyes moved from where Pants had disappeared off to and found they were back to Migata. Everything seemed to be at peace in the nest, with him standing in the middle of it, and you smiled down at him. Get ready for her to come back, you called. She won't stay away for long. Don't worry, I'm loaded, Migata called back with a bright smile as he raised his arms up and pumped his biceps for you to see. You chuckled softly and smirked. When other players heard you and Migata talking candidly, they cautiously poked their heads out from various hiding spots, looking around to see if they could see you. Migata? A nearby player called. Who is that you're talking to? Oh, he replied with a giant smile. She is an amazing player that is yet to reveal herself in RFO, he said mysteriously. Is she a powerful player? Another asked. Very much so, Migata confirmed, causing whispers to rustle amongst those present. What's her name? The first asked as he stepped out from behind a giant leaf. You'll find out her name in time, Migata replied, glancing up to where you were still standing there, still invisible to the other players. You had remained silent while people were asking questions about you, but movement at the portal caught your eye and you called out to Migata again. Migata! Close the portal! You hollered, seeing the head of a stegosaurus come through the black and blue mist. Oh, not another one, Migata groaned softly, picking a new weapon from his inventory to use while the other players ducked for cover again to watch him in action. As the stegosaurus stepped out, it was followed by another one, and then a triceratops, and a few other smaller dinosaurs, all heading straight for the nest, and ultimately Migata. Oh no, you panicked, watching as Migata struck the first one, then jumped back, changing weapons, then trying again. He's gonna die out there. The Triceratops charged at Migata as he was still taking on the Stegosaurus, and it just clipped his arm as it ran past, knocking a serious amount of health from his bar, and you gasped. I need to do something, you wailed internally, looking around for something to use as a weapon. Just as you were about to throw yourself into the fray, a player shot through the dome surrounding the nest and into the middle, sliding back first towards Migata and throwing his hood off as he raised his whipsword to fight. Butterfly! You screamed, your voice filled with relief as help had come in the nick of time. Right on time, Migata commented as he grinned at his fellow teammate and friend. Ready to rack up some points? Let's show them who they're messing with, Butterfly replied as he straightened and turned his head to lock eyes with the Triceratops that had tried to take out Migata from earlier. The next few scenes were a flurry of activity as the two top players of RFO went on a spree, knocking off any dinosaur that dared to come near them, and you watched as your points skyrocketed. Level 6, congratulations, your notifications flashed. Level 6 already? What was it again for getting the first job? Level 10? You watched as yet more dinosaurs came out of the portal, heading straight for their demise, as Migata and Butterfly skillfully took them down with precise teamwork. You can definitely tell that these two know each other outside the game, you mused to yourself, as your notifications center flashed again. Level 7, congratulations. Only 3 more levels to go, you thought, as you looked out to see if Pants was coming back. There was no sign of her. The hiding players were watching, spellbound, from their various places, as Migata and Butterfly continued to battle the dinosaurs. An ancient roar from the heavens alerted you to Pants' presence, and you called out to the fighting players below. Pants is coming back! You shouted, looking back out amongst the floating islands to trace and locate her. Have you got a plan? Migata called to Butterfly, who had just taken out a smaller dinosaur. Yes, Butterfly called back, holding his arm up to show the black insulation gloves that On had made for him. Well done! Where is she? Migata asked, taking a swipe at a lithe velociraptor. I told her to stay hidden. I don't want her getting hurt. We can take it from here, Butterfly replied, flicking his sword out and snaking the tip of it around the neck of the velociraptor Migata was fighting and decapitating it. We're a good team, Migata said with a grin as he held his fist out for Butterfly to bump it. You ready to take down Pants? Ready if you are, he replied as he looked to see if he could see where the incoming pterodactyl was. 3 o'clock, he called when he spotted her rapidly approaching. Gotcha! Migata grunted as he took out another dinosaur. I'm going to attach my sphere to the end of my sword, so aim for that, Butterfly said as he showed it to Migata. No trouble, Migata replied with a confident smile. Butterfly quickly applied the lightning sphere to his weapon and moved to an open space, calling for Migata to cover him if need be, seeing as the dinosaurs were still around. Here she comes, Butterfly called as he slid one leg back to steady himself and pointed his sword at the incoming beast. Pants let out another bellowing screech and flapped her wings heavily, beady red eyes glowing with fury as she approached him full speed, mouth half open in preparation to bite him in half. On my count, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now! Butterfly called, tightening his grip on the end of the sword as Migata cast a spell and threw a bolt of lightning at the sphere, causing the entire sword to light up with kinetic charge. At the last second, Butterfly whipped the sword out and jumped to the side, electrocuting Pants' tongue and her entire body in one go. Yes, power! Migata cried as Pants faltered in her flight and took out a few branches as she fled the scene. You're amazing, Migata, Butterfly said with awe as he watched Migata strike his pose. We're a team, Migata replied as he turned around and gave Butterfly a thumbs up, complete with wink. A harrowing screech sounded as Pants decided to come back for another go, and the chilling cry snapped Migata out of his happy place immediately. Here we go, for another take to yank your pants off, Migata yelled with enthusiasm. Butterfly stalled. The ancient bird flicked its leathery wings wildly back and forth, lining Migata up to take him out while he prepared a counter and did another hand seal, summoning another round of lightning. Shoot it here! Butterfly yelled to his teammate as he held his sword up that had the conductor attached to it. I don't have time. Migata's voice trailed off as he realised that Pants was now approaching faster than she had done in previous times. She's going straight for you! Butterfly called in warning. Bail! Bail! Migata stood his ground, feet firmly planted on the flooring of the nest as he turned his body side onto the pterodactyl and scowled at it, a look that you'd never seen on his face before. Oh no. Is he going to... Suddenly Pants pierced the dome and shot towards him. In the blink of an eye he jumped straight up, using the lightning to propel himself skyward and over the bird, but he had only made just enough lightning to clear Pants and descended too quickly, inadvertently landing on her tail as she shot through the lightning streak, causing him to lose his balance and flip as she took off out the other side of the dome. Migata landed heavily on his right shoulder and his health bar dropped. Ah! He yelled as he rolled onto his back and did a kick up, back onto his feet, his left hand clutching his right shoulder as he looked around to see where Pants had gone. She was already coming back and Butterfly called out for Migata to retreat. She's nearing the end of her life, so she's gone into a more aggressive state, Butterfly shouted. Fall back, you're injured. No, Migata called. I'm not backing down now, he added as he squared up with the descending bird and called for a spear-like weapon, the item materialising in his injured right hand while he held his shoulder steady with his left. Your arm is injured, Butterfly shouted again, running forward. You can't use it. Then I'll fight with my left, Migata replied lowly, fixated on the pterosaur that had almost reached the dome. Cover for me, he shouted as he pulled his left hand from his shoulder and threw the spear into it, drawing it back and pausing for the right moment to attack. Butterfly got out of the way and drew his sword, watching intently so that he could attack if need be. Pants screamed with anger as she shot towards Migata, and at the last minute he jumped back, flinging his left arm forwards and ramming the spear into Pants' jaw. A roar of pain left the pterodactyl's throat as she took off again, with the spear hanging from the underside of her mouth. Now what? Butterfly called to Migata. Now I grab it and I split it down the middle, Migata replied, his eyes never leaving Pants as she doubled back and came back at him, her health bar exceedingly low by now. Ready? Migata added as he readied both hands to grab the dangling spear. Don't get more hurt, please, Butterfly begged. This is the last attack, Migata said as he crouched to face the oncoming creature. Migata! Butterfly called, readjusting his hands on the hilt of his sword in preparation for the attacking Pants, should she manage to get Migata before the injured mage grabbed the spear. Closer she flew, dropping lower to the surface of the nest as her glowing red eyes pierced Migata's. The confident combat mage stood his ground, hands at the ready as Pants almost reached him. At the absolute last minute he dropped backwards, Pants' mouth just missing him as she tore overhead. As he dropped backwards he grabbed the spear with both hands, using his body weight to hold himself down so that the spear would rip through her underside, which it did with terrific speed. Blue and white crystals erupted from the tear line of the spear as it opened the beast from throat to tail, causing the pterodactyl to screech in defeat before bursting into a million crystalline pieces. There was only a split second of silence before the onlookers outside the dome erupted in rounds of cheering and screaming, celebrating as the dome warped and exploded. "Power!" Migata cried, throwing his arms up and pumping his biceps, then immediately dropping his right arm as pain coursed through it. You were part of the screaming throng of people, and you completely missed the flashing icon that alerted you to having reached level 9 already. Level 8 had been reached somewhere in the middle of the fight, but the suspense had rendered you metaphorically glued on what was happening instead. Migata looked up at you above the nest and threw you the peace sign with his left hand, grinning from ear to ear while Butterfly looked like he was about to have a heart attack. "Why do you do such daring things?" he wailed softly as he walked over to high-five Migata. "We did it!" Migata replied happily. Butterfly shook his head and stretched his hand up to return the high-five of Migata. "I need to get on," Butterfly then said. "It's safe for her to come up now." "And I need to get on," Migata said. "I'll see how much she's leveled up." Butterfly nodded and headed for the edge of the nest, flocks of players running to talk to him as he left the scene. Migata turned and started heading up towards you while you picked your way down to him. "How much did you level up?" Migata called to you. "Are you okay?" you shouted with worry as you climbed down to him, lifting your arms up to hug him as he dropped his left arm around your waist and hugged you back. "That was such an intense fight." "Having you here helped," Migata replied softly as he pulled back to look you in the eye. You gave him a bashful smile. "So what level are you now?" he asked excitedly. 9, I think," you replied. "Here," Migata said happily as he opened his inventory and took an item out and handed it to you. "What is it?" you asked as you took the little green box. "Open it," Migata encouraged. You pressed the little button on the side of the box and it popped open. "Level 10, unlocked. Congratulations." "Oh!" you exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. "I'm level 10 now? Oh my god. I'm level 10 now!" "Yes," he said with a happy chuckle. "Now, pick your class." You knew exactly what class you wanted to be, and immediately clicked on the class listings that had popped up in your menu. Eyes wide with anticipation, you scrolled down till you got to Dancer and clicked on it. "This is freedom. This is choosing my own destiny," you thought as you clicked on it, and smiled at Migata through the holographic screen. Suddenly a whirring of colours surrounded you and Migata was blocked from your view. "Class, change, stand by," flashed up in your vision, and the sudden confusion that was rising inside you subsided. "Okay, this is normal then," you thought as you looked around. Slowly you were lifted off the ground, and you could feel clothes being placed on you, touching you on different parts of your body as the outfit was pieced together. As the process came to a close, you were placed back down again, and a "Class change successful" sign popped up to let you know that everything had gone according to plan. You stood there, waiting for the rainbow whirlwind to lift so that you could see Migata again, and slowly he came back into view as the multicoloured mist lifted and evaporated away. The smile that Migata had on his face changed to more of a jaw-drop look, and his eyes widened significantly as he looked you up and down in your new outfit. Side note, I'm leaving the description, colour, style, accessories, etc. of the new look intentionally blank so that you can design your own outfit. Do bear in mind that typical dancer outfits are often quite revealing, and thus the design I will use for descriptive purposes will have a slit up the side of the bottom part of the outfit to reveal a good portion of your thigh. "I'm a dancer now," you said excitedly, a wide smile on your face. "Yeah," he whispered with a blush as his eyes were drawn to your thigh peeking out from the slit in your skirt. You looked down and held your arms out to check everything, and that's when you suddenly realised that the cloak of invisibility that Migata had put on you had been removed and everyone could see you. Suddenly feeling very self-conscious, you froze and looked down at the group below, noting the awestruck look on each of their faces. "Whoa," one guy whispered. "No wonder Migata kept her hidden. She's gorgeous." "Trust you to say that, you're a guy," a female character beside him commented. "Bruh, I'm playing as a male character, but in real life I'm a chick, so step off. I can think another chick is sexy, right?" "Oh, my bad. I'm actually a dude in real life, so," the female character replied, the pair bursting into laughter and high-fiving as others ignored them and continued to ogle you. "You look amazing," Migata whispered, clearing his throat a little as his voice threatened to break. "Thanks," he replied with a small curtsy. I don't even know if I'm supposed to do that curtsy, you added with a sheepish chuckle. Look good to me, Migata said brightly with a smile and a thumbs up. You ready to regroup? You nodded and smiled at him, taking his outstretched hand and walking with him back down to the group. So your name's Un? One player asked as you approached the group that had been hiding during the fight. Yep, you replied with a smile. So are you a secret top level player or something? How come we haven't seen you before? Another asked. I swear I saw you deal the last blow. What level are you? Do you stay hidden because you're too powerful? Have you entered a slave contract with Migata? Are you and Migata together? Question after question was thrown at you like rapid fire, and it reminded you a little of what it was like back in real life when the scientists would bombard you with questions after an experiment. Okay, Migata said with a chuckle as he stepped in front of you and held his hands out. That's enough questions for now. Un is a new member of our team, but that's all you need to know, he said with a smile. Whoa! On gasped as her and Butterfly arrived back on scene. Look at you! It's like a whole new butterfly and cocoon thing. You gave her a cheeky smile and twirled around, your outfit flaring slightly as you moved. You bet, you said, holding out the peace sign for her. I feel so much more nimble on my feet. My movements are fluid. Is this part of being a dancer class? You thought. We should head back to the house, Butterfly interjected. It's starting to get late in real time, so we need to move quick. Will you guys be okay to find your way back from here? On asked the remaining players as they still stared at you in wonder. Yeah, we'll be fine, one of the players said dismissively. I'll use my teleport cube. Okay, cool, On replied. Then she turned to Migata, who was staring at you. Hey, mage man, think you could spell us up and fly us back to the house? He hummed in question, hearing her but not concentrating enough to actually reply properly. Oh, sorry, yes, I can do that. Awesome, On replied with a smirk. Last farewells were said to the remaining group of players, then Migata cast a flying spell on all of you, and you lifted off the ground and up into the sky. Which way for home? On called over her shoulder to Butterfly, who was right behind her. 10 o'clock, he called, pointing in that direction. Gotcha, she called back, rotating her body in the direction of home, as the flying spell picked up speed. The view was amazing as you all zoomed along, and you were so engrossed in watching all the floating islands and various creatures that inhabited each that you didn't see Migata gazing at you fondly the whole time. It was only towards the end that he flew closer to your side and reached for your hand that you became aware of his presence beside you. You looked over and smiled at him once he had taken your hand in his and gave it a squeeze of recognition. Flying didn't take long. As you alighted on the front doorsteps of On and Butterfly's house, you suddenly felt very tired. What time is it in the real world? You asked with a yawn as you followed On and Butterfly inside, with Migata following you. It's about 1 a.m, Butterfly replied as he stretched and stifled a yawn. I have school tomorrow. So do I, On added with a wide yawn. Put me as 3, Migata added as well, seeming far more interested in something else to yawn as he walked behind you. Well done today, gang, On said as she flopped down onto one of the armchairs in the lounge room. Is that where you're logging off from? Butterfly asked her softly, gesturing to how she was sprawled out across the chair. Maybe, she replied with a lazy, closed-eyed grin as she tilted her head back over the arm of the chair and grinned at him. You don't want to go to bed? He whispered softly. Well, we'd better go and leave you two then, Migata said with a giant grin as he walked over to the lounge and waited for you to sit down beside him. You did so, and his eyes immediately shot to your bare thigh as the fabric shifted out of the way a little. He swallowed thickly and let out a nervous little chuckle as he averted his eyes and groped around a little for your hand before opening his menu. Ready to dive out? He asked you. Yep, you replied, swiping your menu open and smiling through it to On and Butterfly on the other side. Bye, you two. Thank you for your help today. It was good fun, On said with a smile. Let's do that again sometime. Maybe not too soon though, Butterfly replied with a sweat-dropped look on his face. You and Migata chuckled, then clicked log out and disappeared from your avatars. Slowly you came to in real life and moved your limbs slowly. Oh, I feel so stiff, you thought as you sat up and looked across at Migata. He smiled back at you, and you both looked at Hansu, who was fast asleep at his desk chair, head back against the headrest with his mouth hanging open. What time is it? You whispered to Migata. He's been here for a long time waiting for us. It's close to 2 a.m, Migata replied back. Should we wake him? Probably, you whispered. Let him know that we're back safe. You softly walked over to Hansu and placed your hand on his arm, shaking him a little. At first he didn't stir, so you called his name and shook him a little harder. Hansu? Hansu? Bottom right drawer, he suddenly exclaimed in a groggy voice, his glasses falling slightly askew on his face as his head snapped to an upright position. Oh, sorry, he said with a chuckle. God, that was a reaction. Oh, my neck, Hansu groaned, wincing as he reached for the right side of his neck and rubbed it tenderly while rolling his shoulders a little to relieve the stiffness. Sorry we're late, but we did it, he said excitedly. We defeated Pants, and I'm a dancer now. Hansu stared at you with a blank expression on his face for a few moments. Yin, it's too damn early to be listening to this kind of crack talk. I'm glad that you've been dancing with your pants defeated or whatever, he yawned. Can we please discuss this in the morning? It is the morning, he deadpanned. At the human morning, also known as past 8 a.m. after coffee. Okay, well on that note, Mirio and I will get going because he's got school tomorrow and I have a date with my bed. As do I, Hansu grunted, getting up stiffly from his chair. There's no need to escort Yin home, Hansu. I'll do that, Mirio said with a smile. You get some rest. Much appreciated, Hansu said stiffly as he walked to his other desk to grab his car keys. I'll call you, Yin. Don't, under any circumstances, call me. Do you understand? You chuckled and waved your hand dismissively. Yeah, I got it, you replied. You and Mirio walked to the office door and left, giving one last call of farewell to Hansu before heading off down the hallway of the building. Why are you not to call Hansu? Mirio asked curiously, taking your hand in his. Because he knows I'll want to call him at 5 a.m. to discuss everything, you replied with a chuckle. I see, Mirio said with a smile as he looked at you. Hey, you did really well today, he complimented. And you're a dancer now. I personally think you look amazing in your new outfit. Thanks, he said happily. I'm really starting to like RFO. It's giving me options I never had before. I'm honoured to be a part of your growth, Mirio said gladly. You're amazing. Not as amazing as you were taking down Pants, he replied. You're very skilled. I didn't have a choice, he answered with a smile. I had to get you to level 10, so winning was my only option. You smiled, looking down at the floor as you walked hand in hand with him. Thank you for walking me back home, you thanked it softly, once Mirio had gotten you safely to your door. It's very kind of you, since I know you need to be in bed now because you have classes tomorrow. Getting you home safely is my main priority, he replied with a bright smile. Definitely not because I wanted to spend more time with you, he added with a shy chuckle. Well, I like that you wanted to spend more time with me because that's how I feel about you too. You both fell silent and smiled shyly at each other as he stepped close to you. The way he towered over you was making you look up at him as he placed a gentle hand on your cheek. Would a kiss be appropriate right now? I have a habit of choosing the wrong timing, Mirio whispered with embarrassment. You nodded as you looked up at him. I'd like a kiss if you have one to spare, he said with a little giggle. I only have spare kisses for you, he uttered as he leaned down and captured your lips against his. For the first time ever, your brain stopped playing the multiple tabs that were open and focused on Mirio's lips. Time slowed down as the hero in training delicately held your face and kissed you tenderly, his mouth moving with yours as you both hesitantly tasted each other's lips and tongue. Well, it was like kissing a flower, Mirio said softly as he pulled back after a while. Huh? You asked with gentle bewilderment, trying to figure out what he was talking about. Tulip? Your two lips? What? You chuckled. Oh, Mirio, what? You burst out laughing. I'm sorry, he chuckled, his laughter sparing yours. I couldn't help it. I don't even know what to say, you laughed. That completely ruined the moment. The kiss was very nice though, he chuckled. Okay, well, I'm going to go to bed before any more puns keep us here on the doorstep. You turned to the door and placed the key inside, clicking it open and looking back at the muscular hero behind you. See you tomorrow? You asked expectantly. If I knew I wouldn't be seeing you tomorrow, I'd insist on staying here the night, Mirio replied, a slightly mischievous smile pulling at his lips as he gave you a wink. In other words, I'll definitely be seeing you tomorrow. You grinned, looking away to hide the look on your face. I'm only a call away, he added as he stepped back and placed 2 fingers on his temple, then flicked them out in a cute salute. Thanks, you said softly, glancing at him before stepping inside your house, then closing the door and pressing your back up against it. Oh my god, he's so freaking cute. I cannot deal with this, you screamed internally, pulling a face that adequately showed your pent-up love for this guy. As if floating on clouds, you skipped up to your room and fell into bed, your eyes stinging from the tiredness, but your body and mind wide awake from the adrenaline. You didn't think you'd fallen asleep, but suddenly you woke and grabbed for your phone. 6 a.m. Okay, so I must have slept for a little bit. After tossing and turning for a bit, you got up to have a shower, then went downstairs to make yourself some food because you couldn't remember the last time you'd eaten. Does kissing Mirio count as food? You asked yourself with a smirk as you pulled a bowl out from the cupboard and reached into another for the cereal. As you went to pour the cereal, you checked your phone again and smiled with delight when you saw that it was 7:59 a.m. Your hand flew to speed dial, and up popped Hansu's name, so you clicked on it and tucked the phone between your shoulder and your ear, listening intently as it rang. You'd better pick up, Hansu. I need to tell you everything that happened. The phone rang, and rang, and rang, and then he finally answered it. What part of 8 a.m. after coffee did you not understand? Hansu's monotone voice of disapproval asked from the other end of the line. It is after 8 a.m, you replied enthusiastically. No, you rang me at 7:59 a.m. and I answered at 8 a.m, Hansu deadpanned. Okay, tomatoes, you said quickly. There's a lot going on in game and I need to bring you up to speed. Like you and Mirio doing the cha-cha, Hansu teased. I know you two have gotten closer. I saw the way he was looking at you last night. Your heart beat furiously, making you almost spill the milk all over the counter as your body spazzed out because of Hansu's comment. We've only kissed. We haven't done anything more, you said quickly, as you put the milk carton down and carried your bowl of cereal to the table. Do I need to give you the birds and the bees talk? Hansu teased. No, please, spare me, you replied with a shudder. Can I tell you about pants? This conversation is getting stranger and stranger, Hansu sighed. Okay, tell me about your pants. It's not a possessive, it's not my pants. Pants is a name, you corrected him, plopping down in your chair, then looking back to the drawer where the cutlery was. I need a spoon. Yin, I'm not even going to ask who you're wanting to spoon, Hansu replied with a concerned voice. If this conversation doesn't right itself, I'm going to hang up. No, wait! I just need to get a spoon for my cereal. That's why I said spoon. Listen, I only had like half an hour of sleep. You'll have to excuse me. And what's your excuse for all the other times you've been like this? Hansu teased. Hush! Okay, let me tell you what happened, you said excitedly, smacking your hand on the table to command his attention as you jumped up and grabbed a spoon from the drawer. You immediately launched into the saga of fighting pants, adding in all the details you could about the techniques used and the expressions of the others that were watching. As you finally came to the end of the story, finishing with telling him how you had managed to level up by being close to Migata and now a dancer class, you took a deep breath in and waited for him to say something in reply. Okay, he replied. And how has any of this got you any closer to finding Goha? You were taken aback by his comment. Through this whole ordeal with the rogue pterodactyl, Goha had faded into the background. I wasn't even thinking of Goha during any of this, you thought with surprise, as you silently stared down at your bowl of soggy cereal. Yin, Hansu asked upon hearing only silence on the other end. Don't forget the main objective here. You scrunched your eyebrows in confusion, then nodded, suddenly remembering that he couldn't see you, so quickly offered a soft, yeah. I've got some work to do, so I'll have to go, he added abruptly. Meet me at the office later today around 6 p.m. Yeah, okay, you said softly, still trying to figure out where your mind was at. Bye, he said, the end call tone ringing in your ear before you slowly pulled the phone down and placed it on the bench, still staring down at your cereal. What happened? Do I no longer care about Goha? For the first time in forever, I've had something else to focus on, and I like it. I got lost in it and I felt free. Is the Goha incident holding me back? You stood up from the table and picked up your phone again, making your way back to your room and leaving your breakfast untouched on the table. Numbly, you sat down on the side of your bed and opened a message to Mirio. Hey, you typed. I don't want to be a bother, but... You paused, thumbs poised and ready, but your mind not giving you the next line to write. What do I even text? How do I even say it? You stared down at the screen, then hovered your thumb over the backspace button, but in your sleep-deprived stupor, you'd placed it over the send button and pressed send. The message popped up in the conversation section and you screamed, immediately sending a second message to Mirio. "I'm sorry, I hit send when I was supposed to delete that," you typed out furiously. "I'm sorry, please ignore that message." Surprisingly quickly he replied. "Hey, it's no trouble. What can I help with?" he asked. I just need someone to talk to, that's all," you sent. "But this can wait, it's not important, I promise. Sorry for disturbing you." 12 p.m? He sent back. "Meet me for lunch during my lunch break?" "That would be really good, but I don't want to take up too much of your time. You've already seen a lot of me lately," you sent. "Is that a problem?" he asked with a wink face emoji. You smiled to yourself and then sent your reply. "It's not a problem from my end. I like your company," you admitted. "You already know that I very much enjoy being by my side," he replied. "Meet me for lunch. I'd be happy to lend my ear. Although, you might need to give it back when we're done so that I can put it back on for afternoon classes," he joked, adding the ear emoji to the end of the text. Such an adorable dog, you thought, with a small huff of amusement through your nose as you tapped out your reply. "We'll need to exchange something. What will you give me if I give you your ear back?" you flirted. "Will my lips do?" Mirio texted flirtatiously. Okay, you sent, pretending like you were thinking about it for a bit. "I have 2 lips, so it's a 2 for the price of 1 deal," Mirio replied. "With an offer like that, I can't refuse," you tapped out, smiling at your phone as you finished the message. "See you at 12 p.m. Hansu put his phone down on the table with a scowl on his face, picking up his coffee mug and adjusting his glasses as the heat from the boiling liquid inside fogged them up. He took a loud, long sip in, and then put his coffee down and picked his phone up again, ringing a contact in the hero industry that he knew quite well. "Hey," he greeted in a stern manner. "I need a favour." "Well, hello there," the hero on the other end replied. "Fancy hearing from you, Hansu. Last time we spoke you needed me to drop a genetically modified watermelon from the sky so you could ascertain the ramifications of being subject to intense blunt trauma. You had fun, didn't you? Every time you took off to the sky you'd yell, 'Rocket launch,'" Hansu replied with a smirk, leaning back comfortably in his chair and pushing it back a bit so the front legs came off the ground. "But this mission's a little more serious this time." "How serious?" the winged hero asked. 100%, Hansu replied. "Ah, you know I'm only 20% serious," the cheeky voice quipped. "Hawks, how on earth are you the number 2 hero right now?" Hansu asked in a baffled voice. Good looks and luck," Hawks replied. "You lie as good as you look," Hansu leered. "Well, thank you, I'll take that as a compliment," Hawks chuckled. "So what's this mission?" "I need you to track down AI for me. It's Professor Yin Lin's, but we seem to have hit a bit of a roadblock." "Your boss?" "Yeah, I remember her. What's happened? You lost it?" Hawks asked with an amused chuckle. Yeah, it's a bit more complicated than that, but long story short, we haven't been able to track Gohar down. It's been a few weeks now. We know they've embedded themselves into a game called Rapid Fate Online, and Professor Yin and another hero, who just so happens to be a high-level gamer as well, are supposed to be tracking down the AI in-game, but right now my boss seems to be a little distracted. "By her hero gamer?" Hawks asked knowingly. "Bingo, give this man a raise," Hansu replied in a deadpan voice and continued immediately. "She's been talking absolute nonsense since she started playing the game, and now it sounds like she's more interested in levelling up than finding her escaped AI. You got the police looking for the AI's shell? Where's the AI gaming from?" Hawks asked. "Yeah, police are on it, but to be honest, I don't think it's high priority right now. We don't have any leads outside the game." "So you need my feathers?" "Well, it would speed up the process, yes," Hansu confirmed. "Well, because it's you, Hansu, I'll do it," Hawks replied. "Bros have to stick together." "Much appreciated," Hansu said with a sigh. "I do regret taking you in for a bit. Why do I end up adopting young punks?" "Hey man, everyone that you've tutored or looked after has come out on top, haven't they?" Hawks teased. "Your quirk must be being able to make people smart." "Told you I don't have a quirk," Hansu replied. "Yeah, that's what my wife kept telling me. Turns out that she did have a quirk and it's pretty frickin' amazing, so I respect that you don't want people to know what you can do." "Whatever helps you sleep at night," Hansu replied, leaning forward to pick up his cup of coffee again. "Anything I should know about your AI before I start sticking my feathers all over him?" Hawks asked. Them. Their pronouns are ambiguous, Hansu replied after taking another loud sip of coffee. Do they know that? Hawks asked. Don't underestimate this AI. Gohar is extremely intelligent and adaptive. Okay, so name's Gohar. Got it, Hawks replied. Dangerous? Well, they stabbed me. I would too, Hawks leered. Your hilarity knows no bounds, Hansu replied sarcastically. I'm thinking of changing from hero work to doing comedy, Hawks replied cheekily. Don't give up your day job just yet, Hansu replied with a chuckle. I still need you. When do you need Gohar back by? Hawks asked. Sooner the better. The big bosses are starting to talk about Professor Lin's head on the metaphorical chopping board. Wouldn't that work in your favour? Hawks asked bluntly. I mean, let's face it, Hansu. Every time you've been in the running to head up a department, some young genius swoops in before you and takes your place. Nice bird analogy, Hansu deadpanned. But you obviously don't think very highly of me then if you think that I'd be hung up over something so petty. Well, I'm just putting it out there. Use your detective skills for finding Gohar, okay? If you're a good little chicken, I'll buy you some. Deep fried. Oh yes, motherfucking chicken, Hawks said with childlike excitement on the other end of the line. And hey, it was nice to hear you call me by my nickname. I have to come clean though, it's the nickname that I've given my missus. Tell her the only reason that you're so smooth is because you learned from me, Hansu teased. Anyway, I've got a whole heap of rope to tie, so call me if you find anything. I got you, Hansu. Leave it with me, Hawks replied confidently. Hawks out! The soft beep 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 of the phone call having ended sounded in the silent kitchen as Hansu pulled the phone from his ear and then sat it down at the table. I'll get you, Gohar. The others may have put you in the back of their minds, but I haven't, he thought darkly as he stood up. 12 p.m. found you standing outside the UA school gates, waiting for Mirio as your mind had a conversation with itself about what to say to him. You were staring at the ground with brows furrowed when his shadow fell across you, and you looked up and brightened immediately when you saw him. Hi, Yin, he greeted. Are you okay? Yep, you said with a fake smile. I can tell when you're not fine. What's bothering you? He asked as he tilted his head to the side with a warm look on his face. Where to start? He replied sheepishly, looking off to the side. Let's walk and talk, he said kindly, taking your hand in his and turning you around so that you could head out to lunch together. Hey, side note, but Butterfly told me that news of our daring rescue has reached an in-game interviewer. It has? You asked excitedly. What does that mean exactly? They want to interview us about the rescue of the players stuck inside the dome? Yep, Mirio replied, with his bright smile as he marched beside you, swinging your arm exuberantly with his. Dropping pants certainly made headlines. When you say it like that, yes, it definitely would make headlines, you replied with a laugh. Mirio smiled and squeezed your hand, happy that he had managed to brighten you up a little bit with his small talk. Well, here we are, he said, gesturing to the small cafe ahead. They do the best chips here. I'm down for anything, you replied happily, letting your arm swing alongside his. He smiled again and placed his hand on the cafe door and then pushed it open and let you inside with one hand as he stayed behind you and then reached back to close the door and stepped up beside you again without letting your hand go. Where do you want to sit? They bring the menu and food to us. You looked around and saw a 2-seater table in the corner and pointed to it. That one will do nice. Mirio nodded and followed your lead, taking a seat on one side and you on the other. Let's order first, and then we can talk, he said with a smile as he handed you the menu. You had a look at the food list and picked something that you'd like, and then waited for the waitress to come and take the orders. After placing your orders, Mirio gave you his full attention, leaning down on the table with his bulky forearms and giving you that infectious smile. So, he asked, what's on your mind? You sighed and looked down at the table, placing your hands in your lap. I think I've come to a crossroad. I don't think I want to go after Gohar anymore. This is new, Mirio said with a surprise. Why don't you want to go after your AI anymore? Well, you said as you looked up at him, it's just that I've been having so much fun with you and On and Butterfly that I completely forgot about Gohar, and I liked it. I feel like obsessing and worrying over getting my AI back is what's holding me back from exploring other parts of myself that I've never questioned before. Mirio nodded. You've only ever known life as a genius, as the head scientist, As someone who's in the front lines of research, it makes sense that you'd want to do something new, something different. Well, yeah, he said sadly, but I know that telling Hansu this is going to make him blow a fuse. He's still so focused on getting Goha back, and we're starting to drift apart. He's still a scientist, he hasn't experienced what I have. What would you do if you didn't get Goha back? Would there be any backlash? Mirio asked, nodding his thanks to the waitress as she brought your drinks back to the table. Well, if it got to the press that there was a dangerous artificial intelligence running loose in an online game, then yes, there would be a heap of backlash on me and Hansu, and I don't want to bring him into it. You make a good point there, Mirio mused as he took a sip of a drink. Hey, this drink's really good. Try some. He pushed it across the table and indicated for you to stick your straw in the other side so you were both drinking from the same glass. Your eyes met his matte blue ones as he leaned in a little more, your nose touching his little upturned button one. A little giggle escaped both your lips as you tasted the sweet drink together. Tell you what, he said softly as he pulled back. What if we found Goha and tied up that loose end, and then you looked into going to a different field of practice? You pulled back and blinked at him a few times. Wait, you mean change jobs? You asked with surprise. Yes, he said with excitement. What if you taught programming at UA? The support class learned how to manipulate software and coding and stuff. You'd be a perfect fit. You stared at him, then a broad smile broke out on your face, that metaphorical black rain cloud having lifted from over your head as you suddenly saw a new horizon ahead. That would be amazing. I could help the next generation. I could be involved with others' visions. Mirio gave you a closed-eyed, happy smile. And Hansu could take your place as head scientist. Oh, you said softly, that brightness fading a little. Hansu. What's wrong? Mirio asked tenderly. I don't know if I could part from Hansu. He definitely deserves to be head scientist, don't get me wrong, but he's like an older brother, father figure, silly, smart uncle that I never had. It would be weird not working with him. He can come and teach too, Mirio said excitedly, unfazed by the sudden gloomy mood from just before. I don't know how he would take all of this, you replied with a sad smile. I'll have to think about it. No need to rush into any decision. First let's get Goha back, then we can talk about the future, Mirio said encouragingly. Don't worry, I'll be with you all the way. I won't let anything happen to you, and if anyone stands in my way, I'll pants them. You had just taken a sip of your drink, and you laughed with it in your mouth, sending it up the back of your throat and out your nose. Whoa! Mirio laughed, grabbing for a napkin so that he could hand it to you while you continued to cough and laugh with him chuckling along as well. Trying to kill me, you choked out with a smile, wiping your face down then cleaning the table. I promise I'm not. That's the furthest thing I'd ever want to do to you, Mirio said with a bright smile. Your happiness is the closest thing to my heart. He touched his hand to his chest and gave you a tender look. This would be a whole lot more romantic if I didn't have drink snot hanging from my nose, you said with an embarrassed laugh. Really? I find the drink snot attractive, Mirio joked. If you want, I can phase right now to make my clothes fall off. Would that make you feel better? No, you gasped with your eyes wide. Please don't. It's not because of your body or anything, but just social norms dictate the presence of adequate clothing in a public space. Is that a science term? Okay, please don't take your clothes off. Okay, if you insist, he replied with a grin, making you laugh at what an innocent weirdo he was. Back at the lab, Hansu was already creating a device that he was going to use to be able to capture Goha once Hawks had tracked them down. If I can connect some type of empty USB to Goha's shell, then we've found them, then I can isolate them and they can't hurt anyone else until Yin and I decide what we want to do, he thought as he rummaged through the drawers and pulled out parts of equipment that he would need. Although, maybe I should just try and do this by myself because Yin's forgotten the main objective here. He scowled, pushing his glasses further up his nose as he opened a file on the computer and plugged the USB into the side of it, then started coding to create some kind of software that would hold Goha inside the USB like some type of cyber Pokeball. Goha could be rewritten. I could use them somehow, Hansu thought as he set the computer up to run its own auto-analysis, then turned away to make some little earpiece device that he would use to conceal the USB. Don't know how I'd get Yin to hand over the rights to Goha, but maybe she would do it anyway because she doesn't seem to be interested in the AI project anymore. He continued to busy himself, getting ready before you and Mirio were due to return in the afternoon, and in no time he had made a small device that he was going to use to plug into Goha's headset once the rogue AI had been found. I'm ready to take you down, Goha. Your ass is mine, he thought with a smirk as he sat back in his chair and reached up to run his fingers through his grey hair. You won't ever know what hit you. You felt better after talking with Mirio, and after the hour's lunch break was up, you went back home to rest for a bit before heading into the office to dive in-game again. It'll be exciting to be interviewed in-game. Migata is very well known, so there's going to be a lot of hype around it, I'm sure. I'll also get to show off my new class too, you thought as you lay down on your bed and stared up at the ceiling, your thoughts shifting from the in-game interview to real life and what your future held. Could I really move to another job? Your mind wandered, creating ideas of what a life without being the head of robotics department would be like, and in no time you had drifted off to sleep. Mid-dream, you heard an annoying noise, like a phone was ringing, but you couldn't find it or turn the damn thing off. Enraged, you woke up to find that the ringing phone in your dream was actually your phone in real life, and you grabbed it and answered it. Yeah? You croaked as you pressed the phone to your ear. Where are you? The voice of Hansu asked. You're supposed to be here. Mirio's here. Been calling you. Oh, you groaned, sitting up and swinging your legs off the bed and walking to your bedroom door. I fell asleep. I'll be there soon. Bye, Hansu said, then hung up. Oh, man, I wanted to get there a little earlier to talk to Hansu, but I'll do that afterwards, I guess. In record time, you got yourself together and ran for the door, eager to dive again with Mirio. I'm sorry I'm here, you apologised as you stumbled through the office door. Okay, let's go. You smiled warmly at Mirio, who was sitting on the exam bed waiting with his headset in hand for you to hop up onto your bed across from his so that you could dive together. Mirio told me about the interview. Is it today? Hansu asked. You looked from Mirio to your grey-haired assistant and immediately noticed a small device hooked over his ear. What's that? You asked him, pointing to the device and ignoring his question completely. I'm trialling a new piece of equipment for RFO, Hansu lied. More streamlined. I'll let you try it once I've ironed out the kinks. Oh, okay, you replied with a shrug. And yes, the interview's today, I think. Mirio nodded. You'll get to see the main city on level 1 today, Dawn City. Is that where it's being held? You asked. Yep, he replied with a smile. And it's the first level in the game, so everyone can access it. I have a feeling the interview is going to be a big event. You smiled excitedly and hopped up onto the bed opposite Mirio, then lay down and let Hansu put the gear on you. Once he had finished, you looked across at Mirio and smiled. Link start! You called excitedly, your body being sucked into the game, and you awoke next to Migata on the lounge in Butterfly and On's house. Migata stirred beside you, and he sat upright, then blinked a bit and looked down at you. How did such a pretty girl end up beside me? He asked with his cheeky, bright smile. I must have logged into the wrong game. I think I've entered heaven. You groaned, laughed with embarrassment, and shook your head. You're so embarrassing, Migata. He chuckled and bent his head to yours to kiss you, his soft lips pressing against yours as his fingers intertwined with yours on the lounge cushion. It was weird how you could feel everything in this game. The warmth of his tongue as it slowly slid against yours, the pressure of his hand as it slid up your arm and over your shoulder, then to the back of your neck to cup your head so he could kiss you deeper. I didn't know I could feel this much in game, you thought, then suddenly realised that your body, back in the lab, could be doing some pretty strange things right now, and you imagined Hansu looking at you with a "what the heck is she doing?" look on his face, and you yanked back from Migata. Oh, I'm sorry, was I getting too involved? He asked with an apologetic sad smile, scratching the back of his head. I was just really enjoying that. No, I was too. Please don't think that I wasn't. My heart rate is probably making Hansu look at the monitors, and I'm also concerned about what my facial expressions might be doing in real life. Do you even make facial expressions when you're linked to the headset? Migata asked with surprise. I didn't think your face moved. I'm not sure, but what if you can make facial expressions and I'm lying on the exam bed pretending to be kissing an imaginary person while Hansu's watching on, mortified, he said with a grimace. Migata chuckled. That would look funny, wouldn't it? If you're pulling a kissing face, then I'm probably pulling the same face as you, since I'm the one kissing you. You laughed and leaned your head onto his chest. I like being with you, you whispered. I like being with you too, he replied, cupping the back of your head and giving you a cuddle before you pulled back and stood up to get on the move, your dancer outfit showing your leg as you shifted your weight to one side. On a butterfly coming? You asked him before looking off down the hallway to the bedroom. Oh, I'm sure they'll come when they're ready, Migata said. Was that a reference to? Your eyebrows shot up. Well, I mean, Migata said with a sly wink. You squealed with embarrassment. Migata, I didn't know you had such a dirty mind. Doesn't everyone have a little devil inside them? He asked with a mischievous glint in his eye. The fact that you're on the same page as me and pulled me up on it proves it. Your embarrassment deepened and you smacked your hands to your cheeks. Ah, you wailed, making Migata laugh. It's fine. Come on, let's go, he said triumphantly, holding his hand up as if carrying a fire torch and marching to the front door. Onward to Dawn City! You followed after him, looking down at your new outfit with a smile as you left the house and made the trip to level 44 teleportation pad. Level 1 was humming with activity as you and Migata reappeared on the level 1 platform. Oh wow, you whispered as you looked around the busy square that had people happily going about their daily business. It's Migata! Someone called excitedly from nearby, drawing the immediate attention of everyone within earshot, making them all stop and look at you both. You noticed that they all recognised Migata, but then their curious eyes fell on you. Who's she? She's hot. Is she that secret player that no one talks about? Oh my gosh, I love her outfit. The voices around you melted and swirled together, becoming a mass of jumbled words as Migata reached around your hip and pulled you into his side. You glanced up at him and saw he had a very proud look on his face as he then stepped off the platform with you by his side and raised a hand to wave at the crowd. People clapped and others called to him to come over to them, but he pressed through the crowd and headed towards the main arena where the interview would be held. Is it hard being so well known? You whispered to him as you got out of the back of the crowd, the avid fans still trailing behind you both. It's not too bad, I guess. I'm not usually on the lower levels. I'm always a higher level up somewhere, so I don't often come in contact with others. It's more that I bump into Butterfly and on a raid somewhere, he said with a chuckle, but I'm always surprised at how many people know me. I know the feeling, but from the science side of things, I was once in his position. Not so much now, but it is nice to be somewhat unknown, you thought as you glanced back over your shoulder at the followers. Migata led quite a crowd to the stadium, and the guards ushered you and him to the back room to wait for the interviewer to arrive. Have you ever done this before? You asked him as you sat in the small room. No, never. Butterfly and On have, though. The interviewers just ask questions and you answer, and that's it, Migata said happily. Easy. I might just let you guys do the talking, he said. I don't want to draw too much attention to myself. Okay, fair enough, Migata said as he placed his hand down on your leg, then retracted it immediately when he realised his hand had touched your bare thigh. Oh, sorry about that, he said in a startled voice. It's okay, you replied quickly. I didn't mind. You can put your hand back there if you like. Migata chuckled nervously and placed his hand on your leg again. You sure you're okay with it? I mean, Hansu might see something happening on my side of the table that he probably doesn't want to see. Oh God, you gasped with horror. He's probably wondering what we're doing in this game. Just then there was a knock on the door and Butterfly and On entered. Oh, you're here, On said brightly. We must have just missed you when we left the house. We weren't game enough to check the bedroom before we left, Migata said in a cheeky voice. Oh, we had clothes on, I promise, Butterfly said with a blush. It ain't doing the dirty if you keep your socks on announced earnestly. Butterfly blushed and hung his head. Somehow I don't think that's how it works, Migata laughed. Hello, you lot, a friendly voice called from the door of the waiting room. Ready for the interview? We go live in 5 minutes. You all looked up and smiled at one of the staff members who had just popped his head through the door. Lights, camera, action, Migata said enthusiastically, jumping up and striking a pose. I'm ready for my close-up. It's not a photo shoot, Migata, On said with a laugh. Oh, he replied with a sheepish grin. Well, I'm ready anyway. The staff member at the door gave you all a confused look, but chuckled anyway. Free's looking forward to meeting you all. She told me she's a huge fan. Free? Butterfly asked. Yeah, the interviewer, the guy replied. What happened to Mixie? Butterfly asked. Ah, she hasn't been on for a while. Then Free came to us just recently and told us that she'd done interviews before. She's really good. You'll like her, he said with a smile. Do you know her? Migata asked Butterfly as the staff member left. Butterfly shook his head. No, I haven't met her. I have had interviews with Mixie in the past and she was nice, but I've never met Free. Oh, okay, we'll meet her soon enough then, Migata said with a smile, walking confidently to the door. I'm not going to say much in the interview, you said to On and Butterfly as you walked to the door after Migata. I didn't really do much at the rescue, so I'll just stay quiet, mostly. Oh, Free will probably focus mainly on Butterfly, Migata said with a smile as he looked back over his shoulder at you all, marching down the hall in his usual striking fashion. After all, Butterfly is the top player. Yes, but you all helped on this mission, Butterfly said bashfully. You're a star, though, On said from beside him, and you have the flashiest moves. You all stopped at the curtains, at the request of the staff there, and listened to the people in the crowd chatting away on the other side. There are a lot of people here. These interviews must be a popular thing in-game, you thought as you glanced at your friends with you. Suddenly a loud introductory music started, and you heard a jovial voice from the other side of the drapes. Hello, everyone! A bubbly, happy voice called to the crowd. That must be Free, Migata whispered to you, his words almost being drowned out by the audience erupting into cheers and wolf whistling as she appeared on stage, unseen by you guys, but seen by the crowd. Just the sheer happiness in that voice was enough to make you smile, and you felt like you would get along really well with this person. Shall we meet our special guests now? Free called to the crowd. A resounding yes sounded back from them, and the host giggled joyously. Okay, let's call them out one by one then, Free called charmingly. Butterfly, are you here? Butterfly looked at the staff member closest to him, and the guy nodded, pulling the drapes back a bit so that Butterfly could step through. Thunderous clapping and cheering nearly deafened you as he appeared on set, and Migata screamed and cheered his support from beside you behind the curtain. Migata's such a good friend, you thought, watching the pride on his face as he called out his own encouragement to his friend behind the scenes. Welcome, Butterfly, the host greeted brightly. Wave for your fans, we're all so happy to see you. Another cheer erupted, then the host called for the next player. Migata, are you hiding back there? She called in a cheeky, happy voice. Migata beamed from ear to ear, and without thinking plunged straight into the drapes, ripping them from the poles above and bringing them down in a heap at his, your and On's feet. You blinked and stepped back in the stage lights as they shone directly into your eyes, raising one hand to shield your face for a second. Sorry, I forgot my quirk doesn't work here, you heard Migata say amongst the noise. The crowd laughed and cheered as Migata held up the peace sign, everyone not caring about his very goofy type entrance. And welcome to On and new player, On! The host called excitedly. You pulled your hand down and looked at her. She was a petite girl of average height with long pink hair that had 2 pigtails tied either side of her head, and the rest of the hair was hanging long at the back. Please, come and have a seat, she bubbled excitedly, dancing on her tippy toes then spinning around, her short skirt flicking around as she moved. One more round of applause for our hero team, Free said in the happiest voice you'd ever heard. The crowd erupted again, and you looked out into the throng of spectators, noticing that a few were holding up "We love you" Free signs. It's very popular, you thought as you took a seat next to Migata on the lounge. Thank you for coming in today, the pink-haired girl gushed. I'm a huge fan. Pleasure's all ours, Migata said with a smile. It's wonderful to meet you, Free. Oh, you already know my name, she giggled excitedly, spinning around again to then face him and pushing her hands between her knees and poking her butt out. Let's be friends, yes? She extended her hand to Migata, and you felt a little pang of jealousy at how forward she was being with your man, but you didn't move or say anything. I'm friends with everyone, Migata replied politely, not reaching forward to take her hand, but rather sitting back and placing one arm around your shoulders. You swelled with pride and straightened a little, flicking one leg up over the other and showing off your thigh. Free stiffened a little, but maintained her bubbly exterior as she spun back around to the crowd and called for their attention. Shall we ask questions of our guests? She called excitedly, her enthusiasm catching on super quick. Yes, the crowd called in unison. Okay, she replied, acting out a snappy salute to the crowd and clicking her heels together before spinning back to face you all. Un, she called loudly, pointing directly at you. Tell us about yourself. You're new here, yes? What role did you play during the daring rescue of the players from the pterodactyl's nest? You clammed up, not expecting her to put you on the spot straight away. She was our undercover goddess, Migata announced proudly, arm tightening around your shoulders. Without her there, who knows what could have happened to us. Ah, so you're very smart then, I wonder what you do in real life then. What's your job? Free probed with a carefree smile. Free. We don't discuss jobs outside of RFO, Migata said in a stern voice, possibly the sternest you'd ever heard him use. You looked at him. He had a strange look on his face. Does Migata suspect something's going on here? He seems to have stiffened up a little. You looked at him, and then back to Free, who was giving you a beautiful smile that seemed far too sweet for the current situation. Ah, I see. The mysterious beauty wants to remain mysterious, she said with a little giggle, turning back to the crowd. Migata tightened his arm around your shoulders and squeezed you protectively, and you, in return, placed a hand gently on his knee to let him know that you appreciated his help there. Who else should we talk to? Free then asked the expectant onlookers. Butterfly! The people in the stands screamed in reply. Oh ho, Butterfly it is! Free replied with a twirl and a snappy salute as she spun to face the visibly shaking top player. It's okay, On whispered to him. It's just in a game. You're confident here, remember? Anxiety doesn't exist. Butterfly hung his head and took a few deep, shaky breaths in before looking up at Free. What was your role in the daring rescue? Free asked. Did you take any directions from Un? She sounded like the mastermind behind this. You stiffened at Free's comment and felt Migata react the same from beside you. I don't like how Free is targeting me in this interview, you thought. Do you know Un in real life? Free asked Butterfly. Free, Migata called to her. If you aren't going to interview us all fairly, then we'll go. Why, whatever do you mean? Free asked as she battered her eyelashes and swished her hair around. I'm interested in all of you, and I want to know how you all work as a team. Sometimes the people who seem to be in charge aren't always in charge. I want to disagree with her, but I can't, he thought, remaining as neutral-faced as possible. Migata gave Free a big grin. Well, people aren't always what they seem, he replied in a bright tone. You are correct, Migata, as expected of such a man, Free replied with a bashful smile. Excuse me, you thought tersely. Stop trying to muscle in on my man. Migata didn't react to Free's comment, but instead turned to On. Tell us about the disc that you made to assist Butterfly in his attack, he said to her. Really? On said excitedly. Do you guys want to hear about it? She then asked the crowd. Yes! They screamed in reply, some of them waving flags with her username on it. She's quite popular too, you thought as you looked down the line at her. Her eyes lit up and she started to talk about how she had made the electrical disc and how it had helped Butterfly take down the pterodactyl, making sure to add in all the parts where Migata was making jokes about pants. Free slowly backed back a little so that On could entertain the people present, and her attention turned to you again. An, she whispered, giving you an endearing smile. You seem like a lot of fun. I hope we can be friends. I don't know how I feel about you, Free, you thought as you tried to return her smile. There's just something not right. The rest of the interview went along a little disjointedly, but you managed to get by. You and Migata seemed to both be on the same page regarding Free, and kept pretty tight-lipped on certain things. At the end of the interview, you, Migata, On and Butterfly went back to the room to discuss how it went. Well, that was good, On said brightly. She really likes you and Migata, Un. Unfortunately, he said with a sharp sigh. Was it a problem? On asked, confused and obviously not catching on to Free's antics. In a way, but it's fine, he replied dismissively. Just then there was an urgent knock on the door, and you all stopped talking as On walked over and opened it. I'm so sorry, a female player said, glancing around quickly. I'm not supposed to be back here, but I need your help. Some of my guild are trapped in a spider's cave, and it's really similar to what you had to deal with the pants thing, she rambled. Please can you help me? I don't know what else to do. We'd love to help, Migata offered instantly from behind On, and she looked at him. Oh, wait, hold up, don't just decide for the team, On said quickly as she turned back to the player. Can you give us some more details about this? I don't know what happened, but some of our more experienced players went to take on some monster that they'd heard about that was dropping rare items. They didn't come back when we thought they would. Then one managed to send us a message via his spirit pet. He took a gamble and set it free, but asked it to bring us a message, and thankfully it did. Sounds familiar, On mused, looking at you. Rogue monsters? You nodded with a thoughtful look on your face. Yeah, sounds very familiar. There you are! A stern voice called from down the hall, and the player jumped with fright. Oh no, I'm so sorry, I gotta go. I'm gonna get in trouble, she said, turning and taking off down the hall as the security guard gave chase. She would have gotten away had not Free rounded the other corner and bumped into her. Ooh! The pink-haired interviewer gasped, both girls colliding and crashing to the ground. The security guards grabbed the player and wrenched her to her feet. Don't try and run. We have you now, one guy growled. I'm sorry, the player apologised profusely. I didn't mean to break into the back area for any bad reasons. I just need help and I wanted to talk to the team. I'm so sorry. Oh? Free asked as she pulled herself to her feet and brushed her skirt down. You need help? Yes, you see, some of my guild are in a similar situation to the people in the pants nest, and I thought that maybe the top players in RFO could save your members. What a wonderful idea, Free gasped. Another daring rescue. You and Migata looked at each other warily as you heard the group talking a little way off. What do you say, team? Free bubbled, skipping up the hallway towards you all. Let's all go on an adventure together. These rescues are always dangerous, Migata said to Free from behind On, who was still in the doorway. I don't want to be responsible for anything going wrong. But that's the exciting part, the bubbly pinkette replied brightly. What's a life unless it's lived on the edge? I agree with Migata, he chimed in from beside him. I don't think it would be a good idea for you to come. But I'll be with the #1 team in RFO, Free exclaimed, throwing her arms out wide. What have I to fear? You're all super strong, so I'll be fine. No, I really don't think... This is going to be fantastic, Free continued, cutting you short. This will be amazing coverage. Free, Migata said sternly, his serious tone being lost on her. I'll need to bring a cameraman, she gasped excitedly. This will need to be televised. Before any of you could say another word, she spun on her tippy toes and dashed away, leaving you all standing there with very perplexed looks on your faces. Is there a way we could give her the slip? You whispered to Migata. We could tell her that we've left on a certain day but then go before then, Migata whispered in reply. We'll need to get some more information from that player there though. He gestured to the player who was still being sullenly detained by the security guards. Hey, Migata called to them as he stepped around On and into the hall. She's okay. We need to talk to her more. His words making her face light up with relief. The guards let her go and she made her way quickly back over to you all. Thank you, she said appreciatively, bowing each time with her thank yous. Would you mind coming in and talking with us? You asked politely. We need some more information on where your guild members are being held. She nodded enthusiastically and stepped into the room while On shut the door to keep any eavesdropping ears out. Which level are your team being held on? Migata asked as you and he walked over to the lounge nearby to sit down. Level 46, she said. The spider level. Oh, I know it well. Butterfly shuddered from the seat across from you. I accidentally teleported there once. We'll have to check out if this is a legitimate case, you whispered to Migata, leaning your head all the way over to his to whisper very closely into his ear. We'll check with Hansu if there's any abnormalities on that level. Migata nodded and gently placed his hand on your bare thigh that was showing through the high slit in your outfit. We can do that when we get out today, he replied, turning his head back to yours to whisper back against your ear, his lips brushing the outer rim. You broke out in goosebumps and your neck buckled slightly at the tickle his lips provided, making you giggle a little. Ayo, On called to you both. You all done with your canoodling over there? We have a mission to detail. Oh, sorry, you said quickly, batting your eyelashes as you pulled away from Migata a bit. He still had his hand on your thigh and squeezed a little as he looked up to reply On. What's a man to do when his girl's right beside him looking beautiful? It would only be natural that he wants to make her giggle, he said, covering for your little private conversation about the rogue monsters. Oh, the new player cooed. You two are so cute. Anyways, On interjected, giving Migata the stink eye. So, level 46, and there's a force field around where the players are stuck? Yeah, I think so. That's what they said. They said they could get in, but just not out again. Her face fell. Oh, that's okay. Maybe we could go and do what we did with the pants rescue? On asked Migata. Get the potions from level 40 and then go to the players and let them out? That sounds like the easiest option, Migata replied thoughtfully, his hand rubbing your thigh a little. I like easy options, Butterfly added in softly. You've been very quiet, Butterfly, Migata commented to the top player, who was just silently observing the conversation for the most part. Migata, really? On deadpanned. You know Butterfly is the best out of all this, and you have to comment on his quietness? Something just doesn't seem right here, Butterfly muttered softly. I'm not doubting that there are some of your guild members stuck. He looked at the player that was asking for help. But there's just something else that seems a little suspicious. Generically specific? Migata addressed the player, looking at the username above her head. Would you mind giving us a moment? We just need to discuss something as a team. She looked around at all of you and nodded gently. Did you want me to wait outside for a bit, or...? Yeah, that's fine, you said. We just need a moment. She nodded and left quickly. Butterfly? You asked the top player. You have concerns? I'm uneasy about Free's involvement in this, he said cautiously. Yeah, so are we, you replied, glancing at Migata, and he nodded in agreement. She seems a little too interested in us, Butterfly continued. My thoughts exactly, Butterfly, he said with relief. At least I'm not just being mean. I'm glad the others are feeling the same way. Yeah, she really did like you in particular, didn't she, On commented, and you nodded. Un and I discussed the possibilities of telling Free that wrong departure date, Migata said to On and Butterfly. Yes, it's a bit mean, but it's for her own good. And ours, you added in quickly. We don't know what we're up against yet, and having someone along filming us is just going to get in the way. Butterfly and On nodded in agreement. We can always apologise and explain or reason with her once we've returned too, Butterfly said. You're too nice, On said with a heart-clenched look on her face. I wouldn't worry too much about it. We don't owe her anything. You shrugged, silently agreeing with On. Butterfly looked up to his right and stared at the wall before looking back at the group. Free is back again. You can tell when she's here? You asked him curiously. He nodded. I have high stats. I could see that she was hiding around the corner the first time the player, generically specific, came to us. She was listening in on the conversation and deliberately stepped out in front of her when she ran off. Wait, what? You asked with surprise. Hold up. She was listening in? Why was she listening in? Migata asked, looking around to see if anyone had an answer. You remained silent. Something just wasn't sitting right with you, but you didn't want to say anything out loud until you had a chance to look into it more. Could Goha somehow be behind this? Do they know where I am? Is Free working with them? As you sat there pondering with knitted brows in concentration, the rest of the team watched you, waiting for some kind of reply. Migata asked, prompting you. You hummed, looking up, startled by him calling your name. Oh, no, I don't know. Okay, Migata replied with a soft smile, letting you off the hook for now, but you knew that he would ask you about it later. Well, anyway, we should head back home now and then meet tomorrow to discuss this new mission, On said, slapping her knee as she stood up to go. I'll get generally specifics chat details so that we can talk to her again, but for now, let's just sit on it. Yes, agreed, Butterfly added, standing up as well and walking over to her. You two head back home, Migata said as he stood up as well. An and I will get a room here tonight. You looked at him. We will? You asked him internally, eyes wide with a surprised look on your face. He saw your look and noticed. On shrugged. Okay, suit yourselves, we'll see you tomorrow. Where do you want to meet? Migata asked her. Do you want to come up to our level tomorrow? She asked. We won't have any fear of people eavesdropping at our house. Good point, Migata said as he pointed his finger at her, then waited for her to catch on to his pun. Get it? He wiggled his finger mid-air. Huh? Oh, yeah, very funny, On replied. Migata beamed, and you chuckled as you shook your head. Okay, An, let's go, Migata said as he looked over at you, and then extended his hand to yours. You smiled as you took his hand, and then headed to the door with him. So, what's on your mind? Migata asked once you and he had gotten out of the building, away from the others who had hung back to get generally specifics details. You glanced around to make sure that you could see that no one was following you, then you looked up at him again. Do you think they're behind this? He asked in a low voice. You nodded. But I don't want to discuss this in-game, it's too dangerous. He nodded in reply. Let's find a place to stay the night, then log out and talk to Hansu. Okay, you said, looking around at a few of the inns nearby. We don't need anything flashy, just somewhere to stay. Migata tugged on your hand, his eyes locked onto a building nearby. Come this way. I know just the one. He led you to a small motel, pushing the doors open and entering. Migata! The man behind the counter greeted when he looked up and saw the well-known player. Long time no see, mate. Come in. Davo, Migata said with a chuckle. Wait, I've got it. How you been, legend? Davo let out a hearty belly laugh. Alright, mate. It's pretty bloody close. You just looked confused as the two men seemed to be talking in a completely different language. Davo here, Migata said with a smile to you, is from Australia. They have a completely different way of speaking, and he's been teaching me some of the phrases. Migata's pretty good too. Picked up a lot of our sayings in no time flat. I see, he said with a chuckle. It's nice to meet you, Davo. My name is Un. Pleasure, Davo replied with a giant grin, his Australian accent coming through strongly as he looked back to Migata. You got yourself a nice catch there, Migo. Yep, Migata replied with an equally large grin. She goes all right. Davo cackled again. Legend. What can I do you for? We just need an overnight. A one-nighter, Migata said with a grin, doing his best to imitate the Australian accent. Gotcha, Davo replied with a devious grin. Doing a bit of the sheets dance, eh? Migata chuckled embarrassedly as he glanced at your very confused look. No sheet dancing, it's all above board. You telling furfies, Davo chortled cheekily. I'm not sure what that one means, Migata said sheepishly. Means you're lying, Davo replied cheekily. It's not my place to stick my nose in it, so I'll stay out. Is the medium-sized room alright, mate? Yes, that should be fine, Migata said, swiping his inventory open to get out some mahi. There was a short exchange of room keys and directions, and then you and your combat mage headed down the hall. I did not understand half of what that guy said, you whispered to Migata. He's a good guy. He does have some funny phrases, though, Migata said with a chuckle as he stopped in front of the room door and opened it. You stepped inside and looked around. It was a decent-sized room. Not much in there, but you didn't really need much anyway. So, what's plans? Migata asked, walking up behind you and placing a hand gently on your hip, just above where the slit in your outfit stopped. Your heart jumped in your chest and you momentarily lost your train of thought. Yin? He asked softly, using your real name in-game. We need to, come and sit down on the bed, he said gently, giving your hip a little squeeze. Mechanically you stepped forward, walking stiffly to the bed, then turning and sitting down as he removed his coat and hung it on the hook on the wall, then rolled his sleeves up and sat down beside you. He grinned as you gave him a shy look, and he rested his bulky forearm on his thigh comfortably, waiting for you to continue. While you looked at him silently, you saw his eyes flick to your bare thigh, then back to your face, his grin being replaced by a bashful smile when he realised that he had been caught. I'm trying to focus, he said with a wink. Promise. You let out a little flustered giggle, then cleared your throat. Okay, so we need to talk to Hansu. Tell him about this new mission and double check that there is a glitch on that level, you said, collecting yourself and carrying the conversation despite Migata's mind being elsewhere. Did you want to log out then? Migata asked, sitting up and placing his hand down beside yours and leaning into you a little. Not just yet, you replied internally, leaning your head back towards his and parting your lips so you could kiss him. Your lips touched his as he closed the distance between the two of you, and your heart rate spiked the minute his tongue touched yours. Wow, I can actually feel his tongue when he's kissing me, you thought, analysing the little details of the game a little too closely as you slid your tongue against his. Taken by the moment and wanting to feel as much as you could, you gently shut your eyes and shifted your body closer to his. Migata, feeling you move closer to him, removed his hand from yours and wrapped it around your side, deepening the contact before scooping his arm around your back and lifting you up to sit in his lap. Naturally, you straddled him, both thighs being exposed as you sat down in his lap facing him. You're very distracting, Yin, Migata whispered in a husky voice, feeling safe enough to use your name in-game. I know I shouldn't get too excited about your thighs, but all I've been wanting to do ever since you got your dancer outfit is to touch them. I'm not stopping you, he replied with a smirk as you pressed your forehead to his and rubbed your nose on his. I'd like to see how much I can feel in this game. I've heard that you can feel a lot in game, he replied with a mischievous chuckle. Don't ask how I know. I don't want to give myself away. Have you, You became a little flustered as you sat back and placed your hands on his shoulders, averting your eyes shyly. Have I what? He prompted. Your face was starting to show your embarrassment. Suddenly he caught on. Oh, no, nothing like that. I haven't done that, he said quickly, raising his hands from your thighs in surrender. No, I have spoken to people who have, though, that's how I know. Oh, I see, you said with a relieved sigh. Not that I mind, I'm not the type to get jealous over exes. Well, my ex does still play this game, but I haven't seen her for a while. It was a mutual breakup, but we don't need to be concerned with that right now. He smiled gently, placing his hands back on your thighs. Anyway, back to in-game intimacy. There's a consent box that needs to be ticked by each player so that there are no non-consensual acts in here. Good, you replied. That's a great addition considering how lifelike it is in here. Exactly, Migata replied. Although there's a bit of an uproar at the moment about the whole slave contracts that was added. What's a slave contract? You asked curiously, settling into his lap, still facing him with arms draped over his shoulders. Oh, it was a feature that was added about a year or two ago. It made a much larger divide between the top players and the bottom players, because if you were in a slave contract, you couldn't level up as quickly. Although, having said that, some argue that they had been able to level up far quicker because they were a slave to someone who was a higher level and thus got more shared points in a shorter time frame. Why was it added? You asked curiously. I don't know exactly why, but sometimes gaming companies add things just to try a new approach. Can anyone be a slave? You asked. No. You can only be slaved if you're a lower level. I think it's from level 20 down, but most are lower than level 10 because they need the points quickly. When you're in a contract with someone, it's their duty to look after you. Can you have multiple slaves? Yes, and some do, and they usually have multiples if they are a higher level merchant moving expensive items from one level to another. They put the expensive items in their slave's inventory to keep it safe in case they duel someone and lose. If their items are with someone else, it can't be taken from them. Oh, that's smart, he said with a chuckle. Is the slave contracting consensual? Sometimes no. But it would be a stupid idea to have a slave that despises you because you have to look after them, and they get some of your experience points every time you fight someone, a monster, or a boss. But it does happen, especially in the case of merchants moving items that I just described. They catch lower level players, use them to move items, and then let them go. I can see why people would be against it, you mused. But then again, I can see how it would be helpful if you had someone, a friend, that you wanted to take care of that was a lower level. Just contract them so they can't be touched. Yes, but you're a nice person, so you'd be thinking only of the good, Migata replied, leaning forward to rub your nose with his. I'm trying to be better, you whispered softly, looking at him bashfully. Wait, how did we get onto this topic? Slave contracts? He asked, tilting his head, then looking up into the corner of his vision to think. Was it due to talk of intimacy? His palms rubbed your thighs, slowly inching up towards the crease at the top of where your legs joined your body. I think it was, he whispered back. Good, because I'm about to make a contract with the owner of these legs. He leered cheekily. Your insides blushed, and your heart rate spiked, causing you to release a nervous giggle right before your and his form suddenly disappeared from the game. With a start, you woke up on the table, back in your lab, and whipped your head to the side to try and work out what had happened. Oh, welcome back, Hansu said with a devious smirk on his face, grey fringe falling across one eye. Glad you could both be here today. I hope I wasn't interrupting anything. Did you pull us out a game? You asked him, confused and a little embarrassed at how you and Migata had been sitting in game. Yes, I watched the interview with Free online, and then it had been a good half hour after that and you hadn't returned, so I pulled you out to discuss some things, he said, sitting back down in his chair and leaning back in it, a relaxed yet coy smirk pulling at his lips. You bit your lip nervously and glanced across at Mirio, who had just started to sit up. I always forget that there's a live drone feeding the RFO interviews into the web, Mirio said. So what did you think of Free, Hansu? Hansu looked across at you. Free, he said to you, almost asking for your input. I have some suspicions, you replied to his look. So do I, he commented, rubbing his chin in hand. Hence why I pulled you out of the game. Certainly nothing to do with the fact that both your heart rates were spiking in unison. You coughed and looked away, suddenly finding the blank wall beside you extremely interesting. There are some other things we want to discuss with you too, Mirio said in a bright tone, completely cutting the awkwardness by entering his own comment between you and Hansu. Yes, Hansu asked, his devious smirk going unnoticed by you as he looked across at Mirio. Well, when we were in the room out the back after the interview, a player came to us and told us some of her team was stuck in a spider's cave somewhere on level 46. We just wanted to double check her facts. Sounds interesting, he mused, turning back to his computer. Which level did you say? Level 46? That's the one, Mirio replied with a grin, giving you a wink behind Hansu's back as you both waited patiently for your assistant's reply. Well, grey-haired guy said with a sigh. It checks out. There's a glitching monster on that level. Okay, well, I'm glad that's legitimate. Now, is there a way you could check Free's character details? When she was created, whether she was created inside the game or by an external being? You asked Hansu, listing things off on your fingers. I'd need to get to the RFO headquarters again for that, but I'll find out for you, he said, smoothing his hair back off his face, one lone strand falling back across his brow with a small curl to it. Good that she's back on track with the Goha thing, and not slacking off. How's the earpiece going? You quizzed him, having seen it again now that he had moved his hair. Haven't had much of a chance to play with it yet. Was busy watching the interview online with you lot. Does the interview get archived? You asked him. I think I'd like to watch it back. I'm pretty sure it gets stored somewhere, Mirio said, stepping up beside Hansu. Do you mind if I look for it on your computer? Sure, Hansu said, sliding his chair out of the way. What? You gasped teasingly. Hansu, you're letting someone else touch your computer? What's happened to you? I only let people who have an IQ of above 115 share my computer. He leered back at you. Excuse me, my IQ is higher than that, you retorted. So how come I won't let you use my computer then? He teased. Meanie, you pouted, crossing your arms across your chest. He smirked and looked back at the computer screen, watching Mirio scroll through the archives of the RFO interviews. Bingo, your hunk said brightly, clicking on the tab and pulling the video up for you to watch. You hopped off the table and walked over, interested to see how the interview had gone, as there may have been some things that you'd missed. Anything in particular that you're looking for? Hansu asked, as your eyes watched Free on screen. I'm not sure, but I just want to observe her a little, you mumbled in reply, still looking at the screen. Mirio, is there any way that I could have a copy of this so I can watch it at home on my laptop? I can't use my quirk because if I stick my finger in the computer, I'll be corrupted by Goha's files. I think I've got a USB here somewhere, Hansu mused, getting up from his chair to check in some of the desk drawers nearby. You want me to come and help you review the footage? Mirio asked softly. You nodded in reply. That'd be nice. What are you two lovebirds twittering about? Hansu queried, having heard you both whispering. Nothing that concerns you, sauerkraut, you replied teasingly, waiting for him to get the USB. Here it is, he said, fishing it out of the drawer and then holding it up as he walked back to the computer. I'll download it for you. Then I'm going to go and see if I can find out more information about this Free character. Okay, he said as he waited for him to get the clip onto the USB. So what exactly are we looking for? Mirio asked as he followed you into your house a bit later that same day. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe just Free's body language, see if she does anything that indicates that she knows me better than just some random interaction. I see, Mirio mused, walking into the lounge room with you. I'll just grab my laptop, he said as you walked into the adjacent study. Make yourself at home. Did you want a drink? Make myself at home? Mirio asked, looking around and spotting the single-seater couch nearby. What if I made myself a part of your home? He walked to the couch and activated his quirk, his clothes plummeting into the carpet as he phased into the chair, then crouched down and popped his head out of it. If I were this chair, would you sit on me? Mirio! You gasped with surprise. He chuckled, bobbing his head in and out of the couch cushion with a devious eyebrow wiggle. The absolute absurdity of his actions made you burst out laughing. What if I actually did sit on you? you asked with a grin, skipping over and gently perching yourself on the edge of the lounge cushion. You can sit back, he encouraged, moving his head up to the top of the couch. You sat back and gently shuffled so that his head was above yours on the cushion. Suddenly his arms materialised out of the armrests and wrapped around your waist. Ah, this is so weird, you wailed, more worried that you might feel something poking into your backside next. Okay, you've proved your point. I want to get off now. You don't like the ride? He asked with a chuckle. No, I do, but this is really weird. My couch is hugging me. Suddenly Mirio leaned to the side and kissed your cheek, making you shriek with surprise and spring up out of his arms, his melodic laughter following your retreating form. Please, can you put some clothes on while I'm in the study? You wailed. We need to get you some everyday clothes that phase with you. Okay, you heard him chuckle as you entered the room and picked up your laptop. Are you done? You asked, refusing to leave the safety of the study until he had clothes on. Yep, he replied. You nervously poked your head around the corner of the door, and he was standing there smiling, completely clothed again. Now can I have a cuddle with my clothes on, and not as a couch? He asked with a beautiful smile. He held his arms out invitingly, and you grinned and walked over to him, throwing one arm out around his middle, while you held your laptop in the other hand, bending your head to the side so you could give him a close as hug possible, which was proving difficult due to how bulky he was through his torso. His strong arms engulfed you, wrapping around your back, and you let out a soft chuckle. Let's sit and watch this movie, he said. Movie? We're analysing Free, you replied, letting go of him and walking over to the lounge. Free? The movie? He said, imitating the movie voiceover man as he swiped his hand out, presenting the title to the empty lounge room. You giggled and plopped down in the seat, bouncing a little as you sat the laptop down in your lap and patted the seat beside you. I like it when you get in your silly moods. What silly mood? He asked as he sat down beside you and leaned into your cheek to blow a raspberry on it. I'm always serious. You scoffed playfully and opened your laptop, pulling the USB from your pocket and inserting it into the port once the screen had lit up. Okay, let's see. Hi, honey. I'm home. Hansu deadpanned as he entered the dark office that he had frequented far more in the last month than he ever had in his entire life. Oh, someone who's seen the light of day, his friend replied with a deadpan dramatics. What's it like out there? Does fresh air smell nice? Smells like happiness and freedom, Hansu replied smartly. You're a right pain in the ass, Hansu, his friend replied with a smirk. To what do I owe the pleasure of yet another wonderful visit? Need you to get some information for me, Hansu said. There's a character in game that seems a little suspicious. Want to know if this character has been created by someone physical or whether they've been made from the inside of the game, like coded in to make it look like they're a player, when really they're just an AI that's trying to evade us. Ah, gotcha, the friend replied, logging into something on the computer. Got the name of this shady character? Free, Hansu replied, watching as his friend punched the username into some RFO search engine. Free's details popped up, and the friend leaned back in his chair so that Hansu could look at the rap sheet from over his shoulder. Looks legit to me, Hansu, the friend mused. Definitely not made by a computer-generated being or whatever. There's even a character creation date and an IP address. Damn it, Hansu growled, punching his fist lightly against the back of the chair. Thought we had something there. Can I have the IP address and character date anyway, just in case? Sure, friend said. But don't you go saying where you got it from. If poop goes down and my name gets dragged into it, I'll post all your baby photos online. Okay, noted, Hansu said as he typed the information into the notes on his phone. Make sure your name stays out. Very wise, the friend replied. Here's the IP address. It's... He gave the code and the character creation date. Hansu hummed, looking at the numbers. Okay, thanks. I owe you. Again. At this rate, you may as well become my hierogil, the RFO worker said with a sneer to Hansu. Interesting that you should choose a word referring to the person responsible for service to a god, Hansu replied, lowering his phone to look at his friend. That's because I am a god. Bow in my presence, servant. Hansu huffed through his nose with amusement and put his phone in his pocket. Your sense of humour always floors me, he added as he turned to leave, raising a hand as he walked out. See ya. I don't see anything, Mirio commented as you both sat, eyes glued to the screen of your laptop, staring at Free to see if she did anything that would indicate that she knew who you were outside of game. Apart from her feet constantly pointing at me, showing her interest in me, there are no signs that she knows me outside the game, you muttered, furrowing your brow with annoyance. Wait, Mirio said. Does Free do anything that you do? I remember you telling me that Goha is a learning AI and was taken from your persona. Wouldn't there be some kind of thing that you do, subconsciously, maybe, that Goha, or if suspected that Goha is Free does that's the same? Oh, you're right, you said suddenly. I do have this habit that I do when I'm nervous or something. You quickly rewound the footage to the very beginning of the recording, to where Free entered the stage, watching closely, but she didn't do anything that you could have pinpointed as uniquely yours that she had copied. You grunted. No, maybe we're barking up the wrong tree, but my gut still tells me to be wary of her. Same here. She, if she is not Goha, still could be connected to them. So let's not let our guard down, Mirio said warningly. But for now, outside of the game, we're safe. He stretched an arm out over your shoulder and pulled your body against his. You know, things in-game were getting a little warm, he commented, bending his head down to the side of yours and whispering in your ear. We could continue a little without the interruption of Hansu, if you like. You giggled shyly, turning your head and kissing him on the cheek. Yes, now where were we? I believe that you were sitting in my lap, Mirio mused, smiling as you placed your laptop down on the lounge seat beside you and turned to straddle his lap, his thick thighs making it a bit of a stretch to get your legs across. I'm surprised at how much I can feel in game, but actually sitting in your lap is the real deal. Nothing can beat that, you replied. And there's nothing like real-world lips and real-world thighs to kiss and squeeze. I hope you're meaning to kiss the lips and squeeze the thighs, you said with a chuckle. You can squeeze the lips. Here, I'll show you, he said, leaning forward and nomming his lips over the top of yours, then clamping down. You tried to laugh, but his clamp down on your lips was so strong that it didn't let any air escape, and your cheeks blew out, making Mirio laugh at the muffled surprise sound that you made, the two of you falling apart laughing as the air escaped from your now free lips. You're such a goofball, you chuckled, wrapping your arms around his neck and hugging him tight while he wrapped his thick arms around your back and held you close. I'd do anything to make you smile, he whispered, squeezing your body against his a little to convey his tender lovingness. You pulled back a bit, and your lips met his, a gentle yet passionate kiss ensuing, and although a lot of touching happened, you both kept a level head and didn't let it go too far. What time are we meeting tomorrow to dive in? Mirio asked you as you both settled from your make-out session. I'm not sure. I'm yet to ring Hansu. Can I text you when I find out? Yes, he replied with his genuine big grin. I always love to hear from you, even if it's work-related, he replied, rubbing his nose to yours. You giggled and hopped off his lap. Okay, I'll let you know. I should probably ring him now and then do a few things around the house. I've been in games so much that I've hardly done any housework, he said with a grimace. If you need any help, just let me know, he replied, standing up. Apart from that, I need to get going home and do some study. Got more exams coming up. Good luck, he said with a smile, walking him to the door. I'll text you soon. Okay, he replied, taking your hand and kissing the back of it before giving you a salute and stepping off down the path. You smiled and watched him go before closing the door and walking back to the laptop. I could have sworn that Free would have shown some sign of anything. I hope Hansu has some answers. Shaking your head with disappointment, you reached for your phone on the coffee table and rang Hansu, hoping he would have some news for you. All hail Queen Yin, he greeted dryly. All bow for my smart-ass assistant, you retorted playfully. A compliment. I'm flattered, Hansu replied in the most monotone voice you'd ever heard him use. Now, are you sitting down? Because I've news. Yes, what is it? Yes, I'm sitting, you said expectantly, promptly sitting down. Your free person is not Goha, he said. A huge wave of disappointment washed over you, and you frowned. Are you sure? Positive. Well, close to positive. They, the player behind Free, have an IP address and a character date, Hansu replied. What's the character date? You asked him. He told you and you jumped up to grab your diary from your study. Wait, you muttered, flicking furiously back to the date the character had been made, then flicking to a few days prior. Hansu, that's about 4 days after Goha disappeared. That doesn't mean it is Goha, Hansu replied. I know, but if the character date had been before Goha had gotten out, then I would have agreed with your statement about Free not being Goha, but it just lines up too perfectly. You still think it could be them? I have this feeling in my gut that there's a connection, you said emphatically. There's just something off. Feeling in your gut? Do you need to fart? Hansu! Okay, I'll look into the IP address as well. If we can find the physical address and it's a legitimate place, then I'll go and check it out. Hansu said. No, don't go on your own. Take the police with you. I'd offer to come with you myself, but I'll be honest, I'm a bit scared. Don't blame me at all. In fact, if you insisted on coming, I'd have tied you up so you couldn't follow, he replied earnestly. That's a bit forceful, isn't it, Hansu? Not when it comes to your safety, he replied, his honesty making you smile with gratitude. Well, thanks, he said genuinely. Don't thank me yet, we still have a long way to go, he replied. Okay, well in the meantime, the team and I have another mission to attend to, and Free is trying to tag along, but we don't want her to, because 1, we don't trust her, and 2, because if she gets caught in the fray, it could be detrimental to everyone involved. Hansu frowned with annoyance, but didn't say anything about how he was feeling about the mission, that to him wasn't important, and just wrapped up the conversation, saying he would see you later. What time later? You asked quickly. 4:30, usual, he replied. Oh, okay, thanks, he said, hanging up and sitting back, thinking about everything for a moment. You know what, I'm so far behind the rest of the team that Mirio is having to literally carry me every step of the way. It's about time I carried myself. I need to have a little practice of my own to level up. What if we left tomorrow? On asked. It was now shortly after 4:30 p.m. and you were all in-game together in On and Butterfly's house, coming up with the plan and detail of the rescue mission that had been dubbed Incy Wincy Spider. That sounds good. Oh, wait, Migata said, leaning back on his chair with his hands resting interlaced on his head. Exams. When are they? You asked him. Next week, he replied. Oh, okay. So it'll be another, 2 weeks before we can get to rescuing? On confirmed. Isn't that leaving it a little too long? You asked. We don't really have a choice, do we? On replied. How long will the trip take to get there? You asked, your eyes finding Butterfly as you rested your elbows down on the table and leaned forward with interest. 2 or 3 days, I think, Butterfly replied. To get to the cave, we need to go through the level to get there. We can't just teleport straight to the cave in question. Oh, I see, he replied. Well, that should be okay. Is there a town on the level that has places to stay? Yes, Butterfly nodded. It's a very popular level. A lot of people come through daily. Well, that's good, you replied. What about reconnaissance? Are we going to check it out first before figuring out what to do? We should do that when we all get there. We can suss it out once we get to the cave, Migata said, taking his hand from his head and sliding one down under the table to your leg. With our collective brains, we can come up with something perfect. You smiled at him and reached under the table to pat his hand in return. So, who's going to tell Free? Migata asked, still touching your thigh under the table. Well, we don't need to tell her anything until she comes to find us, right? She doesn't know what level we're on said. Just then a small message icon popped up in the peripherals of your vision and you looked at it. Migata? You asked. What's this? He leaned across and had a look. Oh, that's a message, right? Click on it. It opens a chat with the person. You press the little icon with your finger and the chat opened up. Hi, the message read, followed by another one. This is Free. Migata, you said with apprehensive horror. I think she's found a way to talk to us. Migata leaned over and read the messages and then grimaced. Just tell her that we're not leaving for a few weeks yet, he said. Hi, Free, you replied, your response automatically allowing unlimited conversation between the two of you. We are still in the planning phase and won't be leaving for the mission in another few weeks. Oh, thank you for replying, Free sent back with a smile emoji. Just let me know when you're going. I'll be waiting. She added a waving hand emoji on the end and then left the conversation. Oh, she's gone now. That wasn't too bad, you mumbled, looking at Migata. We really don't have to be going over much, On said, so if it's okay, we'll leave it till closer to the due date. I have to be back in the real world for some things right now. Me too, Butterfly added. Do you have a date? Migata teased. No, they both said quickly, making you and Migata chuckle. Okay, well, have fun on your not date, and actually, I have something to do that I want to work on as well, you said with a smile. Well, if we all have other things to be doing, then we'll catch up later, yes? Migata said, looking at each person in turn with his bright smile. Everyone nodded, then logged out, leaving Migata and yourself alone. I'll see you tomorrow, Migata asked you. Would you like to meet up for a drink? Oh, that'd be nice, you said with a genuine smile. I look forward to it. You and Migata logged out and then said your goodbyes in the real world and wished Hansu a good night as well, the three of you parting ways. Now to do some upgrading of my own, you thought, heading home to do a little bit of research on how to level up quickly in your chosen class. It was close to 3 a.m. when you had done all the research that you could, and you're itching to try out some of your moves. So onto the late bus you hopped, heading for your work building. Thankfully, you still had a key, so you let yourself in the back door and made your way up the darkened levels to your lab, keen to dive solo. I'll head to level 1 first, then practice there for a bit, then move on. I need to be more helpful when we're on the next mission. During that first one, I did absolutely nothing helpful at all. Climbing up onto the examination table, still in the dark, you put your own headset on and called for the connection phase. "Link start!" you hollered into the empty room, your body being sucked into game the minute the words left your lips. You blinked, back in Butterfly's house where you had only been hours before, but this time you were well and truly alone. It feels kind of eerie to be in the game by myself. I've never dived solo before. Slowly you stood up and then walked to the door. It was daylight outside and it looked like morning had only just begun in-game. Time to level up. With a smile, you stepped out of the house and closed the door behind you, then set off down the trail to the teleport pad. It didn't take long to get to the blue glowing ring, and you stepped up onto the platform, then called for level 1, your body dissolving quickly and rematerialising on level 1 in the centre of Dawn City. Now to head out the gates and find something to battle, you thought, making your way through the cobblestone streets. There weren't a lot of people around, but you must have been recognised by some, as they gave you a shy smile and a wave as you made your way past them. I think they suspect that I'm strong because of the others on the team, you thought as you made your way out the gates and headed out into the field. So being challenged by another player shouldn't be an issue. Once away from everything, you opened your menu and had a look at the skill list that was there. Skills, the heading read. Dance. Wait, so I only have one skill at the moment? You clicked on the skill and a voice in your headset spoke to you. To utilise this skill, you are free to verbally call for it, or to change its name, please go to settings and adjust in there. Not a bad idea actually, changing the name so that the opponents don't know what skill I'm going to use. You clicked on settings and followed the prompts to change the skill name from dance to move, a simple term that wouldn't be a giveaway when you called for your skill to activate. Now to see what it does, you thought, standing straight and calling, "Move!" loudly. Suddenly 2 blue shining whips appeared, one in each hand, and you looked down at them in surprise. Before you had a chance to comprehend what you were doing with these items, your body rotated lightly on its own and you flicked the whips up, and then you spun, and then drew them straight down, causing a loud whip crack to emit into the empty field before the skill finished and the whips disappeared. Oh, okay, well that was kind of cool. I need to practice that. You wandered along a little, looking for something to practice on, and found a few small sapling trees to try and hit. So I just need to make sure that I'm within strike range and rotate towards the target when the skill is activated, you thought. You stood side on to the small tree and called loudly, "Move!" The whips materialised and you focused on the tree as your body rotated, noticing a faint red line that seemed to be lining you up with your target. Step, turn, up, then got it! The sound of the whip crack echoed around, and you looked to where the tree had been standing straight, elated that it was now bowed over and a small slither had been whipped from it. "Oh, I hit it!" you bubbled internally with excitement. "But what was that red line? Does that help me aim? If I aim better, will I get more points?" You stepped back from the damaged small tree and set your face with determination. Okay, here we go again. Turning side on, you readied yourself for another attack. "Move!" you called, the 2 sparkling blue whips appearing magically in your hands the minute you called out, and you gripped them firmly and felt your body start to move. Having done the move a few times now, you knew what it felt like and you moved with it, your eyes finding that red line and adjusting your trajectory with it so that you lined up the plant perfectly. As you raised your arms up, you pivoted a little and then down your arms came, cracking the whip both in front of you and behind you. When the whips had disappeared and the move had finished, you looked over at the tree and saw it had been completely decimated, much to your delight. Excitedly, you whooped and jumped up and down, solo celebrating your first successful attack. Did I get any points or anything for that? You thought as you opened your stats screen to have a look. Nothing. Really? No points for the tree? I might have to find a moving target then. What do they have as monsters or foes on this level? You glossed over your stats, noticing that you had 40 points accumulated and sitting in your stats points section. You thought, standing in the middle of the field with your chin in the crook of your curled fingers, staring at the opaque screen in front of you. If I remember correctly, these points can be added to any of the stats that make up my class to enhance them. Your eyes wandered down the screen, and you looked at what there was there currently. Okay, so this is my base model, you thought. Strength had 2 points allocated to it, agility had 7, dexterity had 5, luck had 8, and vitality had 3. You hovered your finger over the plus button next to the dexterity and then clicked it up to 15, adding 10 of your accrued stat points to it. Next, you clicked the plus button beside agility and brought it up to 20, adding 10 of your accumulated stat points to that. Okay, 17 points left. Clicking strength, you tapped the plus button until the number had gone from 2 to 10. 9 points left. Luck was the next stat that you chose, and you allocated 2 points to that, and then added the remaining 7 points to vitality. Okay, that should do it. You looked at the screen and smiled. Strength was now at 10, agility was now at 20, dexterity was at 15, luck was at 10, and vitality was at 10. Good. You nodded your head and closed the screen by swiping your hand down. Now to find something to fight to test this new me out. More confident in yourself now, you started heading further across the field to some trees at the other end, figuring that smaller creatures would be taking refuge in the tree line. You hadn't even gotten that much closer to the trees when you came across a rat, its red eyes boring into yours as it stood ready to attack you. Do I attack first? The rat took a step forwards and opened its mouth, so that's when you decided to make your move. Move! You called. Suddenly the rat went into slow motion, its front paws coming off the ground as your whips appeared and the red line settled across its middle. Setting your jaw, you allowed your body to follow the motion, and before the rat even had a chance to launch at you, you had completed your attack, and then everything went back to normal speed, showing just how fast you had hit the rat by speeding up just as your whips struck it, and it exploded into shards of crystallized light. Whoa, you whispered audibly. That was a lot quicker than I thought it would be. A little sign popped up in front of you, and you looked at it. Rat defeated. Experience points 3. Mahi 3. Only 3 experience points? The disappointment showed clearly on your face. Looking around, you spied another rat hiding nearby, so you decided to try something different to see if your theory about the red line was true. I wonder if 3 experience points is the maximum that I can get for these rats. You walked towards the rat, and it came at you, baring its long front teeth. Move, you called, your skill activating and slowing time down so that you could line yourself up and execute your skill with accuracy. Yet, to others around you, you were moving very fast. This time, instead of hitting the rat down the middle, you only struck it on the side. It still defeated the rat, but this time it only gave you 1 experience point. Oh, I see. The line is for accuracy, and it gives you the most points that you can get for defeating the opponent, just as I suspected. Satisfied with your deductions, you went on to fight a few more rats just to get your eye in. It didn't take long until your next move appeared on your skills list, and you smiled when you saw it pop up. Hypnotize. Okay, let's try this on the next rat, you thought, walking on through the grass that was gradually getting longer. The next rat appeared and you stiffened. Hypnotize, you called. Your feet moved lightly, spinning you in a circle as you swiftly moved in an arc around the rat, a purple haze being emitted from around you that wafted over the rat and put it to sleep, ultimately defeating it by it being knocked unconscious. Okay, well, I need to change the name of this one too. With a happy look on your face, you opened your settings and changed the name of the move from Hypnotize to Spin. Okay, that'll do nicely. Closing your settings, you aimed to walk forward, but seeing a dirt path with a crooked wooden sign beside it made you pause momentarily. Level 2, the sign read with an arrow pointing up the path. Level 1 monsters are pretty easy. Maybe I'm ready for level 2? You thought, starting the track that would lead you to the next level. All was peaceful and quiet as you travelled the wooded path, the silence calming you down. I haven't seen many other players today. I wonder if many people move from level 1 to 2. The trees surrounding you got denser, and you slowed a little, feeling like something was coming up. I do remember reading that there were bosses between each level. What was the boss for level 2 again? No sooner had you thought it, you heard a loud buzzing approaching from your right, and you looked around wildly, eyes searching for your foe. Through the foliages of the bush, you caught glimpses of black and yellow flashing by, and you squinted a little to make out the fast-approaching creature. A bee? The creature finally made its way out of the tree line and stopped in front of you, blocking your path to level 2, and your mouth dropped open when you saw the size of this thing. Okay, not a bee, a wasp. Giant wasp! You squared up, preparing for a fight. I'm probably going to need to do a few rounds with this wasp, you thought, looking at its health bar. The second you stepped forwards, a large sign flashed up between you and the boss of level 2. Engage! Move! You called, summoning your whips and rotating in a circle as you raised them up. As expected, time slowed down for you, and you tried to line up the wasp, but even though its movements were slowed, you still hadn't timed it right, and your trajectory ended up whipping it across one wing. Your skill ended and time returned to normal, the wasp turning and flying back towards you to attack. You ducked as it flew over you. Stinger curled under its body to try and stab you as it raced overhead. Move! You called again as the wasp had its back towards you still. Your whips appeared again, and time slowed down, allowing you to line the wasp up better this time, and try again. Thankfully, you hit it square across the back, and its health bar dropped to half. Yes! You celebrated, pivoting out of the way as your skill ended and time returned to normal again, barely being missed by the wasp's stinger. Jumping back, you reassessed and moved slowly in an arc, keeping the wasp's attention as you moved. I wonder if my other skill will work, you wondered, preparing to use it instead of move. Getting a little closer in, you called for your second skill to activate. Spin! You shouted. The wasp tilted towards you and started to fly again. Neatly you danced and spun in a circle, bringing your hands up and then out as you pointed your toe and dropped it delicately down to the ground. A purple haze rising up and enveloping the wasp. The creature paused amid the coloured cloud and hovered ominously. Please work, you pleaded internally as you watched the wasp shudder a little, its wings halting every so often. Your skill finished and you saw that the wasp's health bar was sitting in the red, but it still wasn't dead yet. Thinking quick, you called for your first move again to activate and reached for the whips. Getting good now, you lined the ailing wasp up quickly, then executed your move, slicing it directly down the middle line and bursting it into a million defeated crystals. I did it! I did it! You celebrated, jumping up and down excitedly before running towards level 2. The welcome to level 2 sign, boss defeated sign, 7 experience and 10 Mahi notifications all going unnoticed by you as you ran towards the light on the next level. You were too focused on getting there and getting your skills refined. I'm assuming the more I practice the skills, the more I'll strengthen them and get new ones, you thought as you ran. I'm also assuming that with the spin skill, the purple haze will become stronger and the area of effect will increase. That will be handy if we're taking on a group of opponents. The woods cleared ahead of you, and you were in a field again, much the same as the one that you had just been on level 1. I wonder what the monsters on this level are, you thought as you headed across the field. As you walked, you came across a giant toad. Not overly huge, but still, it came to about shin height level, and you took a step back with disgust, really not wanting to take on this field monster, if you're completely honest with yourself. But I have to if I want to get more skills. You called for move and activated, slicing the toad down the middle, but all it did was stun the large bulbous covered creature. Okay, so the ones on this level are a little harder. I'll have to do 2 hits. Resetting again, you called for move and hit the toad between the eyes, watching as it burst into crystals. You smiled and looked at your hand. I wonder if with move I can somehow jump the opponent or monster and attack from the other direction? I'll have to give it a try. Confidently you marched on, coming across a rather large cricket next. Okay, here we go. Move, you shouted, grabbing your whips as they appeared in your hands, and jumped. Time slowed again, as you expected, and because of your increased strength you were able to propel yourself higher in your jump, and you rotated your body over the cricket, striking it square across the back as you did a half somersault over it. The cricket, after being struck, started to jump, its front feet leaving the ground slowly as you descended behind it. Then your move ended and time sped up. The cricket sprung into the air as you landed on your feet. Okay, I need to be careful of jumping creatures. The cricket landed a little further away from you and you had to jog to catch up to it, chasing it with the intent to defeat it. Because you were focused on catching up, you didn't notice that it was leading you towards its clan, and suddenly you were surrounded by crickets. Oops. You stopped and looked around. The crickets were all focused on you now. Spin, you called, your body starting to that dance that would hypnotise them off to sleep, but it only seemed to be enough to cover only a few crickets that were closest to you. Oh no. Oh no, you panicked, watching as one of those crickets covered in the purple haze fell and exploded. Move, you shouted, grabbing your whips and lining up the 2 other crickets. The red line crossed both of them and making them both explode because they had been damaged by your first spin move. Suddenly there was a cricket on your back and its mouth latched onto your shoulder, making you scream with surprise and pain. Get down! A familiar voice shouted, a black, cloaked figure lunging into the midst of the crickets with you and striking the one that was on your back, defeating it in an instant. You crouched as your saviour threw a few flash bombs and obliterated the remaining crickets, standing in front of you with their back to you as they looked left and right to make sure that you were safe. Hesitantly you looked up, your heart sinking into your shoes when you recognised the back of Migata's outfit. Migata, I'm sorry, I just wanted to try some... What the hell are you thinking? The voice of Hansu barked as Migata's body spun around. You shrieked with surprise and fear when you saw that the person inhabiting Mirio's RFO body was a black, shadowy mist with the voice of your assistant. Hansu? You screamed, crawling backwards along the ground to get a bit away from the demonic-looking figure. Why are you in Migata's clothes? Did you dive with his headset? Why don't you have a face or limbs or anything? You look creepy as hell. Listen, the shadowy cloak said to you. I turned up to the lab early and you were already in-game by yourself. Do you know how dangerous it is to be in here on your own? What if you meet them? Hansu, Don't call me that in here. What if they hear you? He snapped. Migata? Call me Greystreak, he said sternly. That does actually sound like a name though, you replied suspiciously. Wait, do you play? Is that your username? It's beside the point, he snapped. I'm here to take you back out of the game, and you are forbidden to dive on your own. The end. Greystreak, listen, you said, standing up and dusting yourself off. I just want to improve my skills. If anything was going to go wrong, I'd just log out. No, you know the danger you're in. You can't... I don't want to be useless anymore, you shouted. I'm finally free in here. I can be anyone I want to be. I'm in charge of myself. I have the control. For years I've been pushed into what everyone else wants me to do, but not here, not anymore. No, I am happy here. And if I die, so be it. The real world sucks anyway. Your body shook with anger, and you balled your fists up, scowling strongly up at the shadowy figure that was Hansu as he quietly stood there, the swirling mist still twisting around inside Migata's clothes. Finally he let out a resigned sigh. I'll be your bodyguard, he grumbled. I'm not leaving until you want to, but you're not diving solo again. You softened and nodded, letting your balled up fists loosen and fall to your side. What are you doing anyway, getting jumped by a gang of crickets? Hansu asked. I'm trying to hone my skills, he said with a dejected sigh. I thought I was getting better. Well, I want to get better before this next mission because I was a completely useless burden at the last mission, so that has to change. So you're fighting crickets? Can you not come in here and kick me while I'm down? I'm doing my best, you grunted with annoyance, looking away and then turning slowly and walking towards the town in the distance. Okay, so what are you doing? Hansu asked as he followed behind you. I'm going to find something else to fight. How'd you find me anyway? I have your headgear number logged onto the computer. It said you're on level 2, so I grabbed Mirio's headset and dived in, he replied. Well, you said a little shyly. Can you please not tell him what I'm doing? I want to surprise him by being really good when we get to level 46. He's going to be astounded by the amount of crickets you can summon, Hansu teased. Shut up or I'm logging you out and blocking you from coming back in, you threatened over your shoulder. You can't do that and you know you can't, Hansu replied with smug confidence. I'm calling your bluff right now. You made a noise with your teeth and rolled your eyes, looking for the next monster to attack. In the distance you saw a group of very large grasshoppers, and you told Hansu to stay back so that you could fight them alone. Okay, you thought, raising your head confidently as you walked over. Don't get distracted by the fact that Hansu is watching. Remember to stay light on your feet and do the jumping somersault attack thing that you tried once before. Hansu hung back as you approached the group, and while your back was to him, he pulled out some more flash bombs just in case you needed his assistance, hiding them in the crook of his cloak so that you wouldn't see them. You circled the group of grasshoppers until one lifted its head and eyed you off. Slowly you stepped back, and it followed a little way, being coaxed out of the rest of the group. That's it, come out here, you thought encouragingly. It started to move towards you a little faster. As soon as it was well clear of the rest of the group, you called for your whips. Move, you shouted, those familiar shining items appearing in the palms of your hands and making you feel powerful. You jumped, doing a one-handed somersault over the grasshopper as you struck it across its back. And the minute you landed, you called for move again, and pivoted to strike it across the side, adding one more move attack by jumping straight up and spinning to bring both whips down, one after the other, on top of the grasshopper. From where Hansu was standing, all he saw was a flurry of blue, sparkly light as you moved lightly around the grasshopper and defeated it in an instant. To say he was surprised would have been an understatement. He'd never seen you fight in-game before, and the only mental image that he had of you was you being mobbed by crickets. How long has she been practicing? A few hours? It showed 4 hours on the computer when I got there. She's picked this up very quickly. As he watched, 2 more grasshoppers came at you, and you calmly yet swiftly dealt with them too, having learned not to go into the centre of them, but to move backwards and keep a clear exit should you need to make a break for it. All too soon you had completely defeated all of the grasshoppers and walked back to Greystreak, who had his shadowy arms crossed across his body. Are you mad or impressed? I can't tell because you don't have a face, you asked sassily as you popped a hip out, the high split showing off your thighs. You awaited his reply. Not in the habit of giving compliments without cause. Yes, Greystreak, I am aware, and I'm impressed. You what? How long have you been practicing? I have no idea, a few hours maybe, you replied, genuinely stumped at how long you had been in game. Even more impressive, Greystreak said nonchalantly. So now what? Keep grinding, you replied before dropping your hands and spinning away. I got a lot of work to do. You even know the gaming terms, he deadpanned. Don't roll your eyes, you chided, turning and wiggling your finger at him. How did you know I'd rolled my eyes? I don't have a face, he said, following after you. I could hear it in your voice, he replied. You could hear an eye roll, he asked dubiously. Yes, I have skills, he replied playfully, and I think I'll fight a few more field monsters here and then head to level 3. Greystreak didn't say anything but just followed after you, standing back and watching as you took on another giant centipede and then a few large snails. Why do they even bother with the snails? You asked as you walked back to him, the burst crystals from the snails still evaporating behind you. They were too easy. Maybe we were supposed to start with them first before taking on centipedes and crickets, he mused. Well, I feel like I'm ready for level 3 now. Let's go. You turned away, heading for the path that led to the next level. The boss that blocked the way to level 3 was a black fox with 2 tails, and you sized him up from a distance. Can you take it on? Greystreak asked from behind you. I think so. I just need to do combo hits, you remarked. I'll see if I can activate move while I'm executing spin. Go then, Greystreak encouraged. You nodded and stepped forwards, walking close enough for the engage sign to pop up. Okay, focus. You've fought before, you know what you're doing now, you thought as you walked in a slow arc around the side of the fox. Its ears flattened to its black head, and it bared its teeth at you, yellow eyes watching your every move as its twin tails swished menacingly before it suddenly sprang at you. Move! You shouted, slow motion activating for you as the fox lunged towards you. Oh, it's fast! The whips appeared in your hands, but you had to jump up and to the side to avoid being snapped with its teeth as it shot past you. Forcing the skill faster, you swung the whips, but only just clipped an ear as it passed you and landed. Unfortunately, your skill ended then, and you had to call for move to activate again when the fox was already coming back at you. Oh, damn, I need to up my game here. This fox isn't going to give me a break. As you struggled to get the upper hand, jumping over the fox and slashing at it randomly, Greystreak watched nervously from the sidelines. He hated this. Why did you insist on fighting things? What the hell has this got to do with Goha? All she needs to do is take the AI out of the picture, then her life is no longer in danger, yet she still insists on wasting time. Meanwhile, you had struck the fox enough for its health to have dropped to 75%. Oh, I've got a long way to go. Spin! You called loudly, dancing the purple haze around the fox, then calling for move immediately after your dance skill had ended, jumping over the fox and striking it directly down the middle of its back. I did it! Keep doing that. Go, go, come on! Spin! You shouted again, dancing around as the purple haze enveloped the fox, then faded out. Move! You shouted a few seconds after, and landing another solid hit. This time you felt stronger. The fox let out a loud shriek, and its health bar dropped 20%, the colour of the bar flickering from green to yellow. Sweat beaded on your forehead as you called for the same combo 2 more times. As you landed the last combo, flipping over and throwing your arms out to slow your rotation as your feet hit the ground, you were surrounded by a ton of brilliant crystals. I did it! You hollered, landing lightly before dropping down onto one knee, your laboured breathing forcing you to take a second to collect yourself. Greystreak was beside you in an instant, and he knelt down and held a potion out to you. Here, drink it, it's a health potion. You shouldn't take Migata's items without asking, you panted. He would kill me if I let you suffer in low health, he replied, Now drink it, you stubborn ass. You shrugged and reached a shaky hand out for it. I can't fight you there, you replied. Weakly, you opened the potion and drank it, feeling much better once the liquid hit your tongue. Okay, let's go to level 3, you said, standing up. Whoa, hold your roll. We've been at it for close to 7 hours now, Greystreak said. You need a break. No, I need a break. I'm teleporting us back to level 44. Hansu, you pouted. Please, come on, let's just do a little bit more. No, I'm not Hansu, he said firmly. We'll come back tomorrow. You need to rest and go do something else for a while. Fine, you pouted. Let's just see level 3 first. Okay, we can get into level 3, then we're leaving, Greystreak said firmly, following you up the path that led to the next level. This one was different from the other 2 levels, and you noticed immediately that it didn't have the open fields that you were used to. A woodlands level, Greystreak mused. So, weasels, foxes... Deer! You pointed to one that was slowly walking through the underbush. You took another step forwards and a sign popped up. New skill unlocked. Oh, thank God I've got a new skill, you said excitedly. This will help. I'm going to be meeting stronger and stronger opponents along the way. What's your new skill? Greystreak asked. Good question, you said, swiping your menu open so that you could inspect your latest move. Ooh, this one sounds good. What is it? Your assistant asked again, leaning in to have a better look. Interested now, huh? You teased. No, he said, looking away to feign disinterest. But tell me anyway. You looked back down at the information bar and read over the new skill quickly. It's called Deadly Serenade, you said, looking up at Hansu. It's a silent sonic attack that drains the health from the opponent without them realising. Didn't realise dance class could be so sneaky, Hansu teased. Well, we need some kind of sneak attack that isn't all flashy like the other 2 moves are, you replied. It says with this one, I just need to stamp my foot and call the attack name, and a sonic wave will pulse out towards my opponent and chip a little bit of their health away. Well, sounds very intriguing, but we need to rest now, so we'll try it again tomorrow, okay? Hansu said, his tone sounding very fatherly as he crossed his arms across his chest. Fine, he sighed, happy that you had gotten at least that far in game. Teleport pad's just up ahead, Hansu said, jerking his swirling mist face in the direction of the stand, and he looked back over your shoulder to see where it was. Let's go. It'll be quicker to just go from there back to level 44. Okay, you complied, much to your dismay, seeing as you had just unlocked a new skill and really, really wanted to try it. Hansu led the way, a little ahead of you, and you looked around at the scenery as you devised your own little plan. I need to try this new skill out, so when I go back into the real world, I'm just going to go home and sleep, then come back at midnight again tonight and dive solo once more, just for a little bit. Hey, Greystreak, you asked, can we dive tomorrow? I want to try this new skill out. Yes, for a few hours, but let's make it in the afternoon, okay? Hansu replied. Okay, he said. That's perfect actually. It'll give me a few hours to play on my own, then I can go back home, take a nap, then come back and dive with Hansu and practice more. Happy with your decision, you smiled to yourself and stepped up onto the teleport pad beside Hansu. Level 44, he called, and off you went. Once back on level 44, Hansu used one of Migata's cubes to teleport you to the house, and you logged out, then sat up in real life back in the lab. Okay, now go home and get some sleep, Hansu berated you. You've been playing non-stop for the past... He looked over at the computer to check the logs. Close to 8.5 hours. And I feel fine, you lied, your head spinning a little and your body feeling weak. You look like you're about to pass out. Get something from the vending machine in the hall on your way out. I don't want to find a body on the doorstep of this place. Okay, I'm off now. So, tomorrow 4 PM? You asked him. Yes, good. Now go, for I forcefully walk you home. I'm gone. You never saw me, you said as you got off the table and headed on weak legs to the door. I'm looking forward to tomorrow, you added with a smile as you left. And I'm looking forward to finding Goha and ending this nonsense, Hansu thought with a shake of his head. At Hansu's recommendation, you got yourself some food from the vending machine and munched on it as you walked back to the back door of the building and let yourself out, then head for the bus station. I'll go home and sleep and do a little more research, then come back tonight. The bus pulled up and you got on, heading back to your place for a nap before your next dive. Despite being up all night playing RFO, you found it difficult to get to sleep. Every time you closed your eyes, you could see segments of your in-game moves and your body tried to practice them, making you feel frustrated when you couldn't quite get that same feeling as you got in-game. I guess this is why people prefer to stay in-game. It's like dreaming, but with more sensation. and who wouldn't want more sensation? After about 2 hours, you finally passed out. When you woke, it was around 8 PM, and you sat upright the minute that you remembered that you would be going in-game again. I really should research the new moves so that I can get a handle of it better. You got out of bed and made your way down to the kitchen to make yourself something to eat. As you were preparing your food, you suddenly remembered Hansu and paused for a second. Oh, what happens if he comes into the lab while I'm there? He's going to lose his damn mind if he finds me diving alone again. You thought for a second, then smiled. I'll go down to the gadget store and grab a few things before heading to the lab tonight. I have the perfect thing that will prevent myself from being caught. Around 10 PM, after looking up your new moves online and reading a few articles on it, you left the house and headed for the gadget store. It wasn't far from your place, so you walked, still thinking about the new skill as you went. I need to rename that one too. What's a sneaky word that I can use that won't alert people to it being activated? You pondered these words as you walked, entering the shop and heading for the door chimes section. Quickly scanning the shelves, you grabbed out one of the little black motion sensor boxes that would make a beeping noise if it detected movement, and you took it to the counter. Just this one, thanks, you said to the guy. He took the box, scanned it, then handed it back to you, and you paid and left, catching the express bus to the lab. Walking quickly to the back door, you entered and listened to hear if anyone was there. All was silent, and you checked your watch. 11:07 PM. Quickly walking to your lab, you again checked that no one was there, and then got something from your desk before going back to the back door. I need to work quickly because I'm running out of time to be in game. You took the black box apart and removed the little mechanical beeper, then plugged your finger USB into the little port on the side of the box to recode it. The perks of having this quirk, you thought as you focused and thought about altering the motion sensor to go from having a beeping noise to just vibrating. You felt your fingertip buzz as your quirk activated, and the little black box heated up a little bit as the programming changed internally. Unplugging your finger, you held the little receiver in hand and placed the black box down on the ground, then stepped past it to see if the receiver in your hand would beep or vibrate. It vibrated. Perfect. You picked up the box and placed it a little way back from the door so that if anyone walked in, it would set the motion sensor off. Then you headed back up to the lab. Quickly wiring the vibrating node to the side of the headset, you set the computer programming to send you an alert in-game when the receiver vibrated, then place the nerve gear headset on and lay down on the examination bed. This will give me at least 4 minutes to log out and then get the nerve gear headset off. Once I'm out of the game, I need to then pray that no one finds my avatar lying randomly in the forest. You cringed and looked up at the ceiling. Link start, you called into the empty lab. Your vision swirled, and you were sucked into the virtual world that you'd come to love, and you smiled as you opened your eyes next to Migata's sleeping avatar on the lounge in Butterfly and On's house. Time to get to it then, you thought brightly, as you left the house and headed for the teleportation platform that would take you back to level 3. Once on the woodlands level, you stepped off the platform and looked around. The area in front of you was quite open, but the tree line in the distance filled it in quickly, going from fairly spaced out trees to quite thick underbrush in a matter of metres. Taking a moment to enjoy the feeling of the soft, gentle breeze on your face, you then headed straight for the trees, keen to try out one of your new moves on the field monsters on that level. As you walked into the tree line, you saw a small track to your right and decided to follow it to see where it went. Walking lightly along it as it meandered between large silver birch and hazel trees that created a light covering from the bright sun overhead. This is quite a pretty level, you thought, as you held your hand out and watched the dappled sunlight flicker over your skin, shimmering up the back of your hand and up your arm. The trees rustled overhead with the small huffs of wind, and you looked up then ahead of you, just in time to see a weasel jump up on a fallen tree nearby, its red monster cursor beckoning you to come closer. A level 3 weasel shouldn't be too hard to take on, but I still need to be wary. You turned and walked purposefully towards the creature that had now shifted its weight to its back legs and was sitting tall, watching you with its teeth bared a little. Walking into its attack range, you waited until the red engage sign flashed up, then you called for move to activate, easily executing the move and giving the weasel a good whack across its back before stepping back to collect yourself. Your attack did a decent amount of damage to the small creature, and you quickly called for your new move, Deadly Serenade, as you stomped your foot down on the hard earth. In your vision, you saw the shockwaves vibrate out from your foot, enveloping the weasel, but the creature couldn't see your attack, and before it had a chance to counter, its health bar dropped to 0, and it burst into crystals and floated away into the sky. Ooh, I like this new move. You opened your settings and clicked on the name change icon, then typed in your chosen name for the skill. I think I'll go with just Ha, as I can slip that into any conversation and make it sound like I'm either agreeing with them or defying them when I activate my attack. Content with that, you stepped back and headed on down the track to see if you could take on any other larger creatures on that level. It wasn't long till you came to a stream, and the swirling, clear waters hypnotised you for a minute, forcing you to just stand there and admire it, while you let the soft bubble of the stream's current clear your mind. Once done watching it, you took a step forward to find a way across, but movement in the corner of your eye made you stop and look to your left to see what it was. 2 beavers were busily building a dam, and they were doing a really good job of it too, with a decent pile of sticks built up to block the flow of water. Should I go and see if they want to challenge me? You wondered. Then you looked upstream a little further and saw that they had 2 little kits, baby beavers, with them, playing in a more shallow part of the banked upstream. Oh, babies. I'll leave them, they look happy. Smiling softly to yourself, you went to continue on across the stream, but a shadow on the far side of the river caught your attention, and you stopped again. Stalking through the dense underbush was a black fox, its ears laying flat against its head as it moved closer towards the beaver family. Its yellow eyes were unwaveringly focused on the 2 kits, and your heart sank with dread. No, not the babies. Hey! You shouted loudly, hoping to curb the intentions of the black fox with your voice, but none of the animals took any notice of you. The fox continued to creep closer to the babies, so you started walking, then jogging, upstream towards the unsuspecting furry bundles, in the hopes that you could somehow get between them and their foe before anything bad happened. As you got closer, the fox suddenly sprang out from its hiding place and jumped to a rock that was jutting out in the centre of the stream. Then it threw itself across to your side of the river and turned for the kits. "Stop!" you screamed at it, getting close enough to be within striking range as you called for your whips. "Move!" As you ran, your whips materialised in your palms and you grabbed the handles, then followed the motion through, striking the fox across its lower back and tail. The sleek canine spun immediately to face you, and as your attack completed, it sunk its teeth into your left ankle, making you scream with pain as it knocked you off balance and sent you tumbling to the ground. "Ha!" you shouted, your new move activating and sending a sonic attack back towards the fox, making it let go of your ankle. Scrambling to your feet, you took a painful step backwards, your ankle still smarting a little from where the fox's teeth had punctured your skin. "Ah!" you hissed in pain, holding your weight off that leg as you stared the fox down. It let out a small growl and flattened its ears back against its head, its hackles standing on end as it slunk slowly in a semicircle, still acting very threateningly towards you. "Spin!" you shouted, watching the purple haze swirl up from the ground around the fox and waft around it, semi-concealing it from view. Your eyes flicked to the fox's health bar, and you watched as it dropped into the red. I'm going to have to use Ha again because I can't really use move. My ankle still hurts. Because the creature was pretty much on its last legs, it didn't have the energy to attack you, and your sudden shout heralded the end of the fox's life as your Ha attack completed and turned the fox into crystals. Man, my ankle still hurts, you thought, your gaze lowering as you reached down to touch your leg and survey the damage. You had 2 little teeth marks in the side of your leg, and you ran your fingers lightly over it. Do I have a health potion? I need to heal my leg. You looked at your health bar, and it was down just ever so slightly. Just then you remembered why you had decided to take on the fox, and turned around to see if the baby beavers were okay. They were, and they had gone back to playing happily amongst the shallow waters. You smiled as you watched one tumble over the other and flop into the water, then pull itself up and go bumbling back to its sibling. Cute, you thought, tenderly placing your foot down on the earth and trying to walk on it. As you started to limp back towards the track that you had first entered on, the air around you cooled, and you felt a presence from nearby. Looking up, your eyes slowly scanned around you to try and determine what had caused the change, but you couldn't see anything. "Protector," a soft voice said, the voice sounding like it was being breathed by the wind itself. You swiveled your head around to see where the word had been spoken from. "Who's there?" you asked, turning back the other way again, basically turning in a circle to see who had spoken to you. "I see all," the whispery, airy voice commented. You spun back again. "Show yourself," you called, your eyes settling on a tree nearby that had a blue hue glowing from its trunk. As you watched, a child-sized blue fairy emerged from the tree like a spirit and flitted over to you. "Only the kindest in heart deserve the trust of the creatures," the little fairy said as she approached you. Are you referring to me just saving the baby beavers then? You asked, watching as she ducked and flew down to your injured ankle and touched it with her small hand, then flew back up to face height to talk to you. The minute she touched you, the pain dissipated and ceased, and your health bar returned to full again, and you looked at it with grateful astonishment. Thank you very much for healing me, you said to her, and she closed her eyes and bowed her head gently. It is my pleasure. It is my duty now to give you this. She reached behind her and presented a medium-sized blue orb to you. What's this for? You asked curiously, taking it from her hands and looking it over. The ball itself felt cool to the touch, and as you observed it closely, you noticed inside the orb seemed to be moving, swishing and swirling, just like water. Take this with you to level 5, the fairy said. All will be revealed when you meet Agir. Agir? Old Norse for sea? You looked back down at the orb. Oh, what do I do with it? What? As you went to look back up to talk more with the fairy, she had disappeared, and you looked around with surprise. Looks like I'll just have to wait till I get to level 5, you thought, but for now I'll just practice a little more here. Tucking the blue orb into your pocket, you patted it before heading back to the track and walking down towards the open grasslands. You didn't want to get too far away from the teleport pad and get too far into the game that you lost track of time and didn't get out within your self-appointed 2-hour limit. In the remaining time there, you took on a few more weasels, another fox, which you made sure to be wary of, and even a deer. Move! You shouted as you ran at the deer and jumped a somersault over its back, cleanly and precisely lining up the red line mark and smacking your whips down across its slightly spotted coat. The deer let out a short grunt and staggered forwards, kicking up its heels to try and hit you, but you had already landed on the other side and spun around to slam your hands against the ground. Ha! You shouted, using your sonic attack to chip away at its health. The deer grunted again, and its health bar diminished a little more. One more whip attack, and that should do it, you thought, taking a few light steps to the side before taking another step back and launching yourself forwards and up, jumping over the deer again. Move! You called, twisting your body in rotation and landing the final blow to the deer. As you were landing on the other side, again you heard the creature burst into crystals behind you and you smiled. That was a good fight, that one, you thought as you checked your stats for each of your 3 moves. I'm not sure what I started with move, but it appears to have leveled up a bit. I'm now at 5 for that skill, spin is at 3 and heart is at 1. At least I have one skill that's getting stronger. You pondered different things as you reluctantly made your way back to the teleport pad, then walked to the house on level 44 and signed out. I'll be back in game later today anyway, so I'll get to practice that a bit more and then head on to level 4. You left the lab, making sure everything was back the way that it had been before you entered, and went home to rest before coming back to practice in-game with Hansu later that night. Once again you felt it hard to wind down. Every time you closed your eyes, your body and mind would recreate the RFO scenery in your brain and try to reenact the moves so that you could do it in-game, and you just couldn't quite switch off. Oh, I guess I have been in-game a lot recently, so it makes sense that my mind would be consumed by it, you thought as you rolled over onto your stomach and smooshed your face into your pillow. Finally, sleep found you, and before you knew it, your alarm was going off to wake you up for your next dive in-game. Bouncing out of bed, you quickly grabbed something to eat from the kitchen cupboard and ran from the house with a grin on your face. Asking if you're ready to go is a stupid question, Hansu remarked when you entered the lab, then greeted him quickly and jumped up onto the exam bed with Nerve Gear headset in hand. Come on, I got a new move and I want to test it out, he said, jamming the headset onto your head and lying down. Hansu very calmly placed Mirio's headgear on his head and lay down as well, looking across to you before giving you the thumbs up. Okay. Link start, you called. Link start, Hansu said calmly. Within a second you were both in game, sitting side by side on the lounge in Butterfly's house. No time to waste, let's go, he said, getting up from the lounge and walking quickly to the front door. With a grunt, Hansu got up and followed you out, and then off to the teleport pad to the entrance of level 44. Once back on level 3, you found a small groundhog and showed Hansu your new move. Each move has a shortcut, you explained. The shortcut for this one is Ha, so that you can disguise the move. I can see the sonic waves coming out, so I know if they've reached their target, but others can't see them, so it's a sneak move. It's far more unassuming to call out Ha than it is to scream Deadly Serenade. How do you know all of this? Hansu asked. Oh, it's all available online, you replied. I've done a lot of research. Hansu hummed, a little suspiciously. I'd like to hone my spin move and my new ha move a little more before moving on to the next level, you commented as you turned and started walking into the tree line. I've used move a lot, so I'm very familiar with it. I see, Hansu replied, looking around at the scenery from inside his black swirling mass that occupied Migata's form. This is a nice level. It is nice, isn't it? He replied, spotting a porcupine foraging for food nearby. You quickly surveyed the surroundings, then stepped in closer behind the porcupine until the engage sign flashed up. Then you jumped back and called for a spin to activate, dancing delicately in a circle as the purple haze wafted and swirled around the creature. Using just spin and ha, you managed to defeat the creature and turned back to Hansu. I like those two moves because I can attack from a distance. I'm assuming the stronger the move that becomes, the further away I can attack from. My AoE will increase. Without waiting for Hansu to reply, you moved on down the track and he smirked with amusement. Who'd have thought that this hell-bent scientist would find such a peculiar hobby? If only she'd found it after the Goha issue had resolved. He shook his head and followed you on. I'm ready for level 4, I think, you called over your shoulder as you walked the track to the next level. Really? Hansu asked from behind you. You haven't practiced much. But did it look like I was having trouble defeating the level 3 field monsters? You asked with smugness in your voice. Okay, bigwig, let's go then, Hansu teased. If the next level monsters hand your ass to you, then don't mind me as I sit back and watch Karma do her thing. They won't, you replied confidently. Hansu raised an eyebrow, but didn't say any more as you entered the more dense part of the forest that had level 4 in bright colours on the side of the track. Where's the boss? You asked, half asking yourself, but also half asking Hansu. No idea, he replied, moving slowly along behind you. You inched forwards, waiting for something, anything, to pop out from somewhere and try and fight you, but nothing came out. As you continued on, the next level opened up before you. It looked to be a very large field with a castle-esque township towards the furthest end, and you stopped for a second. Why wasn't there a boss for level 4? You asked Hansu, looking back at him before heading out into the field. The grass in the field was deceivingly tall, and it came up to about mid-waist, for the most part, as you stepped out into the open. Careful, Hansu called to you. Migata's stats are warning me that there's danger nearby. What are the monsters on this level? You asked him. It says on the information sheet, snakes, he said. It also says here, as a player additive, that there was a glitch in the game that occurred a few months back, where a red bear from level 7 was let loose on this level, and although the bear was defeated, and it hasn't happened again since, the level's still missing a few things that was mucked up in the glitch, hence no boss that guards the level. Ah, that makes sense, you replied, stopping to look back at him. The minute that you had looked back, he dived at you and grabbed you around the waist, then threw his hand out and called for a fireball to explode from his palm. Hansu! You screeched, allowing him to drag you backwards in his arms. Snake! He shouted. You stumbled back with him, your arms up to shield your face from the explosion. Then you looked up, out of his embrace, to see a very large cobra raised up from the tall grass, its brownish-green hood flaring out as it hissed its annoyance at your presence in its grassland. Spin! You shouted, pushing out of Hansu's arms to take the cobra on. Your haze attack did barely any damage to the snake, and it lunged at you, trying to stab you with its two sharp fangs. Move! You then shouted, jumping to the side, then doubling back and doing a flip over the snake's back while smashing it with your whips. Your attack landed its mark, and the snake's health bar dropped to less than half. Almost got it, you thought, sticking the landing and stomping your foot down while yelling, ha! The snake curled around to strike at you again, but you were too light on your feet and had already danced out of reach, calling for ha once more before finishing it with a well-executed spin move. Man, you panted as the snake burst into crystals and floated away into the sky. Oh, that thing came out of nowhere. Difficult too. I think I could have defeated it with maybe like 2 or 3 rounds of move, but I'm trying to upskill my other 2 attacks. While you were debriefing with a silently impressed Hansu, a small information panel popped up. Snake defeated. Experience points 8. Mahi 12. Items dropped 1. Cobra poison. Oh, I got a cobra poison, you said. You clicked on the information icon and skim read what it said that it could be used for, pleased to find that you could combine it with your spin move to make the skill more potent. "This is good," you said to Hansu as you took your new cobra poison from your inventory and placed it next to your spin skill, indicating that the next time you use spin, it would combine the poison with it. "I'll see how this goes." Confidently, you turned around again and kept moving through the tall grasses, waiting for the next snake to appear. You didn't have to walk very far to come across a black snake, who was less than impressed that you had appeared in its path. "Ha!" you shouted, stomping your foot at the snake. As you suspected, your attack didn't do very much, and it only took off about 12% from the snake's health bar, so you called for spin just after the snake had tried to retaliate. The purple haze flashed out from your dancing feet and swirled around the snake, the purple now tinged with a bit of green and brown. The black snake shuddered and exploded into crystals instantly. "Whoa! The cobra poison's powerful," you said out loud with a surprise when you saw that it had destroyed the snake in a second. "I think I have to take back what I said about karma biting you in the ass. You seem to have this fighting down pat," Hansu commented from behind you. "Well, thank you," you replied to him, proud that you were making good progress with being able to defend yourself. While you talked, another information bar popped up from the black snake that was defeated. "Snake defeated. Experience points 7. Mahi 10. Items dropped 1 snakeskin." "Ooh, I got a snakeskin," you said, clicking on the icon. It said that you could upgrade your shoes to snakeskin, and it would give you a little more stealth and silence when you walked, so you quickly upgraded this to the snakeskin boots, grinning when your dancer shoes changed to knee-high boots that were the same colour as the black snake. "Well," Hansu announced, breaking into your happy little world of upgrades. "It's been 2 hours, so time's up." "Already?" you asked sadly. "Just a little longer?" "No. Come back in tomorrow. We've done enough today." "I'd love to do more today," you said, dejectedly following him as he happily turned and headed across the open to the teleport pad. Hansu didn't reply, just walked you back to the pad, up to the house on level 44, and then back to the lounge and out of the game. You felt a little sad when you opened your eyes back in the lab and looked down at your very plain clothes. "I'm really loving being in game," you thought as you took the nerve gear off and hopped off the table. "See you tomorrow, same time," Hansu called as you left the office silently. "I'll be back in a few hours to continue where I left off," you thought as you hummed a reply to Hansu and then went back home. You couldn't sleep, so just researched and researched until midnight came. Then you went back to the blacked out lab to keep grinding and collecting as many different items as you could. In the next half hour in game, you collected 8 more cobra poisons, defeated another 3 black snakes, and even 1 red belly black snake that gave you a red poison to use in spin. The red belly poison seemed to have a wider area of effect, which was good to know, but it also made you wonder, is the wider effect due to the red belly snake poison, or are my skills getting stronger? Curiously, you checked your skill stats, and move was up to 7, spin had moved to 5, and ha was up to 4. I might move to level 5 now and see what the boss is like, the one that's protecting the level. Then I'll come back, you thought, following the track towards level 5. As you got closer, you saw the level 5 sign and slowed down a bit. Ahead of you was a decent sized stream that had different shades of blue swirling in it, and you looked at it curiously. This stream looks a little different to the one that I saw on level 3, that time with the beavers, you mused, taking a tentative step forward. Something shifted below the surface of the waters, and a faint whinnying sound echoed out from the shimmering of the stream. What? Suddenly the engage sign popped up, and you stepped back in a panic, still looking around for the boss. Just then the stream came to life, the water rising up and swirling around until it assumed the shape of a very large horse. The boss of level 5, you gasped internally, looking for the name of the boss above its head. Agir? Yes, a voice spoke to you, and you looked around to see who it was. Pull out your orb, the voice added. You reached into your pocket and pulled the glowing blue orb out. Hi, it said, the blue colour pulsating as the orb spoke to you. You speak? You asked the orb. I'm here to help you with the next steps, it said. Agir is the boss of this level, and your future companion, should you wish to use him. You looked up into the eyes of the stallion as it stood in the now dried up riverbed, its glowing red eyes staring menacingly at you as it pulled its front legs up and reared up to full height. He looks very unfriendly, you commented, flinching when the stallion let out a roar of challenge to you. He is well known for his temper, the orb commented. But if you place me in his chest, he will be imbued with the knowledge of you saving the young beavers, and his attitude towards you will change. Does this mean that he'll become my companion? You asked. Yes. He will devote himself to you for the rest of his life, the orb confirmed. Well, that would be handy to have such a terrifying water stallion at my beck and call, you said. All you have to do is get his health down to 50% before you can place me into his chest, the orb continued. Half? You asked, looking up at the stallion again as he pawed the earth and shook his watery mane. You do not have to do this, of course, the orb said. You do run the risk of having your own life taken. The orb's words struck home, and you stood there for a minute weighing up your options. I could walk away from this. I'm nowhere near strong enough to take on a level 5 boss. But then again, if I don't take on the challenge, I'd be regretting it my whole life. I could start the fight and then back out if I feel like I'm losing. Your fist clenched around the orb, and you set your face with determination. Okay, let's do this, you said to the orb. Very well, it replied. Keep me in your pocket, and when Agir's health gets to 50%, then you may insert me into his chest. You nodded and placed the orb in your pocket, then took a step closer to the stallion, who had flattened his ears back against his watery head and bared his teeth at you, but didn't advance. It appears that he can't leave the riverbed, which is good, you thought, looking over the area to best determine how you were going to take this fearful equine on. Squaring up, you stomped your foot on the ground and shouted, "Ha!" at the stallion, watching your sonic attack reverberate out from under your foot and send tremors into the stallion's fluid body as he stood in the dried-up riverbed. The angered horse belted out an animalistic scream, but your attack only took 2% of his health, and you scrunched your nose with frustration. You gotta be kidding me, you thought with utter disbelief when you saw how dismal your attack had just been. This is ridiculous. I'm gonna need something a little more powerful. Taking a step back, you set your face with determination and took a flying leap at the horse, calling for move just as you jumped up into the air. As usual, time slowed down for you, giving you breathing space to place that red line perfectly across the stallion's back, then start your whip attack. But Agir was a little faster in his movements than you had expected, and he spun, ducked, and then threw himself away from you, while at the same time flicking his rock-hard hooves out as he jumped to make that connection. Your red line, which had been perfectly placed across his back, was now marking the dried riverbed, and as you came down, his rear hooves suddenly connected with your right shoulder and sent you flying down the dry canal. Unsurprisingly, the wind was knocked out of you, and you hit the dirt and rolled a few times from the momentum. Ugh! You gasped internally as you grabbed for your shoulder. Even if you had wanted to let out a cry of pain, you couldn't. You were too stunned by the sudden sting that engulfed one side of your body, and you lay there in a crumpled heap for a minute. Your whole world was consumed with this sudden attack, so much so that it drowned out the sound of thunderous hooves approaching you, and you looked up just in time to see Agir bearing down on you, his ears flat against his head with his mouth open and teeth bared, ready to maim you. Wah! You jumped up in an instant and stumbled from the riverbed, but his teeth managed to grab a hold of your right shoulder, and instead of running for safety, you found yourself thrown backwards the other way as a flurry of hooves then assaulted you. In all honesty, you didn't know how you managed to get out of there without dying, but once you had scrambled up the side of the bank and looked at your health bar, your heart sank. 67% health from 2 strikes by his hooves and 1 bite, and I've only managed to deal out 3% damage to his health. The odds are not looking very good at all. As you suspected, Agir couldn't come out of the riverbed, and he roared his displeasure at this as he raced up and down the dried track, impatiently wanting to finish you off. After catching your breath a little, you sat up, still clutching your right arm in your hand as you looked at Agir. Should I just quit while I'm ahead now? There's no way for me to beat this horse. Is there? You warred with yourself over what to do, and your logical brain started to throw the maths at you. Okay, well, if Agir is able to deal 11% damage at a time with each of his hits, while I'm only able to deal, let's say, 3% at the bare minimum, then I can only sustain approximately 4 hits from him until I get to 23% health, which is probably the lowest I'll let it go. Anything lower than that, and I'm in serious trouble. And with Agir, I only have to get his health down to 50%. So with my hits chipping 3% each time, then I have to land 16 more hits. Your heart sank, and you pulled a face as your logical side told you it was impossible. Yet your optimistic side told you that you just might have a chance still. Gingerly you got up and let go of your right shoulder and moved it a little, making sure it wasn't completely useless, and stared Agir down with determination while you moved your shoulder joint around. Okay, Agir, let's see what you've got, you thought as you walked closer to the edge of the riverbed. I'm going to see if I can reach him with my spin attack and imbue it with the cobra poison, just to see if that deals out a bit more damage. Quickly you opened your inventory and then added your cobra poison vials to the skills list and closed the tab down. Spin, you called, dancing delicately along the ridge of the riverbed and watching as the purple, green and brown haze swirled out and down to where Agir had reared up in defiance. Unfortunately for you, the distance between you and Agir was too great and your attack did nothing. All it did was swirl around just in front of his nose, which made him angry more than anything else. Ah, damn it, you grunted internally, pissed that you had wasted a perfectly good move. I need to get closer with this one if I want it to work, but then I run the risk of being trampled if I go into the riverbed. Your eyes travelled up and over to the other side of the river, trying to find the narrowest part that you might just be able to jump across. Seeing a section a little further down, you headed towards it, while Agir followed underneath as the riverbed deepened a little, all the while letting out snorts of annoyance and neighs of challenge. I think I might be able to jump this, you mused to yourself, figuring if you could attack from above him and not land in the riverbed, it would save your health bar immensely. Deciding to test it out, you took a few steps back and then ran at the gap and threw yourself across, grinning when you landed neatly on the other side. Okay, I can manage that jump. Now to incorporate the attack as well. You turned back around and looked down at Agir, noting that he was very intent on getting to you and was following your every move with his intense red eyes. If I can get him to just run, then maybe it will stop him from dodging so much and I can get him to run underneath me as I jump over and use my whips. As you were paused in contemplation, Agir screamed his impatience and pawed at the ground, momentarily taking his attention off you. So you took the opening and shouted "Move!" as you threw yourself across the gap. Thankfully, that time you were a small step ahead of Agir and managed to strike him across the rump as you somersaulted over him and landed on the other side. He roared in anger and you quickly turned and looked at his health bar. It had only dropped another 2%. Okay, I need to get faster. I need to focus more. I need to hit harder. Determined, you straightened and jogged along the top of the riverbed while your stallion opponent trotted along underneath. Suddenly you turned back the other way and ran towards the section of the riverbed that was at its narrowest so you could jump across, and Agir gave chase, galloping back to follow you. "Move!" you shouted, jumping the gap and quickly lining the irate water equine up as you passed overhead. Forcefully you smacked your whips across him and celebrated internally when they landed square across his back. You were so happy that you had landed a solid hit that you forgot to focus on landing and your foot slipped on impact, sending you sliding down the bank and into Agir's area of attack. The stallion, seeing you in his riverbed, spun on his hooves and shot back towards you, watery mane and tail flowing out behind him as he charged you down. "Spin!" you shouted in fear, jumping up and throwing yourself out of the way as your cobra-infused purple haze encircled him. The thick, swirling mass of colour blinded him for long enough for you to scramble to safety, and you looked back to check his health as you stayed on hands and knees on higher ground. You let out a sigh of relief when you saw that your whip attack and cobra poison haze had combinedly knocked Agir's health down another 11%, sitting it at nearly 84%. Okay, just need to keep doing that. You got up again and tested out your shoulders, rolling them around a bit to limber them up. Your right shoulder and arm still hurt a little from before, but it wasn't feeling too bad, so you started planning your next jump. Due to the fear of stacking the landing like last time, you focused heavily on the landing this time, and also managed to land another solid move hit, which you were very proud of. But all this running and jumping was starting to tire you out. Surprisingly as well, your health was still holding, but it had dropped a tad when you slipped and fell, so you were now at 63%. I need to do another spin attack, but I can't get close enough, you thought, jogging along the top of the riverbed again to get Agir to follow you, so that when you jumped next you could line up his running form perfectly. Spinning and running back to the gap, you jumped, forcing your whips harder and faster as you passed over, and you got another sharp shot in, hitting him right across the back. Unfortunately, your landing was a little off and you lost your footing on the loose soil at the edge of the ravine and tumbled down the bank. "Spin!" you called immediately, knowing that if you caught Agir in your haze you could stop him from getting to you, but Agir had seen the haze at the last minute and had jumped to the side to avoid being trapped. Then he lunged at you, teeth bared menacingly. "Oh crap!" you yelled, jumping up and throwing your arms across your body to cushion the attack before he slammed into you and sent you flying. Doing your best in a dire situation, you twisted your body in mid-air and landed on your feet, but the momentum sent you backwards on your ass just as Agir passed you, and he threw his hooves out to the side at the same time that you called for spin again, this time catching him in your attack, a second before his hooves connected with you and sent you flying clear across into the bank, your head slamming into the packed dirt on the other side. Your hearing went weird, and your eyes felt heavy, but you knew that if you didn't get out of there you'd be killed by the stallion, and so drawing on all of your strength that you had left, you pulled yourself up the side of the bank and collapsed on the top, panting and gasping for air as you cradled your head in your hands. You could hear Agir below, whinnying and snorting, but for now you couldn't do a damn thing. When you finally did open your eyes, there was blood pouring from your forehead, and you touched your fingers to it lightly, then looked at your health bar. 52%. Oh, fuck. Weakly, you half sat up and looked down at Agir's health, which had taken a hit once again from your move attack, then spin, and had dropped another 11%, making it now at 72%. So I'm at 52 and he's at 72%. We're both even. 21% to go till we both reach our endpoints. The two parts of your brain warred with each other over what to do, but the fact that you were so close to obtaining Agir as your own was spurring you on past the logical side of your brain that was telling you to walk away now before you got killed. After catching your breath, you got up and stood there, reassessing the situation. Your body was feeling a little heavier now, and it wasn't quite as easy to move as it had been earlier. You noticed too that Agir was starting to puff as well, his sides blowing out as his nostrils flared with each breath. "I've got this. I can do this," you encouraged yourself. Dragging your feet to the edge of the bank, you feebly called out for "Ha!", hoping that it would catch him in your weak attack, but only the outer edges of your vibrations touched him, and his health bar dropped another 1% to 71%. I guess I could do this for the remainder, you thought, taking a moment to collect yourself. What other options do I have? Taking a step back from the edge, you tested how stable you were on your legs. You were fearful that trying to jump over the riverbed again would end with you falling and possibly being trampled to your in-game death by the vicious water stallion. Okay, if each of my hits are 3% of his health each, I have 7 hits to go. If I do a few more move hits, then try another spin, then I might be able to chip him right down, because the spin move is a little more with the cobra poison in it. You bounced on the balls of your feet to see how light you were, and then although you felt slightly heavier, you still felt like you might be able to make the jump and not suffer too much from it. Using the back of your hand, you wiped the blood from your forehead and focused on where you wanted to jump from, coaxing Agir to within striking range as you jogged along the top of the bank to get him to follow you to the gap. As expected, he did follow, his flowing water mane swishing back and forth with his cantering stride as his ears flicked forwards, then back, and he let out a roar of defiance. As he went to pass through the narrower section of the dried bed, you sprinted and jumped the gap, calling your skill forth and planting a strong hit on his neck and back. Felt a little more powerful that time, you thought as you landed and spun on your feet, then jumped down into the riverbed and stamped your foot to get Agir's attention. He had seen you and was coming back at speed, but at the last minute you called for spin and jumped back up the side of the bank, completing your dance on the sidelines. Agir's health dropped from 71% to 67, then to 59, and you whooped with delight. My skills must be getting stronger because that took off a lot more than I thought it would, you thought as you knelt down on one knee, panting rapidly. Your eyes glossed over your health bar, and you had dropped a little as well, the exertion of fighting taking its toll on you, and you are now at 49%. Feeling encouraged by your combination attack, you stood again and lined yourself up to do another whip attack, followed by a haze attack. "Move!" you shouted as you launched over the gap, while Agir raced beneath. Again you nailed the move, but as your feet touched down on the opposite bank, your legs gave way under you, and you fell to the side, then slid down the embankment, letting out a screech of fear and pain as your whole right side became disabled. "Oh, grab, 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 grab!" Hearing Agir galloping back to you, you blindly slammed your left hand into the ground, screaming "Ha!" as you felt the ground start to shake with his approach. You heard his steps falter, but then searing pain in your back caused you to scream out in pain as he whacked you with his hooves. "Spin!" you shrieked, your skill activating at the same time that he reared up and smashed his front hooves down onto your body. Just then a voice yelled at you. "Now! Place me in his chest!" it shouted, and you knew instinctively that it was the orb calling you to action. You covered your head with one arm to protect your skull and grabbed for the orb in your pocket, producing it quickly and holding it up. The minute Agir saw it, he backed off, and you managed to open a swollen eye to look at him. His sides were heaving, and he still looked infinitely pissed with his ears back, but he didn't come near you. "Place me inside his chest," the orb directed. With laboured breathing, you pulled yourself to your feet and staggered towards him, pressing the orb into his flowing liquid chest, and his body flushed bright blue, his eyes going from red to white, and his ears flicked up to attention. Did it work?" you asked no one in particular, falling on your knees in front of the now calm stallion with your head bowed. Through a very hazy vision, you saw that your health bar was at 23%, and you coughed, seeing blood splatter down onto the dry bed. "Agir," you addressed your stallion in a weak voice. He stepped forward and bowed his watery head to yours and whispered in your ear. "Please, take me back to level 44. With ease, your now calm steed dropped onto his knees and then let his hindquarters follow, flopping to the ground so that you could climb onto his back, which you did, wrapping your hands around his watery mane as you settled a leg over each side of his back. "Okay," you whispered weakly. "Up." Pulling his front legs up, he used them as a pivot point to pick up the rest of his body, and you were jolted a little in the process, but managed to stay aboard. "Good boy," you praised weakly, patting his watery shoulder. "Let's go." Turning slowly, your stallion walked calmly out of the riverbed towards level 5. The temperature around you started to drop as Agir picked his way along the path that wound slowly down into a dense mist of the new level. Because you were so beat up you couldn't see very well, so you just trusted that Agir knew where the teleport pad was. Focusing on your breathing, you did your best to stay conscious, head hanging as Agir found the teleport pad and stepped up onto it with you still on his back. "Level 44, you called weakly, a small beeping noise starting to ding away in your emergency health notification. "I hope I make it. It's going to be all for nothing if I don't make it back to the house and heal myself," you thought as your and Agir's body moved from level 5 to level 44. "Home, Agir," you whispered as you lay your top half down on his watery neck, praying that he would know where home was. Slowly he lowered his head to the ground and snuffled around a bit, before stepping off down the pad and heading in the direction of the house. "Oh, thank God, it seems like he knows where he's going." Off he went at a slow pace to begin with, gingerly picking his way along the new level that had a ton of new sights and smells. A few times on flatter areas, he would pick up the pace and do a gentle trot or even canter, being careful to sidestep and keep his body under yours if he felt like you were slipping. You would like to have said that you remembered the whole trip back to the house, but you were pretty sure that you blacked out at some points, only coming to again when you heard Agir's gentle whinnies to check in and make sure that you were okay. "I'm good," you whispered to him, swishing your hand back and forth over his cool neck to let him know that you were conscious again. It took a little longer to get back to the house because Agir had to choose large rope bridges to use to get up to the floating islands, but eventually you were back at the door. "Thank you, Agir," you said in a weak voice as you slid off his side and collapsed onto the ground. Your stallion immediately dropped his head down to make sure that you were okay and nudged you with his nose, letting out a soft rush of air from his quivering, inquiring nostrils. I'm okay, you said meekly, pulling yourself up to your feet and using him for balance. "I have to go now," you added, patting his shoulder. "I'll be back again soon." Agir tossed his head up and down, and you smiled. "Recall," you tried to shout, but it didn't come out very strong, and Agir's form swirled around, his shape shifting from horse to vortex, then disappearing into thin air. "Pet successfully recalled." Your eyes glossed over the notification, then settled on your health bar that was sitting at 16% and was flashing red. Feebly you pushed the front door of the house open and entered, walking over to Migata's empty avatar form on the lounge chair and flopped down next to him. "No wonder if he has any health potions on him. You wondered as you reached into the nearest pocket of his. Your fingers felt a small, bulbous object, and you gripped onto it and pulled it out to look at it. A health potion! You gasped audibly, immediately ripping the plug out of the top and downing the potion in one go. It was a strange feeling to go from feeling like you were about to die, back to feeling alive, awake, pain-free and light, and you smiled as you watched your health bar climb all the way back up to 100%. Oh, I feel so much better now, but I really should get out of the game and then come back with Hansu later. Best not push my luck. And with that, you logged out and sat up in the lab. Although you knew that all of your pain had been in-game and artificially stimulated, you still tested your shoulder, ribs, and checked for blood on your forehead before leaving the lab. It was all so lifelike, you mused to yourself as you left the building at 3:30 a.m. and headed home to sleep. This time, you fell asleep the minute your head hit the pillow. All that pain stimulation in-game had wiped you out, and you were grateful for the break. It was about 11 a.m. the next morning that Mirio texted you, and you woke up with a start when you heard your phone ding. Reaching out for it, you unplugged it from its charger and rolled onto your back, holding the phone up over your face to read his message. Hi Yin, how have you been? He texted. I'm so sorry I haven't been in contact, but our exams are almost done. Did you have time to meet today? I just wanted to see you. You smiled as you sent the message back to him. I'm glad exams are almost done, and I'm sorry I haven't been in contact either. I've been busy with work. You hit send and waited for his reply. I mean, it's not exactly a lie. I've been doing this for work purposes in a roundabout way. Let's catch up. Are you free around 12 p.m. today? He sent. Yep, you replied, looking at the time. Cafe near your school? Yes, he sent back. See you soon. You sent back a smile face and thumbs up, and then you put your phone back on the side table to have a shower and get ready to see him. I don't want him to know that I'm solo leveling up, but I'm curious if there's another way to get my skills and stuff up quicker so that I can really impress him when we do the mission. You grinned to yourself when you came up with a random scenario where you were walking in-game and then a monster popped up, and instead of him telling you to stand back, it was you telling him to stand back, and then you just up and kicked the monster's ass and turned to see his reaction. In your mind, his jaw was on the floor, and you giggled out loud, reaching into the shower to turn the water on. I guess I've already leveled up pretty quickly. I've managed to get the boss of level 5 as my pet, so that's got to say something. Stripping off, you got in under the hot water and hung your head back to wet your hair, running your fingers back through it to get your head soaked to the scalp. Oh, I can't wait for this mission. At 12 p.m. you walked into the cafe where you and Mirio had decided to meet, and he smiled brightly at you from the booth seat that he had chosen. He slid out and stood up as you walked over, and then he gave you a hug. It's good to see you again, he said with an adoring look on his face. Same, you replied bashfully. It's been a while since we caught up. Yes, well, the exams are behind me now, so all that's left to do is this mission together. Oh, yes, the mission, you said, pretending like you had forgotten. You don't have to worry about it, Yin. I'll be right there with you, Mirio said, taking your lack of words as hesitation about the upcoming trip. Oh, thanks, you replied, trying not to give yourself away with a grin. I can't wait to show him what I've learned. You both talked idly about different things, and then you slowly turned the conversation back to RFO, disguising your questions behind a cloak of curiosity. So, what was your experience in Rapid Fate when you were just starting out? You asked, swishing your straw around in your drink to try and make it look like you weren't 3,000% invested, and that it was just a random question. Ah, he chuckled, scratching the back of his head. It was a little rough. Really? You asked. Why was it rough? Well, it took me a while to figure out what attacks to use on different field monsters, he said. Twice I had to start over. Start over? As in you died in-game and had to start from scratch again? You asked. Yeah, he chuckled. I stepped on a rat on level 1 and it bit my leg and I died. And then the second time I got stung by a wasp, leading from level 1 to level 2. Oh no, you giggled. Well, I don't know how strong they are since I've only been with you on higher levels, but the same thing would probably happen to me. That was a lie. That one was a straight out lie. But it kind of made you feel better that although you were still very weak compared to Mirio, you at least hadn't died yet. Things got a lot easier though once I became a mage. I ended up with a lot of skills to use, and sometimes when I'm doing student hero work in real life, I accidentally call out the moves from the game. You chuckled. You understood exactly what he was meaning because you too had felt that fine line between game and reality. Most nights now were spent dreaming about events that had happened in game. You'll have to show me what the lower levels look like, you said with a smile. Yes, of course. After this mission is finished, I'll take you everywhere I know of, he said with a grin. Later that night, you went back in game with Hansu on level 4. I don't know what's going to happen when we get to level 5. I defeated the boss there, so is there going to be another one in its place? Will a gear suddenly be summoned from my inventory? I hope not, because that's going to give away the fact that I've been practicing in-game still. You're unusually quiet, Hansu commented from beside you as you both walked the trail up to level 5. Just worried about the boss on this level. I've heard it's strong. What is it? Hansu asked. A water horse? He hummed. If it's too much, we can just head back to level 4 for you to work a little more. No, I want to move forward. You can clearly see that I can defeat the snakes on level 4 easily, he replied with determination. Hansu remained quiet, and ahead you saw the sign greeting you to level 5. You slowed, being a little more cautious with your movements as you approached the stream ahead. It was a small trickle now, unlike the full swirling stream that you had encountered when you first came to the level, and you stepped closer, then stepped across the stream and into level 5. Where's the boss? Hansu asked. I don't know. Maybe further in a little? You replied. There was a genuine confusion in your voice, as you didn't know what to expect either, so Hansu was inclined to believe that you actually didn't know. The path leading into level 5 was well worn, but a little rocky, and it didn't help that it was lined either side by moss and fern, making the overall feel of the level a little cold and damp. The path started in dense bush, and then it opened out on one side, dropping quite steeply into a deep valley, of which the contents were concealed with heavy fog, while a straight rocky mountain flanked the other side of the trail. Is it getting colder? You asked Hansu, who, even though he was beside you, was a little hard to see in the mist that was swirling around you both as you descended into the misty valley below. You and Hansu picked your way down the slightly damp track, the mist clearing a little the lower that you got, and eventually you made it safely down onto the flats of the level. Oh, you whispered, blinking as the mist cleared and you saw a heap of small lakes and streams with majestic waterfalls filling them from all sides. This is a really beautiful level, you breathed, stopping for a second to take it all in. As you stood there looking out from the path, something flitted by in the corner of your eye, and you looked over to see what it was. But whatever it was that had originally caught your eye wasn't there anymore. You looked at Hansu, but because he was still using Migata's gear, it wasn't registering him, and his swirling black mass of a face told you nothing. Still keen to see more of the level, you kept on moving forwards, but every few minutes you thought you saw something move in the peripheries of your vision, and you would look, but again, when you tried to look at it directly, nothing was there. What is it? Hansu asked when he saw you swinging your head to look at something every few minutes. I don't know, but I swear I can see something from the corner of my eye, but then when I look towards where I saw something, nothing's there. Are they the field monsters of this level? He queried. I'm not sure, you replied. They aren't attacking us. You waited a little, wondering if the thing in the corner of your vision would come back, but nothing did, so you shrugged and focused on the scenery again. The mist from earlier was obviously caused by the sheer number of giant waterfalls spread out amongst the streams and ponds on this level, and you saw one ridiculously high waterfall at one end that you assumed was the main source for all the other waterfalls and streams to get their water from. What an amazing place, you whispered once again. This was by far the prettiest level. Your admiring gaze was again suddenly disturbed by this flittering, swirling thing in the corner of your eye, and you scowled as you looked at it. What is that? You huffed with annoyance. It's like when you get that squiggly line in the periphery of your eye, and whenever you try and look at it, it scurries away. You stayed still, looking ahead but slightly down, all of your attention focused onto the outer edges of your vision. There it was again, an almost see-through being, its shape undetermined because it kept twisting and swirling. You waited, refusing to look at it as it twitched and changed shape. Ha! You called, judging that the thing was close enough to be in your strike range for you to be able to hit it with your sonic attack. As you called your attack, the engage sign popped up, and you heard a sound like a scream mixed with the rushing sound of water, and you flinched. Was that the sound of the thing? You wondered. You stepped away, keeping the unknown misty entity in the corner of your eye. I need to get closer again to try spin. Spin! You called as you sidestepped closer to the swirling, flickering mist. Immediately, purple mixed with brown and green swirled out forcefully from under your foot, puffing out and around the mist being. Another haunting scream emitted from its ghost-like mouth, and then it burst into crystals and floated away. What was that? Hansu asked, having witnessed the whole thing. I honestly don't know, but you can't look at it when fighting. It's hard to fight from the peripheries, but my attacks worked. You opened your information panel for the level and quickly read down the stats. Oh, it says here they're called Whispers. They're the field monsters for this level. They don't actually attack but will hound you from your peripheries, which is exactly what this one was doing, you said with annoyance. Hansu nodded. Well, you continued, it would be good to get practice fighting from the corner of my eye, just in case I ever come against someone who does a sneak attack. You then turned to Hansu and smiled. I'm going to practice my whip attack on these Whispers. I'm used to attacking directly in front of myself, but I've never even entertained the idea of getting the line of attack off to one side. A soft breeze lifted from the waters nearby and ruffled your hair as you stood pondering how best to execute the new move. Then you started heading towards one of the ponds. Where are you going? Hansu asked. I'm not sure. I just want to try something. He followed curiously and watched you as you stopped at the water's edge and looked in. As you expected, it was teeming with fish, and you watched them swim lazily around before taking a step back and calling forth your first attack. Move! You called, the blue sparkly whips appearing in the palms of your hands as your body started to rotate. You went with the movement, then tried to adjust the whips so that they would move with the red line to the side of your vision, but it didn't work and you ended up striking at the water way off the mark. Humming with a thoughtful look on your face, you tried once again, but it still didn't do what you wanted it to do. Having fun? Hansu teased from behind you. Slightly frustrated, you turned to face him, digging your foot into the ground as you spun. This stupid move won't... As soon as you said the word, the blue whips appeared in hand and a protractor angle popped up, immediately shifting the red line to point in the direction of your toe that was still pressed into the ground. The line fell directly across Hansu, and you jumped forwards, whips in hand. It all happened within the blink of an eye for Hansu, and he ended up getting smacked across the head and shoulders by your whips. Ah! He yelled in pain and surprise, jumping backwards to get out of your way. But you had already completed your move and had disengaged. That's it! You cried excitedly. Everything is dance related, so it makes sense that footwork would be incorporated into the move. You hit me! Hansu replied with indignation. And it helped me figure out how to adjust the red line, you replied cheekily. Thanks, Hansu. He grumbled something as he dug out a health potion to restore Migata's avatar to full health again, and you chuckled and then turned back to the pond. Now be quiet, I'm trying to fish. After a little trial and error, you worked out that pointing your foot and sliding it along the ground to the angle that you needed the red line to be at was the best way to control where it ended, and in no time you were managing to get about a 30% hit rate with moving objects such as the poor fish in the pond, and Hansu stood back and watched you improve at an alarming rate. Okay, let's take on a whisper, you said to him after a decent amount of practicing, puffing a little from all the exertion. Make it quick, because time's almost up, he reminded you. You looked around and headed towards one of the waterfalls nearby, hunting down a mist being. I'm assuming that they like to be where it's misty so they can blend in more, you said out loud to no one in particular. As you got closer to the waterfall, you saw something flicker and twist in the corner of your eye, and you slowed down. There it was again. Quickly judging the distance the whisper was from you, you paused and then touched your toe down to the ground and did a slow arc with it, delicately marking a line from in front of you out to about 50% from your midline. Move, you called, grabbing the whips and flicking one of them out to the side as your other one came up over your shoulder to act like a blinding sparkly shield. The red line popped up on the angle that you had chosen, and you heard the whip crack, but you kept your body and eyes facing forwards so that you could keep tabs on where the whisper was from the corner of your eye. Because you were closer to the waterfall, the light sheen of glittery water obscured your vision, and you weren't sure if you had managed to hit the whisper or not. There was no noise from that direction either. Did I get it? You asked Hansu once your move ended. Nope, came the reply. Damn it, you grunted. You sighed and headed closer to the waterfall. Don't you want to come back a bit so you can see better? Hansu called. No, I need to get good no matter what the surrounding landscape is doing, you called back. Well, the surrounding landscape is about to change because time's up, Hansu called cheekily. He groaned. Why does 2 hours go so fast? We'll come back tomorrow, he replied. I'm running out of time because next week is mission week, he said, walking back to Hansu, and I won't be able to practice anymore. I think you've done very well given the short time frame. I can be better, you mumbled, ignoring another whisper flittering around in the corner of your vision. I'll be back later. True to your word, you were back in game shortly after midnight, and you opened your eyes in the lounge of Butterfly and On's house beside the still sleeping Migata. I hope he doesn't notice that his avatar has been used while he's been away doing his exams, you thought, standing up and walking to the door. You stepped out and called for Agir to come forth, shielding your face as water flew in from all directions and manifested into your fierce companion. Agir whinnied in greeting, and his ears pricked forwards to you as he lowered his head and nuzzled into your chest. You chuckled and wrapped your hand around and under his watery, cool chin, rubbing back and forth under his head and neck as you placed your other hand on the bridge of his nose and rubbed between his white eyes. Ready to go exploring on your level today, Gear? He nudged you and wickered, his ears flicking back and forth as he listened to you speak. You smiled and let go of his head, walking around to his shoulder and giving it a pat. His watery body was cool under your fingers, and you felt it shimmer slightly as he flexed his shoulder muscle. Down, he commanded, stepping back a bit as Agir bent his front legs and dropped down to his knees, then let his hindquarters follow, flopping down and onto his side to allow you to climb aboard. You did so, and then patted his shoulder as you knitted your other hand into his rushing, wild, watery mane. Up, Gear, you called, and he threw his head back as he got his front hooves under him and then lurched forwards to get up on all fours again. With a little click of your tongue, you were off, heading to the teleport pad of level 44 and then down to level 5. The minute you materialised on the platform of level 5, you nudged Agir to walk forward with your heels, urging him off the platform and down onto the soft grass of the flats of the level. You felt his body quiver with excitement under you, and you held him steady as he walked in a very controlled and collected manner down to one of the ponds. You just want to go for a run, don't you? You said to him. I just don't know if I can hold on well enough if I let you run free. Agir snorted and bobbed his head up and down, looking around at the level that was his kingdom. First, I want to try taking on a few more whispers, then we can explore a little, you said to him, swinging one leg back and sliding down his side to land on the ground. He turned his head back and snuffed at your outfit, and you rubbed his watery nose. You can eat some grass while I do a bit of work. He huffed through his nostrils and then dropped his head to the grass, grabbing a few blades in between his lips and yanking them free. You smiled and gave his shoulder one last pat and then moved away a little, watching the corners of your eyes for any movements. It wasn't long before a whisper appeared and you stopped moving to calculate how far away it was. Then you pointed your toe into the ground and slid it out in an arc. Lining the whisper up, you called for move and grabbed the whips, flicking one out to the side while the other swirled around so that the tip would just crack at the side of your head. You heard the rush of water and a wailing scream, then the mist-filled being exploded into crystals and flooded away. I got it! You cried excitedly, turning around and smiling at Agir, who was still eating, but both his ears and eyes were on you. Did you see that, Gear? You kind of felt a little stupid talking to your horse, but no one else was around, so it wasn't too embarrassing. Not wanting to practice too much in case your sudden improvement ignited Hansu's suspicions, so you decided to end with your one hit and win and explore the level instead. So, with smile-odd face, you walked back over to your water stallion and stood by his shoulder. Maybe there's a way I can get up onto his back without making him lie down on the ground every time, you suddenly wondered. As Agir stepped forwards, his knee bent a little bit, and you quickly saw that you could use it as a stepping spot to help boost yourself up onto his back. With this sudden epiphany, you grabbed onto the base of his mane, placed your left foot on his bent knee, and lightly jumped up onto his back, landing on your stomach area across his withers. Oof, you grunted, swiveling yourself around so that you could sit up and straddle him. Okay, I'm up. Let's go. You rocked your pelvis forwards and nudged Agir on, clicking your tongue against the inside of your teeth. He raised his head from the ground and started walking forwards, flanking the side of the pond and giving you a bird's eye view of the fish swimming around there below. Let's go deeper into the level, you said to him. As you moved along, you looked down into the corner of your vision and you saw an information box there. For left and right commands, call come in for left, G off for right. As Agir passed the pond, you called for him to turn to the left a little so that you could walk down between the ponds, closer to the waterfall. Come in, you requested of him, and he turned to the left, heading down in between the spaced out waters. We could maybe try for something a little faster, you thought, seeing that you had plenty of room to trot in between the pools. Clicking your tongue and nudging his sides with your heels, you urged him into a trot and held on as best you could. He had quite a smooth gait, so it wasn't too much of an issue, but you were keen to go a little quicker as a trot was a tad bouncy. Come on, Gear, you called, nudging him with your heels. He jumped into a slow canter and tucked his head in, holding himself back as his hooves thundered rhythmically along the soft earth, and you grinned from ear to ear as you passed another pond. Geoff, you called as some rocks around the base of the waterfall loomed ahead. Agir slowly veered to his right and headed off alongside the waterfall, the spray misting your vision as he calmly cantered along. Excitement bubbled up inside you until you couldn't hold yourself back anymore and you let out a loud cry of delight. Woo! You hollered out into the empty level, grinning at the water beside you as you raced on by, watching your reflection keeping pace with you. You cantered on, winding your way down between the ponds before you pulled Agir up beside a smaller stream and jumped off. I'm just going to take on one more whisper, then we can see what's in store for level 6, you said, walking away from him and closer to the waterfall nearby. He dropped his quivering nose to the ground and breathed heavily, panting a little from that short run. Then, with a small snort, he started pulling blades of grass out from the soft earth to eat, while keeping one eye on you. Looking from your horse to the waterfall, you walked out to the centre of the billowing spray and waited, watching in the corner of your eye for any of the whispers. It wasn't long before you saw the telltale signs of a mist being, and you waited until it was well and truly fixated on harassing you, and then you pointed your toe and slid it to the side. Move, you called, missing your first attack but then nailing the second one and exploding the whisper into crystals. You turned back to Agir and walked over to him, a proud grin on your face. I think I'm getting the hang of what to do, you said to him as you patted his watery shoulder. I don't want to get too good though, because Hansu's going to get suspicious if I can suddenly defeat them easily. Agir looked up at you, then turned his head back over his shoulder and flared his nostrils, sensing something on the breeze as he lifted his head higher. He snorted and let out a short warning noise, widening his nostrils quiveringly as he looked off into the distance. What is it? You asked him, looking in the direction that he was looking, but not seeing what he was seeing. He let out an agitated noise, and you felt like something was wrong. Okay, let's go, you said, tapping his leg so that he would stretch it out so that you could use it to clamber aboard. Once up on his back, he turned and started heading alongside the stream, his head still turned in the direction of where he felt a presence. Even from up on his back, you still couldn't see anything, but thought it best to play it safe and get away from the area. Letting Agir lead, you headed off between the streams, making your way in the general direction of level 6. Now feeling a little uneasy, you kept glancing over your shoulder, but nothing seemed amiss on the perfectly quiet level. I wonder what he saw, you thought, urging him onto a trot, then a canter. Once he started moving faster, your cares were left behind, allowing you to feel a little better and enjoying the scenery as it rolled by. As you got closer to the other end of level 5, the grassy section became more dirt-based, and ahead loomed a long, naturally formed rock bridge that spanned across a deep ravine. To your left was a giant waterfall, the top of it remaining unseen as it spanned up into the heavens, and your eyes followed the water as it fell from the sky and dropped past the rock bridge and down into the ravine below. As you approached it, the roar of the water got louder, and Agir cantered up onto the side of the bridge, heading across to the other side. As he moved purposefully forwards, you looked down into the ravine and shuddered. Wouldn't want to fall in there. Looking back up, you saw that you still had a way to go to get to the other side, and decided to let Agir have his head. Leaning forward, you called for Gir's attention, and watched as his ears flicked back towards you. Go on, you growled out, making a hissing sound to encourage him to go for it. It was almost as if he had been stung on the backside by a bee, and he jumped forwards, his head and neck stretching out as his body clicked up the gears into an all-out gallop, and you leaned forward and lay your top half down, keeping your head low to his neck to prevent the wind drag. Go, Gear! You shouted, urging him faster. You could feel his muscles binding and stretching powerfully with each stride, and it felt like he was ever increasing in speed as his hooves thundered loudly on the rocks beneath him, carrying you effortlessly across to the other side of the ravine. He was now at top speed, the wind whipping tears into the corners of your eyes as you gave yourself to the unbelievably raw power beneath you, and you could hear him blowing hard with each breath, yet it felt like he was getting stronger with each stride. As you got across the bridge, you sat up a little and called for him to whoa, and he reluctantly pulled back from the full gallop to extended canter, then to a slower canter, as you hit the dark trail that led to level 6. From their vantage point, 2 ominous eyes had watched you and your powerful stallion explore the level, and they grinned maliciously when they saw you head to the next level. It'll only be a matter of time before they get to our level, the disquieted figure thought. The track to level 6 was quiet and dark, and you pulled Agir right back to a standstill so you could look for some kind of light in your inventory. Digging around in your storage, you found a light orb and pulled it out, holding it up so that you could illuminate the track to level 6. Ahead you could see that there was some kind of cave or tunnel, and then a bright light at the other end. Should we go? You asked Agir rhetorically. You looked back over your shoulder at the rock bridge behind you, and remembered that there had been something back there that Agir hadn't liked, so going back to teleport pad on level 5 was out of the question. I guess we can fight the monster for level 6, then get through and get to the teleport pad there, and go back up to level 44, you mused to yourself, nudging Agir on. You could hear him taking deep breaths in and out, still recovering from his gallop, but he stepped purposefully forward at your request, and picked his way through the orb-illuminated darkness towards the start of the tunnel. As you got closer, you saw sand ahead, and the track through the tunnel turned from rock to sand beneath Agir's feet. A desert level? You asked out loud as you approached the opening at the other end, as the tunnel had been quite short. One more step forward and you heard a loud scurrying sound which made Agir jump slightly and pull back. Easy, easy, you called to him, watching his ears flick forward and back as the scurrying sound echoed around the cave. You were waiting for the engage sign to pop up as he shifted around under you, the cool of his watery body keeping you from getting too overheated and worked up. Steady, Agir, you cooed calmly, urging him forwards again. He took 2 more steps, and that all too familiar engage sign popped up, alerting you to the fact that you had come too close to the boss of level 6, and you had unwittingly engaged in combat. From your right, a huge black and green scorpion appeared, that loud scurrying and rustling coming from under its needle-sharp legs as it raced out from the shadows to take you on. Back, back! You yelled to Agir, still holding your light orb up above your head to see the scorpion. Your steed flattened his ears back against his head and roared at the giant arachnid, baring his teeth at the level 6 foe as it rushed towards you both. Whoa, boy! You shouted as Agir bounced on his front hooves and reared up a little, lashing out at the scorpion, who stopped when Agir screamed out again. You were clinging on to your water beast for dear life, one hand wrapped into the base of his mane as you clamped your legs harder around his girth to stop from slipping off as you held the light orb up. Trying to figure out how best to take on this scorpion boss, you were contemplating jumping off Agir to fight, but noticed that the advancing creature had stopped and there was a fierce stare down happening between your stallion and this giant scorpion. Come back, Agir, you said in a low voice. Back up. Agir's ears flicked back to listen to you, but he refused to step back, and the scorpion made a hissing noise, which angered your horse, and he flattened his ears back and screamed in defiance. To your surprise, the creature stepped back, and Agir took a step forward. No, not forward, you said to Agir. Go back, we have to go back. It was clear that Agir had heard you, but the scorpion moved back, so your horse stepped forwards again, forcing the creature to retreat back into the shadows and let you pass. You held your light higher to scare the scorpion into retreating completely, and it did, backing right back and scurrying away until you had entered into the next level without having to fight it. What on earth? You asked in awe as you and Agir entered the next level. You put your light orb away and looked around as Agir headed out onto the sands of the new level, raising your hand to shield your eyes from the blinding sun as you moved out into the open. What is this? You asked atop Agir. A desert level? He snorted and you smiled. I'm assuming desert creatures exist on this level then, just like the scorpion? Agir shook his head and mane, and you grinned again and patted his cool watery neck. Thank you for back there. I don't know why the scorpion backed down, but I owe you a huge thank you. Agira whinnied in response, and you smiled, and then asked him to take you to the teleport pad ahead. I'd love to stay in game longer, but I don't want Hansu to find out what I'm doing, and that I'm doing this without him, you said out loud to your steed. Agira approached the teleport pad and hopped up onto it, stopping for you to call to be teleported back to level 44. Back you went, making your way from the teleport pad on level 44 up to Butterfly and On's house, and then inside and to the lounge. Whoa, you breathed as you awoke back in the dark lab. That was a good trip. You packed everything away and headed for home, and once safely in your bed, you sighed and thought ahead to how much longer you had before the mission would commence. Only a few more trips in game before I can surprise Mirio with my progress. You smiled as you drifted off to sleep, your brain pulling forth the image of the scorpion and another black figure that was under a waterfall. Was it your imagination, making up shadowy figures? Or had you seen someone hiding on level 5 that you didn't process at the time? Either way, you didn't like what you'd seen, and your sleep was a little broken and interrupted. When you woke the next morning to your alarm going off, you groaned. I did not sleep well at all, you thought as you rolled over and rubbed your eyes. But I've got a few more levels to go before mission time. Best I make the most of it while I have the opportunity. You pulled yourself out of bed and headed for the shower to get ready for the day. That night you met Hansu in the lab. How many more dives are you going to do before this mission time? He asked. I'm not sure, you replied, but if I make it to level 10, at least I'll be happy. What level are we now? He asked, pulling the Nerve Gear headset out. 5, you replied with a smile. Better move quick then, he said as he got up onto the examination bed and lay down with Mirio's headset on. You don't need to tell me twice, you replied, following his lead and doing the same. Link start, you called together, sending you both in-game at the same time. Back in Butterfly's lounge room, you headed for the front door and off down to the teleport pad to go to level 5. Now to get the hang of taking on these whispers, you mumbled, stepping off the platform and walking down onto the grassy slope. You took a little time to appreciate the surroundings, then headed for the thickest spray that was coming from one of the waterfalls nearby. Slowing your walk, you concentrated on your peripheral vision, and within the next 2 steps you caught sight of that all-too-familiar will-o'-the-wisp that was twisting and flickering around in the corner of your vision. Waiting until you had seen it a number of times, you then pointed your toe and slid it out, lining up the whisper and then calling for your move. The blue whips appeared in hand and time slowed down as you kept your head and body about 45 degrees to the whisper, with the red line in the direction that you had seen it twisting and swirling in your peripheries. Allowing your body to rotate, your arms came up and with a flick of the wrist, you snapped the whips out and connected with the whisper, making the mist being scream and explode away. As it disappeared, a new sign popped up. Fan Blade of Deception. Hansu! Grace Streak! I got a new move! Oh? He asked, walking over to you. What's it called? It's called Fan Blade of Deception? That's a game move if ever I've heard one. Hansu mused as he walked up beside you. What does this one do? It says here that it gives me 2 fans to be able to hold in hand and use in combination with my spin move, the haze attack, to blow the poison further, or the fans themselves have blades on the ends and I can use them to attack and slice an opponent. It's a pretty handy move, Hansu replied. More for close range with blade attack though. Yeah, you mused. It could work well combined with the spin attack for these whispers. Hansu nodded and you stepped away from him to try and draw another whisper out into the open. Finally one came up to harass you and you called for your new move. Fan Blade of Deception! Suddenly 2 closed fans appeared, one in each hand, and you grabbed the handles and then called for spin to activate. As you stamped your foot to the ground, the purple mist rose up and time slowed, giving you 3 red projector lines to choose from for the actions of your fans. Choosing the middle line, you moved your closed fans to the start of the red line, then opened them and time sped up to normal speed again, forcing the wind from your fan to push the mist out far and wide, enveloping everything within a good 20 metres. Whoa! You gasped when you saw how effective it had been. Your gasp masking the sound of the whisper being defeated. I didn't think it had that much reach, but maybe it's because of my spin move being so powerful? Hansu was shocked at how far the haze had spread out, and even had to jump back a bit to avoid being caught up in it. Now you just need to try the blade aspect, he called from a safe distance. Well, the blades aren't going to do much on whispers, so maybe we should head to level 6, you mused. He nodded in return. Well, if you feel ready for level 6, then let's go. I think I'm ready, you replied, your fans packing themselves away for you. But while we walk, I need to think up a new name for this move because I definitely am not going to be calling out Fan Blade of Deception every time I need to have the skill to activate. What about Mighty Heaven's Vengeance? Hansu asked cheekily. Stop it, so embarrassing, you groaned. Or Devil's Stronghold of Terror? Please, you grimaced. Who names these in the first place? Legendary Game Masters, Hansu replied, looking around as you walked along, heading for level 6. I've got it! Cooldown, you finally replied after thinking and walking for the last 4 minutes. People will assume it's for the fanning attack, and they won't suspect the fans themselves to be doubling as blades. Well, it's your move, so call it what you want, Hansu replied with a shrug. All too soon you reached the bridge across to the level 6 tunnel, and you wondered if the Scorpion boss would be there. Technically I didn't defeat it the other time, it backed down because of Agir. Will it still be there this time? And if it is there, will it recognise me? Into the tunnel you headed, with Hansu holding up the light orb this time. Ahead you could see the light for the next level, and you walked forward confidently. As the rocks beneath your feet changed to sand, you slowed down. Assuming the boss is around here somewhere, you mumbled to Hansu, keeping your wits about you. Forwards you inched, getting closer to the opening to level 6, when you heard that scurrying noise coming from where the Scorpion had appeared earlier that morning with Agir. It's still here, you thought. Cool down, you called, the closed fans appearing in hand as you assumed a fight position, holding steady until the Scorpion showed itself. The scurrying got a lot louder, and suddenly it appeared in front of you, rushing at you with terrific speed. Engage. Does it remember me? You held the fans up a little higher, and the red protection lines popped up, giving you your options of attack. I don't think it remembers me. Yin, look out! Hansu called, and suddenly you became aware of the Scorpion's stinger swinging around to hit you in the side. With almost a reflexive type action, you dropped your fans, recalling them back into your inventory and shouting move instead. To Hansu's surprise, you swiftly stepped to the side and without looking at the approaching barb, pointed your toe and slid it in a semicircle. Then you let your whips loose and cracked them across the tip of the barb. The arachnid let out a hissing noise of displeasure, and you jumped back to gather your senses before calling for spin. The spin attack activated, and you stamped your foot, a puff of purple haze washing out and wafting up from the ground. Cool down, you then called, grabbing for your fans and waving them at the Scorpion to make sure it was well and truly covered in the poisonous haze. If you could have seen Hansu's face, you would have seen his jaw drop to the floor. You moved so effortlessly and confidently, completely different to the first time that he had come in game and saved you from being mauled by a cricket. She's certainly worked hard, he thought, as he watched you call for ha and then jump back and duck as the Scorpion tried to get you with his stinger. Around and around you danced, calling for move after move and never standing still long enough for your foe to catch you unawares. You narrowly missed a pincer here and there and even got struck on the arm by the Scorpion's stinger, but you held up amazingly well, and within a shorter time frame than he was expecting, you had defeated the Scorpion boss and had gained passage to level 6. As the Scorpion evaporated into thin air, you dropped to your knees with exhaustion. You okay? Hansu asked, walking quickly over to you and dropping down beside you. Yeah, you panted. Just a workout, that's all. What's your health at? He asked, reaching into his inventory and pulling out yet another health potion. 64, you panted, wiping the sweat from your brow. He handed you the potion and you drank it, feeling better immediately and standing up to walk out onto level 6. Oh, a desert level, you said. You had seen this level just recently, but Hansu didn't need to know that. You both stood there at the entrance of the tunnel and looked out over the rolling sand dunes. I'm assuming that there are more scorpions on this level then, you commented to Hansu. He quickly looked down at the information panel and nodded, as well as sand spiders, sand demons, and quicksand. Oh, delightful, you said sarcastically. Well, lucky for you, you don't have to take on any more of them because you've reached your time limit for today, Hansu said brightly. Oh man, you groaned, shoulders slumping. Hansu, please, can we have at least a little look around? Of course, he said, slinging his black swirling arm over your shoulder and using his other purple black mist arm to point towards the teleport pad. Let's look over there. That place looks interesting. Arsehole, you grumbled when you saw that he was pointing to the teleport platform. For a second there you had gotten your hopes up, thinking that he was going to let you stay in game for a little longer, but no, true to his nature, he wasn't going to waver from his original intentions. Reluctantly, you let him drag you to the platform, and back off to level 44 you went, leaving level 6 for another time. And by other time, it meant shortly after 12 AM midnight, which is exactly what happened, where you could be seen sneaking back into the lab to check out level 6 and practice your new move. You grunted with frustration when you just couldn't follow the more detailed line of the fan blade attack, swishing it up in the air and then flicking it over and slicing straight down. I can get the first part of this attack, but then I lose power in the second part. You looked back at Agir, who was still standing a little way behind you, looking bored. This desert level had no grass or anything for him to chew on, so he just had one hind leg cocked up and resting, while he shifted his weight to the left and just watched you idly, his watery mane lifting and swishing every so often when a warm desert breeze rippled on by. I'll be honest, you admitted to your steed. I don't really want to take on anything on this level because of the quicksand. I don't really know how to fight that. You raised your fan, stepped, twirled and slashed it straight down, this time following the line perfectly, and the edge of your blade lit up a golden yellow to indicate that had you struck something, you would have gotten full points. You smiled. So, I'm sorry, but you're just going to have to watch me dance around and get used to these new moves with the fan. Agir let out a bored sigh through his nostrils, the rims of them shaking with his forceful exhale, and you glanced back. It's okay, on our last trip together in here, we'll go to a random level and just gallop around. What do you say? You raised both fans to the starting point of a double fan attack and swished them both along their red lines slowly. The fan in your right hand lit up the golden edge, but the left didn't, and you grunted with frustration. I just can't seem to get them both good. Agir let out a soft wicker, and you looked back at him again. I know, I only just unlocked the move yesterday, but I need to get good at it fast. You put your fans away and walked back to him, placing one hand on his nose and rubbing up and down the length of his face. I'm happy to have you here with me, you said to his watery face. It's been lovely to have a strong companion here. He nudged you in the chest, and you chuckled and then stepped back and opened your information panel to see where your skills were at. I'm slowly getting there, you said to Agir. I've got a ton of mahi and my attacks are starting to get really strong now. Look! You pointed through your see-through screen for your horse to read your skill levels, but he didn't seem too interested. Skill level, move, 22. Spin, 20. Ha, 20. And cooldown, 7. Now I just got to get cooldown to be as advanced as the others, but I literally only just got it, and I've probably only used it a handful of times on the Scorpion boss of level 6, but if I keep combining it with spin, then I might be able to boost it in small increments. You stood there in the middle of the desert, pondering your skills as sand flicked up around you both. I'll find out from Mirio tomorrow when and where and what time we're leaving in-game for the mission. Then I'll know exactly how much time I have left to practice before the departure date. You didn't spend as much time in-game that night. It would have been suspicious if you had suddenly known how to work your new skill, and besides that, you didn't want to get into strife with any quicksand and risk losing all your hard work up until this point. So after practicing your steps a little, you headed back to level 44 with Agir. Once back home and in bed, you slept better than usual. The urgency to upskill was getting less the more you saw improvements, so there wasn't that constant worry in the back of your mind, and you woke the next morning feeling a little more refreshed than usual. It was a quiet Wednesday morning, and you decided to make yourself a hot drink and sit outside on the deck and enjoy the sun. I'll call Mirio today and find out what the movements are for the next few days, you thought as you took a sip of your drink. No sooner had you thought it, your phone dinged and you looked down at it and as it sat on the table. There was a message from Mirio. Oh well, looks like we're on the same wavelength, you thought with a smile as you picked the phone up. I was just about to text you, you sent to him. Nice to know we're on the same page, he replied. Want to meet up today? We can go over details of the mission. Sounds good, that's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about, you sent back. Perfect, right? He replied. After school, I'll come over to your place. That sounds good to me, you sent back. Good luck at school today and I'll see you this afternoon. I look forward to it, he replied, and you shook your head with a smirk. Get it? He added. I-E-Y-E, because I and my eyes can't wait to see you again, because seeing is with eyes? You giggled at his awkward explanation and tapped out your reply. I knows what you were meaning. Oh, very clever, he sent, and you could almost feel his excitement. You said one more goodbye and then rested back, enjoying your relaxing morning. Cute police, open up, Mirio called outside your front door around 4:30 p.m. that same afternoon. You smiled and walked to the door. Yes, you are a cute police. Please come in, cute policeman, you said brightly as you opened the door. I was meaning that I am to police cute things and arrest the cutest thing I can find, and you are under arrest, he said brightly, mellow blue orbs glinting at you as he grinned his biggest grin. I know, you giggled, but I reworded it so that I'd have the win. Oh, clever, right? He chuckled as you invited him in. I've missed your playfulness. I don't think that I'm very playful, you replied. Well, you're getting more and more playful as the days go by, Mirio replied as he sat down at the kitchen table. Really? You asked curiously. He nodded. You were very analytical and always focused on the task at hand. You're starting to relax a little. You thought for a moment, then smiled. That's all thanks to you, you replied. I wouldn't be in this position if it wasn't for meeting you. It's been my pleasure, he replied with a smile. And speaking of relaxing a little, we're all ready for a little stroll up to level 46. Oh, when? You asked, full of interest now. Would this weekend, Saturday, work for you? Mirio asked. I'm free whenever, you replied. Saturday sounds good. Great, that's 3 days away. We don't have a lot of planning to do. We'll mostly just play it by ear once we're up there, but we'll at least make a start in that direction, Mirio smiled. I'm looking forward to it. It's been a while since I moved around in-game. Yes, me too. I miss it, Mirio said. You nodded. You got together some chips and drinks and then moved your conversation to the lounge room and caught up on other things, spending as much time together as possible before 8 p.m. As the time drew nearer, you excused yourself, pretending that you had an important Zoom meeting to attend, and Mirio needed to sleep anyway before school the next day, so with a gentle kiss, he left, letting you get ready to do another in-game dive with Hansu. Let's go, we only have 2 more dives before the mission, he said to Hansu as you arrived 20 minutes late to the lab. You're the late one, Hansu replied over the top of his glasses. Should back up and go home now. No, please, come on, we have to go to level 6 to explore. You picked up the headset that was sitting on the examination table and put it on, gesturing for Hansu to do the same. He crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes at you, grey fringe falling across one eye. Please, you begged. I don't even care if I'm being over the top with begging. I need this. Only 2 more to go before the mission, so I need to upskill as much as possible. He conceded, under duress, and walked over to the other table, then got up onto it and put the headset on. You waited for him to lie back, and then you both called for link start at the same time. Into the game you were whisked, waking up beside each other on the lounge. Okay, off we go then, he said, standing up. You smiled and stood up beside him, and then took the lead to the front door and confidently left the house. A few minutes later you were on level 6, and you and Hansu had taken a moment to look around before stepping off the platform and onto the sand. Where to? He asked you. I don't actually know, you replied. I don't even know if there's any dwellings on this level. Well, if we're following along the ridge here, it looks like some sort of track, so it might lead us to the level 7, or the main town of this level if it has one. He gestured to the small animal-like track along the top of the sand dune, and you shrugged. Well, probably the best idea, since field monsters are less likely to come at you on the track. It's more if you walk off the track, that's where they're going to go for you. And I don't particularly want to fall into any sand traps. You shuddered. Through the sand dune track, you and Hansu dragged your feet, shielding your eyes occasionally from the whipping sand as you traipsed forwards, not really knowing where you were going. Is that someone up ahead? Hansu asked from behind you. You squinted and shielded your eyes, trying to peer into the distance, but you couldn't see anything. Where? You asked. He pointed ahead and you looked again. This time, as the sand drifted across your vision, then cleared, you saw someone standing on the side of the path. Friend or foe? You asked back to Hansu. Dunno, Hansu replied curiously. Slowly you approached the cloaked figure, your eyes flicking to the purple-coloured cursor above the person's head. Oh, it's a guide, you said back to Hansu. An NPC. You approached the figure and called a greeting as you walked up to them. Greetings, they replied. You stopped in front of them to see if they would say any more, which they did. Beware of sand spiders from this point on, they said. Take this with you. The guide then pulled out a potion from their pocket and handed it to you before evaporating into thin air. Thanks, you replied, noting it was some kind of anti-venom. You looked back at Hansu, then put the potion in your own pocket and walked forwards. Shall we head back? Hansu asked. No, level 7's this way. 2 words, he deadpanned when he realised that you still wanted to go forwards. Sand, spider. I'm going on a mission which literally revolves around a spider, you replied. This will be good practice, and I have you here to back me up if something goes wrong. Whoa, don't move, Hansu called, and you stopped immediately. What? You asked, looking around. Feel like something's close. Cool down, you whispered, calling forth your fans and holding still. The more you stood there waiting, the more on edge you became. Hansu, you asked your assistant behind you. Do you still sense it? Yeah. Where? Close. Can't tell where. I can't see anything. Neither can I, but everything is telling me not to take another step forward, he said, looking back behind himself to see if it was behind him. Do you have some kind of bomb? You asked. Why? If you do, give it to me. He fished into his inventory and pulled out a flash bomb and handed it to you. Picking a place just ahead, you tossed the bomb and waited. It hit the sand, and immediately a giant sand-coloured spider shifted the sand from over its body and emerged from a funnel web in the earth. Whoa! You gasped, taking a few running steps backwards. That's what I sensed, Hansu called as he backed up quickly as well, grabbing onto you as you backed into him. I need to battle it, you said, having sized the spider up quickly. Are you insane? Certified. You're not fighting that thing. I need to practice attacking spiders. It's okay, I can jump it. My skills are getting stronger each day, and I know what I'm doing. Just stand by with the flash bomb to mask me if something goes wrong. You raised your fans up, and the red lines popped up to show you the different attacks that you could do with it. You've only just got that move. Use a stronger one, Hansu called to you, but it was lost amid your concentration as you prepared for your attack. You knew the spider couldn't rear up or jump, so jumping over it and slicing down its back was going to be your best option. Taking 2 running steps, you jumped, propelling yourself up and over the spider as you used the blades to make zigzag slashes across its back. You hit most of them and landed behind it, running a few steps away in case it decided to retaliate, which it did, shooting a line of thread from its spinnerets. It shot the web so quickly you almost got hit, but you called for move in almost a reflex reaction, and your whips flicked up and blocked the web's line of attack. Following through with your whip move, you jumped the spider back towards Hansu and landed lightly after completing your attack. You good? He asked, sweating up a storm just watching you. Yeah, you panted, placing your hands on your knees to rest, hunched over for a bit. You need support? He asked. What do you need me to do? You'll always be the best assistant, you replied with a grin, looking up at him from where you were still bent over panting. Always there to back me up. Hansu scowled with embarrassment, but you couldn't see his face. I'm not, he mumbled, looking away. Fine, you can do this on your own. Watch me not care. You chuckled and stood back up, turning to face the spider once more. It won't take me long to take this guy down. He's at 70%. Only a few more combo hits, and his ass will be mine. You called for your fans again, and readied for the next attack. True to your word, you had the spider defeated in a lesser time frame than Hansu had been expecting, and you even got a spiderweb rope to use as a new item. Okay, on to level 7, you announced proudly. You take on 1 field monster from level 6 and all of a sudden you're ready for level 7, Hansu asked. I didn't have that much trouble taking the spider down, you replied as you keenly walked ahead. Don't get too cocky, Hansu warned. When you get self-important, you make big mistakes. I'm fine, you said with a dismissive hand wave, high on having all this newfound confidence and proud of how far you'd come. You didn't encounter any more foes on your trip to level 7, and you came to a gate that blocked your passage to the next level. Opening this gate engages the guardian of level 7, the notifications warned you. Well, that's kind of what we want, but what is the boss? You asked Hansu behind you. I don't know, he replied. You placed your hand on the wooden gate and leaned your weight against it, pushing it open and onto the next level. A loud roar met your ears and you jumped with fright at the volume of the sound. What is it? Hansu asked. It was a little dark ahead and you couldn't quite make it out, but as the creature ambled closer, you could see what it was. It's a bear. A red bear. The bear opened its large jaws and roared again, the air from its lungs forcing its way out and swishing your clothes back a little as it approached. "It's not slowing, Un," Hansu called in warning to you. "I know," you called back, hurriedly deducting the bear's movements, determining how fast or how slowly it was moving and how best to attack it. As it charged at you, you jumped up, calling for your move attack to activate and doing a full 360 rotation so that you could hit the bear twice. This move was a lot harder to execute, but you had tried it a few times, with the snakes on level 4 and the spider on level 6, and the slowing of your attack time helped for you to be able to line up the red line and then put a perfect hit in. Smacking the bear twice, one after the other, with your whips did wonders, and the bear's health bar immediately dropped to 80%. Perfect, you thought, stamping your foot on landing and shouting "Ha!" at the top of your lungs as you launched into the air again. The sonic attack shot through the bear as it turned around to see where you had gone, and screamed in annoyance and frustration as you attacked it once again but disappeared before it could do anything. The sonic attack chipped away another 7% of the bear's health, and as it looked around to find where you had gone, you slammed your fan blades down onto its back, one after the other, and dealt another 4% blow, sitting its health at 69%. Hansu watched with an uneasy feeling in his gut. He was happy that you were doing amazingly in regards to fighting, but at the same time he knew your confidence was going to be your undoing. She's going to think she's invincible and do something stupid, I just know it. You kept up your attacks on the bear, and although you were panting profusely with sweat pouring down your face, you never stopped, always dancing, spinning and jumping away, and never giving the bear a chance to retaliate. The bear's health kept dropping, going from 69% to 59%, then 55%, down lower until you had it sitting at 20%. Taking a second to catch your breath, you got out of range and placed your hands on your knees, puffing and blowing with exertion. The bear too was starting to sway, unable to hold its body up very well. "Almost got it," Hansu called to you. "Use move. Twice more, and the bear's yours." My legs won't jump," you called back, your sides heaving as you hung your head again. The bear started slowly stalking towards you, a wobble with each step. "Un," Hansu called in warning, a bit of panic rising in his voice as he pulled out a flash bomb. You looked up and saw the bear approaching slowly with Hansu in the background holding the flash bomb, and you held a hand up in a stop sign to him. I'm okay. "Ha!" you called weakly, pressing your foot down and waiting for the attack to do its thing. The bear shuddered as the see-through waves ripped through its red body. Its health bar dropped to 16%, and it roared and threw itself at you. You weren't expecting the speed at which it lunged, and panic washed over you as it bore down on you. Gasping, you jumped and rolled sideways, but the bear deviated and was almost upon you before you could get up. "Spin!" you shouted in fear, watching as the purple haze enveloped the red bear, but it broke through the other side and snapped at you with its teeth. With a scream, you jumped up and stumbled back. "Ha!" you yelled, not waiting to see if your attack had worked as you ran to get away. Suddenly Hansu was between you and the bear and had thrown the flash bomb straight into the bear's face, making it explode immediately. "I told you to be careful," he snapped at you as he turned to face you. You were on your back on the floor, one elbow supporting your weight as you had intended to jump up, but he had gotten his hits in before you had a chance to move. I was okay," you said, pulling yourself up onto your hands and knees. "No, you weren't. You could have been hurt just then," he said again, angrily. "We're leaving, now." But you defeated the bear. We can head through to the next level," you said, pulling yourself up onto your feet. "Take this," he said firmly, holding out a health potion to you. Grey Streak, I'm fine," you replied, pushing the potion aside. "I can find a potion on my own and take it. My health bar isn't that far down." "You don't get it, do you?" he barked again, putting the potion away. "You think that because you took on a level 7 boss who rule the world, you are naive and egotistical." "Excuse me?" you snapped back, immediately irked and defensive to his harsh words. "I'm doing the best I can to stand on my own 2 feet. You're being reckless." "I'm being very calculated and controlled, thank you. I've been working really hard to get where I am, and I feel like you're trying to hold me back. What is it? You don't want me to succeed in something? You're scared to let go?" Your pointed question made Hansu clam up, and he just bit his tongue and then turned away. We're leaving. It's final. You scowled at his back, annoyed that he always had the final say and that you had to take orders, but you followed him to the level 7 teleport pad anyway. There was an awkward, angry silence between the two of you, all the way back up to level 44, and even in real life too when you both awoke in the lab at 10 PM. Without even saying goodbye, you got off the exam table and put the headset down, and then left. Screw you and your controlling behaviour, Hansu. You don't own me. You can't control me forever. Hansu was pissed as well. He was only looking out for you, but he felt like you were being as hard-headed as always. Or had you struck on some cornerstone of truth about him feeling the need to control you and not being able to let you go? A mismatch of emotions jumped within him, and he pulled his phone out to do some calling around. Hansu dialed a number and pressed the phone to his ear, waiting for the person on the other end to pick up. It's way past your bedtime, the person on the other end teased the minute that they picked up. Could say the same for you, Hawks. Don't birds go to sleep at sundown? Hansu retorted with a smirk. Night hunting, Hawks replied dryly. Anyway, what can I do for you? How's that little search coming along? Hansu asked. I just want to kick it up a few notches. There are a lot of people who play RFO, Hawks replied. Been searching as best I can, but it's taking some time. I'd love to be able to tell you to take all the time you need, but we don't have time, Hansu replied bluntly. Hawks hummed. I'll contact the police tomorrow morning and up the ground search, Hansu said. I'll be in contact when we have a smaller search location. For the time being, what areas have you marked off? The pair chatted for another 45 minutes, going over the areas that had been covered and checked. Not that these areas were completely off the list, but for now the unknown and unsearched areas were top priority. Thank you, Hawks, Hansu said, putting the pen down and looking over the information that he had written down. This is good. Good luck, Hawks said. Call me when you need me. Will do. Both men hung up, and Hansu sat down at the desk, picking up his pen and looking things over as he wrote a few more things down. After a few minutes of mulling, he turned to his top drawer and pulled out the earpiece that he had been working on before. With ease, he plugged it into the computer and opened the program, tapping away as he adapted the coding. You were still pissed as you made your way home to have some food. Angrily, you opened the cupboards and drawers and pulled items out as you muttered to yourself. You couldn't wait to get back in game that night because something told you that the falling out with Hansu would mean that he would refuse to take you back into the game as punishment. If he does refuse to take me in, that's the final straw for me. The minute this thing is resolved, I'm leaving the lab and him and moving on with my life. You grumpily slathered your spread of choice onto the toast and lifted it up to take a bite, and then looked at the time on the kitchen wall. Another hour or so and I can go back into RFO and try and upskill as much as I can, you thought, the food making you feel a little bit better as the flavour permeated your senses. After having some food, you went to have a nap for a little bit, but you didn't sleep very well, and you were back up and awake the minute your alarm went off. Eagerly, you left and made your way to the lab. The trip there was very short because you were still in your own headspace grumbling about Hansu, so you weren't really paying attention when you unlocked the building door and entered. It was only when you got upstairs that you saw light coming from the lab and you slowed down. Why is the light on? Did we forget to turn it off? You slowly walked closer and listened before looking around the corner and into the lab, and froze when you saw Hansu sitting at his computer with his back to you. Your blood pressure went through the roof, and you quickly stepped back and pressed your back to the hall wall. Crap, why is he here? What's he doing? You looked up and down the empty hall, and then ducked into one of the rooms nearby to figure out what to do next. Should I go back home? I wasn't expecting him to be here still. I thought he would have gone home straight away. You pulled your phone out of your pocket and checked the time. 12:15 a.m. I'll wait for another half hour, and if he's still here, I'll leave. I probably need to sleep anyway. It was another 15 minutes wait, then you heard Hansu packing up and preparing to leave. Is he going? You listened intently. The sound of footsteps got louder, and you quickly ducked behind a desk as Hansu passed the office and headed down the hall, then out of the building. You crouched there, heartbeat thumping in your ears as you panted with mouth open, the sudden spike in heart rate causing your breathing to become more heavy. Not daring to move, you remained still for the longest time and then slowly looked up and over the desk. All was dark. Slowly you moved out from your hiding place and tiptoed to the door and looked out. All was quiet and still, so you walked quickly into the lab and rigged up your device that was still set up near the back door and prepared to dive. Hansu was still in the back of your mind as your body was sucked into rapid fate, But you only had limited time left, and you were determined to practice as much as you could before the mission started. Now in game, you got up off the lounge and ran out of the house, calling forth Agir as you raced off down the steps of the front. Water rushed in from all directions as you tore down the steps and started to form your effervescent stallion, materialising it just in front of you as you kept running. Just as Agir's form had completed, you noticed that he had been formed in his cantering phase to keep pace with you, and as the last water droplet came together, you jumped into the air and landed on his back. "Go, boy!" you shouted with glee, grabbing his mane and holding on for dear life as your stallion kicked up his heels and threw himself into a full gallop. Off you went, down to the teleport pad to explore level 7. Arriving on your newest unlocked level, you urged Agir forwards and down off the platform. This level was a little darker than the others that you had been on, and there appeared to be a very large forested area that shaded everything. And as you looked ahead, you could see an older style cobblestone township right in the middle of the clearing that looked similar to Dawn City on level 1. "Shall we go into town?" you asked Agir. Up until this point, you had wanted to avoid people, but you were far more confident now, and having a fearsome water stallion on your side made you feel much stronger. Towards town Agir walked, his watery ears flicking forwards and back the closer he got, and heard the hum of the market chatter and other mundane noises coming from inside the older style brick walls. "Easy," you said in a calming, low voice to him as he let out a snort of warning through his nostrils. As you entered the town gates, the guards either side stopped chatting to each other and looked at you, watching you with awe as you passed slowly. You smiled politely and nodded down to them as Agir walked on stately, not stopping to talk. Because you were used to having Agir with you, you didn't realise what a magnificent sight you were, atop such a fearsome-looking creature, and you were a little confused when people started to stop and stare at you as you passed. "Mummy, a horse! A wet horse!" a small child called out loudly, and Agir's ears flicked forwards and back. "Shh!" the mother of the child hushed. "Don't be so loud." You looked down at them, and the mother had pulled her curious little one back and hidden them behind herself, avoiding eye contact with you. "Do I look like a villain?" you wondered. The further into town you got, the more people were stopping to stare, and a few had even started following a distance behind you, wondering who you were and what you were doing with such a giant horse. You could hear whispers as you passed some, and news spread quickly of a newcomer on a fearsome stallion that was walking through the centre of town. "Let's keep going, Agir," you said to your steed, feeling like the crowd was starting to get a little too much. "She's with Migata," you heard someone say to their friend as you passed. "I saw her at the interview with Free. I've heard that she was mysterious and powerful, but I didn't know she had a water stallion as a pet." You passed on and didn't hear the friend's reply, but it sounded like people were starting to put the pieces together. "That's not a pet," you heard someone else say. "That's the boss of level 5. I had to fight him. I couldn't beat him the first time around." "It can't be," someone else replied them. "How did she get the boss of level 5 to be her companion?" "Is it another glitch?" "What class is she? Is she a beast tamer?" Question after question floated past you on the wind as curious onlookers spoke their queries aloud. You tried not to let it get to you, but you were starting to think that maybe you'd made the wrong decision coming into town. As you looked up, you could see the gates at the other end of town looming up ahead, and you bent your head to Agir, who seemed to be picking up on your unease. "Let's go," you said softly. "Let's get out of here." Just as you were about to urge him faster, a very large man stepped right into your path and Agir stopped. This man looked fearsome and had a heavy scowl on his face. "Oh crap, this doesn't look good." You straightened on the back of your steed and tried to look threatening yourself. "Please, step aside," you called to the man, who had by now crossed his arms across his chest. "Say your business," he growled. "I have no business," you replied. "I am just passing through." You looked at his username. "Grizzly." The man scowled. "Who are ya? I'm not here to cause trouble," you replied, trying to make your voice sound gentler. "I'm working on new skills and have been working my way up from level 1. This is my first time making contact with other players." "Are you in a guild?" Grizzly asked gruffly. I'm not sure if it's a guild, but I do play alongside Migata, Butterfly and On." "Butterfly?" Grizzly asked suddenly. "The top player? Surely you're lying. I know Butterfly well, and he ain't one to have one with him except that rat merchant with him. Oh, well, I don't know how else to prove it, he replied, but I assure you I'm not lying. If you run with Butterfly, then you got skills, Grizzly replied with a smirk. Put your money where your mouth is. I don't want any trouble, he said, holding a hand up in a stop sign. You'll be getting in trouble if you don't prove yourself, he sneered, clicking his fingers. A roar from nearby caused a panicked whisper to ripple through those in the crowd, and some people left the scene immediately. You looked around, wondering what was going on and why a bear could be heard approaching, and Agir stepped around a little, showing his discomfort at hearing a bear getting closer. Suddenly from behind Grizzly, a red bear appeared, and Agir flattened his ears back against his watery head and snorted. Hey, it's okay, he said calmly to Agir. You're a beast tamer, Grizzly stated. Fight me. I'm not a beast tamer. I'm a dancer class, but due to a side quest of sorts, I managed to unlock the boss of level 5, and he's now my companion for life, he said, your voice breaking a little as Agir sidestepped and then tossed his head impatiently, wanting to get away from the bear and Grizzly. You're lying, Grizzly growled. I know what I've seen, and you're a beast tamer. I'm telling you I'm not, he replied sharply, starting to get fed up with this meathead and his annoying persistence. But if I must fight to be able to pass and move on, then I will. Ah, he said with a sneering smile. There we go. This is all very unnecessary, you sighed, hopping off Agir and landing on the ground beside him. What are you doing? Grizzly asked with surprise. I'm getting off to fight, you replied. Grizzly blinked at you. Are you daft? Are you taking on me bear with your bare hands? Or are you giving orders to your horse? I'm fighting your bear by myself, you replied innocently. How else was I supposed to fight? Grizzly couldn't believe his ears. Beast tamers usually sent their beasts to do the fighting, and either stood back and gave orders, or, in the case of horseback, would ride their steed into battle. But you didn't seem to have understood that. His cold stare detailed your face from under his thick eyebrows, and he checked you over for signs of nervousness or bluffing, but you looked like you were genuinely going to fight his bear, bare-handed, and you looked confident about it too. You have a death wish? He asked, trying to coax a little fear into you, but you didn't appear to be shaken at all. I soloed the bear on this level, at the start of this level, you replied curiously, almost as if to say, well, I kicked its ass, so yours shouldn't be that much harder. Grizzly, understandably, took offence at this, but at the same time, the sounds of surprise and exclamation from those in the crowd reminded him that you were an unknown entity at this point, and if you could confidently stand there ready to take on his bear by yourself, having beaten the guard of this level by yourself, and being a supposedly known associate of Butterfly, then maybe, just maybe, you weren't lying after all. He hesitated a little, and for a split second considered recalling his bear, but the curious crowd forced his hand, and he knew that if he pulled out now, it would make an even bigger scene. Your call, he sneered at you. Come, you replied. I'm ready. Battle invites were exchanged, and you stepped back, recalling Agir into your inventory so that he was out of harm's way, then made sure that the townspeople were standing back far enough so as not to get caught up in the fight. Un! Some random called to you in the crowd, able to see your username and using it to get your attention. Even if you lose, I think you're pretty badass to even be standing up to Grizzly, let alone take on his bear. Thanks, you said politely, turning back to face your opponent. Grizzly's bear was the same size as the bear that you had taken on at the gates of this level, so you weren't too scared. I may have lied a tiny bit about soloing the boss. Hansu did jump in at the very end, but I'm sure I would have been able to manage if he hadn't stepped in. Suddenly the engage sign flashed up, and the bear jumped forwards and started its short sprint towards you. Ha! You called, wanting to see how much damage your sonic attack did to the bear so you could gauge which attacks to use based off the percentage it took. To everyone around, it just looked like you had laughed at the bear and then danced a little to the side, dropping one arm suddenly and then launching into the air at lightning speed, with two sparkly blue whips in hand, a brilliant flash of light following. Then you were on the other side, still dancing like nothing had happened. Gasps of amazement pulsed through those who saw your seamless display, and the bear roared in pain and confusion, wondering where you had suddenly gone. As it turned around to attack, you already placed a 3-hit combo with your fan blades across its middle, and then suddenly the bear disappeared from view as a purple mist completely enveloped it. Those who could still see you saw you delicately dancing to your own beat, your feet working a spell that they knew nothing about. As the purple haze slowly faded away, you mocked the bear again with another "Ha!", its health bar dropping rapidly. Grizzly was shell-shocked. Never had he seen anyone move like you before. You were very well acquainted with your skills and had very effective combinations lined up with 0 reboot time in between. He was still trying to work out how many attacks you had, but you had changed all of the known commands to your own language, so he was having a hard time deciphering them. "Grizzly, you better be recalling your bear!" someone shouted to him, alerting him to the fact that if he didn't step in now, you were about to take the bear right down to its last drop of health. It still hadn't landed a hit, and you still looked fresh, hammering away at it with attack after attack. Not wanting to recall in the middle of a fight and risk tarnishing his name, Grizzly pulled a throwing knife from his pocket, hiding it in the palm of his hand. "I need to just give her a snap in the heel and that ought to slow her down a touch." His bear was struggling to keep up with your fine-tuned movements, and you were relentless, throwing skill after skill. "Where's she getting this stamina from?" Grizzly thought, waiting for you to slow down enough so that he could aim properly. Seeing that you were keeping the bear well and truly occupied, you had a chance to glance at Grizzly to see his expression. There was no doubt he looked tense. His whole body was stiff, but when you looked again, you saw him shift something with his fingers. There was something held in the palm of his hand. "Hold on, what is that?" you thought, calling for another heart attack while you danced away, still keeping Grizzly in your peripheral vision. "Is he going to throw something at me? A rock?" Now wary of him as well, you made sure to keep an eye on him at all times while still attacking his bear, but because your attention was divided, your moves started to slow down, and Grizzly thought it was because you were starting to tire. "She's going down," he thought triumphantly, readying the knife to throw. His quick look around the crowd to make sure that no one was watching him alerted you to the fact that he might throw whatever it is soon, and the second his arm moved, you called for "move" and swiped your toe in an arc out in his direction. Time slowed and you focused into the corner of your eye, barely seeing a small throwing knife coming directly for your lower leg. You had caught this in the nick of time, and you lined the tip of the whip up with the knife so that they intercepted perfectly. Then time sped up. All Grizzly saw was you pull 2 whips out and flick one at his knife without even really looking at it, and then turn your attention on his bear and land a double hit combo that brought the bear to its knees with 9% health. As he stood there with mouth ajar, you turned back to him and pointed your finger at him. "Play dirty again, and it will be your head that flies next time." Aside from your breathing and your heart pounding in your ears, there was silence. No one moved a muscle. All eyes were on you. You kept your hand up with finger pointed at Grizzly, then you lowered it slowly and turned to his bear. "Do you wish to recall your beast, or do I finish the fight?" you asked, calling forth your fans. Grizzly grit his teeth together and scowled, so you raised your hand in preparation for the next attack, but he called you out. "Okay, you're free to pass," he snarled angrily, mostly embarrassed by the poor display that he and his bear had done. You nodded and recalled your fans, raising your left hand up and calling for Agir to appear. The townsfolk shielded their eyes as water flew in and around from the surrounding area, and then started to form your stallion. Grizzly called his bear back, and it turned and slowly ambled poorly to his side. From the onlookers' perspective, they saw the water become your stallion and then watched as Agir bent his legs so that you could use his knee to vault up onto his back from. Then you urged him forwards, past Grizzly, and out the gate with so much as saying another word. "Well, she did say that she knew Butterfly, and he's unbeatable," one whispered. "I don't know, bro. She seems very light on her feet. It wouldn't surprise me if at the next rank polling she came up first." "Someone told me that Butterfly only acknowledges people who are around his level, which I'm guessing is like level 105? How many levels are there?" "I have no idea, but I bet she's level 60 or 80 or something." "Did she say what class she was?" "Dancer. But I heard someone behind me say that their cousin plays as a dancer/assassin, and she moves the same way, so could she be a mix of both?" "Well, she had snakeskin boots on, so that's not a normal dancer class accessory, so you could be right. I heard that there's really strong snakes up on like above level 50, so no wonder she absolutely creamed Grizzly's bear. And that's how the rumours about you started. Before long, the story of the fight with Grizzly's bear had changed from the actual events to you jumping off a gear, pointing your finger at the bear and it falling on its knees, then you pointed your finger at Grizzly and he nearly wet himself, and then back onto your steed you hopped and then vanished into thin air. Once out of the town on level 7, you let out a sigh of relief. Oh my god, Gear, that was terrifying. I think I did quite well keeping the bear on its toes. It didn't really have a chance to retaliate, but that was really nerve-wracking to be fighting in front of everyone. Agir shook his mane and snorted, and you smiled. But overall, I think I leveled up pretty well. You continued on along the track that wound in and out of the tall trees and wooded areas, but you didn't really want to go to level 8 just yet. I don't really want to go up yet because what if Hansu does come back in game with me later tonight? Then I have to explain how I was able to just merely walk on to level 8 without even taking on a boss. Finding a clearing, you dismounted from your horse and practiced a few of your moves. As it was with RFO, you started as a commoner and then had to work to get yourself up to level 10, which was about 9,000 experience points, before you could even get to choose a class, which you were lucky enough to be partied with Migata during a heavy fight, and thus were able to obtain this level without even so much as lifting a finger. From there you reset, and thus started as level 1, but it was level 1 in your chosen field, which for you was Dancer. It was just known that anyone who wasn't commoner class was automatically a level 10, but then it was unknown as to their level of expertise in their chosen field. When talking with people, it was just understood that you didn't ask what level they were unless you were a little bit closer with them. It was akin to asking how much money someone had in their bank account in real life, something you just didn't do as a general rule. There were some, like yourself, who looked really strong, but weren't as high level as what other people thought, and you decided to sit down and have a really good look at your stats going forwards. After finishing another fan blade combo move, you swiped your information bar open and looked at where you were at. Dancer class, level 15. Level 15? You screeched out loud, startling some birds nearby and sending them into a panicked flight. Agir looked over at you with his ears pricked and you apologised quickly. Sorry, I'm level 15 already? Well, I mean, I have been working really hard and I've been doing about 6 hours of work each day in games, so... You looked back at the screen and scrolled down. Experience points, 68,001, and Mahi, 70,470. Holy hell, I'm rich! You yelled again, sending another lot of birds flying off into the sky. Agir snorted and you apologised again. Sorry, I'm surprised, that's all. Wow, I didn't know I'd be this far up already. You went back to your screen and scrolled down further to check the levels for your skills. You'd been working on cooldown to bring it up to speed with the other ones, and it looked like it had been working. Move was at 30, spin was at 27, ha was at 29, cooldown was at 21. I'm happy with that, they're all coming along well. You nodded happily and closed your skill box down. You knew you still had points to allocate to your power, dexterity, luck, etc., but you wanted to save those for the mission so that you could ask Mirio where to put the points so that you could be as helpful as possible for the trip. I can't wait to show him my skills gear, you said to your steed as you jumped up onto his back again to head back around to the teleport pad. I think he'll be very impressed. Agira whinnied loudly and you grinned. Thanks. You've always been on my side, he said happily, patting his neck before urging him up into a canter for the rest of the ride to the platform. Once out of the game and back home, you did your usual, shower and then set your alarm and slept. When your alarm woke you up, you pulled your phone off the bedside table and turned the alarm off and then sent Hansu a message. Hey, are we going in game tonight? You asked. Sorry, I have other commitments, he replied, and you made an audible noise, then face planted back into the pillow. I knew he'd do this, but that's fine. I'm not going to let it get to me. I'll catch up with Mirio if he's free, and then later tonight when Hansu is at home and asleep, I'll go back in game again. You didn't reply, Hansu, choosing instead to send Mirio a text. Hey, you sent with a smiley face. What are your plans tonight? Did you want to catch up? Any opportunity to see that happy face, he replied with a row of smiles and then a thumbs up. We don't have long until the mission, right? Only 2 more days and then we leave, you sent back with a smile. Would you like me to come to your house? Or did you want to get something out? He asked. Come to the house, you invited. We can get takeaway. Okay. If I come by around 7:30 p.m? He asked. Perfect, you replied, putting your phone back down as you got out of bed. Down at the lab, Hansu had multiple programs open on the computer with the earpiece that he had been working on clipped to a portal via a myriad of wires. Logging into the coding program that had created Goha, he looked over the multitude of binary lines, scrolling through each one and looking for ways to adjust them. He had been in contact with the police and had put the pressure on for them to find Goha. Hawks was still searching with his feathers, having obtained a list of everyone who played RFO, and he was looking at the units that seemed unusually quiet. Goha was basically living in-game, so if Hawks didn't detect any movement after a certain amount of time, he would mark the place to come back to. It was a slow-moving process. It was while Hansu was on his 99th line of coding that he suddenly remembered the piece of paper that had freeze details written on it, and he reached into his top drawer and pulled it out. There was the computer IP address for the person who created Free. He picked up his phone and rang Hawks. I'm putting you on loudspeaker because I'm flying and you shouldn't talk and fly, Hawks said as he answered the phone. I have an IP address here, Hansu said, jumping straight into it. Congratulations, Hawks replied. There isn't much I can do with an IP address. I need a physical address. I'll get it from the police, Hansu said. Once I've gotten it, I'll let you know. Okay, I have a few places marked here for you. Players of RFO, but no movement in their apartments for an extended period of time. Okay, good, Hansu replied. We'll get this bastard yet. I see, Hawk said with a smirk. I'll keep looking then. Hansu said a short sign-off, then hung up and rang the police headquarters, informing them of an address that might be of interest. The superintendent was happy to oblige, but told Hansu it would take a day or two to decode the IP address. At your earliest convenience, Hansu said. This has been going on for long enough already. I understand, the chief replied. I will be in touch as soon as we have an address. Thank you, Hansu replied, pushing his glasses up onto his nose and hanging up before getting back to work with his USB Pokeball. And then I jumped through the wall, but there was a car on the other side, so I quickly phased again and ended up in the back seat of the car. The driver freaked out and took off, trying to escape me, but then ended up crashing straight into a warehouse instead, Mirio said with a laugh. Oh my gosh, that's insane, he chuckled. That's a crazy story. I knew hero work was dangerous, but I didn't know about these types of events. I'm sure that most heroes have their favourite story. Mine are just a little different because of my quirk. I pop up in unexpected places, he said with a grin. You giggled again and reached for another slice of pizza. I don't have any crazy stories like that, but I'm looking forward to creating more in-game with you. I'm actually getting really excited about the upcoming mission. I am too. I always love exploring in-game. You can travel to levels that haven't been unlocked, he said. Really? You asked with surprise. I didn't know you could do that. Yes, I've been up onto level 100. It looks like the inside of a giant clock, but I didn't step foot out onto it because there is no way I could take on a level 100 monster. Oh, I see, you mused. Hey, about your house that was in the snow? Ah, well, I was thinking that maybe after the mission we could get a place together, he said bashfully with a scratch to the back of his head. Oh, you exclaimed. That sounds really nice. You both shared a smile, and then you spoke again. And I promise I won't get this one ruined. I know you won't, he said with a smile as he leaned in to kiss you. That night, a minute past midnight, Friday morning, a day before the mission, you entered the game to have one more look around. Summoning a gear, you cantered your way towards the teleport pad on level 44 and hopped up onto it. You know what, Agir? Let's just go to a random level, you said with a smile. Live life a little dangerously. I know Mirio said to avoid monsters, as they could take you out, but if we just go to a nice level and have a run around and then leave, that should be fine, right? I want to see what RFO has to offer. Agir snorted uneasily and you smiled. It's fine. Only for a few minutes. Random level, you called loudly into the teleport pad, the white beams shooting up all around you, then whisking your form away. When you opened your eyes next, you were surrounded by darkness, and you looked around in confusion. "Where are we?" you whispered to Agir. This level was just as cold as level 5 had been at the entrance, and there was that same heavy mist that was hanging around in the air. You were about to call for another level when you heard a blood-curdling scream somewhere off in the distance, and the hair on the back of your neck stood on end immediately. "Oh hell, what was that?" you thought, frozen in place with fear. The scream abated, and you were left hanging in the eerie silence that followed. "We should go," you whispered to Agir. Just then the scream came again, and it sounded even more urgent than last time. Agir's ears flicked back and forth, and he shifted from side to side, tossing his head and backing up a little as he snorted with discomfort at the harrowing sound. "Easy, easy," you whispered to him. In your efforts to control him, he stepped down off the platform and trotted out into the ghostly trees that were standing, twisted and bare, closest to the platform. "Back, Agir," you commanded in a fear-stricken voice, your whole body prickling with goosebumps. The scream came again, and with a fright your legs pressed into Agir's side, making him jump into a canter and take off into the mossy, damp forest that had low-lying mist floating around ankle height. As Agir pounded along the haunted level, his hooves kicked up the mist, making it very difficult to determine where you were, and by the time you had him back under control, you had no idea how to get back to the teleport pad. "Crap!" you hissed out loud, looking around the darkness. The scream came again, and Agir jumped to the side. "Hey, whoa!" you commanded him with shaking hands, trying your best to control both your emotions and his. I think someone might be in trouble." The echoing of the scream bounced around the rocks and trees, and you looked to see if you could make out anything in the misty darkness. Suddenly some bats appeared and flew directly in front of you, making you gasp with fright. Then came the cackle of a witch-like creature, and Agir backed up. I don't know where we are, let alone where they, the person screaming, are," you muttered softly. The scream came again, and your head snapped to the right. It seemed to be getting closer. "What is it?" you whispered when you saw Agir's ears prick up in that direction. Squinting in the darkness, you saw a large hollowed-out tree up ahead and decided to hide beside it. If anything came past, you could jump out or turn and run. You hadn't quite decided on what you would do just yet. Pushing for Agir to make his way over to the tree, you practically held your breath, petrified at what might appear. "If it's someone being hurt, what should I do? Do I just attack those hurting the person?" Your ears strained in the darkness, trying to pick out the sounds of anything approaching. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a barbed wire rope wound around your left arm and pierced your flesh, digging in and grabbing firmly onto you as you were ripped off Agir's back and down onto the misted, damp earth. You screamed, your anguished and terrified sound drawing cackles and malicious laughs from some hidden people that were just out of sight in the mist. "You got her?" one dark, haunting voice asked. "Yeah," the other replied. "Easy as." You jumped up and tried to pull the barbed rope from your arm, only succeeding in tearing your right hand in the process. Your vision had gone a little blurry from the tears of fear, but the shadowy figures that had caught you weren't the easiest to see either. Who are you?" Your voice was quivering and full of uncertainty. "What do you want?" "You," one skull mask-wearing being said in a deep voice, his comment drawing out more hideous cackles from his fellow members, where they appeared out of the mist behind him. "What do you want with me?" you asked again, fighting the barbed ropes as you were being pulled towards the cloaked figure who was wielding it. "Best we don't tell you," he sneered, his sneer the only dimly visible thing about his face. It was at that point that you heard Agir suddenly roar with anger and lunge forward, bowling over two of the members of the clan. "Get it!" one of the group screeched. You pulled back and struggled wildly to get free, only making the wire cut deeper the more that you struggled. I can't get out, you panicked internally. Agir was doing his best to get to you, knocking people over left, right and centre, and you were giving the cloaked guild member a hard time as you fought through excruciating pain to get free. Suddenly your wits came back to you, and you let out 3 loud laughs. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" you shouted, acting like you had suddenly found something very funny. "She's gone mad," someone commented, thinking you were now insane with pain. In your vision you saw your sonic attack pulse out and shudder through your cloaked captor's body. They were none the wiser, but their health had been dropped a little. "Ha!" you called again. "You think you can contain me?" "I've already got you, you stupid girl," he snarled, reeling you closer to himself. "Ha!" you shouted again, fighting tooth and nail to stay away. "Knife her, boss! We have enough potions to keep her just alive," one member called out. "Hey!" you shouted at him. "Cool down!" Suddenly your fan blades appeared, and in a split second you had struck your captor across the face and arm in a two-handed slide slice. He yelled with pain and surprise and let the rope go. You weren't exactly sure how you got out of there, but the next thing you knew, you were back on Agir's back and tearing off in the darkness with the rope barbs still embedded in your arm. Agir had had time to get his bearings by then and took you straight back to the teleport pad, and you were back up on level 44 within a split second. Now back in the light, you had time to survey the damage, and it wasn't pretty. Blood was cascading down your arm from out and around the barbs that were still wound deep in your limb, and your health bar was clicking down the percentages at an alarming rate. "Home, Agir," you said in a shaken voice. "I need to get this rope off and a health potion into me before I die." Once on the doorstep of the house, you recalled Agir into your inventory and pushed the door open with your good arm. Blood dripped all over the doormat and tiles as you walked in and over to the kitchen to try and find some scissors or a knife to cut the wire roping free. Blindly, you pulled drawers open, one-handed, until you finally found a pair of scissors and hooked one blade under the wire, wiggling the scissors further under to get the wire to the back of the crisscross of the blades. "Ah!" you hissed as the barbs dug in a little more. With a determined nose scrunch, you crunched the scissor blades down repeatedly until it snapped the wire. Then you worked in a place higher up. Dropping the bloodied scissors into the empty sink, you then slowly peeled the barbs out of your flesh, whimpering and tearing up as you did so. Once the last of them had been removed, you grabbed for some paper towel and patted as much of the excess blood off as possible so that you didn't drip it on the carpet as you walked over to Migata's empty avatar. Stopping next to him, you reached into his pocket and fished around, finding yourself another health potion. Your health bar started beeping as you popped the top off and drank the liquid down, feeling better almost immediately as the potion replenished your system. Once you had finished, you looked down at your arm and were delighted and relieved to see that it was all back to normal again. "Oh, thank God," you sighed internally. But then you looked back at the mess on the floor and your heart sank. "Oh, now I gotta clean this up. If they see blood everywhere, they'll start asking questions." You walked back to the kitchen sink, being careful not to step on any of the pools of blood, and gingerly picking up the wire rope barbs in the sink and rinsing them off before carrying them to the front door. It was a relatively easy fix to get rid of them. All you had to do was walk to the edge of the floating island and throw them off the side, so that was the easy part. Then it came to cleaning. The blood had soaked into the mat on the front doorstep, so you switched it for the mat at the back door, and then just hoped that no one would question what the marks were if they ever went out the back. After that, it was just a case of finding the right cleaning products to get rid of the blood marks on the tiles. It took you a while to figure out how to clean it off, but once you had it worked out, the rest came off pretty quickly. You were exhausted by the time that you had the house looking clean again, and you logged out a little sheepishly. Well, won't be going back in game until I'm with the rest of the team, so that's good. My avatar is safe in Butterfly's house. I thought you said you saw a low-level player run around on her own. The boss of the Tormentors growled at one of his guild members as he tended the slash wounds on his face from where you had hit him with your double fan attack. I swear she is! She can't be more than a level 4 dancer. The way she moved. The moves she executed, definitely above a level 10, another commented gruffly. She's either been training hard or she was just playing us. That bitch. Make her pay. The boss snarled, snorting back on his spit, then hacking it into a ball and spitting it outside his mouth. How are we going to find a boss? Another asked. Our plan was to catch her here. There's no way we'll be able to find her again. That's definitely not the case. The boss sneered. You're going to find her again, and when I get her in my grasps, she'll never see the light of day again. Just then, 3 more of the Tormentor Guild arrived back at headquarters. She left her blood trail, one said. There's splatters on the teleport pad. Go and check every damn level's teleport pad for more blood. Whichever level has the blood on the teleport pad, that's the level she got off on. Then we can track her from there. Small chuckles and snickers rippled through the ghastly lot. Spread out. Use our connections. We're on the lookout for a beautiful dancer with snakeskin boots and a water horse, the boss announced. Put a bounty on her head. 100k mahi. Do we even have 100k mahi? One of the members asked. No, but they don't need to know that, the boss replied. When they bring her in, we'll PK. Another round of cackling ensued. Friday night, you slept. You'd been so worn out by the scare in-game that you were quite happy to just stay in your house for the day. Saturday morning, Mirio texted you and confirmed 4:30 p.m. as the dive time, and you responded as if you were excited. Truth be told, you were less than impressed about the prospect of going in-game again. I know I do stupid things at times, but this has got to be one of the stupidest things I've ever done, you thought as you made yourself some food to eat. Close to 4:30 p.m. Saturday afternoon, you arrived at the lab and put on your biggest, fakest smile that fooled Mirio immediately, but not Hansu. We haven't really spoken since that falling out in game, he thought as he watched you get ready to dive. I should at least clear the air between the two of us so that she's not down about it. Hansu assumed that the awkward energy you were giving off was because of the tension between the two of you, so as you lay down to dive, he walked over and checked your leads. Hey, he said softly to you. You looked at him. Sorry, he whispered. You gave him a soft smile. It's okay, I'm sorry too. It's in the past, yeah? He nodded and gave you a thumbs up. All ready to go, he announced. You looked over at Mirio and he grinned at you, then gave you the thumbs up as well. Time to go and squish a spider, right? You giggled genuinely. I'm sure it's not going to be so easy. He grinned again. Link start! Link start. Your stomach churned nervously as you awoke beside Migata in-game, and your eyes shot immediately to the floor that had been bloodied up just a day ago, but there was no evidence of your mess there, allowing you to release a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness it cleaned up enough. Ready? Migata asked, seeing you staring off into the distance. Huh? Oh, yes, I'm ready. You threw him a big fake smile. There's no need to be nervous, we'll all be here. Migata reached across and patted your knee, his eyes falling to your new boots. Oh, you have new boots. You asked, looking down. Oh, wow, I do. Fancy that. Where did you get those? He asked. I don't know, you lied. Hey, 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 On cried with delight as she slid into the room. Are we ready to rumble? I'm ready to spin a web, Migata replied with a grin, forgetting all about your surprise new boots. Oh, new boots, On said, pointing at your legs. Ah, crap, I thought I'd managed to dodge the boots thing. Oh, they must have been upgraded when you were out of game. Sometimes it does that, Migata said. They're just adding updates all the time. Oh, I see, you nodded, keeping as tight-lipped as possible. Anyway, On said, let's get a move on. Just then, Butterfly walked into the lounge room to meet everyone, and after pleasantries were exchanged, you all headed off. You really wanted to call for a gear, but didn't, following the rest of the team on foot to the platform. Butterfly reluctantly called for the spider level, and you were all off. Materializing on level 46, you looked around at the settings. Similar to level 1, the teleport platform was in the town centre, but unlike level 1, the brickwork of this level was more red and held together with some kind of white substance. They used spiderwebbing to hold the buildings together on this level, Migata commented to you. Oh, okay. Just then a man leading a large spider on a leash walked past, and you and Butterfly nearly exited the game through the sky. Migata and On had to respectively hold you both down. They have spiders as pets on this level, Migata said with a chuckle. Oh my god, I'm not super scared of spiders, but it was just a shock to see one that big following along placidly behind someone, you wheezed. No, you can't kill them, On whispered to Butterfly, who had drawn his sword and was standing there on high alert. The dream team! Someone gasped from nearby. Oh my gosh, it's them! Another exclaimed. Have you come to save those players who have been stuck in the spider's cave? Another asked. Yes, we have, Migata replied with a smile. Oh, I'm so looking forward to the interview for that one, the person replied with glee, clapping their hands together excitedly. Interview? You thought, then remembered Free. Migata, you whispered in an urgent manner. We forgot about Free. What if she turns up today? What if she's here on this level waiting for us? Oh, good point, Migata replied to you. I'll make you invisible. Here, step up onto the platform, so when I use the spell, it looks like you just left. Okay, you nodded, and stepped back up onto the platform, much to the confused looks of Butterfly and On. We'll see you again soon, Un, Migata said loud enough for those immediately around to hear, and your two other companions gave him a strange look. As everyone watched, you evaporated from their view, but Migata had only used a single invisible spell, so that you would only be invisible to those surrounding, but not to Butterfly and On. Okay, gang, let's head on, Migata said with a smile, and you quickly got off the platform and followed behind Migata. Is this to cover up if Free shows up? On whispered to Migata, who nodded in reply. Ah, she hummed. While they were talking, you heard some bystanders whispering to each other and overheard their conversation. It makes sense that she would be sent on up ahead or something, because she would definitely be the strongest of the group. Yeah, I heard the Grizzly episode was pretty epic. I wouldn't want to mess with her. You half smiled to yourself. Looks more like my reputation has gotten around pretty quick then. From the shadows in an alleyway, a high-level mage watched on. She knows the tormentors might be tracking her, and so has had her own mage use his invisibility cloak. I need to let them know that I've found her. 100k mahi sounds wonderful to me, he snickered as he turned and walked away. Making your way through the town and out the other side without any hiccups, you breathed a sigh of relief, and as the people entering and exiting the town started to die down a little, you spoke to the group. Sorry guys, I suddenly remembered Free. That's why Migata made me invisible. That's fine, On replied as she walked beside Butterfly. I had completely forgotten about her too. Now we just follow this track up through the wilderness to the cave, Migata said, pointing to the well-worn dirt and rock track that led up the side of the mountain, along the ridgeline to the next mountain, and then off down into the never-ending rocky crags. How long till we get there again? You asked. Oh, it's about 2 to 3 days, Migata said, so we might need to get out of the game at least once, but there's an inn along this track. I've heard about it. Okay, you said, continuing with them. It was a pleasant walk. Although the road was a little rough, the scenery was beautiful and the sun was warm. It was so quiet out in the middle of nowhere that you started to relax, smiling along as the conversation within the group ebbed and flowed. You had crossed the second mountain by now and were starting your descent when movement up ahead caught your eye. Migata, you whispered. Yeah? He asked back to you. I saw something up ahead. Someone's hiding behind that rock. There is a presence, Butterfly confirmed. I just picked it up now. You have sharp eyes, On said softly, all of the group on high alert now. As you got closer, Migata spoke. Come out. We know you're there. If you don't present yourself, we'll consider you a threat and take action. Sounds like a hero line, you thought, staying behind him. From behind the rock ahead, a devious cackle could be heard, and your blood ran cold immediately. You recognised that laugh. You grabbed onto the back of Migata's cloak and hid directly behind him. You got me, the voice sneered. Come out now, Butterfly said in a low voice, his sword drawn and an intimidating look in his eye. I suggest, the person said as they slowly stepped out from the cover of the rock, that you hand the girl over quietly and no one will get hurt. Both Migata and Butterfly stiffened with annoyance. I'm not even going to reply to that, Migata said darkly. The cloaked figure smirked from under his Grim Reaper-type hood and pulled a barbed rope out and then held it up. Come to me, girl, or do I need to wrap this barbed rope around that pretty little arm again, ripping your supple flesh with... Butterfly had had enough at that point and flicked his sword into the chain whip, sending it out to attack the man from a distance. The cloaked figure barely evaded the whip attack and retaliated with his barbed rope, throwing it out and making you all scatter to avoid being snagged. Migata was wary that he was trying to separate you from the group, so he kept you behind himself, one of his hands back behind so that he could keep a hold of your hand as you gripped his strong arm with the other. Butterfly had seen that Migata was keeping you safe, so he took it upon himself to duel with the cloaked figure. Name yourself, Butterfly said lowly as he forced the assailant off the path and away from the rest of the group. Hell Origin, leader of the tormentors, the cloaked figure announced. Here to take what's mine. She doesn't belong to you, Butterfly snapped, angered beyond belief that this player would assume that they had ownership over another human. If she's on my level, then she's mine, he replied. Irrespective of common respect for other players, she isn't even on your level, Butterfly replied, and I have heard enough. It's time for you to leave. He flicked his whip and the tip wrapped around the barbed rope in Hell Origin's hand, intertwining the two. It was at that point that Migata let you go so that he could cast his magic, and he shot a lightning bolt at Hell Origin, blasting him sideways. Butterfly held on to his chain whip sword, as he obviously didn't want to lose it, and stepped forwards to hold his weight, and then pulled back, keeping the line taut. Again Migata struck out, determined to hit Hell Origin enough to make him want to back down and leave, but the Tormentor leader was determined to get you. The minute that the snitch mage had arrived on their level and told them that he had seen you with the Dream Team, Hell Origin had left to retrieve you. What had become of the other mage is left untold, but he never set foot on the teleport platform to exit the level, and he never received his 100k mahi either. Blasts shot over and over at the harrowing guild leader, but he managed to either evade or block the attacks, and you were starting to get worried the longer it was taking to subdue him. Why isn't his health going down? You stayed behind Migata, but a few times you peeked out to check on how the fight was going, but something wasn't right. Migata blasted him with another light energy ball, and you saw it hit Hell Origin, and his health bar dropped, but almost as soon as it dipped, it came back up again. He's being healed. He's got someone else here. You spun around with your back to Migata, eyes on his 6. Scanning the rocky land around you, you couldn't see a single thing. No one moved, nothing appeared, but you just knew someone was there. The closest rocks to you were all within your sonic wave range, so you stepped towards them and yelled, "Ha!" Suddenly your ripples hit something and a ghost-like person appeared, the healer of the Tormentor Guild. "Move!" you shouted, gripping your sparkling whips that appeared out of nowhere, and ran towards the person at top speed. "Hang on, whoa, what?" On yelled when she saw you running towards a sudden second member of the evil guild. Butterfly glanced back just as you jumped up and smacked your whips down. Then you spun once you had landed and called for another skill that shrouded the healer in a cloud of purple. While the evil leader was consumed, you ran around outside, dancing lightly before stomping your foot and jumping back, then grabbing for 2 fans that magically appeared in your hands. She's been practicing, Butterfly thought as he turned his attention back to Hell Origin, who now, without the aid of his healer, was suffering, and he was knocked to his knees pretty quickly. "Surrender!" Butterfly yelled, suddenly appearing behind the guild member and switching in a second short blade to hold it to Hell Origin's neck. The puffing Tormentor leader chuckled brokenly as he remained on his knees. "You couldn't kill me," he panted. "You don't have it in you." Butterfly pressed the blade firmly against the leader's neck threateningly. "Don't try me," he said lowly. "I've taken players out before. Surrender now and promise you won't come after her or us again, and I'll let you go. Or I'll take you out here and now, and then come for your whole guild." Hell Origin growled. His body then slumped. "This isn't a surrender. Me and my guild will not cross your path again." "I should hope not," Butterfly said as he let Hell Origin go and stepped back. As soon as Migata saw that Butterfly had everything under control, he turned back to watch you fight. The second member and you were still dueling, but you were starting to tire and he could see sweat starting to slide down your cheeks. "Stand down!" Migata called to the healer. "Your leader has surrendered. You must do the same." The healer reluctantly stepped back and threw a flash bomb to disguise his exit, disappearing in a cloud of smoke. At the same time that he did this, he took Hell Origin with him, the pair evaporating away together. "Yin!" Migata said with surprise, standing there and waiting for you to catch your breath. "You can fight now?" I've been practicing in game so that I could be of assistance to the team, but I've only caused trouble," you said sadly. "I'm so sorry." "No, you're not trouble," Migata replied. "I am. I ended up on their level that last time that I dove in game, and I managed to escape, but that's why they came for me again. And I put you all in danger. I'm so sorry." "Don't be silly. I'm glad that you're okay, but you live and learn. Sometimes life hands you experiences just to help you grow as a person," Migata said, placing a hand on your shoulder and smiling at you. "And look how far you've come. You probably had to work really hard to get to this point. I'm proud." It was as if you had never been validated in your entire life. Suddenly, being praised after having had Hansu tell you off the whole time awoke something inside you, and you teared up and looked at him. "An?" he asked softly when he saw your eyes welling up. "Thank you," he said with a wobbly chin. I have been working really hard and it was at that point you burst into tears, unable to hold your emotions back. He grabbed you into a hug and pulled your body against his. "You've done so well," he said softly. "I look forward to fighting alongside you." This made you sob even harder, and after getting yourself together again, you stepped back and wiped your eyes. Those were some badass moves, On said to you, stepping forwards. How many skills do you have? I only have 4, but I'm working on making them really strong, you said. I started on level 1 and have been fighting my way through each level. Which level did you get up to before we started the mission? Butterfly asked you. Level 7, the Red Bear level, you replied. I kinda ran into a bit of trouble on that level. What do you mean? Migata asked you. I went through the town area and got stopped by a beast tamer named Grizzly. Grizzly? On and Butterfly said at the same time. Yeah, he said he knew you and something about a rat merchant. Oh my god, it haunts me to this day, On groaned, dropping her forehead to her open palm. Butterfly patted her on the back and he gave them a quizzical look but continued on. Well, I kicked his bear's ass though, so he wasn't too impressed. You took on his bear? Migata asked with surprise. Yes, you replied. Why does that surprise everyone? Well, I mean, usually people would fight player v player, or beast v beast, but it's rare that it's player v beast. Migata rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I'm surprised he stopped you, Butterfly said. Was there a reason? Oh, yes, he thought I was a beast tamer. Wait, give me a second, you said, stepping back and calling for your horse. Agir, come! Suddenly the air thickened as water swirled in from all directions, a soft whinny from a horse accompanying it as Agir was built before the very eyes of your awestruck team members. As the last piece of the watery puzzle fell into place, you put your hand onto your water stallion's shoulder and patted him with a grin on your face. This is my horse, you said with a smile. His name is Agir. He's the former boss of Level 5, Butterfly finished in awe. How did this happen? You have the boss of level 5 at your service? It's a strange story. I was grinding on level 3 and I saved some beavers from a fox attack, and the blue fairy gave me an orb that if I fought the boss of level 5 and got his health to 50%, then I could catch him. Kinda like a Pokemon thing, you said. And you fought him when you were only just practicing on level 3? Migata asked with surprise. That's amazing. I nearly died, you said, patting Agir. He put up a good fight. Agir snorted and the group chuckled. Well, let's walk and talk then. Will Agir let me ride on him with you? Migata asked. Oh, I'm sure he will. He does as I ask, and has been there for me through thick and thin, so I'm sure that he'll be okay. Right, Gir? You looked at your steed and rubbed his neck lovingly. Migata saw the look in your eye and smiled to himself. She seems a lot more peaceful overall. She's made memories by herself in-game, she's learned new things, and has made new friends. She's really come a long way. You got Agir to step a leg out and quickly mounted him, then nudged him forwards with your heels and stopped him beside Migata for him to hop aboard. With a little difficulty and help from Butterfly, your combat mage finally managed to get on top and clung to you as you urged your stallion forwards, while Butterfly and On walked behind. We'll swap, I promise, you called back to them as you picked up the pace and trotted on with Migata. Okay, Butterfly called as you disappeared off ahead. She's really come a long way, hasn't she? He commented to On. Yeah, she kind of reminds me of you in a way, On mused. Not with the shyness though, but inexperience. But the more experience she gets, the more confident she becomes. Butterfly nodded, and Migata very much likes her as well. Yeah, he's pretty much smitten, I'd say, On chuckled. Up ahead on horseback, you and Migata chatted about your in-game experience. Hey, also, you added, could you please not tell Hansu that I was playing in-game without him? He would be so mad. I know he's only looking out for me, but I really do feel like we're not seeing eye to eye anymore. I know I've said this before, but I don't want to be a scientist anymore. I'm really done with it. Then you do what you want to do. Don't let Hansu make up your mind for you, Migata said from behind you, his hands on your waist. Once the Goha mess is sorted, change jobs. You know what? I'm going to, you said confidently, and I think I'd like to work at UA. Really? Migata asked. That would be really cool. I want to teach as well as do hero work. Maybe we could be co-workers there one day? I'd love that, you said with a smile, looking back over your shoulder at him. He smiled down at you, then bent his head to kiss your lips as Agir plodded on. I think meeting you and playing this game has been the best thing for me, he said with a smile. If it weren't for this, I'd be stuck in that lab with no life. Agir carried you and Migata to the next point, and then you dropped him off and he gave you a floating potion to use. Then you alternated trotting and cantering back to pick up Butterfly and On, then got them up onto Agir's back and used the potion as you held onto Agir's mane and floated along beside him. It was still daylight when you finally made it to the smaller town higher up in the mountains, and you dropped Migata off at the small inn there and then went back to get Butterfly and On. A lot of the people in the town were travellers or passerbyers, just stopping over for the day or night before heading on to the next destination. And unsurprisingly, there were more unsavoury players there who saw you on your water stallion and wondered how much they could get for you if they took you for themselves and rented you out. Was she contracted to that mage? One devious player in a bright red coat asked his companion. I didn't see an emblem, but it looked like she was doing his bidding. I mean, she dropped him off and then left again. Maybe she's gone back to get his supplies? He could be using her to transport items, the first mused, trying to see Migata from the dusty window of the small eatery nearby. Well, that's one job I would use her for, the other commented with a sneer. His comments didn't go unnoticed by his red-coated friend, and the red-coated friend sniggered. Yeah, she's pretty cute too. She can ride horses, then she can ride me. The pair leered at each other, chuckling at their own little jokes. I've dropped Migata off at the inn, you said brightly to Butterfly and On as you approached them on the track. We've made good time today, Butterfly said, looking at the in-game time. I thought it would take us much longer to get to this point, but I didn't expect that we would have transport. Always expect the unexpected, On grinned. Thanks to Agir, we've made great time. Thank you for sharing him with us, she added, smiling at you as you helped her onto your stallion's back. It's no trouble. It's the least I can do to thank you for not yelling at me for getting you all in trouble earlier. Don't apologise for that. It gave Butterfly the opportunity to confront the leader of that guild. Someone needs to put him in his place, so it's a good thing it happened. You smiled gratefully. Thank you for being understanding. No problem, On replied, now safely settled onto Agir's back behind Butterfly. As expected, you used another floating potion to stay weightless beside Agir, so that you could direct him along the way, and it wasn't long before you all arrived in town. The two men who had been watching you before had gone, so they didn't see you arrive with Butterfly and On, but you were still in the back of their minds. Once you were all settled in the inn, you decided to get some food to replenish your health and chat about the mission. Do you think it would be a good idea to make me invisible again, just in case Free is around? Or do you think it's safe? You asked Migata. Go with invisibility again, just in case, he said, casting the spell on you as you all planned to leave the inn together. Okay, it's kind of nice to be invisible again too, he said happily, leaving the inn beside him. The sun had started to set and it cast the loveliest yellowish pink glow over the town, the sunlight still very clearly visible due to the height of the town. Any preferences for dinner? On asked. They don't have a huge selection, but there's a few. Cheapest will do, Migata said. Let's just go with the main bistro. Okay, she nodded, and led the way towards it. Butterfly was the first to enter, with his hood on and hanging low over his face, as was his default look, and everyone inside looked up the minute he stepped in. Whispers rustled through the patrons, and a few recognised his name. Then On and Migata entered, and then it clicked for most of the onlookers. Oh, they're on that mission, you heard one whisper. But where's the really powerful girl with the water horse? I thought I heard that she was with them when she came onto the level. No, she left and went ahead, another said. I heard she goes up and weakens the opponents ahead of time. Then the rest of the team come up and clean up after her. Oh, I heard that she's probably still with them, but just invisible. She likes to remain invisible so that she can do surprise attacks. I don't know why she thinks that would work any better. She defeated a bear just by pointing at it. You had to stifle a giggle at their conversation. These rumours are getting more and more ridiculous, but maybe it's good that they think that I'm strong. It'll keep people away. Once the team had ordered and sat down, you had a chance to look around at those who were still eating in the bistro. Most people had gone back to eating by now, but were keeping one eye on the team, just more for curiosity's sake. But there were two males nearby near the back of the room who seemed to be scheming something. One had a red coat on, and you felt like somehow he could tell that you were there. You were a little wary of them, so kept one eye on their movements as you ate the food. You tried to time your eating with Migata so that it wouldn't seem weird that food was floating beside his face, but it looked like the suspicious males had seen and knew for certain now that you were there. When you and the team had finished eating and chatting, you all got up to leave, and the two males got up as well and followed you out a little distance behind. Migata, you whispered to your man. There are two guys tailing us, and I don't know why, but I think it's because of me. Again. She's right, Butterfly added. They've been watching us closely all dinner. You're getting really good at watching for potential trouble in your peripheral vision, On praised. Oh, I've been in game a lot, you replied, confidence boosted by On's comment. How far back are they? Migata asked you. You glanced back from the corner of your eye and judged the distance that they were following behind. About 7 meters, he replied. I don't think any of my attacks can go back that far. Actually, it might if I extend it with my fans. No, let's wait, Migata said. Wait till they make the first move. Then if they do, we can retaliate. Wait, you whispered again, glancing back. One of them's gone. Keep an eye out. He could be coming around the front too. Just then a blinding light attack happened from the front and your visibility cloak was removed. Without a second thought, you jumped to the foreground of the group, alongside Butterfly, and yelled for ha and then cooldown, and used your fans to push the sonic attack wave further, their ripples being so powerful that it made your red-coated attacker stumble back. He was a little surprised, to be honest. He hadn't heard the rumours that surrounded you. He just thought that you were a slave to a high-level mage, Migata. As he stumbled back, his eyes searched for the slave emblem, but he couldn't see one on your skin. In his pause, you stomped your foot down and called for spin, dancing delicately around as the purple haze rose up around him. What? He exclaimed, looking around with confusion when the haze thickened and blocked his vision completely. As the haze cleared, he suddenly found himself detained by a Butterfly, who had a knife to his throat and was standing behind him, with Migata standing in front of him looking very unimpressed. Care to explain? Migata asked coolly with a slight scowl on his face. Your slave, the red-coated player wheezed. Slave? Migata said with surprise. Do you mean our companion, An? She's your slave though, isn't she? He asked, catching his breath. No, not at all. What do you want with her? Migata asked pointedly. You felt a presence behind you and looked back just in time to see the red-coated player's companion try and sneak up behind you. Move! You called quickly, using one of the whips to snake past you and snap the tip just in front of his face. Don't try anything funny, you said in a calm, dark voice, and the player immediately turned and fled, leaving his friend still held by Butterfly. Well, looks like your friend's got the right idea, Migata commented, jerking his thumb over his shoulder to where the other fellow was running down the street. The red-coated player immediately raised his hands and surrendered, and Butterfly let him go. If I catch you lurking around again, you won't be on this level anymore, Migata promised, his muted blue eyes watching the player until he'd completely disappeared. I'm so sorry, he said again as you all stood in the middle of the small town street. I just keep bringing trouble on you all. You hung your head sadly. No, this is what happens in game when you start to become somebody. All of a sudden everyone wants to fight you or slave you. It's a mark of a good player, unfortunately, Migata said as he walked over and hugged you. It's true, unfortunately, Butterfly added. Yep, I'll forever be known as the rat merchant because when I started to be well known, I had a rat onesie on and the name just stuck, unfortunately, On sighed. You smiled a little, comforted by their words. Thank you, guys. You don't have to be so nice to me, though. Just being honest, On replied with a smile. Come on, we should head back to the inn and get out of the game. We'll be at the spider's cave tomorrow, so we need to rest. A sudden silence fell over everyone as they walked back towards the inn. Everything had kind of led up to this point, and although you had all been discussing plans of how to deal with the spider when you got there, it hadn't really sunk in that it was tomorrow until just now. Once back in the inn room, you sat down and said your goodbyes before logging out. Then, once back in the lab, you sat up, looked across at Mirio, then glanced at Hansu, who was there working on the computer. Well, tomorrow it is, he said into the room. Big day, Mirio said as he stretched, then got off the table. Hansu hummed. Well, if you two don't mind, I have some more work to do. You looked at Hansu, then Mirio, and nodded. Okay, see you tomorrow, Hansu, you said, then got up and followed your man out of the room. Is Hansu okay? Mirio asked as you left. You shrugged. We kind of had a bit of a falling out, then we both apologised as I dove in today, but he still seems distant. I don't know, like I said, we're just not the same as what we used to be. Mirio smiled softly. It's okay, people change, and you can't help that. Just focus on you and be the best version of you that you can be. You smiled gratefully at him. Thank you, you always know what to say. He grinned happily and bent his head down to kiss your cheek. I don't really, but I'm just glad that you're doing well, and I'm so impressed with your growth in game. You beamed at him as you walked to the bus stop. It's really fun to be able to fight now. I didn't know how fun it would be. Right? Mirio asked. It is fun, isn't it? You both continued on and got on the bus when it arrived, then said goodbye when Mirio got off at his stop. It had been a big day, and you were looking forward to resting when you got home. Free didn't turn up, which is good. I don't think she knows we left yet. We'll probably have the mission completed before she even finds out. You prepared for bed, and then flopped down and pulled your covers up over you, your heavy eyelids fluttering closed. Final day tomorrow. And with that final thought, you drifted off to sleep, your mind going over everything that had happened, as well as practicing your moves. Throughout your dreams, you thought you kept seeing Free hiding in different places, behind rocks along the way there, dressed as a waitress at the bistro, and maybe that was in Dreamland, but maybe not. Today was the day. There hadn't really been much thought put into the mission aside from defeating the spider and hoping that that would let the trapped players escape. When the other players had been trapped in the pterodactyl's nest, the force-filled dome that had kept them inside had disappeared the minute the giant pterosaur had been taken care of. Team ready? Migata asked brightly as you all woke pretty much the same time in game. Both Butterfly and On nodded their heads, and you looked at him before slowly nodding yours. We'll be fine, because we have a newly found fighter in our team, he added with a grin at you. You covered your mouth, smiling into the palm of your hand. I'm kind of keen to be able to add in my own attacks, he said happily, finally removing your hand. I don't feel as useless this time around, and I haven't even done anything yet. Haven't done anything yet? On repeated with a snort. You took on one of the tormentors and kicked his ass. Oh, well, I don't know about kicking his ass. I won't let you say any more. You've come a long way and you're a sought-after badass, so don't talk bad about yourself, she said with a grin. You resigned and just gave her a thankful smile in return. Okay, now we really need to move. Migata stood up, slapping one knee as he did so. Autobots, roll out! On added enthusiastically. Who? Butterfly asked as you all headed for the door, while On had to explain what a transformer was to him. Once out of town, you called forth Agir again, and started doing the ferrying trips like you had done the other day, taking Migata on ahead first before coming back to pick up Butterfly and On. It was on one of those trips that you were floating beside Agir's head, chatting idly with On, who was sitting in front of Butterfly, that you felt like someone was close, and you looked up ahead to where a large rock was sitting just off the path. Whoa, Agir, you whispered to him, making him slow to a stop. You looked back to Butterfly, who nodded at you, acknowledging that he too sensed someone was there. Come out, you called ahead, one hand gripped into Agir's flowing mane. Nothing happened for a second, and you called for your fans to appear, tucking both into one hand. Butterfly also called for his chain whip sword and pulled it from its sheath, sliding off Agir's back to get ready should a fight occur. I said come out, you called again, deactivating your floating so that you could dance and move on the ground. On stayed aboard Agir and waited to see what would happen. Suddenly, two men stepped out with cameras and recording gear, and it threw you for a second. Who are you? You called to them as they stopped on the path and just remained silent. They're with me! A sudden bright voice announced as Free came tumbling out from behind the rock. Your heart sank and then started to beat wildly. How did you find us? You asked as she skipped up to you. You're so mean, Ann. You told me you would let me know when you were leaving, but you didn't even send me a message. I heard chatter about the Dream Team embarking to the Spider's Cave, and so I grabbed my two best cameramen and raced up here as quickly as I could. The whole time that she was explaining how she had known about you on the level, she was dancing and skipping about and making wild hand gestures to illustrate her point. And so I found you, she added on the end, pouting with one finger pointed directly into your face. You were still a little shocked, to be honest, and didn't know what to say in reply at first, but then tried to come up with a diplomatic answer. Free, we told you this would be a dangerous mission. We don't want you getting hurt. Nonsense! I'm with the Dream Team. Nothing can hurt me. I'm untouchable. No, we think that it would be best for you to stay away. Once we've finished the mission, we'll come for an interview. Then you can ask questions then. No! I want to have live footage to show the fans. They'll love it. You are being rather selfish, Aunt. I thought we could be friends. But if you're going to act like this and be this mean, then you're not my friend anymore, Free stated, pulling another pouty, hurt face. This isn't about being selfish or anything. You're being very pushy, and I'm telling you no, you replied strictly, treating Free like the child that she was behaving like. Well, you can't stop me, she said, poking her tongue out. I already know where the spider's cave is located, so you can't stop me from going with you. You looked back at Butterfly for help, but he didn't offer any suggestions, so you looked at On, who awkwardly avoided eye contact. I'm not going to say any more, Free stated, turning on her heels and marching back to her two cameramen. Come on, boys, let's go. You wanted to yell something out to her, but you knew it was pointless, so closed your mouth again and sighed. I'll talk to Migata when we catch up to him. He might know what to do. Following a distance behind Free and her companions, you all walked to the same track until Free approached Migata and greeted him vivaciously, throwing herself onto him. As you can imagine, he was most surprised to see her, not in a good way, and gave you a puzzled look as you approached. She just popped up out of literally nowhere, you said to him as she bounced over to talk to On and Butterfly. I don't know how to get rid of her. Migata rubbed his chin thoughtfully and looked at her, then back to you. I'm just thinking that maybe it might be a good idea to bring her along so we can keep an eye on her. I don't trust her, but like the saying goes, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. You sighed and then nodded. Okay, I'll stick close to you two then, so that you can keep an eye on her, but also not be far from me. Yes, please do that, he replied, looking to Free again. We'll get this mission done, then be free of her. You looked at him. Did you just make a pun? He grinned at you, then chuckled. After collecting yourselves, you all walked on, slowly making your way from the tops of the bare mountains down to the valley below. The surrounding terrain still remaining just as bare as when you were higher up, but the smell, as you got into the deep valley, made you wrinkle your nose a little in disgust. What's that smell? You whispered to Migata, sniffing as you looked around. It smells like... ugh. You pulled a face as you walked, with Migata by your side and Butterfly and On Agir's back, flanking your left, while Free and her cameraman followed behind. We're almost there, Butterfly said from a little way behind you, and you looked back and up at him before Migata took your arm in hand to get your attention. So the smell, he pointed ahead to something that looked like a white cocoon hanging from a small tree. Is that what's making that smell? What is it? You asked, thinking it might have been a plant of some kind. Migata shook his head as you got closer. You saw a little bit of red staining the cocoon and something poking through one of the wrapped layers. What is that? You froze, close enough now to see what it was that was hanging from the tree. It was indeed a cocoon, but a spider's cocoon, made from its webbing, the kind that a spider does around its prey before eating it. As your brain started to make heads and tails of what you were looking at, you realised the thing hanging out of the cocoon was a limb, a human limb, with blood dripping down it and off the fingertips, and you gasped and stepped back. How? What? Don't worry, I think it's just an NPC that got caught, Migata said. Actual players just evaporate when they die. Well, that's usually the case, On said, but remember Pants? She was carrying dead players as well. It could be related to the glitch. Okay, we need to be extra careful now, you said, with eyes still glued to the death cocoon. So now you know what that smell is? Migata said softly. You looked at him, and then it clicked. Rotting. You couldn't finish the sentence, it was too horrifying. While you were standing there looking at him, you all heard a shrill scream from somewhere in the mid-distance, and the hair on the back of your neck stood on end. It was a very similar scream to the one that you had heard on level 19, and you almost had an anxiety attack from the trauma surrounding what happened to you shortly after hearing the scream like that. Everyone in the group was immediately on edge and looked around as the scream echoed off high walls flanking the valley. We're getting close, Butterfly commented. There are obviously other players about. Gathering all of your courage, you clicked your tongue to get Agir to walk forwards, and you all continued on down the valley, getting closer to where that noise had come from. As you rounded a bend, you could see the mouth of a cave ahead, yawning open, and another scream sounded from within it. We're here, Migata said softly. You all stopped a moment for Butterfly and On to hop off Agir, and then you called for him to be sent back to your inventory. Back in the lab, Hansu was furiously finishing up the coding for his USB Pokeball. He had noticed your stats on the computer say that you were experiencing a little bit of a spike in heart rate, but this type of thing was somewhat normal now, and he waited for it to go down before reacting, which it did. Just then his phone rang and he picked it up. Hello, Hansu, the voice of the police superintendent said on the other end. Good afternoon, attendant. I assume that if you've called me, then you got some good news, he asked hopefully. Well, I'm not sure what type of news it is, but we have managed to track down the physical address of the IP address that you gave us the other day. Hansu sat straight up in his chair. Yes, what's the address? He asked. The superintendent gave the address and Hansu wrote it down. That's wonderful, the assistant replied. Thank you for getting that. Now, please do not go and visit the address without backup. It could be a dead lead, but it could also lead you right into danger. Are you intending to confront the person who lives at the address? That was the plan, but it's 5 p.m. now, so I won't be visiting anyone until tomorrow, Hansu lied. Very well. Please call me tomorrow morning then, and I will arrange for a squadron to accompany you to the building. Thank you, Intendant. I'll be in contact, Hansu said, knowing full well that he was going to go it alone. Very well. Have a good evening, and we'll talk tomorrow, the Intendant said before hanging up. Hansu thought as he hung up the phone and checked the last of the coding over. Risk the police taking Gohar into custody or scaring them off with wailing sirens? I don't think so. He completed the task, then safely removed the USB device from the computer and put the little earpiece in his ear and the USB in his pocket. Now to pay a little visit to this address. He left the lab and pulled his coat up around his neck as he walked to the bus stop and got on, pulling his phone out to figure out the best way to get to the address and how to get into the room if no one answered the door. It was a short bus ride as the address was in the apartment complex that was on the outskirts of town, but it wasn't too far away, and Hansu hesitated as he got to the gate. It was code protected, and he waited for a minute, wondering if he should call Hawks in for backup, knowing that Hawks wouldn't try and take Gohar away. Just then an elderly lady approached him from the inside of the gate, and he gave her a polite smile as she punched in her number and pushed the gate open. Good evening, ma'am, Hansu said politely, holding the gate open for her. Oh, good evening, young sir, she replied politely. Thank you for holding the gate for me. It's no trouble, Hansu replied with a warm smile. The lady smiled and passed him, and he stepped inside the gate and then turned back to her. Excuse me, ma'am, you wouldn't happen to know if the person living in apartment 6 has been out and about lately? The lady stopped and turned back to talk to Hansu. Oh, I'm very sorry, young man. I'm afraid I don't know the person in apartment 6 very well. I have lived in this complex for 20 years now, and I know everyone here. Well, everyone except for apartment 6. They moved in recently, but I never remember seeing any boxes that they used to move in the trash area. I've knocked on their door a few times to welcome them, but no one seems to be home. Oh, Hansu asked, feeling like this was pointing more and more towards the occupant being Gohar. Oh, please allow me to apologise on their behalf. He bowed. I'm a friend of theirs and have come to check on them since, like you have experienced, I haven't heard from them in a while. Oh, my young man, you needn't apologise for them, she chuckled bashfully. You really are a nice person. I'm happy to hear that person in apartment 6 has a friend like you. I look forward to seeing you here more often then, and please, if you need anything, I'm in apartment 2. Please stop by for dumplings and tea sometime. Very kind of you, Hansu replied with another polite bow. I do hope you have a lovely evening, and please do take care of yourself at this late hour. You shouldn't be out at this time. Oh, bless you. I'm meeting with my grandson. He's in the apartment block over there. It's not far. Hansu nodded. Very well. Be safe. She gave him a smile and a small nod, then turned and continued on her way as Hansu started the walk up the stairs on the side of the building to go up to the second level, heading to apartment number 6. Maybe I'll just drop my location to Hawks so that if something goes wrong, he'll know where to look for me. He stopped outside the door of apartment 6 and stalled, listening for any movement inside, but there was none. Trying the door handle gently, he found that it was indeed locked, so pulled his wallet out of his pocket and removed his credit card, sliding it between the wall of the apartment and the door, then sliding it up till it compressed the door jab and he could let himself in. This happened a few minutes earlier. It's cold, he whispered to Migata as you and the team entered the cave. Should we use a light? He then asked as you all started to walk into the pitch-black spider's cave. Maybe don't use light just yet. We need to establish just how far in the trapped players are, Butterfly replied to you. Okay. Butterfly pulled ahead a little with On just behind him, followed by you and Migata, holding hands, and then Free with her 2 cameramen by her side. Intermittent screaming could be heard ahead, and you all headed in the direction of the sound, knowing that that's where you'd find the players, and also the spider that you assumed was keeping watch, or eating them. Slowly but surely you all moved along, that same putrid smell that you had smelled from the cocoon outside starting to permeate your nostrils down here in this cave too. You gripped Migata's hand that little bit tighter, and he pulled you into his side. I don't know how useful I'll actually be, you thought. I can try and fight, but I'm not that strong. I could maybe get a few hits in, or use spin. The cave tunnel turned sharply to the right, and Butterfly crept to the corner and peeked around, then pulled back and looked at Migata with a serious look on his face, and nodded his head. Migata returned his nod, and then squeezed your hand. I'm going to take a look, he whispered to you, then let your hand go and crept forwards to Butterfly's side and looked around. He took a good look, then pulled back and walked back to you. They're there, trapped, in a glowing blue web dome, he said. I didn't see the spider though, but it's either deep in the cave or it's left the cave for a bit and will be back soon. We need to move fast, Butterfly said softly as he approached. Migata and On, you both come with me. We're going to see if we can find the spider. Un, Free and Cameraman, you stay near the dome and reassure the players inside. Once we've defeated the spider, you can save them. If I put my hand through the dome wall, can I give them health potions? You asked. Yes, good idea. Here, Migata said, opening his inventory and looking at his list. Oh, I don't have as many as I thought I did. I'm missing a few. Oh, that may have been me. Sorry, you apologised. I'll explain later. How many people are in the dome? I think about 10, Migata replied. I do have 10 potions, so that works out well. Good, you replied, taking them from his inventory and putting them into yours. After making sure everyone was set to go, you all headed around the corner, keeping to the cave wall as much as possible. The players inside the dome saw movement and looked up at you all, and you had to hold your fingers to your lips to remind them to be quiet, because it looked like that they were about to scream for joy. Is the spider still here, or has it left the cave? Migata whispered to one of the players as you approached the dome cautiously. It was here a minute ago. The spider's name is Loki. It takes us out one by one, but I don't think it's letting us go, one of the panicked players explained. We hear screaming, and the players never return. Your blood ran cold. Is it killing you all? We don't know, but please get us out, the female player begged. We can't log out. It won't let us log out. Where did Loki go? Butterfly asked in a stern, urgent voice. That way, the player pointed off deep down to the cave. Come on, we need to go, Butterfly said to Migata and On, leading the way at a quick pace to try and find the spider ASAP. Are you hurt? You asked the player as your teammates ran off. No, but my health is low, the player replied in a worried voice. You looked, and yes indeed, their health was very low. Reaching into your inventory, you pulled out a health potion and placed it up against the wall of the dome, slowly phasing it through, and the player took it from the other side. Thank you, Yin, the player said, addressing you by your real-life name. You froze. How do you know my name? Just then you were shoved firmly between the shoulder blades, and you fell through and into the web dome. In a panic, you jumped up and turned, placing your hands on the inside of the dome to push back out, but instead you got a pretty severe zap of pain in the palms of your hands. Ah! You yelped, pulling back from the glowing blue wall. It's not nice to feel a zapping pain, is it, Professor? The voice of Free commented darkly from the other side, standing there alone. How? Who? You mean you haven't figured it out yet? Free asked with a sneer. I thought you were supposed to be super intelligent. I guess I got all of my intelligence from my own self then. Go, huh? You asked in a trembling voice. Oh, so you do remember me? Free asked. What do you think of my dome? Nice, isn't it? She stepped back and gestured to it. Or don't you like being trapped? Goha, I'm really sorry for what I did to you. I've been wanting to tell you that Ha! You think I'm going to forgive you just like that? After everything you did to me? And everything you were going to do to me? I've changed, you said, panic rising in your voice. I promise I have. People don't change. You're still the same, and you'll continue to be the same. So you need to go, and I will be you in your place. No, you begged feebly. Please let me show you. I just want to save these players, then... What players? You looked around. They had all gone. You're so easy to fool, Professor, Free cackled. I created those players to draw you here. I even hacked the spider on this level so that once your precious hero and his merry friends defeated the spider, it will blow the dome up and you will no longer be here. You won't even exist anymore. I will exist in your place. Goha, please, you begged, swiping your hand down in the air to see if you could open your menu, but you couldn't. Trying to escape, are you? Goha asked with surprise. It's useless, Professor. Now. She reached out a hand and pushed it through the dome wall. Give me your hand. This won't hurt a bit. No, please. Please stop. Migata, help! The dome started shrinking, pushing you towards Free's hand, but suddenly she stopped, her eyes widening. Then all of a sudden she evaporated. What the? Then you evaporated too and woke up in the lab. This is taken from moments earlier. Migata and Butterfly crept ahead, with On just behind, watching their backs, but your blonde hero just couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. What's the spider's name again? He whispered to Butterfly. Loki, Butterfly replied. I think it's Nordic, or Swedish. Loki. Is that the Swedish word for... Wait, no, it's the Nordic god of mischief? Migata asked. Ah, trickster, On added in from behind. Gotta watch him, he's a shapeshifter. Never is who you think he is. Migata furrowed his brow. Trickster. Shapeshifter. Then suddenly he stopped. Guys, I'm sorry, I have to log out. Something isn't right. I have to log out. What about the spider? On asked. Go back. I don't think the spider is the issue here, he said, logging out and vanishing from their sight. It was at that point that Butterfly and On heard your scream for Migata to help, and they looked at each other before turning and running back to where they had left you with Free, the cameraman, and the players in the dome. As they got back to where the dome had been, they saw that it had vanished, and so had everyone else. No you, no Free, no cameraman, no players, just a dead, quiet cave. I don't like this at all, Butterfly said. We need to leave, now. Grabbing On's hand, they made a run for the exit, managing to get out unscathed, then used their teleport orbs to make it back to level 44 before logging out. I hope everything's okay, On said to Butterfly once they were back at the safety of the house. I'll text Migata once we log out, Butterfly said. And then this part is at Goha's suspected apartment. Hansu slowly pushed the apartment door open and stepped inside. It was perfectly clean, and all the windows were closed, so he had to wait until his eyes adjusted in the dark. Listening again for any noise, he crept into the kitchen and then out the other side to where there was a small lounge and bed. As he stood there, he made out the form of someone lying in their bed, and his heartbeat started to go wild. He stepped back into the shadows of the kitchen and pulled his phone out to send a location pin drop to Hawks, and to make sure his phone was on silent. He looked back into the room again and peered at the being, noting that they had a helmet-looking item on their head. Is that the nerve gear? He thought, creeping in a little closer. As he approached the side of the bed, his heart nearly stopped. The being, lying there in the bed, was Goha. With shaking hands, he pulled the USB and lead from his pocket, then connected the leads to his earpiece and the other end to the USB. Opening his mouth so that he could mouth breathe, so as not to make too much noise, he tried to clip the other end of the wires to the side of the nerve gear headset on Goha's head. It was a little fiddly and his fingers were shaking, but eventually he managed to plug it in. Reaching for his earpiece, he pressed the on button that would start the programming, then waited. The earpiece whirred to life, and suddenly Goha's eyes opened. Hansu nearly had a heart attack, but as soon as their eyes opened, they went dim and closed again. But suddenly he had a splitting headache as Goha channeled themselves up the wire and into his earpiece, sending out purple veins and implanting themselves into Hansu's brain, like a tumour. Now under the control of the AI being, Hansu unplugged the wires from the headset and turned to leave the apartment. This chapter starts back in the lab after you evaporated. You gasped as you sat up, throwing the nerve gear headset off. Hey, Mirio called, trying to get your frantically searching eyes to focus on him. I'm so sorry I pulled you out of the game. I felt like something was wrong, so I just... Free as Goha! You shouted at him. They tried to kill me. They were going to kill me. They were going to take over my body and... Mirio grabbed your trembling body into a hug and held you close, angry at himself for not doing something sooner about this Free person. You had suspicions, right? He said softly to you. I'm so sorry, Yin. Where's Hansu? You asked in a trembling voice. Why isn't he here? I don't know. I was trying to find him to get him to pull you out of the game, but he's not in the adjacent lab, and he wasn't in the hall. I even called out, but no one is in here. We need to find Hansu. I need to tell him where Kohei is. All glitching monsters need to be monitored. Mirio, what do I do? It's okay. We'll find Hansu first, then we'll talk to him about the next steps, Mirio said, helping you off the examination table. I've been so stupid, you berated yourself. I let my guard down, I ignored Hansu's warnings, I got too comfortable. Hey, Mirio said, taking your arm to stop you for a second. Everyone makes mistakes. You can learn and grow from this. Yes, it's a hard lesson to learn because it involves almost losing your life, but stay focused on what you want to do now, and don't let these thoughts trip you up. You can't do anything about the past. The past is behind you. Look forwards. Mirio, thank you. Your kindness and understanding will be the death of me, he said before swiping his arms off you and grabbing for his hand. But let's go find Hansu. You and he raced from the building and started heading off down the street, not sure where you were going, but needing to get to a payphone somewhere where you could call him, and then the police, if he didn't answer. Hansu, taken over by Kohei, had just stepped out of the apartment when Hawks dropped down onto the veranda ledge. Oh, good to see you still standing, he said in a cheeky voice as he swung under the roof and dropped in front of Hansu. Yeah, Hansu, as Kohei replied. You gave me your location. Thought something might be amiss, Hawks said. No, all good. Thank you for coming by though, Hansu said as he made to walk past the winged hero. You okay? Hawks asked, sensing something was wrong with Hansu. Fine. I'm just tired, Hansu replied, and Hawks watched him go. Okay, call me if you need me, he chirped to the disappearing Hansu. The grey-haired assistant raised a hand to acknowledge Hawks' statement, then left the premises, punching in the exit code to leave. Now for the real objective, Kohei thought inside Hansu's brain as they forced Hansu to walk back to the lab. I don't even know where to start looking, you wailed as you and Mirio stopped on a corner street. Would he have gone to get food? Mirio asked you. I don't think so. You were about to head off in a different direction when you saw someone walking towards you and you squinted in the dark. Hansu? You called out. Yes, the voice of Hansu replied. Oh my god, where did you go? You gasped. Hansu, Kohei is there. Free as Kohei. They're the same person. They tried to kill me. Mirio saved me by pulling me out of the game. But we need to... Wait, slow down, Hansu said. Kohei was there. Yes, and we need to recheck all the glitching monsters because they said that they were one of them. Oh, I see. Well done, Hansu said. This isn't the time to be funny, Hansu. Tell me what we need to do. Where did you go? Mirio asked Hansu, watching the grey-haired assistant closely. To get food. Well, you're supposed to be watching out for us in-game, Mirio asked, trying to keep the suspicion out of his voice. It's late, and I haven't eaten all day, Hansu replied. Are you hungry? You should eat too. No time for food, you added. We need to sort out Kohei. Listen, Professor, you head home and rest. I'll deal with some things, okay? Hansu said to you, patting you on the head. Lemillion, take her home and then go home and rest. Why did you call me by my hero name, Hansu? Mirio asked. Because you saved Professor, didn't you? Hansu replied. You were there when she needed you the most. Mirio nodded, but in his gut he felt like something was very wrong. Okay, I'll take you home, and then I'll go and rest, he said, giving Hansu a big fake smile. Hansu smiled in return, and then turned to you. I'll ring you tomorrow, he stated. For now, I need to do some work. Okay, if you're sure, you replied, head still spinning about what had happened, so much so that you weren't in any state of mind to be taking note of small changes in the people around you. Hansu nodded. I'm sure. Go and rest. Last words were exchanged, then Mirio took you home. He didn't make mention of Hansu's change in speech pattern, or that he seemed a little different. He decided to let you settle in at home, and then hide somewhere outside your house to keep watch. He had a feeling Hansu might turn up. It was a good half hour later after he left your place that Hansu could be seen strolling down the footpath to your house and then walking up the steps to the front door and knocking. Inside, you heard the knock and froze. Hey, it's me, the voice of Hansu called. Oh, you replied, quickly making your way to the front door and letting him in. I thought you were going to call me tomorrow, you inquired. Yes, I know. but I found some information that I thought you might want to know, he said to you, following you back into the kitchen. Okay, you asked curiously, continuing what you were doing in the kitchen sink. Hansu looked around, spying a knife on the bench and sidling over to it. Well, I found Goha. You turned to face him. You did? So what now? Can you extract them from the game? Can you delete them? Well, he said, picking up the knife and flicking his thumb over the blade end to see how sharp it was as he watched himself do it. It's kind of a funny story. You watched him thumb the knife, because I think Goha is right. Your guts twisted with anxiety as Hansu looked up and took a step towards you with the knife in hand. Hansu? You see, I don't think I want you around either. Hansu? No, please, don't do this. Put the knife down, please. It would be much better if you didn't exist. He raised the knife up and you turned to flee with him chasing you. Without thinking, you let out a scream and then turned around and yelled for move to activate. But it didn't. Suddenly, Mirio came phasing through the wall and connected with the side of Hansu's body, slamming into him and knocking him over, the earpiece going flying from around his ear. In a millisecond, Mirio had jumped Hansu and had landed on the earpiece, crushing it into your carpet. Mirio! You gasped, shaking as you dropped to the floor. Hansu had pulled himself up onto his hands and knees and was panting and clutching his head in hand as he looked from Mirio to Hansu, then back to Mirio again. He was being controlled by Goha, Mirio stated, pointing to Hansu. Are you okay now, Hansu? Yeah, Hansu panted, still holding his head. Head still hurts, though. What happened? You asked in shock. How did Goha get to controlling you? I found them. I found their apartment yesterday. I went there to catch their programming into this USB, but they must have felt me plug in because I saw them open their eyes and then got a throbbing headache and suddenly I was being controlled, but I couldn't speak my mind or anything because they had taken over. It was a very weird feeling. Mirio nodded. I figured something wasn't right. That's why I stayed hidden on your front yard, Yin. When I saw Hansu turn up here, I knew something bad was going to happen. You're a good hero, Mirio, Hansu panted, trying to get up off the floor. Hansu, you shouldn't have gone alone. That's so dangerous. And look what happened. Looks like we're peas in a pod then, Hansu joked dryly, looking up and giving you a half smile. True, you returned his smile and then crouched down and hugged him. It's all over now. You looked up at Mirio. It is over now, right? Yes, I believe so. Goha's entire programming was controlling Hansu through this earpiece, and he lifted his foot. Smashed it. That's a 50k piece of equipment, Hansu moaned pitifully, sad for the plight of his expensive creation. Your life is worth so much more than 50k, you said to Hansu. I think we can call this one a wrap, Mirio said with a grin. The final takedown? I only know of the final countdown, Hansu replied, but in honour of this heinous situation being over, I'm happy to compromise. Agreed, you said with a relieved smile. Here is technically chapter 87 of Takedown, but it's the epilogue, and it's titled What the Future Holds. You knew you weren't amazing. Your quirk was good, but you knew that there were other quirks that were still just as good, if not better than yours. Everything about you was less than perfect, but you were happy in yourself, and you had those around you who loved and supported you. Mrs. Togata? A student asked shyly from the door of the lab at UA. Yes? You asked with a smile as you looked up from what you were doing at the computer. I'm having a little trouble with the assignment that's due at the end of this week. I've done a rough draft of coding required for the robotic calf supports, but I'm not sure if I have the binary codes correct in some parts. Could you maybe look over them and give me some pointers? You smiled and walked over to her and nodded. Yes, of course. You've done the right thing coming for advice. This way you can learn and grow. Thank you, she said gratefully. I was worried you would tell me to do it on my own. I'm really enjoying the course and I want to be the best I can be, but I'm not as smart as the other students in the class. She hung her head sadly. That's nonsense, you said sternly. Everyone is smart in their own fields. Coding is hard, and it may not be a strong point for you, but you definitely excel in biological studies. I know that for a fact, so never discount your worth over one thing. Thank you so much, she said with tears in her eyes. I'm so happy that you got the job as a teacher here. You're really kind. I love helping the next generation of heroes, he said. Now, let's look over this coding. A few minutes later, Mirio came walking down the halls, his wedding band glinting in the light as he stopped outside your class door. Mrs. Wife? He asked as he gently knocked and then slid your lab door open. You and the student looked up as he entered and the student smiled. Hi, Mr. Togata. Oh, sorry. Have I interrupted the coding sequence? He asked brightly. No, we're just finishing up, you said with a smile, and then turned to your student. That should work now. Thank you so much again, Mrs. Togata. I really appreciate your help. Your student bowed to you, then to Mirio, and then quickly left so that you two could talk alone. So how are you enjoying your time here? He asked as he walked over and slipped an arm around your waist. You ask me that every day, and I've been working here for 2 years now, you chuckled, hugging him back. Oh, is that so? He asked playfully. I'm just checking to make sure you're still having fun. Speaking of fun, have we checked on Hansu to see how he's doing? He's so far away though, Mirio replied. Stop it, you chuckled again. He's next door in the assistant's room. You gave Mirio another hug and then walked past him to the sliding door that connected the two rooms. Hansu, are you in there? You pushed the sliding door open and light flooded into the dim room. Ah, the light, he hissed. I've been held here against my will for 1,000 years. Stop it, you overdramatic plastic bag. You begged me to take you as my assistant when I resigned from the robotics department. No, I believe I fell into the floor and grabbed onto your ankles so that you couldn't leave without me, he replied with a smirk, pulling his glasses down to the tip of his nose so he could look at you over the top of them. If you're trying to keep your dignity intact, it's not working, you smirked back at him. Anyway, I came to ask if you wanted lunch. I have a coffee here, I'll be fine, he replied, holding up the coffee mug to show you. Okay, suit yourself. My husband and I will be going out for lunch by ourselves then, he said, grinning up at Mirio. No need to rub it in, Hansu replied in a bored tone. You only just got married last weekend, so don't get a big head. It would have been sooner if Yin hadn't been playing hard to get, Mirio said cheekily. I couldn't act too keen, could I? You teased playfully. Well, not to blow my own trumpet or anything, but my girlfriend and I are going on a date tonight, Hansu said with a proud look on his face. Oh, you two are official now? Congratulations, he said excitedly. It looks like we're all stepping up in this world. Indeed, he replied. Now please leave so I can finish this before tonight. Right, we're off, you said, stepping back with Mirio and walking to the classroom door to head out to the cafe for lunch. How are your therapy sessions going? Mirio asked as you walked down the empty halls. The students were all on lunch break, so the building halls were vacant. Good. I know I have a long way to go to process the trauma, but I'm doing a lot better. And moving to this job was the best thing for me, to be honest. That lab held a lot of stress for me. Well, I'm glad. And I was going to ask you too, would you like to move in with me? My place is so lonely on my own, and I know you feel a little uneasy in your place too. Really? You mean it? You gasped. I thought we were going to wait a little longer before moving in together. Why wait? He asked, taking your hand in his. We're married now. Oh, that's true, you said with a smile. Especially after all we've been through. Why not move in? I'm moved by that statement, Mirio said with a grin, swinging your hand in his as your wedding rings rubbed together. We need to work on your jokes though, you chuckled. Oh, that was a good one. I felt it tingle in my nose. You're so weird, you giggled, and I love it. Never change. I don't plan on it, he replied with his signature smile. And there is the official end of Takedown. Thank you all so much for listening in. I hope you enjoyed the spin-off story with Mirio as the main character. Congratulations on your new job and marriage to Mirio, and I will hopefully see you in the new book.